My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 1324 to chapter 1492. A vicious glint flitted across her face under the black veil, and she berated, "Little vicious woman, you're really vicious." Arbor couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. This middle-aged woman was very powerful and didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations during the fight. This kind of person was much harder to deal with than those who showed their emotions on the surface. This middle-aged woman could be considered a character, but unfortunately, she was destined to be buried with Xianxia today. Arbor's eyes narrowed coldly, and she suddenly fished out the heart of the forest mystic realm that little tree had finished fusing. In this forest mystic realm, other than the frigid pool, only Senior Xianxia's hut needed to be fused. The other messy stones and mud were of no use. At this moment, other than the mystic energy that filled the heart of the mystic realm, there was basically nothing left. Arbor lifted her eyelids and glanced in the direction of the middle-aged woman. Instead of retreating, she stepped on the ground and sprinted toward the two people. The woman's eyes under the black veil moved quietly, and her brows knitted involuntarily. A terrifying sense of crisis suddenly surfaced in her heart. Not good, this wretched girl probably had some special method to deal with them. The middle-aged woman grabbed Xianxia's arm and gazed at Xiaomu. She saw Xiaomu abruptly toss a round object in her hand at them, and it exploded in an instant. Arbor's body suddenly floated into the air. The middle-aged woman's eyes were instantly filled with the light of exploding mystic energy. The mystic light that filled the sky and covered the earth made the two of them seem to be at the center of the explosion. Ah! The middle-aged woman let out a tragic roar. Before the violent mystic energy fluctuations completely cut her and Xianxia apart, she threw out a jade talisman array made up of 24 jade talismans. In an instant, the two people's figures quickly retreated from the center of the mystic energy explosion. Arbor, who was suspended in midair and looking down coldly at the rolling rubble and cracked soil, curled her lips into a cold smile. Transportation Talisman Array. It was a transportation talisman array. This woman actually had a transportation talisman array made up of 24 jade talismans. This kind of teleportation glyph array was very difficult to draw, not to mention that it was drawn by a jade talisman. It was not sold on the market at all. In this way, he was completely sure that this woman was definitely related to the Divine Prefecture's Mu clan. Was she from the Mu family of the Divine Land? Could it be that 7th Master Mu was the one who attacked her? Was it her rejection that made him angry out of humiliation? For people like them who lived high and mighty in the upper 3 continents, being rejected by a small shrimp from a small lower star region was an extremely embarrassing thing. Since he couldn't obtain the young genius of the clan, he might as well destroy him. Was that what he meant? Arbor's eyes instantly became extremely cold, revealing a sky full of flames and monstrous hatred. Why should she be killed by someone else? His fists were already clenched tightly. Even with such an excellent opportunity, he still couldn't kill Xianxia. She hated it. After landing on the ground with a whoosh, Xiaomu only saw a broken leg lying on the ground. This was a man's leg. From the top of the knee to the sole of the foot, along with that black boot, it had all been cut open by profound energy. Xianxia lost a leg. But for Arbor, this was really too small a price to pay. She actually let him escape. Arbor's cold little face contained a trace of harshness. Xiaomu stood there with a cold face, and sand billowed everywhere as they tumbled down. Smoke and dust filled the air. The entire city lord's manor couldn't withstand the power of the heart of the secret realm's explosion. It slowly turned to sand and gradually turned to ash. At this moment, a metal chain suddenly emerged from the corner of the wall and flung towards Arbor's arm. Croak. A large-mouthed toad emerged from the base of the wall and spat a mouthful of venom at Arbor. Arbor glanced at it coldly and sprinkled a cloud of powder with her hand, evaporating the venom with a hiss. She wrapped herself in a wood spirit shield and grabbed at the corner of the wall. Her small hand covered in a Vajra talisman stabbed into someone's shoulder, eliciting a pained howl. Bang! A young man was dragged out from behind the wall by Arbor and landed directly at Arbor's feet. He was firmly bound by a green vine that she flung out, and he let out another cry of pain. This was the young man who had escaped with the woman from Ani Manor. Arbor glanced around and saw Guan Ying in the corner of the wall, frantically abandoning her companions and fleeing for her life. That large-mouthed toad should be Guan Ying's mystic beast. When it saw its master flee, it turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the mystic beast space. What a pitiful worm, Arbor said coldly. Your teammates abandoned you. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The young man's eyes were filled with terror, and a strong hatred for Guan Ying emerged from the bottom of his heart. His original intention was that this little girl wasn't to be trifled with. Since Reverend Zhao was dead, they should hurry and find a chance to escape. Who knew that Guan Ying coveted the little girl's secrets and was still unwilling to let go of the heart of Xuanji? She insisted on dragging him over to take a look. Just take a look, but she suddenly attacked the girl. She couldn't beat the others and implicated him. She even fled on her own. No matter how he looked at it, he felt wronged. That brat from the Fan family said that you have the heart of Xuanji. Guan Ying, Guan Ying. She wants it. No, it's not my fault, it's Guan Ying. Ani Prefecture's 4th Miss, Guan Ying, she wants the Xuanji core. She wants to kill you. The young man only felt waves of pain assaulting the depths of his consciousness. An extremely terrifying feeling of being peeled off came from within. Something extremely important was being extracted from his body. It was extremely terrifying. The young man cried out as he watched the gate to his inner world being forcibly torn open by someone's spiritual sense. No, it was impossible. In this world, how could there be someone who could take away another person's inner world? With a series of crackling noises, the young man was perplexed to find that the things that originally existed in his inner world were all being emptied out. His inner world, those who covet other people's things will eventually taste their own medicine. Arbor stepped on his back. Speak, what's the relationship between Ani Prefecture and that middle-aged woman? Are they the same? The young man had already fainted from the pain. Now that she stepped on his spine, his entire body trembled, and he became a bit more awake. Knowing that he would meet his end here today no matter what, the young man steeled his heart and simply said, "You, just kill me, kill me. I only ask for a quick death." Arbor snorted coldly. Answer me honestly. I'll give you a quick death. No, I don't know her. The young man groaned. The young man spat out a large amount of blood as he shook his head. No, I don't know them. We didn't come together. Sure enough, the two groups weren't on the same side. Consecrated Zhao and Guan Ying from Ani Prefecture must have gotten the information from the Fan clan and guessed that the Xuanji core was in her possession. They came here to obtain the Xuanji core from her, but they didn't expect to lose 2 of their people here. Only Guan Ying managed to escape. As for Old Monkey and Brother Two's group that the middle-aged woman brought along, they were very likely from the Mu clan of the Divine Province. Their goal was to eliminate her, the little genius. Mu Laochi did it, a venomous glint flitted through Arbor's eyes. No matter who did it, she absolutely wouldn't let this matter rest. They chased after her the entire way for fun, and they still wanted her to admit defeat? In his dreams of 1,000 autumns, as for Fan Choha, the 2 of them were probably related since that middle-aged woman was so protective of him. At first, Fan Choha only wanted to borrow the Ani Prefecture trio's strength to kill her at Jiaozhong base. Later, he discovered that the Ani Prefecture trio was useless, so he notified that middle-aged woman. As Arbor thought this, she raised her hand to pound her aching head. She couldn't recall where she had seen this middle-aged woman before. Could it be that she really saw this middle-aged woman in her previous life? Was it in Fan Choha's sealed laboratory? Jojo. An anxious shout interrupted her thoughts. Arbor blinked and turned to look. She saw Mo Lian leaping toward her, followed by Duan Yu, eldest Qin, and 100 others. They were escorting a group of wilted old monkey companions. It seemed like Mo Lian and the others had taken action and captured these little spiritual cultivators. Arbor's eyes flashed, and she immediately flitted toward Mo Lian, landing in the man's arms. Jojo, are you all right? What was that vibration just now? We heard it from far away. Let me see. Are you injured? Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to Master. A slender little treant lay on Arbor's shoulder and shook its head at Mo Lian. Only then did Mo Lian see the tiny treant. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, "The tiny treant is out." Yes. Arbor nodded. If it wasn't for Sapling's help, I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss this time. It's nothing serious. It's just that my body is too weak. Arbor frowned. It seemed that he had to try to temper his body after returning to the capital. Emolienne reached out to hold her, but she raised her hand to check her pulse instead. Why is your breath a little irregular? Ah, it's nothing. It's the heavenly law. Some people have angered the heavenly law, so it's good enough that they can break free, Duanyu teased as he also walked over. Arbor cast a sidelong glance at Emolienne. What kind of incredible power did you use? Emolienne threw Duanyu a cold glance before turning to say to Arbor, it's fine now. Don't worry, I'll take care of your injuries right now. Duanyu quickly walked up and sized up Arbor. Jojo, you're injured? You were the one who caused that huge commotion just now. MHM, Arbor nodded. I detonated the heart of the mystic beast forest's secret realm. I originally wanted to keep Fan Choha and a middle-aged woman here forever, but who knew that they would escape? The two men couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Jojo actually detonated a mystic domain so generously. No wonder the entire city lord's estate turned into a puff of ash in such a huge quake. It's good that you captured these people. I'm going to ask them something. After speaking with the two, Arbor immediately walked towards eldest Qin and the others. Everyone crowded around and asked questions, but Arbor waved her hand to indicate that she was fine before walking to eldest Qin's side. Before eldest Qin could ask, the little fellow ruthlessly kicked a person's head. Her voice was as cold as ice as she asked, are you people from the Divine Province's Mu clan? Cough, cough, cough. That person was Old Monkey's sworn brother, but he was quite stubborn. After Arbor kicked him and punched him twice, he still didn't say a word other than coughing. Is there any way to make them talk? Arbor turned to look at Emolienne. Her dictum talisman was completely useless against this person whose cultivation was much higher than hers. If they were both in the mystic realm, perhaps she could give it a try. However, this person's cultivation was around the 3rd level of the spiritual realm, much higher than hers. The dictum talisman was ineffective against him, so it was useless even if she used it. As for those repulsive fellows beside him, they were all clamoring for mercy before she could even hit them. They said a lot of fawning and begging words, so they didn't seem like people who understood the truth. Search his soul. It's simple and convenient. Eldest Qin tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. I'll search him. Duanyu volunteered, but was stopped by Emolienne. No need. However, before they could finish arguing, that stubborn man was already trembling all over in fright. He couldn't help but shout, don't search my soul. Arbor looked at them in confusion. She didn't understand what this soul search was. Look at how scared this person was. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything, that person hastily said, spilling everything he knew. We're not from the Divine Province's Mu clan. We're disciples of the 6 prefectures continent's Clear Sky faction. That woman is called Fangu, our Clear Sky faction's vice faction master. In the 6 prefectures continent, the Clear Sky sect can be considered a small mid-tier power, but we... Liar, Arbor interrupted him coldly. She has a teleportation glyph formation made of 24 jade talismans. Even I wouldn't believe it if he wasn't from a talisman aristocratic family. Would you believe it? Everyone shook their heads. 24 jade talismans or something of a transportation talisman array. Just from the sound of it, one could tell that it was a high-level talisman array. They had never seen such a thing on Seekong planet before. Yes, it's true, it's true. The man was so anxious that the sweat on his forehead slid down. This lowly one wouldn't dare to say anything false. Vice faction leader. Fangu has never talked about her past in front of us. As for those strange talismans on her body, some of us have asked her about them, but she never told us. Miss, this operation was ordered by the vice sect leader. We are just a group of small fries carrying out the mission. Please be magnanimous and let us go. We promise that we will never harass you again. Only the dead will not disturb me. Arbor's cold voice made everyone's heart skip a beat. Hand over all the black spirit jade in your inner worlds. Forget it, take out everything you have in your inner worlds. Arbor tilted her head and nodded at the man on the ground whose inner worlds had been stripped. When I make my move, you will suffer even more. Black Spirit Jade? The pupils of the Clear Sky sex group contracted slightly, practically not daring to believe their ears. What did she want, Black Spirit Jade? Something like Profound Spirit Jade. How could small fries like them possibly have it on them? Black Spirit Jade could replenish and raise the 5 spirits, and it was a good item for replenishing energy for divine beasts and above. But how could they have something like that? For one thing, their 5 spirits were very low level and couldn't be replenished. For another, they didn't have divine beasts that needed this. Moreover, Black Spirit Jade veins weren't visible everywhere. They were buried deep underground, and even if they used special tools to detect them, they might not be alive to dig them up. Alright, this little girl wanted something so high class the moment she opened her mouth. Where were they going to go? Among them, a few of the men with unwilling expressions were the first to feel a piercing pain in their consciousness. Their inner worlds instantly overturned, and it was as if it was raining, and things kept falling down with a pitter-patter. When the others saw their pained expressions, their hearts convulsed in fright, and they stared in horror at the stoic-faced little girl in front of them. We will give everything. These people scrambled to be the first to dig out the items, regretting fervently in their hearts that they had followed the vice sect master to find trouble with this girl. Now, not only did they have to give away everything in their inner worlds, they couldn't even keep their lives. They wondered if there was a medicine for regret in this world. Brother Axe and the others were also staring blankly at this young crown prince consort. They really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They came to hunt down the crown princess, but not only did they have to hand over everything in their inner worlds, they even had to pay with their lives. After sifting through this pile of trash for half a day, Xiaomu finally found 2 pieces of Black Spirit Jade and several stalks of black rank medicinal herbs from the Clear Sky faction disciples' inner world. She didn't care for the rest. She pointed at the large pile of things on the ground. You guys take it and divide it. Everyone! Exclamation point. A petite female mystic cultivator asked agitatedly, Really, Crown Princess? The Crown Princess said that she wanted to give it to you, so just take it. Mo Lian waved her hand and asked them to move the things to the side. Situ and Liang Qingqing didn't go up to share it. They had received the storage talismans from Arbor before, and the things inside were much better than this trash. Naturally, they didn't care for it. There seemed to be a lot of things, but with 100 people dividing them, each person did not get much. However, the process of dividing them was very lively and happy. Everyone felt that this trip was not in vain. Jojo, how should we deal with these people? Eldest Qing kicked the unlucky guy who had fallen to the ground after his inner world was taken away. Kill. Arbor didn't even blink. If it weren't for the fact that her current life was completely different from her previous one and that she had an endless number of trump cards, she wouldn't have been able to use them. Wouldn't he have been surrounded and chased all the way here and killed in this remote base? So, don't be unconvinced. Everything is fate. Who told them to have the intention to kill her? If she didn't kill them, was she going to let the tiger return to the mountain? She had to be vicious and merciless towards her enemies. Eldest Qin nodded and waved his hand, gesturing for several mystic cultivators to come forward and take care of them. Have you found the storehouse? Not yet. Duan Yu shook his head. With 2 consecutive huge explosions, I reckon that the nearby zombies will be attracted here. Arbor nodded. Continue searching. She tugged at Mo Lian's hand and pulled him to the side. I need to adjust my breathing for a bit. Alright, I'll watch over you here. Seeing her sit down, Mo Lian also found a slightly flatter rock to sit down beside her. The crumbling earth walls around them had already gradually stopped moving. The entire city lord's manor had now been reduced to rubble. Arbor turned her head and said softly to the little treant on her shoulder, Qiu, integrate my other secret inheritance realm into the star domain. Alright. Qiu loved doing this kind of thing the most. In the past, other than the main star, there were 4 other largest planets in Master's star domain. Each of them could completely surpass the vast area of Paradise Planet. But now, nothing could be opened. Fortunately, Master's cultivation had already risen to level 14, so he could do more things in the future. Master, you're already level 14. In the future, you'll be able to throw some small living animals into Paradise Planet yourself. The two people didn't have anything to say in front of Emolian, so they discussed Paradise Planet's matters in low voices. Is that so? Although Arbor's face was stoic, she was extremely happy in her heart. Chocho seemed to have mentioned before that as long as her cultivation rose to level 13, she would be able to take animals into Paradise Planet. Now that she was a genuine level 14 profound realm, she could naturally do it. Master, you're awesome. During this period of time that Chocho wasn't around, you didn't lag behind your cultivation at all and even soared so much. So amazing. Chocho's string of praises made Xiaomu blush slightly. If De Yuan hadn't cheated her and forced her to cultivate in seclusion for so long, who knew what realm she would still be lingering in. Although the rapid cultivation talisman was quite a cheat, it was extremely beneficial for the path of cultivation. From this, it seemed that not all talismans were unacceptable in the world. Moreover, some special talismans would only become more and more crooked in the hands of evil people. Arbor closed her eyes and waited for Chocho to integrate Long Chuyun's secret inheritance realm into her Dantian star domain. This process was a little longer than transforming Paradise Planet, but compared to the pain of fusing with Paradise Planet for the first time, it was still bearable. An hour later, Long Chuyun's land of inheritance merged with her star domain. A tiny star that was originally beside Paradise Planet suddenly lit up. Arbor looked inside his Dantian. His eyes were filled with spiritual energy, and he suddenly entered the small star. Long Chuyun's land of inheritance did not change at all. The three thatched huts looked somewhat lonely on the vast planet. There was only a small row of trees in front of the door. After the entire secret realm merged with the star field, it had expanded more than 3 times its original size and was filled with dense profound energy. Arbor retracted his gaze and looked at Paradise Planet. When he saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. The entire Paradise Planet, after being partially transformed by the forest mystic realm, had now become so exquisite and beautiful. The peach forest was fluttering in the wind, and the lake was gurgling. Behind the peach slope was a clear cold pool, and beside the pool was a small house. In front of the door was a pile of rugged rocks. Outside the peach forest, several storehouses had been built to store supplies. Currently, she had 3 granaries, 2 vegetable storehouses, and 1 meat and poultry storehouse. The previous peach storehouse had long been filled. Another one had been rebuilt, and it looked like it was going to be piled up on the wooden beam again. Chocho had built 2 storehouses for medicinal ingredients, and the first storehouse was also almost full. The 100 herb garden encompassed 50 mu of medicinal land on Paradise Planet. Chocho had named this herb garden after it. Outside the herb garden was another 100 poison valley, which was filled with poisonous flowers and herbs. Xiao, the poison-tailed butterfly queen, led a flock of little butterflies to wander about inside. It was quiet behind the peach garden slope. The newly built maple pavilion that Chocho had built for her was standing on the slope. It had even planted the longevity tree and that mutated peach tree over there. The 2 trees were in full bloom, and the slope was quiet and secluded. Arbor's mind stirred, and she tossed a large batch of elementary herbs into Paradise Planet from her storage talisman. She had Chocho build a random elementary herb storehouse and pile it up. With Chocho's control over the wood spirit, it didn't take much effort to build an elementary herb storehouse out of wood. It was done in a few breaths. It also built an empty storehouse for her while it was at it. It said with a chuckle, "Why don't you move all the messy supplies in the 2 carriages in front of the door into this storehouse?" Arbor nodded. She remembered that the supplies in the 2 carriages were things that she had hurriedly asked second uncle to get for her in the beginning. There were all kinds of fruits, meat, vegetables, and seasonings inside. Apart from that, there was also second uncle's wine, some basic medicine, gauze, and so on. In the future, you can use this carriage whenever you want. Remember to find a few more horses to put in. I've already taken a good look at the terrain. I'll build you a farm in front of the magnetite mine. What do you think? Make it a little further away. That's for sure. We can't let these 4-legged beasts ruin the Paradise Planet that we worked so hard to build, Chocho said cheerfully. Chocho chuckled merrily. I'll enclose them and make a large farm so that they won't wander around. If by any chance some blind cow or pig jumped out and trampled on their 100-herb garden, then Xianxia would die of heartache. Arbor was in a good mood. She had a goal in the future, and she had to find more animals that hadn't mutated to take in. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about cutting off the supply of meat and poultry for a long time. Now, her paradise planet was truly thriving, and she had everything she needed. To put it bluntly, even if the entire Seacone planet were to explode and be destroyed, she could hide in Paradise Planet with her friends and family and live out the rest of her life peacefully. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. She didn't want that to happen. She still hoped that the lives of the people outside would get better day by day. Before the next night Cawbird made a move, eliminating it as the source would probably bring a ray of light to this gloomy world. Withdrawing her inner sight, she turned her gaze to Imo Lien, who was staring at her. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Lien, when we're done here, let's go to Paradise Planet and take a look. It's so beautiful now. Alright. Xiaoqiao, did second uncle finish planting all the seeds that he collected earlier? Qiaomu turned her head to look at the little tree ant that was clambering up her shoulder. Yes. Look, now the medicinal field has expanded to 50 mu, compared to 30 mu before. I planted everything I could. Isn't it great? It's really great. Arbor wasn't stingy with her praise. Xiaoqiao knows the habits of plants like the back of his hand. He's really helped me a lot. Master, as long as you're happy. Xiaoqiao shouted while dancing with joy. Besides, I don't have to waste any effort. I can just summon more Treant clones. Arbor raised her hand and stroked the 5 tender leaves on his head. And it's not just those seeds that second uncle gave me. There's also the seeds that City Lord Luge of Shuang City gave me last time. They've basically all been planted. The little Treant swayed its leaves and called out softly, Master, what else do you want Xiaoqiao to plant? Arbor couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to say that there wasn't anything else to plant, but his mind suddenly moved. He raised his finger, and a seed appeared on his fingertip. He handed it to the Trent's branch. What seed is this? It looks like a spirit tea seed. When Imo Lien heard that, her eyelids suddenly twitched. She coughed lightly and said, Is it that seed that you picked up from the House of Treasures last time? It's that time when I picked up 5 million. Little sister gave it to me. Arbor nodded. Imo Lien, she suddenly wanted to laugh. This little guy was too funny, a random seed that he picked up was actually a spirit tea seed. What's a spirit tea seed? Is it useful? It's useful. The little Treant Xiaoqiao nodded furiously and said, Once the spirit tea tree is planted, you'll have spirit tea to drink when you enter the spirit realm in the future. Not only will it help you cultivate in the spirit realm, but most importantly, it can subtly improve the entire mystic domain. In other words, Master, if you plant the spirit tea tree, when the time comes, the entire Paradise Planet might evolve from the mystic domain to the spirit realm. Don't you think this change is big? No matter how ignorant Arbor was, he knew that the mystic domain only produced mystic energy, while the spirit realm could produce spirit energy. Naturally, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Xiaoqiao, can you really grow the spirit tea tree? Xiaoqiao patted his Trent's head. Of course, don't you know who I am? But if Little Earth wakes up, that'll be even better. With its sacred soil's nourishment, I guarantee that this spirit tea tree will grow into a small tree in 2 or 3 days. Now, he could only plant it first and let the great Xiaoqiao speed it up to see if it could grow a seedling first. Ball. Arbor grabbed one of his Trent's claws. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoqiao looked excited and intoxicated. Wow, little master keeps praising Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao is so happy that I'm about to fly. Remember to do a good job. Arbor flicked him. Are Xiao Shui and the others awake? No. Xiaoqiao shook its head. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a behemoth-like gorilla following behind Qing Luan. His pair of bean-like eyes immediately became round. Wow, Master, who is this baboon? Master. Qing Luan transformed into a little chick and rushed towards her. Oh, while you were away, I even picked up a giant ape and an egg. Little Tree was speechless. Shock, shock, shock. It had only been a few short months since he last saw his master. Why had there been a few more strange people by his master's side? They were all here to fight for Xiaoqiu's favor. Ow ow ow. Xiaoqiu, don't howl like a wolf. Arbor patted his trance head. Bring Qingwan and the others back to Paradise Planet first. Xiaoqiu responded reluctantly and stared at the giant ape. It wants to go in too. Bring it to Senior Xianji's small house. The giant ape clearly understood, and Little Black's eyes lit up slightly. Arbor glanced sideways at Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu, let me ask you something. Didn't you mention black spirit jade to me before? You should have some on you. Xiaoqiu immediately extended 2 small tree branches and repeatedly waved its hands. No, Xiaoqiu doesn't have anything. When Arbor saw its guilty look, she knew that something was amiss. She pulled a taut face and tried her best to make her lips curl into a smile. She stepped forward and hooked one of Xiaoqiu's tree branches. Xiaoqiu ah. Master is telling you. Master only needs 997 pieces of black spirit jade. The rest is all yours. The sapling looked at her with a stupefied expression. Why the hell did these words sound so strange? If it didn't hand them over, not only would the rest belong to it, all of it would belong to it. No. Master, Xiaoqiu is very poor. Xiaoqiu flipped its 2 small tree branches over to express its helplessness and poverty. On the side, Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh when she saw this interaction between the adult and child. Xiaoqiu, I'm not asking you to hand over the black spirit jade now. I just want you to do me a small favor. Lend the black spirit jade to Master for a while. When we find the black spirit jade mine, I'll give it all to you. But what if we can't find it? Xiaoqiu quivered and repeatedly shook its head. Master, I only have a little over 100 pieces of black spirit jade. They are all used to replenish and save lives at critical moments. Xiaoqiu? The sapling widened its small black eyes. It suddenly turned around and pointed its tree butt at her. I am leaving, Master. I just remembered that I need to go in and regulate my breathing. Only then can I stabilize my realm. Goodbye, Master. Then, without another word, it pulled Qingwan, the little fat squirrel, and the large ape back to Paradise Planet. Leaving behind a helpless Arbor, she shook her head and said, Egg, I've already tried my best. Looks like you still have to find the black spirit jade yourself. Master, why don't you also let me go to that whatever Paradise Planet? I sensed a very dense mystic energy on that treant. Arbor thought that it made sense. The dense mystic energy on Paradise Planet would also help the phoenix egg hatch. Why don't I refine 2 mystic gathering pills for you to help you hatch? Egg, Master, do you think I can eat pills in my current state? That's right. Arbor coughed lightly and immediately changed the topic, calling out to Xiaoqiu, drag the egg to Paradise Planet. After everything was settled, Arbor simply turned off the chattering of the little ones on Paradise Planet. He looked up at Mo Lian and tilted his head. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not long at all. Mo Lian reached out and pinched her little nose. She leaned closer and whispered, I'm really curious now. I wonder what Paradise Planet has become. When Arbor thought of that beautiful mystic domain, his little face couldn't help but relax. He leaned closer to Mo Lian and said, It's beautiful. Cough. An untimely cough came from beside the 2 of them. When they looked back, they saw that Gai Duanyu had unknowingly squatted beside them. He also lowered his voice and asked curiously, What Paradise Planet? Arbor patted his head and said, I'll take you there when I have the chance. Duanyu, Mo Lian held back his belly full of laughter as he pulled Xiaomu to her feet. On the other end, he heard a teammate shout, Found it, found it. Everyone, quickly come over. Everyone cheered and ran over in high spirits. Sure enough, Jiaozhong Base's underground storehouse was right below the tunnel. Brother Axe led a few people to dig up the storehouse. It was as big as 2 small plazas. See you tomorrow, everyone let out wow sounds one after another. Their eyebrows and mouths were all full of smiles. This trip was truly worth it. Not only did they clear out the majority of the zombies in Jiaozhong Base, but they also reaped such a bountiful harvest. The underground storehouse was basically filled with stored grain. Fruits and vegetables were very scarce because they were difficult to store. There were some basic medicines, but not a lot. Upon seeing this, Arbor glanced at Mo Lian. Bring all of this back to the Mo Kingdom capital. 2 months' worth of stored grain will be enough. With so much food stored up, Lord Song of the Ministry of Revenue would probably cry a lot again. But there's so much. Even if we fill up all of our inner worlds, we won't be able to bring it back. We'd better use carriages to escort it back, a female mystic cultivator said worriedly. Brother Axe nodded. That's right. How about we take a stroll around the city and see if we can get a few carriages? Forget it. The zombies probably tore apart all of the living creatures in the city. Where are we going to find horses? Haha, with our Jojo here, this bit of supplies is nothing. Liang Qingqing laughed heartily and hugged Arbor's shoulders. She patted her and said, Come on, Jojo, throw out the storage talismans. Arbor couldn't help but find it amusing. She looked up at everyone and said, Go and fetch some grain. Brother Axe stuttered, but we were paid for this trip. What a blockhead. Hurry and go pack. It's fine if everyone packs 100 or 200 caddies. Consider it an extra reward. Everyone performed well this time. Duan Yu waved his hand, dismissing the jubilant team members to pack the grain. Most importantly, the team members were very obedient and didn't show any idiots. They worked together to complete a beautiful mission with 0 casualties, so Arbor was actually very pleased. On the other hand, the 4 superhumans in the team were a bit embarrassed. After joining the team this time, they actually didn't contribute much and even received everyone's protection and care. It was simply too comfortable to follow this kind of team. Arbor's group, Situi, Liang Qingqing, and the others gathered together and exchanged a few words. It was only after the team members happily finished packing and returned that Xiao Mu flung out several dozen storage talismans, storing everything in the storehouse and handing it all to Mo Lian. Minister Song must be overjoyed. Mo Lian shook her head in amusement. So many bad things have happened, so just let him be happy. Xiao Mu looked up at the sky aloofly. It seems like it's going to rain soon, a female mystic cultivator said softly. A string in Xiao Mu's brain seemed to have been pulled taut in an instant, stretching taut with a bang. Rain? It's raining. Mo Lian and Duan Yu also shouted in unison. The 3 of them looked at each other and understood that they were thinking the same thing. This is indeed a good idea. TSK. Eldest Qin clapped the fan in his hand and nodded as he muttered to himself. Situi, who was standing at the side, also understood. His eyes widened in shock. Is that really the case? Hey. You guys, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Liang Qingqing poked Situi and looked at them in bewilderment. Someone injected zombie poison into Jiaozhong base. You mean, these zombies didn't appear by chance? But man-made? Eldest Qin's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but laugh. You didn't just find out, did you? Liang Qingqing was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she nodded, That's right, I just found out. She really wanted to burst into tears. Everyone was smart, but she was so stupid, everyone couldn't help but laugh as they glanced at her. Junior sister Liang, we're talking about why Jiaozhong base's water source was destroyed. That's because someone secretly took advantage of the rain to throw corpse poison down from the sky and mix it with the rain, Situi explained. So that's how it is. Liang Qingqing looked like she'd come to a sudden realization. She abruptly turned to Mo Lian and asked, Your Highness Crown Prince, then won't the other fortifications also be invaded like this? If there's a first, there'll be a second. Mo Lian coldly said, Right now, the most important thing is to pass down the order that it's best to put up a protective barrier over all the water bodies. This would definitely require a lot of effort. Some poor fortifications might not have large defensive mystic artifacts or the like. Right. Liang Qingqing nodded like a chick pecking at rice, especially those pawns in the city. They're the easiest to manage. First, control them. It doesn't seem like there's any use just having people standing guard over there. We need to add a protective barrier. Or maybe build a roof or something. I can provide some protective talisman arrays. They can last longer than a protective barrier. Currently, they can last about half a month, Arbor said with a nod. Junior sister, then I'll have to trouble you too much. Liang Qingqing nodded gratefully. This was for the sake of all the common people in the Mo Kingdom. Liang Qingqing simply couldn't imagine what kind of hell this world would become if they completely lost every clean water source. That definitely won't happen, Arbor said with a resolute expression. She'd already experienced it once. The water source had turned into filth, and many people had died of thirst after losing their water source. This kind of death was extremely despairing. Protect the water source. Everyone clenched their fists and roared with high fighting spirit. Protect the water source. Eldest Qin chuckled as he looked at everyone. All right, we've rested enough. Did you guys feel it? After the previous 2 earthquakes, many corpse puppets rushed here. Although there aren't as many as before, there are at least hundreds and thousands of them. Then let's fight. Everyone was in high spirits. Let's go up first. Everyone nodded. Just as they walked up from the underground warehouse, they bumped into more than 10 members from Rice City. When they saw the people from Arbor, their expressions changed slightly. They quickly ran over and looked at the underground warehouse. Soon after, a few of the valiant members among them started cursing, F***CKU. They didn't even leave us a single grain of rice. Isn't this too immoral? Of our 200 members, only a dozen are left. In the end, we didn't even get a single grain of rice. How are we going to hand in the quest when we get back? This mission to clean up and collect supplies at Jiaozhong base had actually caused 90% of them to lose their lives. The rest didn't even get a single hair. How could they accept this? Eldest Qin's eyes flashed, and he laughed mockingly. Who told you to be short-handed? Who can you blame? You guys. Callie was just about to step forward when she was pulled back by the leader of Rice City's operation team. The leader was in his 30s and wore a suit of green armor. The leader was in his 30s and had a burly figure in green armor. While speaking to Mo Lian and the others, this person spoke extremely quickly, rattling off everything like a bamboo tube. Everyone, I believe that everyone came to Jiaozhong base for the same purpose, to carry out this cleanup and material collection mission. We set off from Rice City and were besieged by many zombies here. Now that we finally broke free, we sacrificed 90% of our team members. Then shouldn't everyone be a little friendlier to us? Even if you don't give us half of the supplies, at least give us 1/5 or 2/5 of the supplies so that we can bring them back to Rice City to complete the mission. Otherwise, this is too unreasonable. TSK, a female mystic cultivator in Arbor's team, snorted disdainfully. Please, we're not running a charity. We're all here for a mission and have nothing to do with each other. You're making it sound like we owe you. That doesn't make sense, right? Friend, what you're saying, leader, why are you being so long-winded with them? Callie suddenly took out a carved token from under her skirt and waved it in front of everyone. Jiaozhong base was originally Rice City's territory. All the supplies belong to Rice City. Now, I order you to hand them over, or else. Oh. I'll go. A small commotion came from Rice City's team. Just as Callie was blabbering on, a middle-aged team member suddenly pounced from behind and hugged Callie from behind. He opened his mouth and bit the back of her neck. Oh, oh, oh. Rice City's team members cried out in horror. Heavens, this person has mutated. The leader turned around and chopped off the head of the team member who had pounced on Callie with one slash. All the Rice City team members scattered in all directions, leaving a large empty space in the middle for Callie and the leader. Carly covered the back of her neck, which was stinging with pain, and let out a piercing shriek. Don't be nervous. Just as the leader was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Arbor's team from the corner of his eye. They took up their stances and aimed at Callie, ready to attack. Don't attack, don't attack. The leader gestured for everyone to stop. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. It's fine. He'll be fine. You're lying to yourself. Brother Axe roared, someone in your team has mutated, but you've been kept in the dark. No, that's not it. Cut the crap and kill this woman. No, don't attack, don't move. The leader stepped back while protecting Carly. He glared at Axe's brother and the others. What are you doing? Didn't you see that she was bitten? She'll mutate soon, okay? Liang Qingqing frowned. You're not helping her, you're harming your entire team. We have a way to suppress the zombie transformation. The leader roared. Shang, come out. At the back of the Rice City team, a girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old walked out. She had 2 braids and her cheeks were flushed red. That girl bit her finger and grinned foolishly. She stared at Duanyu in a daze, looking like she couldn't pull her gaze away and couldn't walk anymore. Arbor's team all turned to look at Duanyu. The latter was originally leisurely fanning his raven bone fan, but his handsome face stiffened when he saw that girl's infatuated gaze. Eldest Qin snickered mischievously. Oh, you've hit it off just like that. Jojo. Duanyu immediately hid behind Arbor. The little fellow extended 2 fingers and compared the distance and direction of their line of sight. Suddenly, she raised a small hand to block Duanyu's front and hollered, "What are you looking at?" Now that she was standing in front of everyone, it felt like she had someone to rely on. Although the little lady was petite, her image immediately grew taller in everyone's eyes. Situ-Yi twitched his mouth and threw Duanyu a look of disdain for being a good-for-nothing. Then, he stepped forward and asked, "Leader of the Rice City team, are you trying to tell us that Miss and Shang from your team can help suppress the zombie poison's mutation?" "That's right." The leader nodded and glared fiercely at the love-struck Shang. "Hurry! Treat Callie." Shang foolishly glanced at Duanyu a few more times and was kicked twice by the leader before reluctantly retracting her gaze and walking to Callie's side. "The wound is here. Shang, hurry up." The leader pointed at the back of Callie's neck where she was bitten, indicating for her to act quickly. Shang smacked her lips and reached out to place her right hand on the back of Callie's neck. Everyone saw her right hand emitting a faint glow, and their noses were instantly filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. Wow. A female mystic cultivator from Arbor's team sniffed and commented, "What a rich medicinal fragrance." Standing next to Qiao Mu, Mo Lian's eyes flickered, and he only glanced at that girl called Nikhang before retracting his gaze. "You've never seen an apothecary before, right?" the leader of the Rice City team said smugly to Arbor's team. "It's normal that you haven't." "What apothecary?" Brother Axe and the rest had indeed never heard of apothecaries. After all, apothecaries had always been very rare superhumans, so it was normal that they hadn't seen them before. "Superhumans." The leader pointed at Shang and exclaimed loudly, "She's in our team. The only apothecary." Unlike those pill alchemists who painstakingly practice pill refinement, apothecaries like Shang are born with a unique medicinal effect. Axe's brother and the others looked at each other in dismay. The female mystic couldn't help but ask in confusion, "You mean that she can save those mutated zombies?" An uproar broke out in Qiao Mu's 100-person team. Did the appearance of this so-called apothecary come to save all the humans on Seacombe planet? Don't listen to his nonsense. Arbor's voice was indifferent, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. If it can really cure the corpse poison, then that member of their team wouldn't have mutated just now. Everyone thought that it made sense, and they all looked at the leader suspiciously. The leader stammered and hurriedly said, "Although we can't completely eradicate it now, as long as Shang's special ability evolves slightly, then, Brother Axe and the others hissed at him. "You're screwing your teammates over, do you know that?" they all shouted at the same time. "You're the one whose head was kicked by a donkey. If you can't get rid of them, does that mean they will go crazy in the team at any time? You still don't know how to learn your lesson." "Enough." Mo Lian suddenly spoke up. "Ignore them. We'll set off immediately and head to Rice City first." "Captain, it's bad. Several hundred to 1,000 more zombies have arrived outside. They're closing in on us." The Rice City team leader's expression changed, and he hastily grabbed Callie's wrist. He took the token from her hand and waved it in front of Mo Lian and the others. "Although I don't want to do this, this is Rice City Base's token. Seeing this token is equivalent to seeing the city lord. I order you to hand over all the supplies you've gathered." Everyone rolled their eyes at the sky in unison. "Hey, Punk, are you here to be funny? Brother Axe looked at the level 10 mystic cultivator in front of him and snorted disdainfully. These people were definitely crazy. Otherwise, why would they want to snatch supplies from them when they were facing a formidable enemy? A few shrimp soldiers and crab generals dared to spout nonsense in front of their 100-man team of great mystic cultivators. Who exactly gave them such courage? Mo Lian didn't waste her breath on him and directly fished out a black token from her sleeve. She waved it in front of the team leader. The Mo capital fortification has confiscated all of Jiaozhong base's supplies. If there's anything, have your city lord talk to me. The Rice City team leader's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Of course, he recognized the token in Mo Lian's hand with a dragon claw imprinted on it. That was the highest Mo capital base's token. Puffing sounds came from outside the crumbling earth wall, and a dozen zombies appeared in front of them at the same time. Go, 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 go. Go. The Rice City team leader could only temporarily give up on collecting supplies and lead the team in running. Liang Qingqing couldn't resist snickering. She shook her head and said, "Where did they find this weirdo? How can he be the captain like this?" No wonder the entire team was almost wiped out. Let's go. Mo Lian pulled Arbor's small hand and also led the team out of the collapsed city lord's estate. Along the way, everyone frequently looked back and used mystic energy to dispose of the zombies that wanted to approach. They had already encountered tens of thousands of zombies before, so these several hundred to 1,000 zombies were simply a piece of cake to them. In order to dispose of the zombies as quickly as possible, the 100-man team automatically formed 20 small teams. Every 5 people formed a team and cooperated to kill the remaining zombies. Fighting and running at the same time, they quickly left the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. That woman called Carly has been poisoned. I have to find an opportunity to deal with her. Liang Qingqing extinguished one of the corpse puppets behind Situi with a burst of profound energy. With a sweeping kick, she swept the other corpse puppet away. Dozens of profound energy simultaneously struck the corpse puppet's head on the ground, turning its head into a hornet's nest. Boom! A streak of lightning flashed across the horizon. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. It's going to rain. Arbor tightened his grip on Mo Lian's hand. He had a bad premonition. Do you think they'll do it again? Very likely. We have to get to Rice City base before the storm. Mo Lian called out and summoned the Golden Dragon 7th Yen. The members of the 100-man team immediately lined up and jumped onto the back of the Golden Dragon. A few members of the Rice City team cried out excitedly, "Wow, it's their mystical beast. Their mystical beast is actually a legendary dragon." "Oh my god, you're wrong. It's not a mystical beast. It should be a sacred beast, a golden dragon. Quick, quick, let's follow them. This golden dragon's speed must be very fast. We'll definitely be able to return to the city before the sky turns dark." Just as the members of the Rice City team took a step, they heard a dragon's roar and the golden dragon swung its tail. The Rice City team members! These people actually abandoned them and ran straight back to Rice City. Damn it, Callie touched the wound on the back of her neck and said to the team leader, "Zhonghua, even if they reach the entrance of Rice City, they might not be able to enter." That's right. Another person cried out indignantly. He turned around and suddenly roared in shock. Suddenly, he was grabbed and pressed down by a zombie that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Bam! The man and zombie fell to the ground like a human pyramid, causing a series of screams. Callie hurriedly jumped onto a mystic beast summoned by the team leader, Zhonghua. The two of them yelled at the other team members, "Let's go." There were less than 10 people left. They hurriedly abandoned the team member who was being pressed down by the zombie and hurriedly fled. "Save me, save." The member of the Rice City team managed to pull out a bloodied and broken palm from the gap between the zombie's bites. He gradually fell weakly to the ground. Arbor sat beside Mo Lian and looked at the chaos below. Then, he blocked out the screams of the Rice City team members. These people are really funny. Arbor shook his head and said. That team leader, in what way did he look like a truly responsible and capable leader? Going on a mission was simply a joke. Mo Lian reached out and stroked his waist. He squeezed gently and said, "Jojo, I'm just worried about you. What do I have to worry about? Arbor turned to look at her. But speaking of which, after this battle, I realized that my body is still quite weak. When facing a spirit realm expert, the weakness of my body was revealed. Silly girl. Emolienne smiled and shook her head. After all, you haven't broken through to the spirit realm. The strength of your body naturally can't be compared to a spirit realm expert. There must be a way to improve it. She looked at him with bright eyes. For example, she could refine a few body forging pills suitable for her. Or, Master, I have a bone forging pill here. Do you want to try it? At this moment, Cho suddenly interrupted her thoughts and communicated with her spiritually. Master, this bone forging pill is a little fierce. You might feel uncomfortable for a while after taking it. But after 3 days, your bone marrow will definitely be greatly improved. If it's so effective, why didn't you give it to me before? Cho mumbled, how could Cho take it out in the past? Furthermore, with Master's previous cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a powerful bone-forging pill. In that case. Arbor thought for a moment and said, well, let's talk about it when we get back to the capital. There was no need to mention Little Seven's flying speed. She brought everyone to the entrance of Rice City in the evening. Contrary to leader Zhong Hua's expectations, Rice City didn't stop them from entering the city. In fact, when the Crown Prince revealed his identity, the guards were so shocked that they rushed in to report. When Rice City's city lord heard that His Highness the Crown Prince had personally come, he was so scared that he pissed his pants. He hurriedly led everyone to welcome him. When City Lord Sun led everyone into the City Lord Manor and was ordering people to serve their meals with an obsequious smile, the rain that had been struggling for a long time finally came pouring down. Emolienne walked to the window and lifted the curtain with her slender fingers to look outside. Arbor quickly walked to her side and stuck out his little head to take a look, but he suddenly grabbed his little hand. Arbor blinked and asked curiously, what did you see? No. The rain was quite heavy this time, and the chilly drizzle seeped into the window. A silver-threaded cloak appeared in Emolienne's hand, and he draped it over Xiao Mu before pulling her to the table to sit down. I'll go out to take a look later. Stay inside and don't come out. However, Arbor shook her head and said, I also want to go out and take a look. Emolienne paused as he held her hand. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden knock on the door. He turned around and dryly said, come in. A string of servants walked in while carrying plates of food. They bowed submissively and respectfully before placing the food on the table one by one. Your Highness, do you have any other orders? Emolienne waved his hand to dismiss them before holding Arbor's small hand and saying, it's raining heavily, so I'll go take a look first. I'll call you out if there's any movement. You were injured today. He pulled her into his arms and said softly, don't make me worry anymore. Arbor pursed her small mouth and nodded helplessly. Stay here and eat. Emolienne grasped her small hand and planted a light kiss on the corner of her forehead. Afterwards, he let go and smiled faintly at her. After standing up, he quickly walked outside. The moment Prince Emo left, he called out to the next room, Duan Yu, what are you waiting for? Duan Yu heaved a long sigh and flashed to his side. You never call me when there's good news, but you always bring me with you when there's bad news. I say, where are you guys going? I'm going too. Situi also hastily dashed out of the room and caught up with the two. Arbor propped up her chin with one hand and picked up her chopsticks to poke at the dishes. She casually moved her chopsticks a few times before glancing at the rain outside the window again. Actually, that small injury of hers, Arbor gently lifted a corner of her clothes and looked at the smooth patch of skin on the left side of her waist. She was also a bit puzzled. It was obvious that the old witch's fire dragon tail had swept across this area before, but before she could apply any medicine on it, the wound had mysteriously disappeared by itself. She had asked Cho if this was the effect of its wood spirit's endless growth. However, Cho also felt that this was a little strange. It said that even wood spirits couldn't repair themselves so quickly. At the very least, the wound would have to wait until tomorrow to heal. But now, without her knowledge, the wound had healed on its own. In addition, Arbor did not feel anything wrong with his internal organs that were injured by the black double-headed crow sound wave. He should have been cured as well. That's pretty weird, alright? She propped up her chin, picked up a piece of braised pork that looked pretty good, and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed for a while, then frowned and spat it out. The meat was dry and unpalatable. The moment he ate it, he could tell that the ingredients were not fresh anymore. But in this day and age, it was good to be able to eat and drink like the mayor. Arbor had never been picky about food. But this red braised meat was too disgusting. She picked a few vegetables with her chopsticks, and after eating, she felt a little sleepy. After a few consecutive battles today, she had used up a lot of her profound energy. She originally wanted to lie down casually on the bed and continue to pay attention to Emolian and the rest's movements in the middle of the night. Who would have thought that she would actually fall asleep carelessly? She slept all the way until dawn and did not even wake up in the middle of it. When she woke up, it was already late in the morning. When Arbor sat up from the bed, she had a dazed look on her face. It was only when she heard the door creak open that she turned her head around in a daze and looked at the two servant girls who came in through the door. Didn't she say that she would personally subdue the night cobbards? How did she fall asleep? Arbor's short-circuited string was pulled back, and the two maids also came forward while shouting. Crown Princess! Crown Princess, you're awake! Arbor looked at them with a blank expression and nodded mechanically. Where's the Crown Prince? Crown Princess, you don't know. Last night, His Highness the Crown Prince, together with 3 young masters with extraordinary skills, killed 8 strange birds. When the young maid mentioned this, her face was flushed red, as if she had killed those 8 night cobbards. Another person cupped her face and said with a love-struck expression, Heavens, such a big commotion in the middle of the night last night had awakened everyone in the city. The heroic bearing of the 4 young masters on the city gate tower was simply too impressive. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly. I'm asking you where the Crown Prince is. What the hell are you blabbering about? Arbor got off the bed and ran to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Crown Princess, do you know how powerful His Highness is? His Highness broke the wings of that strange bird that was cawing with his bare hands and pulled it down from the sky. That's right, that's right. That zither young master is really good. Are you guys done being love-struck? Arbor grabbed one of the young girls who was holding her face and slapped his head heavily on her head. I'm asking you where the Crown Prince is. This voice was soft and crisp, and the sound almost broke through the 9 heavens. After half a cup of tea, the maid pouted and held her head that hurt from the slap. She led Arbor all the way to the back garden of the city lord's mansion. After yesterday's rainstorm, the rain washed the ground clean. Lustrous water droplets hung on the treetops and branches. At a glance, the world seemed to have been washed a bit brighter. After bringing Arbor to a small moon-shaped arched door, the maidservant pursed her lips and poked her head inside. His Highness ordered that no one is to disturb him. He and the other young masters are inside. Arbor rolled up his small sleeves and turned his head to point at the many women hanging on the outer wall. He asked in shock, what are they doing? F***ck, are these women crazy? Why are some of them holding banners in their hands? You came to the city lord's mansion to demand payment? What debt collector? Crown Princess, you don't know. At the mention of this topic, the young maidservant's voice became softer and softer. With a flushed face, she said in a love-struck manner, last night, His Highness the Crown Prince and the 3 young masters rushed up the tallest tower of our rice city like the wind and fought a fierce battle with those strange birds. His skills are really too cool, okay? Arbor raised his hand and slapped the back of the maidservant's head. Get to the point. They saved all the citizens in the city and are now the best husband candidates in the hearts of all the young girls in Rice City. They have now been conferred as Rice City's 4 great handsome men by the girls and have successfully leaped to the top of our Rice City's 10 great handsome men ranking. Arbor snickered, but soon after, her little stoic face tensed up. And then, she freaking still couldn't hold it in and started laughing uproariously. The maidservant leading the way was a bit dumbfounded. She stared at her blankly and asked, Crown Princess, are you unhappy that His Highness is so popular? This smile was probably a fake one, right? Otherwise, how could she smile so stiffly? It was like a fake smile. She was probably fuming mad on the inside. Arbor, Rice City's 4 great handsome men, ha 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 ha. What a great honor. Arbor's figure flashed, brushing past the maidservant as she walked towards the small arched door. The two city lords' estate guards guarding the door jumped in fright and hastily shouted, "Who goes there?" When they saw that it was Arbor, they hastily cupped their hands at her. Greetings to the Crown Princess. This humble one did not see clearly that it was the Crown Princess. His Highness has instructed that unrelated people are not permitted to approach this rear garden. Arbor waved her hand and directly ran towards a place in the rear garden, following their auras. She ran past the rockery and winding corridor, and when her figure brushed past the vicinity, she involuntarily slowed down. Before her was a scene of withering branches and yellow leaves, but the four people in this scene truly made one unable to look away. The four great beauties of Rice City were currently sitting under a half-withered tree, sipping tea and chatting. Mo Lian and Duanyu were both dressed in snow-white robes, each holding a jade cup. Situi was dressed in black, and he was fanning himself from time to time. Eldest young Sir Qin was dressed in an enchanting purple robe, and together, they truly gave off a picturesque feeling. It felt like even under a withered tree, they were also ethereal. Situi was the first to see Arbor running over, and his eyes brightened as he stood up and walked towards her. "Little junior sister, you're awake." When Arbor saw him, she instantly recalled the title of the four great beauties of Rice City and couldn't hold it in anymore. This country bumpkin title was truly too hilarious. She pointed at him and tried her best to keep a stoic face, but she instantly burst into laughter. In Situyi's shock, the folding fan in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Duanyu flashed over and excitedly ran to her side. "Jojo, why are you smiling at Situyi and not me?" Just as he was about to hook her sleeve, Mo Lian swiftly ran to his wifey's side and anxiously carried her over. He reached out to rub her small face and sternly said, "You're not allowed to laugh." Vexing, how could she laugh so happily in front of another man? He reached out to caress her little face again. "Laugh when we get home." Xiaomu retracted her smile at once, but when she met Mo Lian's phoenix eyes, she couldn't hold back her laughter again. Mo Lian's eyes couldn't resist smiling, and he reached out to pull his wifey into his embrace and pat her. "What is it? Quickly tell me, which idiot made my Xiao Xiao so happy?" "Lian, you become the number one of the top 10 handsome men in Rice City. Other than that, the four of you have also been crowned as the four great beauties of Rice City." Arbor laughed out loud. Eldest Qin's eyes flickered as he looked at Arbor. He pointed at himself with his folding fan. "We?" Arbor nodded repeatedly. He couldn't restrain the smile in the corner of his eyes. He looked at Mo Lian with curved eyes and said, "I'm a little curious. I wonder what the other 6 handsome men in Rice City look like." "Alas, isn't that simple? Just get someone to bring them here." Situi was a clown, and he casually added, causing the other 3 to glare repeatedly at him. Situi, F***ck, he was indirectly admitting that he was one of the 10 great beauties of Rice City. "Let's talk about that strange bird from yesterday instead," Mo Lian said softly as he rubbed his wifey's face. Arbor looked at him and said while stifling his laughter, "There's a large group of women outside hanging on the wall to look. They want to witness the elegance of the four great beauties of Rice City." Eldest Qin choked on his tea. Duanyu took a deep breath and waved his hand to shout, "Someone come. Go invite the people on the 10 great beauties of Rice City here." The original 10 people on the ranking list of Rice City's 10 great handsome men were all invited into the city lord's estate's back garden. This action immediately caused the girls hanging on the outer wall to shriek and shout crazily for a while. However, when Mo Lian and the others saw the true appearances of Rice City's 10 great handsome men, their handsome faces nearly contorted from anger. These 10 people dared to rank with them as Rice City's 10 great handsome men with their appearances? Ah, pooh, pooh, pooh. They weren't some Rice City's 10 great handsome men. Among the 10 people, other than the delicate scholar with his nose in the air who looked like a dog, the other 9 were simply ugly and unbearable to look at. However, seeing how Jojo was so amused that she couldn't stop laughing, they didn't feel like bickering with these repulsive people. After admiring them for several minutes, Mo Lian waved her hand and had the people chase these handsome men out. Not long after, the royal guards ran in and excitedly reported that those young girls hanging on the wall had all gone to chase after Rice City's 10 great handsome men with amorous feelings. Situi spat out a mouthful of tea and then pretended to leisurely wipe the corner of his mouth. Cough, it looks like our MO Kingdom Capital's 10 Great Handsome Men ranking is the true ranking without any exaggeration. Eldest Xianxia shook his head while fanning himself. Right, I'd rather be ranked on the same level as second Qin. I don't want to be ranked on the same level as those repulsive melons. Duanyu quickly poured himself a cup of tea to calm his shock. Don't you guys agree? Situi and the others nodded repeatedly, expressing great agreement. When eldest Qin turned around, he discovered that the little stoic was no longer smiling. She had switched back to her original stoic face and was expressionlessly looking at them. Why did he feel like this child was so funny? Let's talk about what happened last night. You guys showed off your skills and charmed all the unmarried young girls in Rice City. It was such a big commotion, yet she fell asleep. Thinking about it now, she really wrung her hands. The four of them twitched their mouths. We did slaughter 8 night cowbirds. Mo Lian held her small hand and said, however, we didn't obtain any more useful information. We couldn't find any clues from those night cowbirds. Qinda chuckled. It's not a secret if it can be found so easily. The reason why a secret was because it was well hidden. How could he reveal himself so easily? Everyone was speechless. Arbor tilted his head and glanced at Mo Lian. Don't worry. Just instruct the various fortifications to make preparations. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Mo Lian nodded. Alright then. We'll leave this afternoon and return to Guanlan. Arbor's paralyzed little face instantly revealed a lively teasing expression, which fell into Mo Lian's eyes and almost stunned him. Aren't you going to stay here and enjoy the glory of being one of the top 10 most handsome men in Rice City for a few more days? Thank you. Situi speechlessly added, right now, I feel that the Mo Kingdom's 10 great handsome men are more suitable for me. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. How dare you stop me? He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. A familiar voice was heard, and they all exchanged glances. Judging from this voice, it seemed to be the leader of that Rice City team, the one called Xianxia. Situi poured another cup of tea for them and looked up at the arched door, only to see that leader leading his team over in a flurry. The few of them exchanged glances and raised their heads to see Xianxia, the leader of the group, charging over noisily with 9 people. We actually let you enter the city without a hitch. The leader glared at Arbor's group. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Eldest Xianxia tapped the folding fan in his hand. You're not so naive as to think that we're still waiting in line outside the city, right? You. What exactly do you want to say? Situi asked the leader curiously. Xianxia. City Lord's son hastily rushed over upon receiving the news and looked awkwardly at his eldest nephew. Xianxia, don't be rude to His Highness the Crown Prince's group. Leader Xianxia was taken aback, and his gaze shot towards Mo Lian's group again. It turned out that the group from the Mo Kingdom capital really had such a powerful background. However, he was unable to swallow his previous indignation. Uncle. I didn't want to say it at first, but the team that the Crown Prince brought was truly too much. Ignoring the incessant looks that his uncle, City Lord's son, was sending him, Leader Xianxia rambled on endlessly. Uncle, you don't know how infuriating they are. Not only did they plunder all of Jiaozhong Base's rations, but they didn't bring us along with them. They actually didn't bring us along on the return trip and left us at Jiaozhong Base. We were almost besieged by hundreds of zombies. Didn't your Rice City team head to Jiaozhong Base for a cleanup mission? Arbor interrupted him and said indifferently, if you can't even clean up several hundred zombies, then what are you going to do? Do you want to take a stroll? You. The leader was enraged. Xianxia. City Lord's son reprimanded. Don't be rude in front of the Crown Princess. You brought more than 200 people out, but less than 10 have returned. Are the lives of your teammates not worth their lives? Arbor glanced indifferently at Callie, who was behind the leader. Grab her. Ah. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? 2 black-clothed shadow guards immediately appeared next to Callie and pinned her arms behind her back. Deal with her. No, you can't deal with me? What right do you have to punish me? Carly widened her eyes in horror and kept struggling in the hands of the 2 secret guards. You're talking about qualifications with me when your infection period will end in less than 4 hours and you're about to mutate. Xiaomu looked at her exasperatedly. Then, he turned to look at Zhenghua. I think you need treatment for your brain. You brought something that could explode at any time back to the city and placed it in the city lord's mansion. Do you want Rice City to become the second Jiaozhong base? No, that's not true. Zhenghua was a little anxious. He turned to look at City Lord Sun's incredulous eyes and hurriedly explained, Uncle, don't listen to her nonsense. She doesn't know anything. As for Carly's injuries, we've already contained them. With Aishang around, there won't be any problems. The foolish girl named Aishang bit her finger as she smiled at Duanyu. Her smile made Duanyu's hair stand on end, and he shrank back into the group. Are you stupid? There won't be any problems. Then why did that man in your group suddenly jump out to bite people and mutate? Liang Qingqing couldn't bear it any longer and bellowed at Zhenghua. Zhenghua, you can't be that muddle-headed, right? City Lord Sun looked at Carly in horror and involuntarily shrank back. Uncle, nothing will happen at all right? Zhenghua retorted impatiently. Capture them all. Mo Lian's frigid words stupefied the remaining members of Rice City's team. Take them all out for inspection. If there are any problems, deal with them on the spot. Prince Mo's icy voice caused the hearts of the Rice City team members to tremble violently as they felt a chill in their bones. And you? The Crown Prince turned around and pointed at City Lord Sun, who was trembling incessantly like a quail. Appointing people based on nepotism. Don't you know how much this nephew of yours is worth? You actually let him be the leader of Rice City's team and lead a group of people to their deaths? City Lord Sun only felt that misfortune was upon him, and his body went limp as he knelt on the ground with a thud. He repeatedly begged for mercy, Your Highness, please quell your anger. From now on, you are no longer the City Lord of Rice City's fortifications. Immediately send people to take over all matters here and complete them by today. Yes. Huifeng bowed and immediately strode out the door, leading people to take care of these matters. City Lord Sun collapsed on the ground, dumbstruck. Everything had been fine up until just now. It was over. Everything was over. His nephew, Zhenghua, was also completely stupefied at this moment. When he came to his senses, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and he immediately started making a fuss and yelling, You can't do this, you can't. What does this have to do with my uncle? You are using public office to avenge private wrongs. Eldest young Sir Qin slapped Captain Zhenghua's head with his fan and winked at him with a smile. Do I need to use public office to avenge private wrongs against you? He shook his head and walked out, thinking that this fellow's brain was seriously lacking. The farce was quickly dealt with. The new City Lord who replaced City Lord Sun was a swift and decisive character, and he was currently furiously dealing with the mess left behind by his predecessor. It was fine if he didn't deal with it, but once he did, he got a shock. The Crown Prince's prophecy really came true. This City Lord Sun truly appointed people based on nepotism. The family's 7 aunts and 8 aunts who had been separated by 8 lifetimes had more or less basked in City Lord Sun's glory. There were many drawbacks, but the new City Lord was quite nimble. With the Crown Prince holding the fort, the new City Lord waved his machete and cut the Gordian knot. Mo Lian and her group, who had originally planned to leave this afternoon, were delayed for an entire night because of the replacement of Rice City's City Lord. On the second day, everyone bade farewell to Rice City and flew to the Mo Kingdom capital, Guanlan City. Moreover, under the leadership of the various city lords, the various fortifications of the entire Mo Kingdom capital, large and small, also began to strictly guard and reconstruct the water region. While flying high in the sky, he saw that the nearest water vein had completely turned black. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. If Xiaoshui woke up, he could try to improve the water quality here. But now, for the time being, there was nothing he could do. 3 days later, everyone returned to the Mo Kingdom capital uneventfully and smoothly. The Crown Prince's horse did not stop to rest. Upon returning to the Mo Kingdom capital, the first thing he did was to order people to surround the Fan residence. The crime was to assassinate the Crown Prince in Jiaozhong base. This was a very serious crime. The entire Fan clan was greatly shaken, and they were surrounded by the dragon saliva guards overnight. Not even a fly could escape. The captain of the dragon saliva guard, Yu Xiao, personally led a team into the Fan clan to search for Fan Xiuhe. However, Fan Xiuhe had long fled without a trace with Fan Gu. Family head Fan wanted to cry but had no tears to shed as he dealt with the huge mess Fan Xiuhe left behind. All day long, he begged people to help him mediate. He sent out many good things, but the results were minimal. When Arbor returned home, Wei Ziqing nagged him a lot. She said that neither of them was reliable. The wedding was just a few days away, but he was still nowhere to be seen. It made her anxious and angry. Arbor returned home at night. Except for Qiao Zhongbang and his wife, no one else was alerted. The next morning, when the family was having breakfast, second uncle, Xiao Hu, and Xiao Mu found out that she was back. This was the first time Arbor saw second Aunt Ren after second uncle's wedding. She looked 24 or 25 years old. She looked smart and capable, and she walked with the wind. "This is Jojo." Second uncle had a smile on his face. It seemed that he had been living well these days. Ren stepped forward, took Arbor's hand, and gave him a greeting gift. Then, she smiled and exchanged greetings with Arbor. Only then did the family sit down and have breakfast happily. These days, Ren had adapted to the rich breakfast of Qiao Mu. In addition to white porridge, red bean porridge, and meat buns, there were also 4 kinds of pastries for breakfast today. The Qiao family didn't have so many rigid rules when eating. The family chatted as they ate, just like an ordinary family. This made Ren like the atmosphere of this family very much. Eldest uncle and sister-in-law were kind people. Her husband was a few years older than her and was considerate and honest. After getting along with her stepson these days, they also got along very well. Therefore, Ren really had nothing to be dissatisfied with. She was even very grateful to her mother for having a good eye and choosing such a good family for her. "Sister-in-law, Jojo's wedding is just a few days away. Sister-in-law, you're very busy. Remember to ask me for help. Although I haven't been married for long, I can still help with some chores," Ren said with a smile. Okay. I'm really busy these days. It's best if you can help me." Wei Ziqing nodded happily. She now saw that this sister-in-law was good in every aspect and couldn't find any fault with her. Madame Ren happily agreed. Xiao Lin stirred the red bean congee in her bowl with a spoon and muttered softly, "Big sister, you'll be living in the palace from now on. I don't know how long it will be before we meet again." Qiao Zhongbang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard this. Ahem, other than the period when your sister is cultivating in seclusion, when else can she be idle at home? Xiao Lin thought about it and agreed. Her little face relaxed as she giggled and said, "Elder sister, then I'll go to the palace to play with you every few days." Arbor nodded. Wei Ziqing couldn't help but laugh. "You're still looking for your sister every few days. Even if your sister doesn't find you annoying, your brother-in-law will." Xiao Lin pursed her lips. "I'm looking for my sister. Why would my brother-in-law be annoyed? When the time comes, we can just ask my brother-in-law for a pass. We don't need him to lead the way." Wei Ziqing was both amused and annoyed as she poked her daughter's forehead. Arbor looked at the mother and daughter pair with a faint smile in her eyes. "In the past few days, did Zhou Yuan's family come to cause trouble again?" Arbor asked absent-mindedly. Qiao Zhongbang shook his head. "They came the day after you left. After I sent people to chase them out, they never came again. Hey, but speaking of which, Jojo, do you still remember the little fatty from the richest family in our village, Zhou Tao?" Arbor stared blankly. "Father, you saw him?" "Of course." Qiao Zhongbang sighed when he mentioned this. "He's now a servant of Zhou Yuan's family. I even saw him a few days ago." Wei Ziqing sighed. "He's as skinny as a monkey. He's like a monkey. He's so skinny that it's scary. He was such a fat baby back then." Wei Ziqing shook her head. Arbor didn't think too much about it. Zhou Tao was already a thing of the past. She took revenge on him for kicking her down the slope when she was young. A few days after her rebirth. If her father hadn't mentioned him, she would have forgotten about this person. She remembered that when she was on the way from Shijiao City to the capital, she had encountered this person who had gone crazy from hunger and raised his knife to kill people. He was a sedan bearer before, and now he was a servant. It seemed like his life hadn't been easy. However, he was considered smart to be able to survive until now as a normal person in this chaotic world. Now that she heard his name, he was just a stranger to her. She didn't feel sad or happy, and her emotions didn't fluctuate. After the meal, Arbor returned to her room. The Ministry of Rites had sent people to deliver wedding clothes and jewelry, and she needed to try them on one by one. However, after trying them on for a short while, the young lady kicked off her shoes and lazily went back to bed. When Xiaoyao entered the room and saw her little crown princess' lazy appearance, she couldn't help but be amused and annoyed at the same time. "Crown princess, you've only tried on a few pieces of jewelry. Why are you lying down already? Have you tried on the wedding clothes?" "I've tried them." Arbor scrambled up from the bed and looked at her with bright eyes. "Xiaoyao, if you marry my brother Xiao Hu, you'll be my sister-in-law in the future." Xiaoyao glared at her with a red face. "Nonsense." "How is it nonsense?" The little crown princess pursed her lips. "How about this, we'll first get used to how we address each other from now on. I'll call you eldest sister-in-law. How about you call me eldest sister-in-law?" Xiaoyao was so embarrassed that her face burned. She rolled her eyes at her, took the wedding dress and walked out. "Crown princess, you've lost a lot of weight recently. I'll ask them to change the waist of this wedding dress." With just a few words, Xiaoyao, the chatterbox, was scared away. Arbor cheered and lay down on the bed. His little hands and feet spread out, and he didn't move at all. In reality, he was talking to the little tree in his mind. Master, do you want to take a bone-forging pill now? I spent a lot of effort to get it from the main planet. In 3 days, I guarantee that your body's toughness will reach a whole new level." "As if I'd believe you." Arbor shook his head. "You said 3 days, so it's definitely more than 3 days. I'm getting married in 4 days. We can't allow anything to go wrong. If she ate the bone-forging pill now, if she didn't finish forging on the day of the wedding, wouldn't she be in trouble? Could it be that he still had to carry her out of seclusion? She couldn't care less about the dignity of the royal family. She didn't want her little face anymore, there was no need to rush. She could wait for a while before forging. The little tree said, "Hey, master, what if someone comes to make trouble on the day of the wedding? Once you finish forging your body, you'll have a higher chance of winning. Forge now." If the little tree was in front of her now, she would definitely give it a few slaps on the head. She was going to get married, not to fight. Besides, the crown prince wasn't just for show. Who would dare to make trouble at the crown prince's wedding? "Alright, don't encourage me to do something unreliable." Arbor made the final decision. "Let me tell you. I don't have much, but my main strength is that I'm very reliable." The little tree. "Are you sure that's your strength? You scammer, go do what you're supposed to do. Don't bother me." Arbor was lazing on the bed and waved his arm in disdain. She suddenly thought of something. Before the sapling retreated, Arbor asked, "Where's the egg? How has it been these few days?" "Not too comfortable." Speaking of this, the sapling was a little angry. She didn't know where that egg came from, but it was always like a big boss. The moment it came, it occupied the frigid pool and didn't let anyone in except for that baboon. "The egg enslaved me." The sapling was indignant. "He made me build a fence around the frigid pool for him. He even hung a sign called Phoenix Garden or something." Arbor was speechless. Why did it sound like a brothel? The frigid pool is useful to him? Of course it's useful. The spiritual energy in the pool is dense, and I suspect that black spirit jade might be buried there. Xiaomu scrambled up from the bed. "Are you serious? Otherwise, why would he be so eager to occupy the frigid pool these few days? And not let anyone in?" It made sense. Arbor felt that the sapling's analysis was right. She had previously suspected that there might be another world under the pool. Otherwise, where did the frigid star sand come from? "Master, go in and kick the egg out now." "Forget it." Arbor collapsed back onto the bed. "Let him stay for a while, he's also pitiful." After following her for so long, he was still just an egg. Are little water, little earth, and little snake awake? No, the sapling said angrily. When his companions woke up, the first thing he would do was to get them to beat up the egg, the sapling thought secretly. An egg actually made his little master's heart soften. This wasn't a good sign. Master, do you like the egg more than Xiao? The sapling asked pitifully. No. Arbor stiffly replied, don't think too much. She liked big and fierce beasts like the chestnut, and she also liked the snow leopard that she summoned for Emolien. But what was the use of liking them? They weren't hers, she only had cute things by her side. So angry, she didn't want to talk to Little Tree anymore. She turned over and rolled herself into the quilt, planning to have a good afternoon nap. However, the Little Tree was still nagging. Master Silver, has your talisman master level increased? Yes, I'm a yellow rank great symbol master now. Arbor was somewhat happy when he thought of this. Occasionally, she would wonder where the golden talisman jade tome that changed her life came from. She hugged the blanket and rolled around. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. Master Silver, does that mean you can draw yellow level talismans? Of course, let me tell you. Arbor suddenly slapped his little head. Xiao, I drew a god-inviting talisman, but I've never used it before. Go ahead and use it. Xiao simply ran out of Paradise Planet and turned into a little treant, squatting on her shoulder. Master, this god-inviting talisman sounds really powerful. I also feel that it should be quite impressive. Xiaomu responded uncertainly. With a flick of her finger, an ebony talisman appeared in her hand. With a light swipe of her finger, she activated the talisman, an invisible talisman energy spread out and burst into her body. The two of them widened their round eyes and held their breaths as they waited. 5 minutes later, there was nothing. 15 minutes later, there was still nothing. The two of them stared at each other with their watery eyes. It's okay, Master. Maybe the Supremes are busy right now and don't have time to come to the lower star sector to play. Haha. Don't be discouraged, Master. Arbor, Master invites you to the living room. Arbor's heart ached at the thought of wasting a deity-inviting talisman that she painstakingly drew. She walked out listlessly and grumpily asked, who's here? It's the Mu family's 7th master. It's him again. Anger surfaced in Arbor's eyes. She hadn't even had the time to settle the score with him, yet he came running here on his own. There was a path to heaven, but he refused to take it and insisted on barging into hell. Kill him. A little poisonous person in Jojo's heart flaunted her prowess and hooted. She slammed the door shut behind her with a bang. Inside Miss Xiao's boudoir, a warm ray of sunlight slowly flowed onto the dressing table. As the little fellow walked, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This talisman patrician family simply had a grudge with her in her past life. Nothing good would come out of running into them. That Fangu was clearly from their family. Otherwise, how could she possibly have something like a teleportation talisman matrix? So infuriating, the Mu family's 7th master actually dared to appear in front of her after doing such a vicious thing. The angry little thing entered the living room with its defensive barrier activated, and everyone was stunned by its sudden appearance. Mu Jingrui's eyes flickered. Jojo, what are you doing? I'm going to beat you to death. The little fellow extended her hand, and a handful of attack talismans appeared in her palm. Come out. She couldn't fight in the living room and break the furniture. You. Mu Jingrui's lackey, Old Bai, angrily looked at Arbor. Absolutely impudent. Jojo. Xiao Zhongbang also called out to his daughter rather awkwardly. Come back. Don't make a scene. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Arbor looked up and waved at Mu Jingrui. Come out. What did I do? Mu Jingrui calmly walked out of the Qiao family's main hall and arrived at a small empty space in front of the door. You harbored a grudge against me when I refused to return to the Mu family with you last time. I went to Jiaozhong base to carry out a mission, and you sent someone to kill me. Do you have proof? Mu Jingrui raised his brows and looked at her with a spurious smile. Does the teleportation array count as evidence? That middle-aged woman called Fan Gu has the teleportation glyph formation of your Divine Land's Mu family. Arbor sneered. Impossible. Mu Jingrui stubbornly shook his head. Not everyone has a transportation talisman matrix. Even in our divine province's Mu family, there are only a few people who can obtain a transportation talisman matrix. Including you. Arbor gave him a cold look. Senior White was puzzled as he listened from the side, and after a long time, he finally understood. He was immediately angered to the point of stomping his feet and jumping up as he roared furiously. You little bastard, are you doubting our seventh master? Arbor glanced at him and stomped on the ground as well. However, her stomp caused the stone slabs on the ground to roll up and line up into a long line, aiming for Lao Bai's face. Old White. Mu Jingrui's expression froze. He immediately threw out 24 defensive jade talismans that surrounded Old White. Arbor stuck a teleportation talisman on himself. Damn it, he actually teleported to the back of the house in an instant. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly as she jumped out from behind the house. She took out a ferrule from her conscience and swung it at Mu Jingrui's head. Mu Jingrui couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This child's prejudice against him was gradually deepening. He didn't even know how to properly communicate with her anymore. Spiritual power trembled around him, and he immediately repelled the little fellow's ferrule. This fellow only used a bit of spiritual energy to send her ruler flying. Arbor could only twist her body in midair and tightly grab onto her ruler. Her toes lightly tapped the air as she flipped and landed in front of Mu Jingrui. Jojo, listen to me, alright? Mu Jingrui helplessly lowered his voice. You're long-winded. Arbor impatiently glared at him and took a step back. Don't come to my house again in the future. Seeing you guys annoys me to death. You darn girl, how can you not know what's good for you? Old Bai was also enraged. Do you think we have to shave off our heads to invite you home? We're doing this for your own good. Don't forget that your surname is Mu. You're a child of the Mu family of the Divine Continent. For my own good, for my own good. Whether or not they're sincerely doing this for my own good, I can tell from their eyes. These two big liars still want to deceive me? Scram. Arbor kicked straight at Old Bai's mouth. In his fury, Old Bai crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself. Xiao Mu's kick landed on his bulging arm, and her feet were frozen in place by the spiritual energy he was emitting. It was as if her feet were glued to his arm, and she was unable to pull them off for a while. Arbor angrily glared with her round eyes. She fished out a handful of poisonous powder from her sleeve and was about to scatter it to smoke the old man. Old Bai's eyes suddenly flashed, and he abruptly pushed her outwards. Old Bai! Mu Jingrui cried out in alarm. Old Bai actually used 70% of his strength to repel Jojo. This was bad. Arbor was pushed and jolted by this old fellow's spiritual energy. She hastily added 3 more water spiritual barriers outside her protective barrier. Even so, she still felt the chi and blood in her chest churning from the spiritual energy rushing at her. Her small body had long been uncontrollably sent flying by Old Bai. Her back crashed straight into a tree in the courtyard, and the tree immediately bent and fell to the ground with a crack. This old fellow was really quite strong. Looking at the situation, his great spiritual master rank was probably above the middle-aged woman, Fangu. Stinky girl, you need to know that there's always someone better out there. Don't be a frog in a well and be ignorant. Senior White laughed coldly and said, Our divine prefecture's Mu clan is willing to take you back, yet you actually dare to make all sorts of excuses. Why don't you think about the consequences? If you really offend the Mu family of the Divine Land, what do you think your adoptive parents will do? Old White. Mu Jingrui was anxious to interrupt Old Bai's speech, but Old Bai waved his hand and interrupted him instead. Seventh Master, this little girl has been spoiled rotten. She clearly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just treat it as me advising her on behalf of her biological parents. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of Qiao Zhongbang and his wife changed. The Mu family of Shenzhou has gone too far. Mu Jingrui hurriedly cupped his hands at Qiao Zhongbang and his wife. Please don't be angry. Jojo has some misunderstandings about our Mu family right now. I hope that you can help persuade her. Boom. A wooden vine as thick as the mouth of a bull fiercely smashed next to Old Bai's feet. Old Bai was startled. He looked up and saw a figure gliding across the sky, suddenly arriving in front of him. The spirit-binding rope drilled out from under his sleeves and climbed up Old Bai's hands, swiftly tying them around his tanned wrists. Arbor tugged on the rope from the other end, and Old Bai's wrists were suddenly firmly bound by the spirit-binding rope. He hurriedly clapped his hands, trying to break free from the rope. However, the spirit-binding rope could even bind that guy Duanyu, let alone Old Bai, who was merely a great spiritual cultivator. Old Bai was caught by the spirit-binding rope, and he angrily kicked his leg toward Arbor. Arbor grabbed the rope and also extended a leg, colliding with the old fellow's leg with a bang. F***ck, even his bones hurt from the collision. Xiaomu started to regret it again. If she had not listened to the deceitful tree and consumed the bone-forging pill, perhaps her body's toughness would have greatly increased, and it would not have been so strenuous when fighting Old Bai. Bang! 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 The two people swept their legs several times in succession. After a dozen or so kicks, our dear Xiaomu abruptly retracted her small leg and grimaced in pain as she rubbed her bruised leg. Just as she angrily shook her leg and bent down to rub her aching leg, she suddenly felt a warm, gentle feeling. Suddenly, he could clearly feel a trace of warm air flowing under his skin. Wherever it passed, the pain of his broken bones seemed to ease a lot. She couldn't help but be taken aback. While she was in a daze, Old Bai, whose hands were bound, had already leaped in front of her. His hands clenched into large fists and smashed toward her head. If this hit landed, Arbor would definitely vomit blood and collapse to the ground. This old fellow truly acted quickly and viciously. Mu Jingrui quickly flew up to stop him. Old Bai! Stop right there. Arbor threw out 60 defensive talismans around his body, forming a defensive talisman array. Old Bai's descending fist was blocked by Arbor's talisman array, so it didn't actually land on her head. But even so, Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqin, who were watching from the side, felt very alarmed. Their hearts were about to jump out of their chests along with their daughter's every move. Before Xiao Zhongbang could shout for help, several black figures landed beside them like specters. Xiao Zhongbang took a closer look, and his heart calmed down slightly. These young men should be the secret guards that the crown prince left for his daughter. Seeing them now, Xiao Zhongbang and his wife felt a little relieved. You just used my parents to threaten me, didn't you? Arbor stared coldly at the white-haired old man in front of him, his eyes filled with an eerie chill. I'm not threatening you, the white-haired elder said coldly. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. After all, the Mu clan of the Divine Prefecture isn't something that you commoners from the lower star fields can resist. Arbor sneered, who are you trying to fool? If you people from the upper 3 provinces want to come to Seekong planet, you'll have to take some unorthodox paths. It's simply impossible to teleport on a large scale. Otherwise, the Heavenly Tao will be the first to not let you off. Arbor said coldly. Damned girl, you know quite a lot. Old Bai rolled his eyes and said coldly, you even know about the Heavenly Tao. Arbor snorted and suddenly flipped open his palm. Green vines spread out from one side of his palm, and water spirits sizzled out from the other side. He threw 2 types of spiritual energy at Old Bai at the same time. Old Bai was a little bewildered. His hands were tied, so it was inconvenient for him to fight. He could only raise his leg and sweep it forcefully in the air. The green vine in Xiao Mu's hand immediately coiled around one of Old White's legs. Abruptly exerting force, Old White's leg was forced to fall forward, and a crisp crack resounded. The gazes of everyone present became strange as they looked at Senior White. Old Bai's face flushed red. This was, his pants splitting open at the back of his butt. Old Bai's face flushed bright red, and his lips trembled in anger. He stammered for a long time without saying a word, but his gaze toward Arbor became increasingly gloomy. Just as Old Bai was about to launch an attack, Xiaomu kicked out first, landing on his left arm. Her body shot up, and she twisted the spirit-binding rope to hold onto both his hands as she stepped onto Old Bai's shoulders in an instant. Old Bai helplessly raised his hands high, his face turning even more purple and black. You guys probably don't know one thing. Ever since you guys came to find me last time, as a precaution, I secretly ordered people to destroy all the hidden special passageways or things like spatial transfer talisman matrices in the Mo Kingdom capital. Wantonly destroying these passageways meant one thing: people from the middle 6 prefectures or the upper 3 provinces could no longer visit the Mo Kingdom capital as they pleased. Once those special passageways were destroyed, it would be very difficult to construct another one within several years. As for the spatial talisman matrices, that was even easier to handle. She had already thought of a way to get it done once and for all. Only she and Mo Lian knew about this matter. Even Duan Yu and the others were unaware. Mu Jingrui's pupils involuntarily contracted when he heard this. Was it like that? This girl could actually be so ruthless and terrifyingly meticulous. Reportedly, the advancement passageway recognized by heavenly law opens once every 10 years. I think you guys can only return through that normal passageway. Arbor sneered. However, you shouldn't have to wait too long. At most, it should be 3 months. Of course, you guys can also take advantage of this passageway that opens once every 10 years to bring more people to our Seekong planet. Arbor stood on that old man's shoulder and expressionlessly gazed at Mu Jingrui. His voice was bone-chilling ice from the netherworld. The prerequisite is that you can hide it from heavenly law. 10 years. Only 10 years' time. I will let all of you clearly know. There is no distinction between upper, middle, and lower. When I step onto the divine province, it will be the day you demons and monsters pay the price in blood. Mu Jingrui's pupils contracted fiercely. He didn't know what kind of feelings he was currently feeling. The young lady before him stood high above on Senior White's shoulder, and she looked at them with an icy cold gaze that was arrogant and indifferent. It caused him to have the indescribable feeling that everyone seemed to be insignificant in her eyes at this moment. He suddenly realized that perhaps it was because of his recklessness that the little girl in front of him was getting further and further away from the Mu family of the Divine Land. 10 years was enough to stir up a storm. Perhaps she didn't even need 10 years. White suddenly sneered, "Ignorant brat, don't be so arrogant. 10 years? Not to mention 10 years. You won't even have 10 minutes. He had decided to kill her. This little girl was too antisocial and hard to control. This kind of girl, no matter how high her talent was, it was impossible for her family to use her. He believed that the old patriarch would definitely understand his painstaking efforts. If such a person existed, it would be a threat to the eldest miss and eldest young master. With this girl's temperament, she would definitely not be willing to be inferior to others. What a pity. A little prodigy was about to lose her life here. A person's life was so short. The path of growth was filled with thorns and loneliness. How pitiful. Her life had already reached its end. Senior White's eyes darkened as he looked up. Goodbye, little girl. You won't have a tomorrow. You can't kill me. A cold glint appeared in Arbor's apathetic eyes. When Old Bai's entire body erupted with terrifying spiritual energy, sparkling and translucent snowflakes burst forth from her fingers and collided with the spiritual energy on his body. After several consecutive explosions, Mu Jingrui and the others were isolated outside. Try and see if I can kill you. Old Bai roared angrily. His hands tightened, but he still couldn't break free from the spirit-binding rope. He couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation, hating the lousy rope in his hands. Huh! Old Bai roared angrily and fiercely stomped on the ground. A thin layer of spiritual armor covered his chest. Following that, the muscles all over his body bulged, and his spiritual energy surged inch by inch. Mu Jingrui was shocked and madly rushed to his side. Old Bai! Stop it. I won't allow you to harm my niece. However, at this very moment, the defensive barrier around Old Bai had already frozen the surrounding air, directly creating a spiritual energy barrier in the small plaza outside the main hall. No matter how Mu Jingrui, Lightning, and the others frantically tried to destroy the spiritual energy barrier, it was to no avail. Die. The old man shook his shoulders, only to see the girl's figure floating in front of him. Her expression was grave as she covered her body with several layers of water spirit barriers. Was it useful? Old Bai couldn't help but sneer. He proudly shouted, "Today, let me teach you what the true difference in strength is." In an instant, a huge wave of spiritual energy surged toward Arbor's head. Xiao Zhongbang and his wife used their feeble strength to pound the defensive barrier constructed from powerful spiritual energy. This tiny amount of strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It didn't budge in the slightest. Inside the defensive barrier, the huge wave of spiritual energy formed a huge transparent palm. It blotted out the sky as it slammed down toward Arbor's head. Mu Jingrui rapidly consumed the talismans in his hand, intending to break the old man's defensive barrier. Unfortunately, Old Bai's strength was on par with his, and their realms and cultivations were similar. He couldn't break through the barrier at all. Under this palm, Jojo was about to be smashed into meat paste. A fat squirrel the size of a small mountain suddenly blocked in front of Arbor. Before the white squirrel could slap it with its tail, the sky was filled with peach blossoms. They swirled and danced gently, landing on the heads of everyone present. Their clothes were stained with peach blossoms. Arbor didn't understand what was going on. He wiped the peach blossom petals on his little head and looked up at the sky. Everything was going well, so why was there a peach blossom rain out of nowhere? Could it be that the little white squirrel was playing on the peach blossom tree on Paradise Planet and brought it out when it came out? However, there was no end to the peach blossom rain. How could the white squirrel bring out so many peach blossom petals? The white squirrel Chocho looked innocently at its little master. It looked up at the sky with its master, and a red dot suddenly appeared in its eyes. As the red dots continued to fall, the figure gradually revealed itself. Under the sky full of peach blossoms, a person in a red robe fluttered in the wind. Holding a pink peach blossom umbrella that only covered one person, she floated down from the sky. Pink peach blossoms umbrella. Right, it was this kind of thing that made people sick of looking at it that appeared in Xiaomu's eyes. That person turned around. His androgynous little face was so beautiful that it was almost impeccable. Bang! He pointed a finger in the distance. Old Bai, who was originally immensely pleased with himself, suddenly flushed red. How is this possible? Lao Bai watched in horror as the spiritual energy he sent out bounced back and instantly circled around him. His body also rapidly expanded in the next moment, as if Lao Bai's eyes widened in shock. Why, he couldn't say a single word. Spiritual energy crazily surged in his Dantian's mystic domain, but it was still of no use. At this moment, Lao Bai already couldn't care less about the heavenly Tao. At this moment, he had already exploded with his cultivation as a peak level 11 great spiritual master, wanting to resist. However, it was of no use. In the end, all that was left in his eyes was peach blossoms? Bang! Lao Bai suddenly self-destructed in front of everyone, and all the energy was suppressed within the defensive barrier he had set up. Several loud tremors sounded in succession, startling everyone in the residence and causing them to run in this direction. The people outside the defensive barrier were also shocked by this sudden self-destruction. They all stared dumbfoundedly at Lao Bai's miserable appearance. Turned into scattered ashes, this was the true difference in strength. Arbor blinked and turned her head to look at the red-robed man who was holding a pink peach blossom umbrella and standing at the side with a smile. His figure was slender and beautiful. He really had an appearance that could overturn a city with a smile. He wasn't any worse than her emolienne. An illusion. It must be an illusion. How could there be someone in this world who could kill a great spiritual master with just a finger? She couldn't do it to such an outrageous extent. Xiaomu secretly twisted her small arm lightly. Immediately, she didn't feel any pain. She became more and more convinced that everything in front of her was an illusion. She walked out of the defensive barrier. The man with the pink peach blossom umbrella followed her gaze and blinked. Why did he feel like he was being ignored? That old ghost was already dead, and the defensive barrier he had set up also disappeared. Xiaomu smoothly walked out of that defensive boundary, and as soon as she walked out, Wei Ziqin hugged her and bawled her eyes out. Just now, it was really too dangerous. Wei Ziqin's heart almost jumped out. She thought that she might lose her daughter forever. Arbor expressionlessly patted his mother's back to comfort her. He looked up at Mu Jingrui, who was looking at him with a complicated expression, and coldly said, "You're still not leaving?" Mu Jingrui looked at her with a complicated expression and nodded. "I'll leave now." He was too ashamed to stay here any longer. The men he had brought with him had disregarded his orders and tried to kill his little niece. He was speechless. "Jojo, I hope you'll reconsider. There's one thing that Old Bai is right about. Having a powerful clan will definitely be beneficial to your future. Do you think I need that?" Arbor glanced at him coldly. Mu Jingrui couldn't help feeling bitter. That's right, a young genius who could draw the god-inviting talisman and invite the immortal venerable. Why would he care if others supported him or not? It was not necessarily a good thing that his little niece bore a grudge against the Mu family of the Divine Land. Lao Bai was too rash in dealing with matters. Jojo, I'll investigate the spatial talisman matrix you mentioned after I return. If I find out that it's really related to our Mu family, I'll definitely ferret that person out and hand him over to you for punishment. I hope you'll do as you say. Arbor glanced at him indifferently, not holding much hope in his heart. Because she was very clear that this person had concealed himself deeply from her previous life to this one. Perhaps Mu Jingrui alone could not deal with him. Arbor shook her head and turned to look at her sobbing mother, using a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Mom, she said softly, when I was in Jiaozhong base, I was chased by a group of people of unknown origins. At that time, I was besieged by more than a dozen people, and the situation was even more dangerous than it is now. I suspect that this pursuit has something to do with my birth. Arbor said mildly, looking at her mother with a sincere gaze. Mom, many times, it's not that the enemy will let us off if we take a step back. Mom, they don't want me to live well. They don't want me to appear in the Divine Mainland one day. They want my life. They want me to suffer for the rest of my life by every means possible. Mother, they're controlling me like a marionette, trying to ruin my life. Arbor hugged her mother's shoulders and stared straight at her. I can't retreat, you know? I have nowhere to retreat. I can only continue to survive by continuously fighting and advancing. Mom, don't be sad, because I'm already very clear that this is my life. From the moment I was born, this identity of the Mu family's daughter has not brought me any glory or brilliance, but indelible pain and disaster. Mom. Even so, you still want to maintain your silence and not tell me anything? Everyone stared at her in a daze. Especially second Uncle Qiao, brother Xiao Hu, Xiao Lin and the others. They were baffled and stared blankly at the girl in front of him. Jojo? What was Jojo talking about? What identity of the Mu family's daughter? Why was it that when her words were separated, they could understand each word, but when they were put together, they could not understand anything? Wei Ziqin hugged her and cried bitterly, her expression carrying a trace of remorse. She did not know that things would be so serious and that her daughter would have such a difficult life. Child, why come with me, come with me. Wei Ziqin suddenly stood up, pulled her little hand, and dragged her to the rear courtyard. Father, what's going on? Zhou looked at his father, Qiao Zhongbang, in shock. Qiao Zhongbang sighed. Come with me to the hall. It's a long story. Everyone ran away, leaving behind only the flowers on the ground, as well as, it was a slender man holding a pink peach blossom umbrella. Has this venerable one been completely ignored by everyone? A certain person muttered to himself before his figure disappeared from the courtyard. It was as if he didn't exist in everyone's eyes. When had his sense of existence become so weak, Arbor silently followed his mother all the way to the back of the ancestral hall. Pushing open the heavy door of the ancestral hall, Wei Ziqin took her little hand and walked into the main entrance of the ancestral hall. They walked around to a small room in the back hall. Qiaomu saw that there was only a lone memorial tablet erected there, and there was even a piece of cloth covering it. Kneel down, Jojo, Wei Ziqin said sternly. Arbor knelt down as instructed, silently kneeling in front of the memorial tablet. For a long time, mother and daughter did not speak. Actually, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you, child? Wei Ziqin sighed deeply. You're such a smart child. You've already guessed it, haven't you? Arbor did not speak, only staring straight at the cloth, as if trying to see through it to the name inside. Wei Ziqin lifted her hand to take down the cloth. Arbor's gaze then focused on the 3 large characters carved on the memorial tablet, Long Chiyun. It really was Long Chiyun. Arbor only felt a slight sourness in her little nose, and her eyes were filled with indescribable sadness. However, her gaze remained cold and still as she stared at the memorial tablet, not moving at all for a long time. She finally understood why her chest swelled uncomfortably and was filled with a strange sense of sorrow when she first saw the skeleton in the fiery red clothes in the land of inheritance. It turned out that it was actually the first time they met, 15 years. They didn't know each other when they met. She was the teacher who imparted the elixir inheritance to her, as well as her biological mother. Miss told me that the injuries in her body originally weren't enough to support giving birth to you, Wei Ziqing said in a choked voice. She used a very extreme method to give birth to you. So her body was even weaker than before. And at this time, her enemies came looking for her again. She had no choice but to entrust you to me. At that time, your father and I weren't married yet. Wei Ziqing thought of the past, only feeling that it was still vivid in her mind, but things had already changed. Your father didn't despise us mother and daughter. We met by chance in town. Wei Ziqing laughed bitterly. After that, your father brought us mother and daughter back to Quoto village. Your grandmother always had a thorn in her heart, feeling that it was mother who did something wrong to your father, and that's why she had you. Jojo. Your biological mother called you that back then. So from the beginning, Dad and Mom had always called her Jojo. At first, she thought that because she was the eldest, Dad and Mom just called Jojo out of habit. Only now did she know that it was because Dad and Mom knew that she was called Mu Qiao from beginning to end. Her nickname was indeed Jojo. Arbor knelt there without moving an inch. When Wei Ziqing saw this, her heart clenched. She reached out and stuffed half of the jade pendant with a red string into her daughter's hand. She hugged her daughter and cried, "Take it, okay? Jojo, this is what your birth mother left behind. You can blame anyone but her." Mother recognized the ring on your finger. Wei Ziqing looked up at the expressionless Arbor and said, "It's really the nature of mother and daughter. No matter how far apart they were, no matter how long they were separated. You guys just reunited without any reason, didn't you? So, when you heard that I knew how to refine pills, you were so happy that you opened the ancestral hall, saying that you were going to pay respects to the ancestors. Actually, you're just going to tell her that I've also become an alchemist. In the future, I will also be like her and become an alchemy grandmaster." Wei Ziqing nodded with tears in her eyes. "Mother, do you know who her enemy is? Who has been trying to take her life?" Wei Ziqing shook her head. "Mother isn't lying to you. Mother really doesn't know. I swore to young miss that I would never mention her name to you in this life. She hoped that you could be a normal person peacefully. However, how could her bloodline be normal when she was born? She didn't want you to go down a dead end and focus on revenge." Wei Ziqing hugged the girl and reached out to brush a strand of hair on her cheek behind her head. "Mother only knew. When young miss gave birth to you, she told me that she didn't have long to live. But mother really didn't know that she would actually set up an inheritance mystic realm and let herself die alone in the mystic realm." Wei Ziqing's voice choked with sobs. "Mom, didn't I tell you? Her inheritance mystic realm is set up on the mountain behind our Quoto village." Wei Ziqing was startled. She pursed her lips and shook her head. She probably thought that even if she died, she would still want to be a little closer to you. "Child, you are a concern that she can't abandon." Wei Ziqing held her daughter's hand and tightly held that half-jade pendant in her palm. "Believe Mom. As long as there is a sliver of hope, your biological mother wouldn't hand you over to me," Wei Ziqing said softly as she stroked her daughter's head. "So, don't hate her, okay?" "I don't hate her," Arbor said indifferently. Wei Ziqing's eyes filled with tears. "But you are so cold. Mom's heart aches when I see you. Mom, don't think too much. My mind is just a little confused for a moment." Arbor held her hand and said indifferently, "Mom, you swore to her that you wouldn't tell me the truth. But today, you personally broke this oath." Her mother valued promises so much. In her previous life, when her family was so poor, her mother had never thought of sending her, a burden, away. And her father, this honest and stupidly filial man, never thought of sending her away either. Are they stupid? Aren't these two stupid? Why didn't they send her away? They should have just sent her away and left her to fend for herself. In her previous life, she was the one who dragged their family down. It was her. It was her, this jinx. What does it matter? My daughter's safety is the most important. Wei Ziqing smiled with tears in her eyes. "After hearing all this, do you have any clues? Child?" Seeing her in a daze, Wei Ziqing reached out to shake her body. Then, she cried, "Child, you mustn't go down a dead end. You have to be clear about one thing. No matter what your surname is, you are Dad and Mom's child. Dad and Mom don't have much ability, but we will definitely do our best to protect you for life. Mother, I know. Arbor came back to his senses and wiped his mother's face with a handkerchief. You've always been a good mother. In my heart, you and Dad are my parents. There's no difference. Wei Ziqing burst into tears. She was both moved and emotional. Child, do you have any clues? Arbor shook his head and nodded. I suspect that the people who are targeting me are her enemies. But right now, I don't know who they are. Mother, don't worry. Your daughter isn't that weak now. She would protect the entire family, for sure, Wei Ziqing nodded. Alright, Mother believes in you. Mother, I want to stay here for a while longer. Arbor's expression was getting colder and colder. Wei Ziqing nodded. Then don't stay too long. This place is cold. Xiaomu hummed an assent as she watched her mother walk out of the ancestral hall's main entrance. Her mother's shadow on the ground disappeared from her sight. She didn't know how long she had been sitting alone in the ancestral hall. It seemed to have been so long that her breathing was fading. Only then did she slowly raise her head. She reached out to take the memorial tablet and hugged it in her arms. It was a very cold feeling. It was as if the coldness had penetrated the deepest part of her heart. She shuddered violently. Hugging Long Chuyun's memorial tablet, she muttered to herself, long time no see. 26 years and 15 years later, she finally found out that her biological mother was Long Chuyun. Her tears fell silently. I will say goodbye after the update. No matter how Long Chuyun wished for her to live a peaceful life, in reality, it was impossible for her to live a peaceful life. The group of people targeting Long Chuyun would not stop attacking her. She could only fight back in order to continue living. So, I'll have to disappoint you. She would eventually return to the divine continent and seek justice for her past and present lives. Arbor composed herself and walked out of the ancestral hall, returning to her room. But when she pushed open the door, she was a bit stunned. She went to the wrong room. Sorry, I went to the wrong room. The little fellow stammered and left the room. Then, she looked around with a dumbfounded expression, then looked at the room's door. That's right. This was her boudoir, but who was that man lying on the brocade couch in front of the window that she often used to read? Who are you? Arbor kicked the door open. The little fat squirrel sitting on the side couldn't help but cover its furry face. Just now, it had also courted disaster by asking this devilish man, but in the end, it was kicked out of the window by him. This tea is bland and tasteless. It doesn't taste good. Bring me the wine. The man who was lying on her brocade couch did not have a proper appearance. He crossed his legs and cast a sidelong glance at her. Scram! Our dear Xiaomu angrily roared. Where did this devilish man come from? He actually dared to barge into this darling's boudoir, and even openly lay on her soft brocade. This was simply outrageous. In the next moment, a certain person discovered that she had been flung out of the room with a flick of his sleeve. She staggered back a few steps. The little fat squirrel didn't know whether to laugh or cry on its furry face. It hurriedly jumped up and hugged one of the devilish man's arms, making a fuss. Great celestial supremacy, don't be angry, don't be angry. Master's memory isn't too good. Your memory is actually so bad at such a young age. The man muttered and glanced at the little girl who had angrily jumped in from outside the door. Who the hell are you? This guy was too powerful. She didn't see him move, but she was flung out of the room by him. The most ridiculous thing was that, combined with her scram just now, the result was, the one who scrammed out of the room was actually herself. Really, this darling was so angry. Master, master, master. The little fat squirrel hurriedly jumped onto her shoulder and nuzzled her neck, whispering, him. Lord Immortal. I don't know him. Arbor was baffled. A certain venerable immortal glanced at her with watery eyes. Suddenly, Chunhua smiled brilliantly. Do you want this venerable to help you remember? Arbor shivered inexplicably and quickly shook his head. No need. Then, do you remember who I am now? Arbor tilted his head and thought for 3 seconds. A certain venerable immortal suddenly flew over from the brocade couch and instantly arrived in front of her. His handsome face darkened as he roared, "Do you need to consider for so long? You're the guy who used a finger to make that old geezer from the Mu family in the courtyard self-destruct on the spot." Arbor's brain circuit suddenly came back, and she hurriedly shouted out. The fat squirrel clapped his little furry paws in surprise. "Master, you're awesome. I've been with you for so long, but this is the first time I've heard you say such a long sentence." There was no pause in between, and he didn't even pant. "Arbor, remove the word guy." The venerable immortal looked at her with a smile and said, "Little girl, you have the aura of the mystic domain on you, so you're definitely not an ordinary person." Arbor's entire body jolted, and she immediately looked at him warily. Even Mo Lian hadn't been able to tell that she had a mystic domain in her body. Who was this person, to actually be able to see through the paradise planet on her body? "Why are you glaring at this sovereign like that? So rude," he muttered, and suddenly reached out to grab her small hand. "Hurry up and take it out. You must have wine on you." "Why you? Where did you come from? You actually don't know where I came from?" The sovereign immortal glared at her angrily, and a slender finger nearly tapped the tip of her small nose. He said angrily, why you? You little muddle-headed bug." Our dear Xiaomu was instantly very angry. Growing up, people had always praised her for being smart, wise, and fair. Who would point at her small nose and call her a muddle-headed bug? This was simply preposterous. Cough. The little Treant really couldn't stand it anymore. He ran out of Paradise Planet and kicked Xiao, who was occupying her shoulder, down. He said softly, "Master, let me tell you. This is the sovereign immortal that you used the deity inviting talisman to invite over." "What?" Arbor was stunned. "Didn't you say that those sovereigns were all busy?" The little Treant hurriedly covered his eyes with 2 tree branches. How could he have known that the deity inviting talisman that Master used would only appear after such a long time? Arbor was even more speechless. She thought that her deity inviting talisman had been wasted. How could she connect this person in front of her with her deity inviting talisman for no reason? Arbor sized up this young man, and the other party's charming and enchanting eyes were also staring at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. His thin lips were moist and pink, and a lock of curly hair fell on his cheeks. His slender body leaned lazily against the door, leaning against it without any sense of propriety. She recalled that this person had landed in the courtyard with fragrant peach blossoms all over his body, and his red clothes were very eye-catching. And at this moment, he had actually changed into a set of pink clothes. No, he had also changed his hairstyle. Just now, his hair was not tied up, but now, he had changed it into long, curly hair. Could it be that every time he changed his clothes, he had to match it with a unique hairstyle? Oh my god, he's even more diligent in changing clothes than this girl, a thought flashed through Arbor's mind. Were you really invited by my god-inviting talisman? Are you the Peach Blossom Immortal Venerable? At least you know your stuff. The man nodded and looked at her as if she was a promising child. Child, what's your name? Arbor. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at her and suddenly laughed. Aren't you from a talisman aristocratic family? You're trying to trick me, right? I clearly heard them saying that your surname is Mu. Arbor's little face immediately turned gloomy. He immediately turned around and left. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was stunned and subconsciously blocked her. TSK, such a temper at such a young age. Okay. I'll call you Arbor, okay? How about I tell you my name, and you give me good wine? Aren't you called Peach Blossom? You're called Peach Blossom. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked at her speechlessly. Why did he feel that if he continued to argue with this child, he would be angered to death? As the two of them talked by the window, Lightning, who was squatting on the tree, hurriedly took out a communication jade talisman from his pocket and scribbled a few lines of words. Without another word, he reported to the Crown Prince. Your Highness, bad news. There's another man in the Crown Princess's room. You've been cheated on again. Those 2 members of the Fan Clan who attacked the Crown Princess probably left our Seekong planet through a special array. Huifeng was currently reporting the Fan Clan's situation in the study. According to the Crown Princess's explanation, that kind of spatial talisman array consumes talisman energy each time it's used. The further the distance, the greater the talisman energy consumption. If talisman energy can't be replenished in time, it can't be used multiple times. Huifeng coughed lightly and said, in this subordinate's opinion, those two members of the Fan clan probably planned their escape beforehand. They simply didn't think of turning back. Mo Lian closed the booklet in her hand and sneered, they got off easy. Your Highness, how should we deal with the members of the Fan clan? The Fan clan produced two degenerates who rebelled and plotted against the crown princess. It's family head Fan's fault for not properly disciplining them. As the head of the clan, he naturally has to bear the main responsibility. Go, behead family head Fan in public. As for the rest of the Fan clan, banish them all from the capital and never let them return. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes as she coldly ordered. He wanted to let all the forces in the entire Mo kingdom capital know not to provoke his little crown princess again. Huifeng's mouth twitched, and he nodded and cupped his hands. Yes, this subordinate will handle it right away. Mo Lian nodded, her expression faintly weary. These trivial matters were messy and very annoying to deal with. Suddenly, she felt the jade messenger talisman in her pocket heat up slightly, so Mo Lian took it out. Upon seeing it, she immediately jumped up from her stool. Huifeng had just left the room and didn't have time to instruct who to do what when he turned around, only to see His Highness the Crown Prince rushing outside in a flurry. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Huifeng, what was going on? Just now, the Crown Prince was still sitting calmly at his desk, dealing with matters. Why did he run off in such a hurry before 3 minutes had even passed? On the other side, Arbor took out a jar of bamboo leaf brew from Paradise Planet and placed it in front of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. He looked at him curiously and asked, how long can you exist? Little girl, you speak as if I'm a summoned creature. How long do you think I'll exist? Isn't this the talisman you drew? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal flicked her forehead in annoyance and took the bamboo leaf brew from her. Opening the seal, a rich wine aroma wafted out. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal poured himself a cup of wine and narrowed his eyes. Oh my God! It had been a long time since he had drunk such good wine. Sure enough, living in the mortal world was great. He could eat and drink as he pleased. How long had it been since he had tasted such a feeling? Unlike that damned place where they came and went, there was only a vast expanse of white mist. Everyone was drinking the wind and admiring the moon, cultivating without eating. They were like idiots every day. Arbor smelled the aroma of the wine and looked a little puzzled. She remembered that when second uncle gave this batch of bamboo leaf brew to her back then, they had taken 3 to 4 jars to drink. At that time, there hadn't been such a rich wine aroma. Could it be that the rich mystic energy in the mystic domain had imperceptibly transformed it? Good wine. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal poured himself another cup. Arbor couldn't help but feel curious when she saw him drinking so happily. Was it really that good? She took a cup and was about to reach for the wine jar when that fellow snatched it away. Shoo shoo shoo. What's a child drinking wine for? He flung his sleeves at her in disdain. You're the child. Arbor tugged at his sleeve and reached out to snatch the wine in his hand. Amused, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal raised his hand and tried to pinch her expressionless face. Children should act like children. Why are you pulling a long face all day? I'm an adult. With a taut face, Arbor turned around and dodged his fingers. She said angrily, your family is full of children. TSK, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal raised his head and gulped down the wine in one gulp, emptying the contents of the jug. Arbor glared at him coldly. Give me 2 more pots. No more. Who are you trying to fool? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal flashed to her side and spread out his slender, jade-white fingers, shaking them in front of her. We agreed earlier that I'll tell you my name and you'll give me wine. Who agreed with you? Arbor twisted around and aimed the back of her head at him. Listen carefully, this venerable one's name is Rotten Peach Blossom. You're the Rotten Peach Blossom. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal raised his hand, and peach blossom petals sprouted from his slender wrists as if there was no end to them. This is merely a form that I created by activating the wood spirit. A certain venerable immortal glanced at her irritably. You don't know? Just like your water spirit that can melt ice and snow, This wood spirit's form is even more colorful and ever-changing. All the plants in the world can take on the form of wood. How can I not know? Arbor stubbornly maintained her stoic face and indifferently swept her gaze over his face. With a flip of her hand, the wood spirit turned into a small yellow flower and landed on her palm. Isn't it just like this? The venerable peach blossom immortal, why was this child so unadorable? What attack power can a small flower like you have? Your peach blossom has attack power? Nah. My cultivation has already reached the stage where even a few small peach blossom petals can hurt people. You're different. With your current, cultivation as a level 14 little mystic cultivator. Just now, you had to do that in order to injure the great spirit master. As he spoke, the venerable peach blossom immortal's hand quickly condensed a wave of wood spiritual energy. In an instant, it transformed into a man-eating flower with its mouth wide open. The flower's stamen spat out a thick wave of spiritual energy, which shot towards the wall of the room like a sharp sword. Hey, 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 don't destroy my room. The spiritual energy was about to hit the wall, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into nothingness and slowly dissipated. Arbor's eyes widened in surprise. He turned to look at him. You're pretty good. Give it a try? Xiaomu nodded and took a deep breath. She then channeled her with spiritual energy and created a man-eating flower according to what she had previously drawn. However, his man-eating flower's head was only 1/5 the size of the venerable peach blossom immortal's head. Furthermore, it couldn't spit out spiritual energy. It looked rather unsightly. Take it slow. You're smart. The venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't help but pat the child's head and nodded. Bam! In the blink of an eye, a streak of fire shot towards the venerable peach blossom immortal's hand. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been burned. The venerable peach blossom immortal leaned to the side and fell on the brocade couch by the window. He looked up at the man who had jumped through the door. Who are you? Mo Lian was instantly enraged when she saw this evildoer's posture. How can I get away with 2 more chapters? Recently, updating 10 chapters every day simply doesn't seem like something I can do. Arbor was still immersed in the power of the wood spirits that the venerable peach blossom immortal had used. The venerable peach blossom immortal's control of the wood spirits was truly perfect, and he could control them as he wished. It was very pleasing to the eye. The wood spirits had obediently submitted to him, and they could change as he wished. He wondered when she would be able to do that. Arbor lowered his head and took out 2 bottles of bamboo leaf wine. Since you taught me the spirit technique, Lian. When did Mo Lian arrive? How did the 2 of them start fighting? The 2 of them had flown out of the house and were fighting on the roof hundreds of times. Arbor hurriedly ran out of the house and stood in the courtyard, waving at them. Stop fighting. Men liked to fight. See, in the blink of an eye, they were fighting on the roof. The little girl sighed and shook her head. She swept a disdainful glance at them. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 slender figures, one in front and one behind, suddenly appeared in front of her like shooting stars. The venerable peach blossom immortal directly reached out and snatched the 2 bottles of wine from her hands. He dodged to the side, avoiding Mo Lian's line of fire. He glanced back at him and could not help but click his tongue. Kid, with your cultivation, how can you still survive in the secular world? Lian. Arbor hurriedly went forward and tugged at his sleeve. Why did you come here? Who is he? Prince Mo exuded a cold aura. The cold light in his eyes was like a solid sword. The venerable peach blossom immortal hugged the 2 bottles of wine and drank with a smile. Kid? Who is he? He's a venerable immortal that I invited with a talisman. Venerable immortal? Mo Lian's eyes flashed. Are you sure? Arbor nodded her little head very honestly. Hey, kid, you didn't expect this, did you? I was being lenient just now. Otherwise, do you think you can exchange 100 blows with me? Are you kidding me? The venerable peach blossom immortal gulped down half the bottle of wine and exhaled. Good wine. Why did you invite him here? What? Inviting a deity is of course to fight. The venerable peach blossom immortal crossed his long and slender leg before turning to shake his head at Mo Lian. Don't sway, don't sway. You brat, do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you have 3 heads? Arbor, Emolian sneered, get the hell out of here after the fight. Are you trying to cheat me out of my food? It's none of your business. I'm eating the little girl's food, not yours. The venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't even straighten his tongue and spoke in a muffled voice, haven't you heard of an old saying? It's easy to invite a god in, but difficult to send him away. Emolian's eyes flashed with anger. He was about to step forward and beat the shameless guy again when Arbor quickly held him down. He raised his hand and patted his chest to calm him down. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm telling you, he won't stay for long. How? How did you know? The venerable peach blossom immortal replied to the little girl's question. How can he stay here? It'd be strange if the heavenly Tao didn't kill him. Arbor winked at Emolian. When I drew the deity inviting talisman, there was a small description. Summon a deity to the world, and it can assist in battle for 2 hours. In other words, this venerable peach blossom immortal could stay here for 2 hours at most before he had to disappear. Nonsense. A certain venerable peach blossom immortal who had passed out by the flower rack waved his hand and said. How much did he drink? About 1.5 bottles. Tisk, with this alcohol tolerance? He's only slightly better than second uncle. And a venerable immortal. He must be a fake. Jojo, when did you invite him over? How long has it been? The main thing was, had the 2 hours passed? If not, then he would have to take action. He was a very vigilant person with a sense of danger. He would never leave such a peerless demon by his wife's side. Although the little guy looked like he had not been enlightened, there was no guarantee that someone would take advantage of the situation. When Arbor heard this question, she was slightly taken aback. Then, she tilted her head and looked like she was thinking hard. Okay, it seems like it's been a long time. I've been in the ancestral hall for the whole afternoon. Oh, right. She had not thought that this venerable immortal had been here for more than 2 hours. Prince Mo's expression changed. He thought of the strange summoned beasts by Jojo's side. It can't be that he can't return after being summoned, right? It can't be. Arbor looked at a certain venerable immortal who was sprawled out on all fours next to the flower stand and twitched her mouth speechlessly. Jojo. Aya, mother is here. Mother is going to nag when she sees you. Arbor pushed the crown prince and said with a stoic expression, hurry up and leave. Mother said that we can't see each other for the next few days. Okay. Then we'll see each other in 3 days. Emolian quickly stole a kiss on her cheek. Then, she nimbly turned and dodged the little guy's pinching fingers. She ran to the venerable peach blossom immortal's side and picked up the unconscious guy. Then, she turned and jumped onto the wall. Hey, where are you going to throw him? After all, this was a great immortal whom she had invited using the god-inviting talisman. Don't worry. Emolian waved her hand. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, she ducked her head and disappeared from the wall. Wei Ziqin led a group of people over and looked around suspiciously. Jojo, who are you talking to? No one. Arbor turned to look at her mother. Wei Ziqin was only puzzled for a few seconds, and then her face was full of joy again. Child, come and try it on. I've changed your wedding dress. I told you my daughter has lost a lot of weight. Look at her waist, it's so thin that you can't even see it. Mother, it's not that exaggerated. One day later, Emolian sent Xiaomu a message. That fellow that you said would disappear in 2 hours is still in the palace right now, happily feasting on fish and meat. Arbor, the days flew by amidst the bustling preparations. On the day of the wedding ceremony, the palace had sent a lot of things, such as jewelry, clothing, daily necessities such as gold, silver, jade, and so on. There were more than 100 types of hairpins inlaid with various gems and pearls. The fur used to make all kinds of bedding and jackets was divided into mink fur, otter fur, and fox fur. There were more than 100 sheets of each, and countless pieces of silk and satin. Naturally, they wouldn't lack the various kinds of rice and food that they needed now. Arbor couldn't be bothered to look through these things. When her mother had people send them to her courtyard, she just let them spread out on the ground. The day before the wedding, the Qiao family sent the crown princess's dowry to the eastern palace. That was truly 1,000 mu of fertile land, 10 li of red dowry that dazzled one's eyes. When the dowry was carried out, it indeed formed a long winding dragon. The items placed in the open space in front of Qiao Mu's courtyard nearly filled up the entire courtyard. In addition to the gifts from the great king and queen, there were also all the things that Prince Mo had privately turned over. There were deeds to houses, land, and shops. It was a dazzling sight. She knew that her husband was a rich man, but when this pile of things was placed in front of her, she really felt dizzy. It's over. On the day of the wedding, the crown prince went to the longevity palace in his royal robes and kowtowed to the queen dowager and the great king. Queen Zhao's eyes were filled with warmth as she gazed at her outstanding son. The imperial chariot left the palace, escorted by guards. The road from Minshan Avenue to the palace was basically controlled by the Dragon Saliva Guard to prevent any accidents. The procession meandered slowly. Mo Lian's anxious heart was gnawing at him. Under the jade crown was a handsome face. His eyebrows reached his temples, and his phoenix-like eyes looked around. His spirit had long flown somewhere. Your Highness, calm down. You'll be able to see the crown princess very soon. How could he calm down? He could even hear his own heartbeat now. He would wait for as long as he wished for as long as he wished for as long as he wished for. The day of the wedding had finally arrived. On the other side, the Qiao family had been busy since early in the morning. Even though many people had been temporarily transferred from the palace to help, Wei Ziqin still felt that there was not enough manpower. Master, let me tell you, it's really lively outside today. Qing Luan flapped her wings and flew in through the window. When she saw the girl in a bright red wedding gown sitting in front of the dressing mirror, she only felt a fire burning in her eyes. This wedding gown was made of cloud sky brocade. Everyone knew that cloud sky brocade was worth 10,000 taels of gold in the past, but in today's world, it was almost out of stock. The little girl sitting in front of the dressing mirror had her hair tied up in a bun. She was wearing a bright red wedding gown, which complemented her delicate little face. She lifted her wrist slightly, and her skin was as smooth as cream. There was only a white jade bracelet engraved with a green pine tree on her wrist. When she stood up, her cloud sky brocade spread out in layers. On her feet was a pair of lotus flower embroidered boots. When she walked, it was as if a red cloud had spread out, and a fragrance filled the air. She was really a beautiful little girl. It was rare for the little fellow to wear a red robe. When she wore it occasionally, it really made people unable to take their eyes off her. Those female attendants who had never been close to her before had been transferred over to serve her at the last moment. Looking at the expressionless expression on her smooth and exquisite little face, they couldn't help but secretly guess if the crown prince consort was dissatisfied with this marriage. However, that cold little face, coupled with this fiery wedding dress, was really indescribably unique and beautiful. As soon as the auspicious hour arrived, the little crown princess was escorted to the central hall by a crowd of people. She was welcomed into the main hall in a lively manner. Xiao Zhongbang and his wife looked at their daughter with gratification. Second uncle, second aunt, Xiaohu, and the rest had all changed into new clothes and were sitting in the main hall, waiting for her to come. Xiao Lin'er held her younger brother's hand and wiped away her tears with the little monk. However, looking at the bulging bags, they should have already received a lot of gifts. A crowd of people crowded around her as they noisily walked in the direction of the imperial carriage. When she looked up, she could see the crown prince, dressed in a royal robe, impatiently walking in from the main entrance in a magnificent manner. The moment the two groups of people met, Prince Mo had just taken his little wife's hand with a smile. However, he saw that the little girl's body was suddenly enveloped by a red and greasy light. That smear of red was so dazzling that it almost stole the brilliance of the wedding gown. In an instant, it exploded from her body. Screech! After a phoenix cry, a dazzling light suddenly flew up from her body and instantly dyed the entire Minshan Avenue with a bright red luster. Everyone was stunned for a moment as they looked up at the sky. It was an egg flew out of the crown princess's body and rolled in the air, emitting rays of red light. Mo Lian subconsciously grabbed Arbor's wrist and held it tightly in her hand. Her gaze followed the crowd and looked up at the sky. The egg rolled in the air for a while before it suddenly made cracking sounds and cracks appeared on the eggshell. Red light shot up into the sky and overflowed, almost blinding everyone's eyes. Arbor blinked and blinked again. He suddenly pointed at the egg in the air and said, "It's coming out." Screech. After another phoenix cry, the damage to the eggshell became greater and greater. After a few more cracking sounds. Bang. The eggshell completely shattered and every piece of eggshell was suspended in the air. Immediately after, a fiery red light jumped out of the egg and was wrapped in layers of red mist. At first, it was unclear what it was, but after all the eggshell fragments were sucked in by the red mist. In just a few moments, a pair of dazzling crimson wings suddenly stretched out from the fog. It spread out and covered the sky, blocking the dazzling red sun and the pure white clouds. My God! What is that? It looks like a fong, an ancient phoenix. The phoenix's long and elegant wings scattered a stream of scarlet flames as it circled in the air and cried out happily. Only Miss Chow knew that this little guy was currently shouting in her conscious. I'm coming out, I'm coming out. I'm finally coming out, awoo. Look at how happy he is. He must have been very stifled in the egg, Arbor thought as he looked up at the fire phoenix whose body was even larger than Qing Luan's. Big Cyan, it should be your brother, right? Xiaomu glanced at the little chick flying around her head. TCH, it's not from the same clan as him. Look at that silly little guy, how could it be my brother? Qing Luan glanced at the sky in disdain and flapped its wings. Master, give it a name. He was definitely trying to trick Fire Phoenix, because he was very clear that the names his master came up with were generally not good. Egg, I'll call you Fire from now on. How about it? No, how can I have such a girly name? Then why don't you just call me an egg? Egg's my ass. I'm no longer an egg. The fire phoenix was so angry that it let out a cry as it spun back and forth in the air. You're so picky. Why don't we call you Shi-Er? Seeing that you're wearing a fiery red robe, calling you Shi-Er wouldn't be a bad idea, the little fellow thought. Pfft. Qing Luan laughed so hard that she somersaulted in the air. What the hell? Shi-Er? Which little girl's name is this? Egg, Fireball, Shi-Er, pick one. Arbor made the final decision, as if there was nothing he could do about it. The phoenix egg was helpless and could only say, Huahua, then. Alright, being called Huahua is at least 1,000 times better than being called Shi-Er, the ancient fire phoenix circled in the air. After a shrill cry, birds from all directions flew towards the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate on Minshun Avenue. Clusters upon clusters of colorful flowers formed an extremely beautiful painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The street, which was originally gray due to the withered vegetation, was instantly filled with gorgeous colors. The children were the happiest as they clapped their hands and jumped around while shouting. Crown Princess! Crown Princess! Go! Go, 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 go! Several men hiding in the shadows of the crowd, who were looking around, couldn't help but reach out to swat away the birds that didn't have eyes flying over. An elderly man beside them couldn't resist saying, Hey, don't rush, don't rush. When His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Crown Princess leave Minshun Boulevard later, we might be able to catch a few birds back to roast and eat. Normally, these birds hid very well, so how could they catch them? When those men who had been looking around heard this, they coldly swept a few glances at the commoners who chimed in, and the fierce-looking muscles on their faces trembled slightly. Just as they were about to squeeze out of the crowd, several black-clothed youths swiftly appeared around them. They clamped their arms behind their backs and silently dragged them out of the crowd, completely not alerting the bustling commoners in the surroundings. The Night Pavilion's mission today was to secretly investigate all suspicious characters and cooperate with Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yu Xiao in the open to maintain law and order here. They couldn't allow any suspicious characters to ruin the wedding that His Highness the Crown Prince had been looking forward to with great difficulty. Therefore, the group of people that the Night Pavilion sent out were basically level 12 mystic cultivators and above, and their fiery eyes were very sharp. From Minshun Boulevard to the Eastern Palace, Missouri Lien had arranged for people to be stationed on every path that could possibly have a crisis, so they could deal with any unexpected situation at any time. This wedding was bound to be carried out perfectly. No one was allowed to carry out any destructive actions. Hua hua. Come down. I'm going out. Arbor reached out a small hand and lightly beckoned at the sky. Shriek. After Hua Hua let out a cheerful phoenix cry, it charged straight down like a red halo and rapidly swooped down. Whoosh. The eunuchs, royal maids, royal guards, and the others blocking the entrance all cried out in alarm. Just as this ball of flame was about to land in the crowd, that fire was like a shattered star, fading away bit by bit. The phoenix returned to its position and suddenly went to Paradise Planet inside Arbor's body. Everyone only saw that ball of raging fire pounce on the crown princess, causing the tassels on her phoenix coronet to sway and the pearls and jades to jingle. This kind of little crown princess was truly too dazzling. Like light clouds covering the moon, like flowing wind returning snow. Looking from afar, it was as clear as a bright pearl, as fine as the bright moon in the sky. Looking around, the light in his eyes flowed, and he suddenly revealed a brilliant smile towards the crown prince. As Emo Lian held her small hand, he fixated his gaze on his wifey. How could he bear to shift his gaze away? This smile stunned the palace maids and eunuchs who were escorting them out. As far as he could remember, the crown princess had never smiled before. However, once she smiled, even 1,000 flowers could only bow down to her. Wei Ziqin secretly wiped away her tears, a trace of a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Yet, from both sides of Minshan Avenue came a burst of excited cheers. Oh my god, the phoenix fell into the crown princess's house. As expected of our Mo Kingdom's crown princess. She truly is the destined heavenly phoenix, the wife of my northernmost heir apparent. From both sides of the street came the cheers of the populace, the sea of people bowing down to the crown princess. All of them secretly looked up to see the crown princess being led out of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate by His Highness the Crown Prince. This was incredible. The little crown princess's snow-white complexion was as beautiful as a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, making people unable to move their eyes away. It was only when the crown prince helped the crown princess onto the imperial carriage that the two people set off, slowly leaving with the royal guards surrounding them. After boarding the royal carriage, Crown Prince Mo also tightly grasped her petite hand the entire time, his phoenix eyes fixated on his wifey. Arbor turned to glance at him. Why do you keep staring at me? You look especially good today. Mo Lian murmured softly. He raised her small hand to his lips and kissed it. What should I do? I don't want others to see you like this. You look good today too. Arbor's eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded before adding, especially good-looking. Mo Lian almost laughed out loud. He held her small hand and said, Jojo, when you smiled at me just now, do you know what I was thinking? Arbor shook her small head. I was thinking that it would be great if I could capture that moment in a painting. This kind of smile is what I like the most, and I want to always have it. It's the most precious thing in my life. He moved his fingers and gently pinched her small hand. Arbor pursed her small lips, and her fingers lightly crawled in his palm. No need. There's no need to go through the trouble of capturing it in a painting. The little fellow blinked and looked at him as she said, if you want to see it, I'll give you a smile. Happiness came so suddenly that Prince Mo was about to burst with joy. He reached out, wanting to pull her into his arms, but then he remembered that they were in the imperial carriage and there were people everywhere, so he could only restrain himself. His eyes curved into crescents, and he was filled with a gentle smile. Jojo, you're so good to me. That's true. Arbor nodded. The moment the imperial carriage exited Minshan Boulevard, it was blocked by a gift-bearing procession at the intersection. 8 white horses with hooves treading on snow led the way, followed by a string of people holding trays. They stood quietly in front of the crowd. Xiao 11Z, who was accompanying them, quickly ran over and whispered a few words into the crown prince's ear, who was leaning down slightly. The crown prince's handsome face immediately turned ugly. The 4th young master of the Duan clan congratulates the crown princess on her wedding. We present 8 pairs of jade heavenly thunder, 18 soul-seizing ice soul beads, 1 illusory sea golden robe, 1 fire fox armor, 3 phoenix cloud blades, 5 grand emperor spirit pills, 100 dotted star leaves, all kinds of rare treasures, hidden weapons, divine weapons, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines were listed for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Arbor looked back at Mo Lian, and the couple looked at each other. The commoners on the street were dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. This list of gifts was too frightening. There were things like jade heavenly 9 lightning and illusory sea golden thread robe. Commoners like them had never heard of such things since they were born. This Duan fourth young master was really generous. A steward of the Duan family respectfully handed the gift list to the crown princess. The little crown princess glanced at it and calmly said, "Not bad." Then, she confiscated the gift list. Everyone, Prince Mo's lips turned up slightly, but his eyes flashed with the glint of a sword. If Duan Yu dared to walk in front of him right now, he would definitely beat him to death. Why did you have to freaking choose this time to give gifts? Why did you have to block the way? Would it kill you to send a gift list to the Eastern Palace, harboring malicious intentions? However, Mo Lian soon discovered that Duan Yu wasn't the only one harboring malicious intentions. It was as if those people had made an agreement to block the way and give gifts one after another. When Arbor received the gift lists from the Qin estate's eldest young master and second young master in succession, the eldest young master gave an evaluation of not bad. The second young master threw out not bad. Everyone, I need to get busy. Continue tonight. At the same time, Anya Pavilion was shrouded in a dense gloomy aura. A yellow-cloaked young lady stood motionlessly next to Commandery Princess Ian like a clay puppet. Commandery Princess Ian was holding a teacup that was emitting faint steam as she stared intently at her reflection in the mirror. The sound of light footsteps came from the side of the door. Su'er ran in breathlessly from outside the door. Seeing Commandery Princess Ian look over, Su'er shook her head helplessly. It can't be helped, Commandery Princess. His Highness the Crown Prince is too vigilant. All the roads from Minshun Boulevard to the Royal Palace have been strictly controlled. The troublemakers that we hired have mostly been caught by the Crown Prince's ambushers, so they won't be able to accomplish anything. Commandery Princess Ian's eyes turned blood-red instantly. She swept all the items on the table to the ground, and Commandery Princess Ian raised a bronze mirror up high before throwing it down with a clang. The huge commotion caused Su'er to widen her eyes in fright, and she retreated a few steps. Fortunately, the yellow-clothed young lady had already dismissed the people in the room. At this time, other than Su'er and that yellow-clothed young lady, no one else knew that the Commandery Princess could be so terrifying once she lost her mind and got angry. Ah! Su'er exclaimed, "Commandery Princess, don't be angry, Commandery Princess. Tell me, which part of me is inferior to that little B***tch? Why did he choose her and not me? Tell me, tell me." Commandery Princess Ian shouted angrily with clenched fists. "I think that Commandery Princess is a million times better than her in every way," Su'er said against her will. "But he chose her and not me." Commandery Princess Ian was so angry that she flipped over the table and stood up with a bang. She was about to rush out without thinking. "I'm going to find the Queen Dowager. Commandery Princess. Commandery Princess." Before Commandery Princess Ian could dash out the door, a yellow-clothed figure abruptly shot in front of her and stopped her. She looked at her solemnly and asked, "Commandery Princess, what identity do you plan to use to discuss this matter with the Queen Dowager? If it is the 9th Miss of the Marquis of Suan's estate, then your identity is still not good enough for His Highness the Crown Prince," the yellow-clothed young lady said dryly, her tone very calm. She was not mocking her, only stating the truth. If it is the Queen Dowager as a Commandery Princess. That was even more laughable. How could the Empress Dowager not know what the princess was thinking? But did she say anything? She just wants to find you a good marriage partner and marry you off as soon as possible. This is her pity for you as an elder. If you stubbornly intend to cause trouble in front of her, you will only wipe away the last bit of pity she has for you. The yellow-clothed woman's words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed Commandery Princess Ian awake. Ming Qian. Commandery Princess Ian's lips trembled as she crouched down and hugged herself, shuddering as she hugged herself into a ball. "Do you know, I like that person a lot, like. Ever since I was young, I've felt that he was like a ray of light, so dazzling that it was daunting. Sometimes, you don't need any reason to like someone. You know, I really want him to take a closer look at my eyes, to let him feel my deep love for him. However, such a small wish cannot be fulfilled. Because that person's gaze had never stopped on her for even a second. Never, that was why she felt so indignant. Despair. Sigh. The yellow-clothed girl, Ming Qian, helped her up. Why bother? If you were willing to listen to me, you wouldn't have to be so stubborn. The yellow-clothed girl was quite perceptive. She understood very well that the Queen Dowager indeed doted on her master a lot, but this was all on the premise that her grandson could not be harmed. The Commandery Princess and Su'er were truly too childish in wanting to mess up His Highness the Crown Prince's grand wedding behind her back. If someone were to investigate this matter, they would definitely trace it back to her. At that time, Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's last bit of patience would be completely worn away. Alright, Commandery Princess, you had better rest properly inside. Don't go anywhere for the next few days. You still need to find someone to smooth things over for hiring local ruffians to cause trouble, so as to avoid His Highness the Crown Prince finding time to investigate you. At that time, it really would be too late for regrets. Commandery Princess Ian shuddered. You mean, if he knew that I was the one who did this, he would execute me without regard for the Queen Dowager's feelings? His Highness is a ruthless person. Before you did these things, you should have clearly known the consequences. The Fan family is your example. After saying this, the yellow-clothed girl, Ming Qian, stood up and walked outside. She was in a hurry to deal with the mess that the Commandery Princess and Su'er had left behind. The veins on her forehead were throbbing, and she felt very vexed. Commandery Princess Ian collapsed onto the bed, and Su'er quickly went up to soothe her. Commandery Princess, don't panic. With Ming Qian here, there definitely won't be a problem. Su'er, I didn't control myself, did I? Commandery Princess Ian finally calmed down and muttered to herself, there's still a chance, right? Su'er, I still have a chance, right? Right. Commandery Princess, where there's life, there's hope. Commandery Princess, you must stay calm. In the future, you must not clash head-on with that crafty Crown Princess. As long as we can win the Queen Dowager's favor, there will still be a chance at that time. Su'er nodded repeatedly. Commandery Princess Ian gazed at that girl with teary eyes. Su'er wasn't like that girl Ming Qian. She always acted like an old woman, was good at scheming, and was good at grasping people's hearts. Su'er was a straightforward person. She always treated Ming Qian's words like an imperial edict and did her best to carry them out. Compared to Ming Qian, who was smart and hard to control, she actually liked Su'er more. His usual reprimands were mostly just a pretense to knock her down a peg or two. Commandery Princess Ian sat up straight and wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Suddenly, her lips curled up into a cold smile. There is still a chance. Su'er felt that when her imperial princess spat out these words, it was as if she was swearing to the heavens. She didn't know if she was trying to convince herself or the heavens. My Zhou's section break, after Arbor was sent to the Eastern Palace, he didn't stay idle. He ate and drank as usual, and had people remove the heavy phoenix crown from his head. Xiaoyao had entered the palace with him, so she couldn't help but find it amusing when she saw that he couldn't sit still. Crown Princess, His Highness is greeting guests in the forecourt. It will probably be a while before he comes over. How about I go to the kitchen to get some pastries for you? Arbor, who was eating a red date on the bed, looked up at her when he heard this. No need. There are so many red dates and longans here. It's enough for me to eat. Xiaoyao pursed her lips. What could she say? This little crown princess is too strange. I really pity the crown prince. He still has a long way to go. Cough. Xiaoyao coughed lightly and leaned forward to whisper to the little crown princess, Crown Princess, do you still remember Madame's instructions? Arbor's hand, which was eating the red dates, paused. He wanted to ask her something, but he suddenly thought of something, and his face turned red. The next night, her mother talked to her and even secretly gave her secret manual. When she opened it, she was so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself in it. She had already thrown the book under the box as a last resort. What a joke. Did she even need to read that book? Back then, she was someone who lived to the age of 26. Although her life in her previous life was very monotonous, she was not a fool. Even if he had never experienced human affairs, he would have at least seen a pig run if he had never eaten pork, The young crown prince consort's face was stoic as she looked at Xiaoyao in all seriousness. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Just let him come. Xiaoyao, why did she have the urge to laugh? Crown princess, are you sure you don't look like you want to fight? Okay. Xiaoyao will go to the kitchen and get you a bowl of soup or something. Drink it first to fill your stomach. I'm not hungry either. The little crown princess had already stuffed herself full with dates and longans. Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. This is His Highness's order. Xiaoyao will go now. Oh. Arbor was bored to death and fell on the bed. She felt that the bed was covered with melon seeds, peanuts, candies, red dates, longan, and 4 happiness dumplings. It made her waist and legs hurt. He had no choice but to turn over and continue eating. I really don't know who came up with this idea. Isn't it uncomfortable to scatter these things on the bed? She flipped through the books again. When she heard footsteps coming from outside the door, she casually glanced over. Xiaoyao, you're back so soon. Arbor looked at her with some confusion. The small kitchen in the East Palace was quite a distance away from here. Could it be that Xiaoyao had returned before getting the food? Xiaoyao walked in with a smile. It was just a glance, but Arbor felt that there was something wrong with this Xiaoyao. Although she pretended very well, Xiaoyao had been by her side for many years. Her every move, frown, and smile had long been etched in her heart. It was impossible for her to be mistaken. Who are you? The incomer couldn't help but be startled by Qiaomu's words. Had he been discovered again? This little guy is really amazing. Every time, it would only take a few breaths of time to see through his disguise. You're the snake beauty, or is it more appropriate to call you Ding Ting Ding? Arbor's eyes instantly turned cold. Without saying anything, she raised her hand and shot out a poisonous fog, which sprinkled over to wrap around his body. Cult Master Ding dodged with a sidestep. His entire body twisted like a fried dough twist as he suddenly disappeared from the door. Arbor stared ahead vigilantly. Sure enough, following the slight swaying of the air, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Cult Master Ding let out a long sigh. You want to kill me as soon as you see me? Why did she feel that this person was speaking to her in a familiar tone? It was really inexplicable, whether it was the snake beauty in the underground village, or him targeting Mo Lian to steal her, or him poisoning Mo Lian with devil grass. It was clear that they were mortal enemies. Why are you looking at me like that? Cult Master Ding looked at her with an indecipherable expression. Suddenly, there was the sound of bones cracking, and the sweetly smiling Xiaoyao girl suddenly grew taller, turning into a slender man in purple. He narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly as he looked at her, his entire body emitting a seductive aura. Jojo, can I apologize to you? He had a pitiful expression as he looked at her and said, It was my fault for pretending to be your mother to deceive you, and it was even more my fault for leaving your mother in the room. Tell me, how can you forgive me? Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. The more she looked, the more she felt that there was something strange. This person acted like he was familiar with her, and it didn't seem like he was pretending, but she clearly wasn't familiar with him. Jojo? Arbor's small face was taut. You're here to court death, right? Why do you say that? You poisoned Mo Lian with devil grass before, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to find you for revenge. Today, you delivered yourself to his doorstep, so aren't you just seeking your own death? Cult Master Ding snorted. He's lucky that he didn't die. Now, he actually wanted to marry her, which simply made him feel very surprised. Devil grass was a neurotoxin that even those poison experts might not be able to detoxify, so he didn't know how Prince Mo had managed to escape this calamity. Arbor suddenly struck out a palm at his chest. Cult Master Ding was stunned, but he didn't dodge or dodge, and met this palm head-on. Arbor was stunned by this guy's actions. Could it be that when he went out today, his head got hit by the door? Otherwise, why would he come and take her palm head-on? Jojo. Cult Master Ding coughed, then sighed, and said, Do you really want me to die so badly? Arbor had a baffled expression. She also had no interest in making a move against someone who didn't have the heart to resist. Jojo. He subconsciously reached out to pull her small hand, but she dodged. Cult Master Ding immediately looked at his empty palm in a daze. A faint feeling of sadness spread through his heart as he raised his eyes to stare at her. The inexplicable feeling in Arbor's heart grew stronger. She remembered very clearly that she had nothing to do with this person other than 2 unpleasant encounters. Why did he have such a sad and accusing expression on his face? What are you looking at? The little fellow was a little angry. You look especially good today, Jojo. Cult Master Ding didn't know what he wanted to say. He felt that he was speaking incoherently. Arbor's little face was tense, and he had never let go of his nervousness. Let me ask you. What did you do to Xiaoyao? I didn't do anything to her. Cult Master Ding shook his head. I reckon she'll be back soon. Jojo, can you come with me? He suddenly reached out to grab her small hand, but she dodged again and only hooked onto a piece of her brocade sleeve. Hey, you're so strange. We're not familiar with each other. What do you mean by suddenly coming over to ask me to go with you? Because you don't belong in this kind of palace at all. The sky is high for birds to fly, and the sea is wide for fish to swim. Jojo, you have a broader future, don't you? Arbor looked at him with a stoic face. Even if I want to fly and jump, I won't fly with a stranger. What a lunatic. She didn't even know what he was doing here. This time, Cult Master Ding completely heard her words and understood the meaning behind them. What did you say? His voice trembled slightly, and he looked up at her in almost disbelief. What did she just say? Was she faking it? She still didn't remember him? Did she forget the 2 days they spent together? They traveled together from the Mystic Beast Forest to the Emo Kingdom capital. She completely forgot about this period of time, right? No, that wasn't it, she was definitely faking it. She was faking it. This little fellow was best at faking it with a stoic face. You're lying to me, right? You remember, right? Jojo. You definitely remember, right? In his impatience, Cult Master Ding firmly grasped her small hand. You remember. Jojo. You remember. You remember what my real name is. You also remember what I look like, right? Have you gone mad? Arbor's small face flushed red. She pulled her precious small hand back from his and glared at him. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Cult Master Ding felt his chest constrict for no reason. His figure swayed slightly, and he was practically looking at her with a horrified expression. This gaze caused Xiaomu to be baffled and perplexed. Why do you keep looking at me like this? What do I remember about you? Why is it like this? Cult Master Ding suddenly roared angrily and rushed forward to grab her arm, shaking her forcefully. You're lying to me. You little liar. You're lying to me. Stop faking it, alright? This isn't fun at all. What the hell am I faking? What am I faking? Arbor really didn't understand what was wrong with this person, barging into her bridal chamber and screaming like this. Jojo, it's me. It's me. Wake up, alright? Did you take the wrong medicine again? That's why you don't remember me? You're the one who freaking took the wrong medicine, Arbor. Wait a minute. What Mystic Beast Forest? She suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be, when her disaster-courting curse was in effect, not only did she encounter Sikong Fuling in the Mystic Beast Forest, but she also encountered Ding Ting Ding? This would explain why he looked so familiar with her, but she had no impression of him at all. This was because everything that happened while the disaster-courting talisman was in effect would be completely forgotten after she returned to normal. She would never tell anyone about this even if she was beaten to death. Right now, he could only endure all the suffering to the end to save face. I don't know what you're talking about. The little fellow slapped his hand away expressionlessly. He coughed lightly and said, Let me give you a piece of advice. Leave quickly. You've already alerted the secret guards outside with your loud shouts. Mo Lian will be here in a few seconds. You can't defeat so many of them. Are you worried about me? Was there something wrong with this person? How could he tell that she was worried about him? She just didn't want to cause trouble on her wedding day. So long-winded, she spoke until her mouth was a little dry. You're worried about me, Jojo. Cult Master Ding jumped forward agitatedly. Jojo, leave with me, alright? How can this place suit you? This is deep in the palace, it's not a place you should stay. Jojo. Mo Lian's exclamation came from the window. Why aren't you leaving yet? Qiaomu kicked Cult Master Ding irritably. My lotus is here. No, I'm not leaving. Unless you leave with me. Whoosh. A fiery red arrow shot in through the window like a gust of wind and nailed itself into Cult Master Ding's chest without any explanation. Cult Master Ding's expression was indifferent as he took out an eagle-eyed mask and covered his face. He turned his head and jumped out with an icy expression, meeting Mo Lian's sweeping fist head-on. Arbor was so angry that he jumped up from the bed. Who dares to destroy my room? What a joke. She still needed to sleep in this place later. If they beat it to a pulp, how could she still be in a good mood? The moment the two of them exchanged blows, they flew outside with a whoosh and jumped onto the glazed tiles of the Eastern Palace. The wood spirit and the fire spirit flew to the sides at the same time. Wherever they passed, a deep crack appeared on the bluestone tiles on the ground. Ding ting ding. The instant they exchanged blows, Mo Lian recognized this guy. This was because not just anyone could control the 8th layer of wood spirit. Try my wood thorns. Ding ting ding's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he set up layers of wood spirit with a flip of his hand. Thorns and thorns rolled under Mo Lian's feet. He jumped up, but the thorns and thorns quickly climbed up and circled around his feet. Several clusters of flames were cast down, but they were unable to obstruct the bramble's advance. Instead, it actually caused it to crawl even faster and more ferociously. As if it had been injected with hormones, it abruptly shot up several dozen meters and wrapped around Mo Lian's body in layers. Mo Lian narrowed her phoenix eyes, and a purple flame instantly transformed into a long dragon. It roared as it swooped down from the sky, attacking Cult Master Ding. At this moment, the two of them were practically fighting with their lives on the line. Arbor's eyelids kept twitching when he saw this. Disgraceful thing, how dare he come to cause trouble on her wedding day? Her good mood was instantly destroyed. How infuriating, Arbor raised a sword in his hand. With a stomp, he arrived beside Mo Lian with a whoosh. All of you, stop. The huge commotion in the Eastern Palace's bedchamber had already attracted the attention of people from all sides. At this moment, all the palaces and courtyards had secretly sent people over to inquire about the situation. Arbor coldly scolded, all of you, go guard the courtyard and keep your mouths shut. If anyone dares to come in and ask around, beat them up and throw them out. Yes. The eunuchs and palace maids didn't dare to say anything else. They all rushed to the Eastern Palace to guard it. Ding ting ding, are you going to stop? Arbor stared at him coldly and asked word by word. Cult Master Ding only felt that the little girl's eyes were especially cold when she looked at him. He felt like his heart was about to shatter. His body swayed slightly on the roof. Listen to me. You've come to stir things up again and again. What is the meaning of this? The little girl shouted. Mo Lian turned to look at Ding ting ding. She looked at him coldly and said, could it be that you want to see if I'm really fine after being poisoned by your devil grass, or if I'm just pretending? I'm here for Jojo, cult leader Ding said coldly. Mo Lian was instantly angered. You're here for Jojo? What are you here for? To take her away? Ha 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 ha. You're indulging in wild fantasies, ridiculous to the extreme. Who do you think you are? At least Jojo shouldn't be bound to this inner court deep in the palace, to be a palace girl. How do you know that I'll bind her? Mo Lian's cold eyes looked at him mercilessly. You still dare to speak nonsense? Nonsense? Cult Master Ding glared back, not to be outdone. I'm just speaking the truth. It's just that it's unpleasant to hear from you. It's over, broken sleep. She should have been free and unfettered. It's you. You cut off her wings for your own selfish reasons and even insisted on keeping her in a small box like a palace, Cult Master Ding berated loudly. Mo Lian and Arbor exchanged glances, looking at each other in dismay. Just how far did this person want to go with his words? Jojo, leave with me. Cult Master Ding extended his hand towards her and said to her in a strange tone, you can abandon all of this and fly in the sky, roam the forest, and roam this vast land. You should have soared 90,000 li in the sky and not be trapped in such a small place. content with the status quo as a crown princess. Arbor directly threw out a water blade, which glided through the air with a whoosh, heading straight for Cult Master Ding. Cult Master Ding didn't dodge and only looked at the little girl indifferently. At the same time, a slender figure pounced out from the side and suddenly blocked in front of her. The water blade Arbor threw out pierced through the other party's shoulder, leaving behind a rouge-like bloodstain. "Young master, there are a lot of guards coming over here. Let's leave quickly," Baoyan said anxiously. Cult Master Ding glanced at her coldly. Mo Lian raised his brows slightly and suddenly understood. "You're that Ding Yan of Beijing Manor?" Previously, he had seen Baoyan, this girl, once. Other people might not remember a person they had only met once, but with Prince Mo's photographic memory, as long as he had seen someone, he wouldn't forget. So Ding Tingding's true identity was Beijing Manor's young master? Mo Lian felt a trace of surprise because the legends about Beijing Manor had never stopped. Darling Qiao had a confused look on her face. What Beijing Manor's young master? Wasn't this the thief sage Ding Tingding? Mo Lian suddenly turned his head to look at his wifey, only to see her looking up at him in bewilderment. His heart relaxed and he couldn't help but smile. "It's fine." He stepped forward and gently held her wrist. "Jojo, don't be afraid." Arbor couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He really didn't know which eye of his saw that she was afraid. "Let's go, young master, let's go." Baoyan pounced over and grabbed Ding Yan's sleeve tightly, pulling him with all her might. "Jojo, do you really not remember the 2 days we spent together?" Arbor was expressionless. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Cult Master Ding suddenly turned his gaze to Prince Mo. "That day, Jojo promised me that he would be with me in the future." "Impossible," Mo Lian interrupted him coldly without thinking. "She won't promise you anything." Arbor's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at his Mo Lian. "Heh, are you that confident?" "Humph, if I don't believe her, should I believe you?" Mo Lian sneered and glanced at him. "Ding Yun, today is this crown prince's big day, so I don't want to kill you and ruin my happy occasion. I also don't want to make things difficult for a pitiful person like you. Leave immediately, and I'll spare your life." "Let's go, young master, let's go." Baoyan pulled Cult Master Ding with all her might. "I'll come back to find you. I hope you've thought it through by then." Ding Yan smiled brightly and looked deeply at her. After saying these words, he quickly left the Eastern Palace with Baoyan who was pulling him. Arbor gloomily looked up at Mo Lian. She couldn't help but mutter, "Who exactly is this person? He went through so much trouble and exerted so much effort just to come here and take her away. She wasn't a fool. Would she foolishly follow someone just because they told her to?" It was rather baffling. Mo Lian was now very certain that something must have happened in the mystic beast forest while the little fellow's 5 senses were in a daze, but she was mischievous and refused to say anything. Furthermore, he had basically guessed that she had probably already forgotten everything that happened while she was in a daze. However, if he wanted to know about this matter, he could still ask Qing Luan. Qing Luan definitely knew the truth. However, he felt that there was no need. Since the little one stubbornly refused to admit that she had lost her memories, then she definitely didn't want anyone to know about the process. Mo Lian felt that the little fellow most likely didn't simply eat the wrong medicine. She might have done something very strange. It had to be said that with Mo Lian's intelligence, he had already guessed most of it. At this time, the two dismissed the servants and returned to the bedchamber hand in hand. Mo Lian lifted his hand and hugged the troublesome little fellow. "Jojo, I don't care what others say. I won't let you go." "Where do you want to go?" "I'll go with you, all right? No matter if it's the Sea of Fire or the 9 heavens, I can go with you." Arbor shook her little head and poked him. "Why would I go to that kind of place?" "I'll go if you go." He reached out and lifted her up. Arbor looked down at him and nodded. "All right, if I go in the future, I'll bring you with me." Mo Lian nodded with a smile. He carried her to the table and sat her down, reaching out to take 2 wine cups. The two drank a cup of nuptial wine and then looked at each other. Prince Mo's gaze was somewhat infatuated. Arbor, however, was somewhat nervous. When she thought of the atlas that her mother had privately given her, her little face immediately flushed. "What are you thinking about?" Emolian asked softly. Nothing, nothing. Only after he spoke did he realize that he was stuttering. This was outrageous. How could she be a coward? Emolian glanced at her in amusement. She reached out to remove the hairpins and jewelry on her head. Are you tired after a long day? It's all right. There was nothing to tire her out. With her cultivation, this little tiredness was nothing. Emolian reached out and brushed her hair. Let's take a bath together? Bam. Miss Chow gave him a knock on the head. What are you thinking about? Emolian, looking at his innocent expression, Arbor instantly felt a little awkward. Oh no, she forgot that she was married to him. Cough. I'll go wash up. Don't follow me. Arbor jumped off his lap and ran into the inner room. Behind her, Prince Mo's chuckle could be heard. Arbor threw all thoughts of him to the back of her mind. She probably dawdled for almost an hour during the bath, thinking about all sorts of things and letting her imagination run wild. When she changed into a comfortable white robe and ran out with her long wet hair, she saw the crown prince sitting by the table. He had already changed out of his royal robe and had washed up. Under the red candlelight, that man was dressed casually. His eyebrows reached his temples. When he saw her come out, his phoenix eyes shifted to her face. It was as if he was made of jade. A jade-like beauty, so beautiful, Miss Chow's eyes brightened as she bounced over to Prince Mo's side. He stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace. I thought you'd fallen asleep from bathing. Emolian teased as he reached out to gently stroke her hair. The fire spiritual energy instantly dried her damp black hair. The little fellow moved her head and turned to look at him. She reached out to poke his handsome face. Emolian. He grabbed her little hand and planted a kiss on her cheek. Don't tease me. What a joke, what day was it today? She already couldn't take teasing normally, let alone now. He carried her and started walking towards the bed. Miss Chow immediately became nervous and instinctively grabbed his sleeve. What are you doing? Miss Chow blinked. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding uncontrollably at this moment. It's late, of course we should rest. We still have to wake up early tomorrow to pay respects to grandmother. Prince Mo placed the little girl on the bed and began to untie her belt. Asterisk slap. Asterisk she silently slapped 2 immobilization talismans on his head. Along with the slightly swaying candlelight, it fluttered on his forehead. Prince Mo, pulling down the 2 floating talismans on his head, Prince Mo helplessly looked at her and rubbed her little face. Baby, don't be naughty. The moment Arbor climbed onto the bed, she immediately rolled to the innermost part of the bed. She pulled the blanket and wrapped herself into a small cocoon, only revealing 2 dark eyes to look at him. Prince Mo pretended not to see the little girl's rolling eyes. With a sweep of his palm, he extinguished the brightest candles in the bedchamber. Only a pair of wedding candles were left, emitting a faint glow. Prince Mo also laid down and reached out to tug at the blanket. Who knew that the little thing would wrap the entire blanket around her body? He couldn't help but find it funny. He had noticed a few times that she had this habit of wrapping herself in a blanket. She always liked to wrap herself into a cylinder, sometimes even burying her head in the blanket. Jojo, are you trying to freeze your husband to death? Emolian raised her hand and pulled again. This time, she finally pulled out a corner of the quilt and took the opportunity to slip in. The moment this fellow came in, he was like a small stove, extremely hot. He was born with a fire spirit body. Even if he was thrown into the snow, he wouldn't freeze. Even so, he still wanted to crawl over and snatch the blanket from her. The little guy pulled the quilt and hid his head inside, curling up and not moving. In less than a minute, the blanket on her head was pulled down by him. She was baffled to find herself in his arms. He patted her back gently. Go to sleep. She curled up beside him and did not move. After a while, she said, Emolian, will you always believe in me? Of course. His voice sounded softly in the night, revealing a faint trace of affection and magnetism. Then I believe you too. The little fellow nodded and said after getting a response. Emolian couldn't help but be slightly startled, and then she found it a little funny. After interacting with her for so many years, he was already familiar with her temperament. Perhaps it was because of that nightmare, the little girl's temperament was cold, and she wouldn't easily give in to others. This was the typical character of not letting go of the falcon until she saw the hare, unless you reached out and grabbed her tightly. Otherwise, she would definitely not take the initiative to take a step forward. Right now, he sincerely admired his own quick-wittedness. If he hadn't taken the first step and infiltrated her life early on, and decisively captured this little thing, it was hard to say what the situation would have been like now. Baby, no matter when or where, no matter what happens, the first person I trust will be you. Emolienne murmured before lifting her small head out of the blankets to get some fresh air. He also stole a kiss on her cheek while he was at it. When Xiamu heard this, she also nodded solemnly. Then the person I trust the most is also you. Emolienne chuckled and patted her back. Okay. After a few minutes, Arbor asked, "Are you asleep?" No. In fact, his mind was very clear. The clearer he was, the more he could smell the girl's pleasant scent. I can't sleep either. Arbor felt unbearably hot. She pushed him. You're too hot. Emolienne, do you want to help me get rid of the heat? In the night, his voice suddenly revealed a dangerous aura. Xiaomu immediately associated it with that small booklet with pictures and text, and her small face flushed red in an instant. However, it was dark around the two of them, so he couldn't see her expression clearly. However, Xiaomu guessed wrongly. What kind of gaze was Emolienne's? Not to mention that there were 2 faint wedding candles lit inside the bedchamber. Even if they weren't lit, he could still clearly see her, even if it was just the slightest change in expression. His slender body flipped over and covered the small space above her head. Baby, I was thinking that you're still young and this isn't good for your body. He looked at her and murmured. I'll bear with it and raise you for a while. Raise you a little older. Kiki is. This feeling was driving her crazy. Uncomfortable. Tormented, unable to touch, who could stand it? I can't bear it anymore, okay? Who wants you to bear with it? As soon as Arbor opened his mouth, he realized that he was stuttering like a coward. Enraged, he turned his head and bit his hand. You're bullying me. He accused her in a small voice, then pressed down and kissed her endlessly. After kissing her, his fingers were just about to unbutton her clothes. Unexpectedly, the little girl stretched out her leg and hooked it around his body. She secretly used her strength and with a bang, she pushed him down instead. Emolienne pursed her lips. Her almond-shaped eyes shone brightly in the dark. You like this position? I think we should sleep. Arbor coughed and said, as a doctor, I think it's better if you take care of me for another 2 or 3 years. Emolienne, why did he feel like the sky was about to fall when he heard this? Baby? Emolienne looked so pitiful that she was about to cry. Go to sleep. The little one coughed and ignored a certain reaction from him. She raised her hand and patted his head comfortingly. Don't think too much. It's not good for your body. Then she laid in his arms and really found a comfortable position. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Just like that, she fell asleep irresponsibly. Emolienne. Why do I feel like the future is still so dark? The next day, Arbor groggily felt someone shake him awake. When she opened her eyes, she saw the Crown Prince's watery eyes looking at her pitifully. Morning. The little one immediately hugged his neck and rubbed her mouth on his face. A certain someone who had been gloomy the entire night was instantly relieved. After the two of them finished washing up noisily, they put on their formal attire and court attire and headed for the Empress Dowager's longevity palace. The Great King and the Queen were currently chatting with the old Empress Dowager in the Longevity Palace's side chamber when they heard the announcement the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess have arrived from outside. He immediately raised his head and looked outside. From where he was, he could see a couple walking in hand. At first glance, they truly were jade made by nature and extremely pleasing to the eye. However, her stoic-faced daughter-in-law was still expressionless. Empress Zhao inwardly pursed her lips. Come. Quickly come to grandmother. The Empress Dowager's eyes curved into crescents as she waved at Arbor and patted the brocade couch next to her. Grandmother. Royal father, royal mother. Arbor bowed in succession and walked forward as instructed. There were 2 elderly women sitting below the Empress Dowager. They looked to be in their early 60s, but Arbor didn't recognize them. The Empress Dowager hooked her arm and pulled her to sit next to her, grinning from ear to ear. "Child, this is Consort Dowager Shu of Kanghui Palace. This is Matriarch Hong of the Hong family." Arbor's gaze slid over the two elderly women, and she stood up and bowed to them. The two elderly women didn't dare to be careless and hastily stood up to have her dispense with the formalities. It was said that Matriarch Hong of the Hong family was Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's biological sister. However, that old madam's dark skin and old-fashioned appearance were completely different from the benevolent and plump Empress Dowager. "Child, it must have been very tiring to accompany the Crown Prince to Jiaozhong base to complete a mission, right?" It was all right. Arbor actually didn't find it very tiring. However, she was a bit displeased that the disgusting Fan Qiuhe had appeared. The Empress Dowager looked at her with a grin and nodded. "I knew you were a child who could endure hardships. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such a high cultivation at such a young age." Sitting on the side, the great king and the queen couldn't help but look a bit awkward. Their cultivation levels were very low, and in the Empress Dowager's eyes, that meant they couldn't endure hardships. In reality, they couldn't be blamed for not working hard. After all, their constitution and aptitude determined everything. Some mystic cultivators with mediocre aptitude might not be able to break through above level 5 even if they reached mystic cultivation. There were even some who were so pitiful that they couldn't even open their inner worlds. In any case, I've opened my inner world. The Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager. Cough, Imperial Mother, let the Crown Princess serve the tea first. Empress Dowager nodded repeatedly. The royal maid, who had been waiting for a long time on the side, immediately walked up to Qiaomu with a saucer in her hands and bowed submissively. Qiaomu creased her brows and stood there motionlessly. She merely gazed coldly at that royal maid who had her head lowered and was holding up the saucer. Emdowager to Emdowager's Empress Dowager. Seeing that his daughter-in-law was still standing there, he hastily gave his son a look. Prince Mo glanced innocently at his old father and didn't rush Arbor. Instead, he reached out to squeeze her hand. "What did you discover?" "Today, if my hand touches the tea you offered, Empress Dowager will drink it. If she faints after drinking the tea I offered, I probably won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Wanghai." Qiaomu's chilly and desolate voice was like throwing a rock into a lake, immediately creating ripples in the lake. What? What? Empress Zhao widened her eyes in shock. Her sharp gaze instantly swept over the royal maid who hastily knelt down. That royal maid trembled in fright and shook her head repeatedly. "No, I didn't. Crown Princess, I definitely didn't poison the Empress Dowager, Crown Princess. The Great King. Your Majesty the Queen, Empress Dowager, please understand." That palace maid agitatedly went forward on her knees and kept kowtowing in front of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager looked at her coldly. "You mean to say that the Crown Princess framed you?" No. This servant doesn't dare. This servant doesn't mean that." The palace maid stammered. Fenggu was so angry that her whole body trembled. She went forward and slapped that palace maid twice. "Kai Qin, you've been with the Empress Dowager for many years. How dare you do such a foolish thing today?" "Nanny Feng, I didn't do it, it wasn't me." "Shut up." Fenggu shouted angrily, "I was the one who told you to prepare everything today. You were the one who handled everything. Who else do you want to blame?" The palace maid named Kai Qin knelt there and bit her lip, looking like she had suffered a great grievance. "There's definitely no problem with this tea. If your Majesty the Empress Dowager doesn't believe me, this servant is willing to drink it." After saying that, she didn't wait for the frowning Empress Dowager to speak. She snatched the cup of steaming tea with one hand and drank it all in one gulp. After that, she choked and coughed violently. When she looked up, she saw the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince standing not far away from her. The two of them were looking at her like she was a living corpse, which made her heart tremble with fear. Xiao Yao is here." Xiao Yao took a step forward. "Go feed her a piece of the plate of pastries on the table." When Kai Qin heard this, her whole body trembled and she almost immediately fell to the ground. Everyone present was shrewd. When they saw the palace maid's reaction, they immediately understood everything. Empress Zhao stood up in a rage. "You wicked servant! You dare to poison the Empress Dowager! Guards! Here!" The guards who were waiting outside the hall immediately took a step forward and swarmed in. However, at this time, Xiaoyao had already grabbed that palace maid Saiqin's arm and stuffed the pastry into her mouth. In a flash, Saiqin's face turned red, and then it turned black. She fell to the ground with difficulty, curled up body, and struggled. Finally, her limbs stiffen and die. This process only took a few short minutes. Everyone's hair stood on end as they shuddered all over. The toxicity of this poison was actually so strong that it left one with no room to retaliate. Xiaomu said faintly, "According to grandmother's eating habits, she will only take 2 to 3 bites of this pastry. The toxicity is not as strong as swallowing the whole pastry, so she can still be saved afterwards." The king was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He slammed his palm on the table and said, "He's simply a complete disgrace. Go and find out who's so vicious and daring to do this. This poison is so powerful. If that person poisoned it in the palace without anyone knowing, wouldn't that be terrible?" Empress Zhao said worriedly. Arbor shook his head. "These 2 poisons are very difficult to refine. They can only be released in a small area." The great king's heart calmed down a little, but he was still a little dissatisfied. "You killed this palace maid. How are you going to find out who's the mastermind?" "There's no need to ask." The Empress Dowager sighed and shook her head. "I think I know who it is." Everyone was stunned and looked at the Empress Dowager. Fenggu directed the servants to quickly change the tea. This time, the tea ceremony went very smoothly. After such a fuss, the Empress Dowager appeared somewhat tired. After the tea ceremony, she didn't keep the young couple any longer. Before leaving, she held Arbor's hand and softly comforted him before letting them go. Empress Dowager. Old Madame Hong wanted to argue with the Empress Dowager, but the other party waved at her. "Your matter, let's talk about it another day." Old Madame Hong had no choice but to get up and leave, secretly angry. Today, she actually wanted to ask for the Empress Dowager's marriage decree. This old Madame Hong had taken a fancy to the Duan family's 7th Miss, Duan Siren, and wanted to let her grandson marry her. Unfortunately, the Duan family looked down on her poor little Hong family, so she could only shamelessly come to ask the Empress Dowager to write a decree to directly appoint a marriage between Hong Riwei and the Duan family's 7th Miss. Her original intention was to quickly ask for one while the Empress Dowager was in a good mood today. Who knew she would encounter such an unlucky thing? Someone actually poisoned the Empress Dowager without rhyme or reason. After dismissing everyone, the Empress Dowager sat quietly on the brocade couch, not speaking for a long time. "Your Highness." Fenggu softly called her. The Empress Dowager recovered her senses and smiled at her. "What's wrong?" "Don't worry. All these years, what great storms have I not experienced? Don't mention such a small matter of poisoning." Fenggu's eyes reddened, and she stepped forward to softly comfort, "Your Highness, don't be sad. Fenggu, you also know who did it, right?" The Empress Dowager looked disappointed. "I didn't expect that she could do such a cruel thing. I watched this child grow up since she was young. Now, she's so unfamiliar that I don't dare to recognize her." Fenggu took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her eyes. "Only the commandery princess can freely enter and leave the Empress Dowager's bedchamber. If you say it has nothing to do with her, this servant also won't believe it. Moreover, she was so close to Qin a while ago. So everything was premeditated." The Empress Dowager sighed softly. "How can a person become so terrifying?" As she spoke, she shook her head, looking exhausted. Mo Lian held Arbor's hand and walked slowly towards the Eastern Palace. "Grandmother is unhappy," Xiaomu said with a frown. "Mo Lian, do you think grandmother is angry with me?" "Why would grandmother be angry with you?" Mo Lian watched as she turned around with a cautious expression on her face. She couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She held her little hand and said, "I won't allow you to think about it. No, I just saw that she looked tired. She must be sad because of what happened today. That's because some people's actions made her sad. It has nothing to do with you." Mo Lian raised her hand and stroked her head. Grandmother has probably guessed who poisoned her. Arbor didn't say anything and just nodded. Grandmother's 70th birthday will be in about a month and a half. When the time comes, we'll let her relax and be happy. Arbor nodded again. The Empress Dowager and the old lady of the Chow family were two completely different people. The Empress Dowager was wise, intelligent, and kind. She also hoped that such an old lady could be happy and live a long and healthy life. Then let's think about what gift to give the Empress Dowager. This is the first gift I'm going to give you after we get married. Think about it for me. Your Highness, Your Highness. Huifeng suddenly appeared in front of him and solemnly reported, a group of violent mobs has appeared on South Shilua Street. They've already broken into private residences and are currently smashing and looting. Mo Lian's expression turned solemn, and Arbor hastily said, let's hurry over and take a look. The two of them immediately mounted their horses and left the palace. They gathered several thousand Imperial Guards and hurried to South Shilua Street with Imperial Guard Commander Huifeng. Shilua Street was originally a shanty town where many impoverished people were housed. Now that a conflict had broken out, all sorts of drawbacks were revealed. The crowded street was completely packed with people. Fourth Miss Xu Hui was among this crowd, and she was so frightened that all color drained from her face. Fortunately, she had two powerful maidservants who knew martial arts by her side. Otherwise, this fourth miss would have long been torn apart and eaten up by the surrounding mobs. She didn't understand. She had clearly followed eldest sister Xu Quan to this destitute place like Shilua Street to be charitable and give out food. Everything had been fine at the beginning, so how did it turn into this situation? Several dozen strong and burly men squeezed everywhere with all their might, pushing many old, weak, women, and children to the ground. Xu Quan was surrounded by several guards, and when she saw the opportunity, she hastily reached out to grab two fallen children and hastily dodged to the side. This unforeseen event happened very suddenly, and it was already too late for the guards to step forward and stop them. Those irascible burly men seemed to have gone mad as they stepped on and kicked anyone they saw. Many commoners were injured and fell to the ground with painful groans. Xu Quan tightly clenched her fists, almost unable to believe everything before her eyes. Screwed up, everything was screwed up. Ah! Fourth Miss Xu Hui and the two maidservants beside her were pushed to the side by the crowd. One of the maidservants tightly grabbed Xu Hui's arm and shouted, Miss, Miss. Xu Hui's face was pale from fright, and she lost her footing and fell to the ground. She struggled to stand up, but she was bumped head-on by someone, and she stumbled to the side. As for the maidservant who was grabbing her arm, she was immediately shoved aside. Xiaojiu, Xiaojiu. Xu Hui was so shocked that her voice trembled. She stumbled and fell into the arms of a big, sweaty man. The man immediately embraced her warm and fragrant body and grinned happily. He stretched out his arm and wrapped it around her waist. He bared his teeth and said, Miss, you're really passionate. No, no, let go of me, let go. Xu Hui suddenly became anxious, twisting her body anxiously to push the burly man away. However, she was just an ordinary woman. How could she resist the man's strength? In an instant, he grabbed her waist and pulled her into a small alley at the side. No, no. Ah. Let go of me, sister. Sister, save me. Hua. A loud noise was heard as several crazed brawny men swung their hoes and iron rods and smashed open the two rice vats at the entrance of the food store. White rice flowed out with a gurgling sound. Many people rushed forward to grab the rice with their hands and fought over it. The situation was getting out of hand. Capture all of the rioters, don't let a single one off. At this moment, Mo Lian rushed over while holding Qiao Mu's small hand. Yes, sir. Everyone shouted in unison. 2,000 Imperial Guardsmen flanked the crowd from the left and right. They orderly scattered into 100 groups, holding long ropes and iron hooks. When they saw the vicious brawny men, they urged their horses forward and hooked them down. Then, they used the long ropes to firmly wrap around their necks and urged their horses to whip them away. I'll make it 8. These 2 days are too busy during the day. I'll give you 10 on Saturday. The great king's second consort Xu Quan also didn't expect that the situation would turn out to be this irreversible. When she returned to her senses, the person beside her anxiously reported, "Not good, Prince Consort, fourth young miss has been separated from the crowd." How did this happen? Xu Quan's complexion instantly turned deathly pale, her body on the verge of collapse. Quickly go and find her." Xu Quan brought 8 bodyguards. Even if half of them wanted to go and find Xu Hui, the crowd was as turbulent as the sea, so the bodyguards couldn't squeeze out to find her. Actually, she had long told this fourth sister not to join in the fun. After all, Shilua Street was really a bit chaotic. She was afraid that such a situation would occur and she wouldn't be able to protect fourth sister. At that time, her mother would definitely be the first to not let her off. "Prince Consort, don't be anxious. Perhaps fourth young miss is fine. We can't squeeze out right now, so let's wait for the crowd to disperse a bit before we go." Xu Quan's complexion turned pale. Thinking back, at the beginning, the line was actually quite orderly. After everyone received their rice, they left in high spirits. However, as the waiting time grew longer and longer, some of the brawny men at the back of the line began to clamor impatiently. A perfectly good rice distribution trip ultimately turned into a violent riot. The most pitiful ones were those poor commoners who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Those who escaped quickly were able to avoid this calamity, but those who were too slow had their fists swung at their heads. Just as they were feeling anxious, 2,000 imperial guards arrived with the crown prince and crown princess. The moment they arrived, the chaotic situation was under control. "His Highness? His Highness!" The great king's second consort Xu Quan cried out in surprise and joy. Shi and the others also cried out excitedly, "His Highness is here, it's His Highness is here. We're saved, that's great." These 2,000 elite soldiers were well-trained and had astonishing mobility. In a short while, the 30 to 50 brawny men who were causing trouble were completely subdued. Speaking of which, those brawny men were mostly ordinary people, just a bit stronger than the average person. It was truly too easy for 2,000 well-trained imperial guards to deal with them. Among them, a small ringleader who resisted fiercely clenched his fist and grabbed a woman in front of Mo Lian, viciously intending to beat her up. Mo Lian angrily urged her horse to rush over. She pulled out her black moon sword and slashed at the man's waist, killing him on the spot. This bloody turn of events shocked everyone. Xu Quan was even more unlucky. She happened to be standing close to the squad leader, and the blood he spat out sprayed all over her face. Xu Quan staggered, her hands covering her small face as she screamed in horror. Mo Lian heard the familiar voice and turned her horse around, passing through the crowd. Arbor sat in front of him, and her curious gaze landed on the great king's concubine, Xu Quan. She recognized this woman. She seemed to be Mo Lian's sister-in-law. Mo Lian frowned. Could it be that this inexplicable turmoil was caused by these women? "Go ask them what's going on," Mo Lian said coldly as she swept a glance at Huifeng and the others. A group of imperial guards walked up and shoved the commoners to the two sides, creating a path that could accommodate 2 horses. Huifeng and the others quickly rushed forward and mentioned the matter that the commoners wanted to ask. Although the unlucky commoners were quite frightened, they were still able to stutter and recount the situation. Before long, Mo Lian understood the entire situation. By this time, Xu Quan had already regained her wits and hastily squeezed out of the Imperial Guard's protective circle. "Your Highness! Your Highness! I beg you, please save my fourth sister. Fourth sister was scattered by the crowd and is missing. I'm worried that she'll be in danger." Xu Quan looked distressed as she went forward to beg. The crown prince frowned as he looked at her and asked, "Does royal brother know that you came to Shilua Street to distribute rice?" Xu Quan used a handkerchief to wipe her tears and sweat as she nodded repeatedly. "Simply nonsense," Mo Lian reprimanded. Shilua Street was originally filled with poor people. Every time the imperial court distributed rice, they would send out troops to maintain order. They were afraid that something would go wrong and a good thing would turn into a bad thing. Yet these women in front of her dared to come to the slums with just 7 or 8 guards. Did they have brains or not? Usually, this sister-in-law of hers was still considered calm and magnanimous. She didn't expect her to do such a foolish thing. Could it be that her intelligence had been lowered after being with brother Great King for so long? Actually, Xu Quan felt very bitter in her heart. Previously, the great king had said that he would open a house of treasures with someone and talked about how much money it could make. He had even encouraged her to move all of her family's valuables into the house of treasures. In the end, the treasures were all stolen on the first day of business. Not only did they lose everything, they even owed quite a bit of debt. The monthly salary that the imperial court distributed wasn't enough to cover their expenses. After all, there was such a large family and the great king's concubines were too many to count. It really made it difficult for them to make ends meet. Raising guards and maids also required food and money. Recently, the great king's estate had almost reached the point where it couldn't make ends meet. Who knew how many of the maids, servants, and guards in the estate had scattered? Now that they were relying on her dowry to cover their expenses, she didn't know how long they could last. 2 days ago, her husband had listened to someone's suggestion and whimsically said that he wanted to come to Shilua Street to distribute rice and gain some popular support. She had already analyzed the difficulty of winning the popular support with her husband. Now that the entire imperial court followed His Highness the Crown Prince's lead, the commoners were also full of praise for His Highness the Crown Prince. Could it be that you thought that by casually distributing rice or something, you could immediately gain the favor of a large group of people? That's impossible. There wasn't much food left in the mansion, but the great king's son was stubborn. He only asked for the results and never asked about the process. Helpless, Shu Quan braced herself and came. In the end, the rice distribution had caused a huge commotion. Now, even his younger sister had been lost. It was really a thankless task. The most important thing now was to find fourth sister and bring her back. Everything else could be discussed. Since it was a request from the great king's consort, Mo Lian would not turn a blind eye to it. With a look, several small groups of imperial guards spread out and searched the nearby alleys. Shu Quan looked at Mo Lian helplessly and anxiously muttered to herself, what to do, what to do. Meanwhile, Mo Lian dismounted while holding Xiao Mu's hand, and he had the accompanying physicians examine the injuries of the nearby commoners. The commoners seemed to have found their backbone. Under the leadership of the imperial army commander, they lined up in an orderly manner to wait for the doctors to check on their injuries. Those with more serious injuries were carried to the front. After a round of treatment, a very young doctor from the Imperial Physician Building came forward and bowed to Mo Lian. Your Highness, most of the commoners only have superficial injuries. Only 2 have slightly more serious injuries. Their hands and feet are fractured and need to be set. Mo Lian nodded. At this time, the small groups of imperial guards that had spread out to search for Shu Hui also rushed back. One of the captains respectfully bowed to Mo Lian and said, Your Highness, we've searched everywhere, but we didn't find fourth young Miss Shu's figure. When Shu Quan heard that, she couldn't help but stagger. Her complexion instantly turned incomparably pale, and she felt dizzy as if she would fall to the ground in the next moment. She hurriedly went up to support her and cried out in alarm, Princess Consort, Princess Consort. Mo Lian frowned slightly. Auntie Wang, I'll send you back first. No, you can't. You can't go back like this. Your Highness, something must have happened to younger sister. It was so chaotic just now. If by any chance she was taken away by evildoers, then what should we do? Shu Quan cried as she said, Your Highness, please send more people to search for fourth sister. You mustn't let anything happen to her. We will naturally search for her, but for now, I'll send you back first. Your Highness. Do you have any accessories or handkerchiefs that your younger sister has touched? Arbor suddenly asked indifferently. Yes. Shu Quan subconsciously fished out an embroidered handkerchief and carefully opened it. She said softly, This was personally embroidered by fourth sister for me the year I got married. Arbor glanced at her and nodded. With a wave of her finger, several hundred light little butterflies circled forward in clusters. They stayed on that handkerchief for a few seconds like a swarm of bees before scattering and flying in all directions. This scene made Shu Quan somewhat dazed, and she beside her looked even more shocked. Everyone thought that the crown princess used some special talisman to summon so many butterflies with a wave of her hand. Shu Quan glanced gratefully at Arbor and hurriedly thanked her. Many thanks to the crown princess for your help. Many thanks. Arbor didn't say much. Putting herself in her shoes, if her Shaoliner was taken away by evildoers, she would also be very anxious. This was human nature. Although she didn't like that Madame Shu or Madame Zhuang, this great king's princess consort seemed to be a reasonable person. In less than 10 minutes, the venom-tailed butterfly Queen Xiaoxiao sent her a voice transmission. "Master, I've found the place. Come with me." Xiaoxiao turned into a colorful butterfly and ran out of the paradise. She flapped her wings and flew back and forth in front of her. Arbor pulled Mo Lian's sleeve. Mo Lian had long known that this little wife of his was a capable person, so he promptly picked her up by the waist and leaped onto the horse. "Leave half of the people here to continue watching. The rest of you, come with me." Xu Quan also hastily mounted a horse and followed along. The anxiety and impatience in her heart overflowed with words. The group of people followed Butterfly Xiaoxiao, who was leading the way. They rode their horses through the small alley and arrived in front of an ordinary small courtyard. "This?" Mo Lian lowered his head and looked at his wife with a smile. Arbor nodded. Xu Quan still wanted to ask something, but suddenly heard fourth young lady's blood-curdling screams coming from inside the door. In a split second, her entire face turned ashen. "I'll go in and take a look." "Why you all don't follow in?" Xu Quan stuttered and brought Xier in. Arbor raised her head and glanced at Mo Lian. "How do you plan on telling your royal father about this?" "Just tell him the truth." Mo Lian nonchalantly swept a glance inside the door. In any case, they had already benevolently helped to find the person. As for what happened, it wasn't something they could care about. "Jojo, on the other hand, you've raised a bunch of useful little things on this paradise planet." Mo Lian leaned close to her ear and whispered. Arbor nodded, muttering softly to him, "I've been raising them for a long time. Previously, I only sent them out to scout for information or something. Recently, Xiaoxiao told me that they've been accumulating mystic energy in my paradise planet, and they've also advanced in rank. Now, they can rely on a wisp of aura to distinguish and track." Mo Lian's eyes brightened. "That's really great, Jojo. In the future, I'll have to rely on you to find anything." Mwah. As he spoke, he even took advantage of the fact that she wasn't paying attention to give her a peck on the cheek. Xiaomu's face instantly flushed red, and she looked around with a guilty conscience. However, she only saw the royal guards lining up behind them like door gods. They were all looking down, as if they hadn't seen anything at all. Her little fist hammered him hard, and she rolled her eyes at him. "Don't flirt." "I'm not flirting." Prince Mo had an innocent expression as he blinked at her and said, "I'm just communicating normally with my wife." "Haha, so funny." Arbor swept him a speechless glance. The crown prince immediately waved his hand, leaving behind 100 imperial guards to escort Xu Quan and her sister back. The rest continued to follow him back to South Shilua Street where they had caused a ruckus back then. By now, the buzzing crowd had already dispersed by quite a bit. The ground was littered with broken pieces, rubble, wooden shelves, and the like. Arbor's eyes flashed, and her gaze landed on a little girl who was sitting in front of a garbage dump on the street corner, bawling loudly. The girl's mother was currently hugging and coaxing a little boy, so how could she have the time to care about the little girl sitting on the garbage dump? This scene could be seen everywhere in the slums of Shilua Street. Arbor shook her head. "Have you distributed the winter fruits from last time?" Mo Lian nodded. "It was handed over to Song Yuan. He did a pretty good job, getting a portion of the people to work. The winter fruits will be their monthly salary, isn't that great?" Qiamu also nodded when she heard this. She also did not advocate giving it away for free, especially those able-bodied young laborers. They absolutely could not be condoned for being carefree and abhorring work. Receiving rewards for labor was the right way to go. "I've collected a lot of winter fruits. I'll give them all to you." Arbor handed over a dozen storage talismans to Mo Lian. Mo Lian was immediately displeased. "No, how can I let my wife bleed every time?" Arbor looked at him silently and told him honestly, "It really can't fit anymore. It's all piled up on the ground outside the warehouse. You can go and see for yourself tonight." Mo Lian, alright, his little wife was too rich. Since the little rich woman didn't care, he would just keep it. He would just treat it as helping his wife to consume her food, hee. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. Helping to consume food? In this day and age, who didn't hide some food? Only this little oddball could do this. The defensive wall on the west side needs to be reinforced. When the time comes, I'll have official Song come to Shilua Street to issue missions and then select the best able-bodied laborers. Presumably, as long as there are food supplies, there will be a lot of people willing to take on this easy mission. Arbor grunted and nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. In Mo Lian's eyes, she looked especially cute, and he stared at her with a somewhat infatuated gaze. Arbor didn't notice his gaze at first, but when she did, she suddenly raised her hand to cover his eyes. "You're not allowed to look. Bad person." He muttered and pulled down her little hand, beaming as he said, "You're not allowed to stop me from looking at you." Arbor lightly spat at him. Who would have thought that after this guy got married, he would become impudent in front of others? He wrapped an arm around her waist and smiled at her with narrowed eyes. "What are you spitting at? I only have you as my wife, so who else can I look at if not you? Wife, daughter-in-law." His demonic voice reverberated through the air. Arbor burst into laughter. Looking at this guy, she couldn't help but laugh. Shameless. She reached out to pinch his waist, but she felt that the muscles under his clothes were distinct and so stiff that it hurt her little hand. "What do I need to be embarrassed about in front of my daughter-in-law?" Mo Lian innocently rubbed against her. "Don't mess around." Arbor pushed him away and looked up at him. "I'm talking to you about something serious." "Speak." "I plan to come to Shilua Street tomorrow to distribute grain, but I have a condition first. I'll only distribute to the old, weak, women, and children. Those young and strong shouldn't even think about getting a grain of rice from me for free." The Crown Prince's eyes lit up. "Jojo, you want to win over the hearts of the people for your husband, right?" "Arbor, I think you're thinking too much." A certain Crown Princess expressionlessly glanced at her husband. "You're too good, Jojo." The Crown Prince was so happy that he wanted to fly. He hugged Arbor and was about to kiss her twice as a reward. Unexpectedly, Darling Chow reached out her small hand and covered his lips. Her stoic face expressionlessly swept over him. "I'm just annoyed that the grain in the granary is almost full, so I want to take it out and distribute it." Prince Mo, what could he say? Only a nouveau riche had the right to act extravagantly. Okay. As long as you're happy." Prince Mo carried her and mounted the horse. "We're still newlyweds. Look at how busy you are. Tomorrow, your husband will come with you to distribute grain, okay? Oh, you want to win over the hearts of the people, right? Prince Mo, does this crown prince need something like the hearts of the people? Isn't that something you can summon with a wave of your hand?" Braggart. Arbor glanced at this confident fellow. "Where did you throw the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal to? I haven't seen him for 2 days." Mo Lian smiled. "Don't worry, he's living very well." At this time, a certain venerable immortal, who was being talked about by Arbor, popped his head out from a pile of bejeweled nectar and raised his cup to Hidden Flower. "Drink, continue drinking. I'll drink you to death." Hidden Flower silently felt that his life was really bitter. As His Highness' subordinate, he had to run around pretending to be a corpse puppet to complete a mission, and then he had to be in charge of drinking with this venerable immortal who would collapse after 1 jug and whose alcohol tolerance was extremely poor. It was simply too much. He was the captain of the secret pavilion, but he ended up following such an unreliable master. Mo Lian thought to himself, "Are you kidding me? How could he let such a big candle come and ruin his and his wife's wedding life? How could Arbor know that a certain black-bellied person would treat a venerable immortal like this?" Hearing this, he nodded without any suspicion. "It's right to treat him well. He's quite powerful. Who knows, we might need his help in the future." However, this deity-inviting talisman was a bit strange. Why was it that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal still hadn't returned after 3 to 5 days? Mo Lian carried Arbor and rode towards the palace. She leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Jojo, you clearly saw that those women and children were pitiful, so you wanted to go and distribute grain. She even said that she had too much grain and couldn't put it down. This child was always stubborn." This little fellow had always been someone who only knew how to do things but didn't say anything. Her personality was very worrying. If one didn't know her extremely well, they would more or less misunderstand her due to her expressionless stoic face. Mo Lian lightly nuzzled her head. It's fine. Even if the entire world doesn't understand you, there's still me who understands you. Arbor's gaze flickered, as if a string in her heart had been tugged. She looked up with her watery eyes and glanced at him. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. A date red horse galloped toward them as fast as lightning. Arbor turned around to look, and her small mouth involuntarily twitched. Huifeng's hobby is quite unique. He actually chose such a bright red horse. A black-clothed youth sitting on a red blazing horse was truly an extremely comical scene. I also think he's ugly riding it. Mo Lian quietly complained to his wife, say, how great would it be if such a blazing precious horse were to sit on my Jojo? My Jojo is so beautiful, so wouldn't she be even more beautiful sitting on this blazing date horse? Arbor actually nodded in agreement. That should be the case. The Royal Guard commander Huifeng, who had been listening to the young couple's complaints, couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. What to do? His two masters were each more thick-skinned than the other. This simply refreshed his deep understanding of this world, Your Highness. Huifeng caught up and gallantly cupped his hands at the two of them from his horse. Mo Lian quietly said to her wife, look at him, he just had to catch up and disturb our two-person world. Why did I take in such a dumb subordinate? Arbor immediately nodded empathetically. Actually, none of the subordinates you took in from the Hidden Night Pavilion are smart. They're all rather dumb and adorable. Mo Lian, Your Highness, the Shu family's fourth miss has been rescued. Mo Lian glared at Huifeng. You hurried over just to report such an insignificant matter? Huifeng was a bit dumbfounded. Didn't His Highness ask him to stay there with 100 Imperial guards to observe the situation? He thought that His Highness wanted to understand the situation, but who would have thought that his master didn't take it to heart at all? He reckoned that the order just now was just a casual remark, and he had completely forgotten what he had ordered him to do before. How did he end up with such a master? Huifeng looked helplessly at the crown princess. It's fine, go ahead and tell us. Arbor nodded and used an encouraging gaze to indicate for Huifeng to continue reporting. Just now, the young man was simply too stupid. He was rebuked by the crown prince's words. Fourth Miss Shu didn't suffer any substantial harm. It's just that her reputation should be damaged a little. Arbor replied with an "oh" and didn't say anything else. Then, there was an awkward silence. Huifeng, who was standing to the side, gave this brother a sympathetic look. Huifeng really wanted to slap himself. Look, this pair of troublemaking masters didn't particularly want to know about this matter at all, causing him to take it seriously and chase after them on horseback to report. This subordinate has already safely escorted the great king's consort and fourth Miss Shu back to the estate, Huifeng continued to recite. The crown princess replied with an "oh" again, and Huifeng suddenly couldn't continue. Mo Lian couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this. Alright, go back first. Oh, that's right. We and the crown princess will be coming to Shilua Street to distribute the grain tomorrow. You and Huifeng will make arrangements together and make sure everything is done properly. If something goes wrong and this crown prince loses face, you know what will happen. That's all for today. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock. The two shuddered simultaneously and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Your Highness. Arbor curiously looked at their constipated expressions and couldn't help but look up to ask Mo Lian, what's wrong with them? Oh, it's nothing. If they can't handle it, I'll throw them back to Marshall Mountain to continue training. It's just training. Looking at their constipated expressions, she couldn't help but suspect that Mo Lian made them do something that made them lose all hope in life. Prince Mo couldn't help but chuckle without saying anything. After the two of them rode back to the palace, the crown prince went to the king's palace to report the conflict, this time to the old great king. The extremely bored Arbor took out the bone-forging pill the sapling gave her with a flip of her hand. Suddenly, she heard the sapling excitedly shout in her conscious, Master, you're finally planning to use this bone-forging pill, right? No. The little stoic's 3 words immediately extinguished the sapling Chocho's enthusiasm. This master was becoming more and more improper. I'm going to distribute rice tomorrow and return home the day after tomorrow. Arbor counted with her fingers as if she was familiar with her family's treasures. The day after tomorrow, I'll eat your bone-forging pill the day after tomorrow. She kept feeling that the sapling seemed to be obsessed with this bone-forging pill and didn't know if it would trick her. Oh. The sapling responded, Master, I'm telling you, I won't trick you. You'll know after eating it. This bone-forging pill is a very good pill. After eating it, your bone marrow and meridians will be greatly improved. The effect depends on the individual. Some people can be reborn from mortal bones to mystic bones, and some people can even reach spiritual bones in a single bound. Oh. Master, aren't you excited? Cho continued to prattle, I feel like you might become that person who reaches the heavens in a single bound. Arbor sat on the bed and ate 2 snacks from a box. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Why would you think that? Because you're master. Every time you advance, you create miracles. Jojo liked this explanation. Xiaomu blinked. If the sapling was by her side right now, she would definitely gently stroke its dog head. Master, it's boring to be idle. Why don't we go around the palace and see if there are any fresh animals to be kept in Paradise Planet? Good idea. Xiaomu immediately put away the snack box and jumped to the ground. Cho, you truly do your best for master. The little treant climbed onto her shoulder and danced with joy. Cho will not hesitate to go through fire and water for master. The man and the treant walked out of the Eastern Palace and strolled around the palace as if they were strolling in their own backyard. Master, there must be a small breeding farm in the palace. I'm guessing it's near the kitchen. I thought so too. Arbor nodded. We don't ask for much. 3 to 5 of each kind of small animal will be enough. The little treant giggled. Arbor nodded and walked along the high palace walls. There were layers upon layers of pavilions, green tiles, and vermilion eaves. Whenever she met a palace servant who bowed to her, Arbor would just nod perfunctorily and pass by. A soft sedan embroidered with blue and white flowers turned a corner and bumped towards her. Xiaomu merely glanced at it absent-mindedly before walking over to the palanquin. A soft voice suddenly came from the sedan. Stop the sedan. A fair hand slowly lifted the curtain of the sedan, and half a head poked out and called softly, Crown Princess, please wait, the update has begun. Arbor stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the sedan chair. Commandery Princess En walked out of the sedan chair with light steps and said with a smile, En greets the Crown Princess. Arbor nodded expressionlessly before retracting her gaze and turning to walk towards the royal kitchen. Commandery Princess En's smile froze on her face. She didn't expect that the young Crown Princess before her would not even bother to look at her. Crown Princess. Commandery Princess En quickly walked up and called out to her again, Crown Princess, please wait. She signaled the 2 sedan bearers with her eyes, and they leaped forward gracefully to block Xiaomu's path. Arbor creased her brows, feeling displeased. She wanted to go to the imperial kitchen to see if there were any farms nearby. The woman she had met a few times had stopped her time and time again. Now, she was even blocking her way, which made her feel a little annoyed. Couldn't she just let her stay by herself quietly? Crown Princess. Commandery Princess En slowly walked up to Arbor and said with a stiff smile, En heard that someone barged into the Eastern Palace on the day of the Crown Princess wedding. Is the Crown Princess injured? Can't you see whether she is injured or not? She really was trying to find a topic. Commandery Princess En was rendered speechless, so she could only smile awkwardly. Yes, it's good that the Crown Princess is not injured. En has been very worried these past 2 days. You don't look like you are worried about me. Arbor glanced at her. En wished for nothing more than to tear the young Crown Princess's mouth apart. Her words were simply too infuriating. She merely wanted to save face by going up to greet her and worm her way into being friends. After all, they would be seeing each other frequently in this palace in the future. Yet this young Crown Princess was so unapproachable. Crown Princess. Arbor raised his hand to stop her. I have something to do now. Tell your men to move aside. Who would have the time to continue bickering with her here? They weren't very familiar with each other, so why did she have to pretend that they were so familiar with each other? It was simply ridiculous. Commandery Princess Ian was infuriated to death by her, but she couldn't raise a ruckus, so she could only pick the important topic first. Crown Princess, it's like this. Ian heard that the Crown Princess would be going to Shilua Street to distribute rice and grain tomorrow. Ian also wants to go and contribute her meager strength. Arbor glanced at her. You're also taking out 500 grains? 500 Dawn? Commandery Princess Ian herself did not realize that she had actually exclaimed out loud. 500 Dawn was equivalent to 50,000 liters of rice. Normally, 1 liter of grain was enough to last a family for 2 or 3 days. The Crown Princess actually said that she would distribute 500 liters of grain tomorrow? How was this possible? Even if she was the Crown Princess, and the Crown Prince's monthly salary was much higher than that of normal princes, it still couldn't support her wantonly squandering subsidies. It must be the great king and Her Majesty the Queen who privately gave her subsidies so that she could make the Eastern Palace proud. Commandery Princess Ian gritted her teeth as she thought this. She couldn't resist retorting with a stiff smile, how is that possible? Ian just wants to go and help the Crown Princess. Liar. Arbor immediately turned hostile and glared at her mercilessly. You said that you would do your part, but it turns out that you don't even want to take out a single bucket of rice. Then what use do I have for you? There are so many servants in the Eastern Palace. Do I still need a commandery princess like you to come and help? Crown Princess, how can you say that? On the side, Su'er couldn't help but fret. My commandery princess only wants to contribute her meager strength to help you. This Crown Princess was too blunt with her words. How could she mock their master like this? It had to be known that their master used to be quite wealthy. If it weren't for the fact that she had spent an astronomical price to purchase a prolongation pill at the House of Treasures that day, she wouldn't have had such a hard time recently. With the commandery princess's current state, she naturally couldn't fork out mystic currency to buy some rice for alms. Therefore, the best method was to stay by the Crown Princess's side and accompany her to make her presence known among the people. Presumably, with the commandery princess's gentleness and consideration, those people would definitely like the commandery princess more and not that stoic-faced Crown Princess. I don't need your help. You aren't even forking out any rice, yet you are vainly trying to help me earn rice. A dignified commandery princess doesn't even find it embarrassing. Arbor's harsh words simply made Commandery Princess Ian topple over in anger. What rice did I earn? Crown Princess, speak clearly. How could there be such an unreasonable person in this world, able to make someone stomp her feet in anger with just 3 sentences? Is that not the case? The young Crown Princess swept her an expressionless glance. The harem issues a monthly stipend every month, and you are not an exception. Yet you are still fighting with a bunch of junior royal maids and junior eunuchs for private work. You are simply petty. What? Commandery Princess. Su'er was also so angry that her stomach was about to burst. She glared at Arbor as she supported Commandery Princess Ian. Crown Princess, please watch your words. When did our Commandery Princess earn any rice from you? If you are afraid that she will steal your limelight, then just say so. Why find all kinds of weird excuses? The young Crown Princess swept a glance at the master and servant pair before scolding them for being crazy. Then she trotted away along the palace wall without looking back. The sapling Chocho, who was sitting on her shoulder, simply laughed until his stomach hurt. He knew his little master too well. This child simply despised Commandery Princess Ian from the bottom of her heart. There was no other reason than Commandery Princess Ian being petty. It should be known that the little Crown Princess had given a small task in the Eastern Palace. Whoever was willing to accompany her to stand on the street and distribute rice tomorrow would be rewarded with a bucket of rice every 2 hours. If there were many people who received rice and the distribution time was extended, the reward would be increased by a bucket of rice every 2 hours. As soon as this small task was announced, all the little eunuchs and palace maids in the Eastern Palace fought to do it. Even if they had no use for the food in the Eastern Palace, they could still secretly send it out of the palace to their families. Besides, who would complain about having too much food in this day and age? Arbor ordered 10 little palace maids and 10 little eunuchs to help. She only needed 20 people, not one more. After the list of tasks was released, those eunuchs and palace maids who had not been selected looked disappointed. Commandery Princess Ian actually wanted to snatch the rice bowl of one of the royal maids or eunuchs just like this? Simply preposterous and shameless. How would Ian know that the young crown princess had such thoughts? She thought that the crown princess had rejected her because she had seen through her feelings for His Highness the Crown Prince. Because she had clearly heard that His Highness the Crown Prince would be accompanying the crown princess to the rice distribution tomorrow. She only wanted to create more opportunities to interact with His Highness. Did she also have to be rejected? Commandery Princess Ian's eyes flickered as she watched the crown princess's departing figure in disappointment. Commandery Princess, this crown princess is truly too abominable. Sewer grumbled, why does Commandery Princess have to put up with her every time? Commandery Princess Ian's eyes flickered, and she said with a sneer, let's return to the Longevity Palace to pay respects to the Queen Dowager. When the hidden guard came to report, the Queen Dowager was pruning her favorite jasper crabapple. Recently, this jasper crabapple had been a bit wilted. Perhaps it was because of the weather, but the Queen Dowager's heart ached terribly. She ordered people to move it back from the gardener's place and personally took care of it. After hearing the hidden guard recount the dispute between the Crown Princess and Commandery Princess Ian word for word, the Queen Dowager was startled for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. The hidden guard twitched his mouth as he reported, this subordinate heard that the Crown Princess issued a mission in the Eastern Palace, and all the royal maids and eunuchs signed up. However, only 20 people stood out, this oddball Crown Princess. The rest of the people were randomly assigned by the master to follow along. Yet she actually gave them a reward and a quota for the trip. The Queen Dowager put down the scissors in her hand and nodded repeatedly with a smile. This granddaughter-in-law of mine is truly interesting. I actually feel that her methods are quite good. The servants indeed did not dare to disobey when she randomly assigned people, but how could they be as enthusiastic as when she used the mission reward to mobilize them? Since the royal maids and eunuchs have all volunteered to do this work, the rice distribution this time will definitely be completed quickly and smoothly. Just as she said this, Fenggu walked in with a sullen face and curtsied to Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. The Commandery Princess has come. The Queen Dowager's smile faded slightly, and she turned to look indifferently at Commandery Princess Ian, who had gracefully entered. Ian pays respects to the Queen Dowager. Commandery Princess Ian kept feeling that the Queen Dowager was lukewarm toward her these past 2 days. Even her gaze sometimes appeared extremely indifferent. Unlike in the past, when the Queen Dowager would beckon her to sit next to her with a smile every time she saw her. Ian, is something the matter? The Queen Dowager asked with a smile as she continued to prune the jasper crabapple, contemplating where to cut. This jasper crabapple was her favorite, so she absolutely could not let it die. Ian walked up with a glint in her eyes as she said with a smile, reporting to the Queen Dowager, Ian wants to leave the palace early tomorrow morning. Oh? The Empress Dowager glanced at her. What's the matter? Commandery Princess Ian said with a feigned smile, Ian heard that the great king's son Consort caused quite a stir when she went to Shilua Street to distribute rice. On the other hand, some of the pitiful commoners on Shilua Street had suffered injuries of varying sizes. Ian feels that they are very pitiful, so she wants to bring Su-er over to pay them a visit tomorrow. The scissors in the Empress Dowager's hand paused for a moment before she smiled and said, that won't be necessary. The Crown Prince has already reported to the Great King. Tomorrow, he will accompany the Crown Princess to Shilua Street to take care of the injured and distribute some food to the old, weak, women, and children. I think that the Crown Princess's decision is very good. I have already agreed and sent Granny Zhong to go with them. Commandery Princess Ian's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the Queen Dowager already knew about this matter. As expected, she had underestimated how well informed the Queen Dowager was. Ian quickly forced a smile. Your Majesty, Ian also wants to put in some effort to go over and help. The Queen Dowager's hand that was holding the scissors tightened slightly. She shook her head and said faintly, I don't think it's necessary. It's not good for too many people to go. The Crown Princess has already brought enough people on this trip, so it's good that you have this intention. When Ian heard this, her pupils involuntarily contracted. No, it wasn't her misconception. The Queen Dowager actually rejected her, her original intention was to complain to the Queen Dowager. It would be best if she could persuade the Queen Dowager to give the order to arrange for her to be part of the Crown Princess's entourage tomorrow. At that time, no matter how unwilling the Crown Princess was, she had the Queen Dowager's verbal edict. Could it be that the Crown Princess could still make things difficult for her, as long as she had a few more chances to interact with His Highness the Crown Prince and let him clearly see her gentleness, generosity, and beauty, then there would still be a lot of hope for her future. But now, the Queen Dowager actually rejected her. Could it be that she had done something wrong that caused the Queen Dowager to dislike her? Commandery Princess Ian was perplexed, but she had no other solution. The Queen Dowager had already spoken, so she couldn't pester her any further to avoid incurring Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's disdain. After she left, Fenggu couldn't resist scolding. In the past, I didn't realize that the Commandery Princess was such a pretentious person. Now that I look at it, she really has gone overboard with her pretense. Isn't that so? The Crown Princess had clearly rejected her going to help, yet she still dares to beg Her Majesty now. Nanny Zheng also retorted angrily, what does she think of herself as the Queen Dowager? If Her Majesty the Queen Dowager really agreed to her request and stuffed her into the Crown Princess's entourage, what would the Crown Princess think? The Queen Dowager sighed and said with a shake of her head, I still remember when she was young. When I brought her into the palace, she was only 9 years old. At that time, she was so small and skinny, like an overly frightened small animal. She would panic at everyone she saw. For a whole half a year, she would wake up from nightmares in the middle of the night every time. That's right. Her Majesty the Queen Dowager personally brought her to her bedchamber and took care of her for half a year. Fenggu gritted her teeth and said, yet unexpectedly, she raised an ingrate who would poison Her Majesty the Queen Dowager now. This old servant still feels that we should send the Commandery Princess far away as soon as possible or marry her off as soon as possible. Nanny Zheng also said coldly, you should know that if there is a first time, there will be a second time. She can often enter Her Highness's bedroom, who knows if there will be a next time. The Empress Dowager let out a long sigh, put down the scissors in her hand, and glanced at the wilted jasper begonia. This flower can't grow long. It's the same with people. They will go astray if they are raised. I don't know when they will go astray. Your Highness, don't worry. This jasper begonia can still be saved. This servant will post a mission in the city tomorrow and invite the best gardeners into the palace. The next day, the Crown Princess woke up early in the morning and led 20 junior palace maids and eunuchs, setting off with the Crown Prince's group towards Xilua Street in a grandiose manner. The accompanying 1,000 imperial guards maintained order. When they arrived at the entrance of Xilua Street, a group of junior palace maids and eunuchs began to set up a stall, dividing up the work and working together very quickly. 2 young eunuchs stood in front of several rice buckets, waiting for orders. The other 2 eunuchs held a booklet for registering grain, ready to record at any time. Very quickly, a queue formed at the entrance of Xilua Street. The junior leader of the Imperial Guards maintained order while constantly reminding the commoners in the queue, have you all seen the announcement? Elderly people who have reached the age of 55 and children under the age of 16, regardless of gender, can receive 5 liters of rice. Don't push and shove each other, and even more, don't cut in line. Once it is discovered that someone is disrupting order, your qualifications to receive it will be revoked. Everyone's hearts burned, and their expressions were slightly agitated as they whispered to each other and discussed animatedly. Continuing at night, the notice had been posted yesterday, and the conditions for receiving rations were very generous. Moreover, each person could receive 5 liters of rice. This was simply like a pie falling from the sky, making everyone overjoyed. Mystic cultivators, body cultivators, and the like, be more self-aware. Today's rations collection event does not include people with special abilities. Once they are tested to have mystic energy or other abilities and come to falsely claim rations, they will all be arrested and thrown into prison. The head of the royal guard strapped himself on a golden saber and stood in front of the line, loudly shouting to maintain order. The line was divided into 3 lines. One line would first go to the testing stone to test their age and ability. After passing, they would go to another line to receive rations. After receiving their rations, they would go to the 3rd line and stamp a red mark on their elbows to indicate that they had received their rations. Once this kind of red mark was stamped, it would not disappear within a day, so there was no need to line up for a second time. Along the way, if they moved quickly, it would not take too much time, so the line's movement speed was still very fast. The junior eunuchs and junior royal maids divided up the work. Some scooped rice, some stamped, and others went to register and move the rations. All the elderly and children who received rations were all beaming with joy. Once it is discovered that someone has stolen rations, they will be punished according to the highest punishment, so do not have any wishful thinking. The Royal Guard commander, Hui Feng, loudly said, "This time, other than distributing rations, another mission will be issued. All the residents of Shilua Street, regardless of whether they are in the shed area or in the private houses, can accept the mission to repair the western city wall. The mission has already been posted in the notice area. Those who are interested can go take a look." Following Hui Feng's roar, several dozen people who had been watching from the periphery hurriedly ran toward the mission notice area. It had to be known that every time the imperial court issued a mission, the benefits and preferential treatment were basically good. If they were late, there would definitely be no such popular missions. At the same time, in a dilapidated temple in Shilua Street's old district, sunlight passed through the pillars and beams covered in cobwebs and slowly shone in, sprinkling in front of an old Buddhist shrine. The bodhisattva with a dirty face was missing an arm and was tilted to one side. The two empty, worn-out plates in front of the table were covered in dust. A spider had made its home on the bodhisattva's face, diligently weaving its web in great joy. "Mother, mother, quickly get up, quickly get up." A young lady in her early 20s, dressed in plain clothes, excitedly pushed an old woman who was sleeping soundly in the corner. "Mother, mother! Get up quickly, Shilua Street is giving out grain today. You and little brother quickly go get the grain for me. We have to hurry up and snatch it. If we're late, there won't be any left." The eldest young lady pushed her mother up with all her might. Cough, cough, cough. The woman sat up with a wrinkled face. "Cough, is that so? Where did you hear that?" "I heard that notices have been posted everywhere. Everyone knows about it. It's just that we live in a rundown temple, so we don't get the latest news." "Mother! Hurry up." The big girl grumbled and urged. "Where's my brother? Little brother. Little brother." That girl walked to another corner and forcefully shook the tattered quilt. She went up and kicked that thin and weak lad as she angrily scolded, "You're really useless. To think that you're a level 2 mystic cultivator. Everyone else can go out and do missions, but you're the only one who's afraid of death, hiding in this rundown temple all day long, fighting with a bunch of ordinary people for food." The boy kicked her too. "What are you doing?" The girl threw a tattered outer garment at his face. "What are you doing? You only know how to sleep and sleep all day. Get up and go get your grain." The woman coughed twice and stopped her. "Ingchun, don't treat your younger brother like this. Song your older sister said that someone is distributing grain at Shilua Street today. Let's go take a look." When he heard that there was grain to be collected, the thin young man crawled up quickly. He casually put on a jacket, wiped his dirty face, and walked out of the rundown temple. How could people who lived in this kind of rundown place care about washing up? It was already pretty good if they could take a bath once in a year or so. The woman's family of 3 walked out of the rundown temple and ran towards Shilua Street. The moment he stepped out, he realized that everyone was rushing towards the same place. The young man instantly believed a little more about the rice distribution. He rubbed his shriveled stomach and licked his lips. He hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time. His eyes would turn red at the sight of food these past 2 days. The 3 of them were mixed in with 7 or 8 beggars of various sizes as they followed the small groups to the street entrance. Today's sunlight was especially bright, and it felt warm and cozy when it shone down on them. Xiaomu had rewarded the group of junior eunuchs and junior royal maids in advance by treating them to a feast last night. They ate well and slept well, so everyone was in good spirits. Even though they had been busy for half the morning, everyone was beaming and no one complained about being tired. A young girl wearing gray clothes and a blue and white cotton cloth wrapped around her head impatiently grabbed her mother's hand and quickly moved forward with the flow of people. Everyone in the line held a cloth bag filled with rice in their hands as they eagerly looked forward. When they thought about how they would be able to carry a lot of rice back and not have to starve at night, the smiles on the elderly and children's faces became even brighter. "Hey, isn't that the little dog who lives in the bunk next to us?" The thin and weak young man called Song glanced at the tanned and thin boy at the front of the line. He raised his eyebrows and walked over to the other side. "That's right, let's line up over there." Little dog. Little dog. Older sister Xianxia? The tanned and skinny boy was stunned. Seeing that Song wanted to cut in front of him, he didn't say anything. Miss Xianxia supported her mother and hurriedly walked over. However, before the three of them could cut in, they heard a series of shouts from behind them. "What are you doing?" "Cutting the queue." "Someone cut the queue." "How shameless, we've also been waiting here for a long time." Sir, there's someone cutting the queue here. Please come and take care of it." The roars of the crowd attracted the attention of a junior commander of the Imperial Army. He raised his dagger axe high in the air and roared, "Quiet down. You." He pointed at the ashen-faced Miss Xianxia. "Go to the back." Miss Xianxia was instantly unable to maintain her composure, and her entire charming face darkened. "Xianxia, don't make a fuss, don't make a fuss. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. Let's just line up at the back." The woman was afraid that if they stirred up trouble, the three of them would be at a disadvantage, so she hastily grabbed Miss Xianxia's hand and pulled her and her son out of the line to line up at the back. However, with this delay, another 7 or 8 people had already lined up in their original spot. Hence, the three of them could only line up angrily at the end of the line. The junior commander of the Imperial Army glanced at them. She suddenly said loudly, "I'll remind the newcomers again. There's an age limit to receiving grain. Young adults between 16 and 55, especially mystic cultivators, body cultivators, and superhumans, are not within the range of receiving grain. Don't waste time trying." "Huh?" The woman instantly grabbed her daughter's hand in panic and quietly said, "Xianxia, our ages aren't within this range. Also, your younger brother is a mystic cultivator. Mom, don't be nervous for nothing. They're just scaring people. Look at your frail and aged appearance. Who would believe you're not 55 when you walk out?" Miss Xianxia looked forward and narrowed her eyes slightly. She saw a dozen or so huge rice barrels piled up in front of Shilua Street's food stall. The rice inside was piled high into a mountain, and each grain was plump and eye-catching. The sun gradually rose higher in the sky, and the early spring sunlight melted the chill. At noon, the temperature rose, and the crowd began to stir. "Why is it so slow? Is the line moving or not? It really is quite hot." A plump old woman pulled at her collar and wiped away her sweat. The woman was hot and anxious, and beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead. She unbuttoned the 2 buttons that bound her collar and cautiously turned her head to glance at her daughter. "Xianxia, will there really be no problem? What can happen?" "Don't worry." The young lady called Xianxia impatiently said, "When we have rice, we can cook a big pot of rice porridge tonight. It'll be even better if we can get a few meat buns." The old woman hadn't smelled meat in a long time. When she heard her daughter say this, she felt her mouth salivate and couldn't help but swallow. "Hey, it's moving, it's moving. The line is moving a bit faster." The people in front happily called out and moved forward along with the slowly advancing line. "Mom, I want to eat 2 big bowls of rice tonight," Song called out. Okay. The woman coughed a few times and repeatedly nodded with a smile. "Mom will cook for you, Mom will cook for you." Xianxia immediately said in dissatisfaction, "What rice? Eat porridge. If we cook porridge with 10 liters of rice, it's enough for our family of 3 to eat for more than a month if we eat sparingly." Song immediately harumphed. I want to eat, Mom." All right. The woman glanced at her son with pity and sighed. "Xianxia, your younger brother doesn't have enough to eat every day. If your younger brother and I can each receive 5 liters of rice today, our family will have a full meal no matter what." Miss Xianxia didn't utter a word. She had nothing to say when she thought of the difficulties and hardships she had gone through during this period of time. The woman slowly moved forward with the line. At this time, there were already hundreds of people behind them. In fact, the speed at which the procession was moving forward was not slow. It was just that they were waiting anxiously and felt that time was passing very slowly. At this moment, as they looked at the rice bucket that was getting closer and closer to them, their eyes slowly began to shine. Suddenly, the woman lifted her dirty sleeve to wipe her eyes. She blinked hard as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. When she opened her eyes again, she suddenly exclaimed, Ingchun, come and see. That person? That. The girl sitting there, she? Her? Is she the eldest daughter of the first branch? What main branch? The girl named Ingchun followed her mother's finger and looked forward. Her eyes immediately went blank. Who is that? She reflexively lowered her head to glance at her own dusty clothes, then at the fair and tender little girl sitting at the front of the line. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. She was wearing a plain-colored top, a lake-colored satin gauze robe on the outside, and a jewel-colored silver silk skirt on the bottom. Her black hair was loosely tied into a bun, and the remaining 2 strands of hair brushed against her cheeks. Her creamy left hand wore a lustrous bracelet embroidered with green bamboo, and her right hand wore a pair of gold-threaded bracelets dotted with emerald blue. A lake-colored belt was tied around her waist, and a sachet of flowers of the same color was hanging from it. She sat silently next to a handsome man, her eyes fixed on the moving crowd in the line. No, it's not her. Mom, you've got the wrong person. How could such a refined and elegant noble lady be the eldest daughter of that pair of villagers in Kwoto village? Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't dare believe it. No, Mom recognizes that stoic face of hers. Madame Naily shouted agitatedly, if she really is the eldest daughter of the eldest branch, then everything is easy to discuss. We're all relatives, so wouldn't it be better to ask her for more rice? No, it's impossible, impossible. Xiaoyingchen bit her lip and suddenly reached out to grab an auntie behind her. Auntie, take a look. Who is that young lady sitting in front? I-oh. That auntie softly cried out in pain, but her eyes also looked forward. She then smiled. You don't even recognize her. That's the Crown Princess, our northernmost Crown Princess. This rice distribution event was single-handedly hosted by the Crown Princess. In this entire northern MO, other than our Crown Prince and Crown Princess, who else could be so generous as to distribute 5 liters of rice to each person? Xiaoyingchuan's expression instantly turned extremely unsightly. She didn't believe it, didn't believe that that little village girl could actually become the Crown Princess. Seriously, what kind of joke was this? She was only a village girl. How could His Highness the Crown Prince marry a village girl? He must have been deceived. No, she had to expose her identity. To expose her true colors. Ingchun, what are you doing, Ingchun? Madame Li hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, it's almost our turn. Don't be so anxious. Did you forget that we were pushed to the back of the line? Don't waste all your previous efforts. 52 years old. You are not in the age range. Leave this place immediately. After the ashen-faced woman was pulled out of the crowd, she cried and threw a tantrum, Sir, please have mercy on me. Rules are rules. Let's go. Hui Feng waved his hand and immediately had the woman thrown out of the crowd. Upon hearing this, Madame Naily's body trembled and she hastily tugged at Xiaoyingchuan's hand, asking in a low voice, Ingchun, what's that? How can you tell his age? That's a testing stone. It's used to test talent and age. It's usually used by mystic cultivators to test their levels. Xiao Tsung's expression turned ugly. Mother, do you think we've waited so long for nothing? Our ages aren't in this range. Madame Naily immediately straightened her neck and made a scene. I don't care. In any case, I've waited for so long. If she doesn't give me food, I won't let this matter rest. Besides, we're all relatives. Is there a need to be so harsh on us? Soon, it was Madame Naily and her son's turn. Xiaoyingchun coldly stood at the front of the line, and her sword-like gaze landed on Arbor. Xiaomu wasn't an idiot. She quickly detected this kind of pressuring gaze and looked up in the direction of the gaze. When she saw Madame Naily and Xiaoyingchun, she couldn't help but be startled. She still remembered that when she led Brother Xiaohu to trigger his meridians in Shizhou City, she bumped into Madame Naily and her children. After that, she never saw this outrageous family of 3 again. The next time they met was 7 or 8 years later. However, looking at their beggar's attire and haggard appearance, they probably didn't live as they wished. "Come and take the test," the junior royal maid called out. Madame Neily was blindly excited and pushed away the royal maid's hand. She coughed excitedly and hastily walked up to Arbor. "You're Arbor from old Xiao's eldest branch, right?" Me. Second auntie. Jojo, do you still remember me?" "Second auntie, ah ha ha ha." As he said this, he actually laughed out loud in joy. His laughter was like a few ducks swimming in a lake. Arbor didn't think there was anything to be happy about meeting Madame Neily's family. The first time they met was in Quoto village. Madame Neily brought her precious daughter Xianxia and wanted to rob her of her supplies without any explanation. After she chased them away, she even ran to elderly Lady Qiao's place to instigate her. The second time they met was in Shizhou City. At that time, she brought brother Xiao to the Mystic Cultivator Association to trigger his meridians. Then, she got into a conflict with Xiao Tsung's master, Uncle Master Bai from Daybreak Sect. That was also her first time meeting Murong Sun. From the looks of it, nothing good happened every time she met Madame Neily and her children. "Come and take the test." The junior royal maid angrily roared and immediately dragged the excited Madame Neily to the testing stone to press her handprint. 50 years old. A normal person, 50 years old doesn't fit the age. "Throw her out," Arbor coldly said. Prince Mo glanced at Madame Neily and her children but didn't say anything. When Madame Li heard that she was going to be thrown out of the line and wouldn't be able to get half a grain of rice, her eyes immediately turned red. She coughed loudly and said, "Ah, let me go, let me go. You cursed little beast. How could they be so cold-blooded and heartless to their own relatives? In terms of seniority in the family, I am your second aunt." Xiao Tsung was also anxious. He pointed at Arbor and said, "You're Arbor. You're Arbor, right?" A trace of hidden hatred flitted through Xiaoyingchuan's eyes. She suddenly pushed aside the crowd and dashed forward. With a plop, she knelt down in front of Mo Lian. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you must be His Highness the Crown Prince. This commoner greets your Highness. Your Highness, this humble girl has something to report. Your Highness, you mustn't be deceived by this little village girl beside you. She wasn't the daughter of a noble family. She's just a village girl. She's not worthy of your noble status. She was a village girl from Quoto village. Your Highness." After Xiaoyingchen finished reciting, she turned to look at Arbor and said with a malicious sneer, "Arbor, I don't know what method you used to deceive the Honorable His Highness the Crown Prince. But today, I'm here to expose your true identity." The Crown Prince abruptly stood up. Xiaoyingchuan's face was filled with joy as she looked up at the Crown Prince expectantly. As she expected, Arbor had indeed deceived the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince would definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation and punish this woman. What Crown Princess? A village girl delusionally wants to sit in the position of the Crown Princess? She's simply a fool's dream. Tie her up. The end of the night watch. Prince Mo's handsome face was taut as he pointed at Xiaoyingchen and her children. "Disruptors, go to jail." A cold voice rang out mercilessly, causing Xiaoyingchen and her children's faces to turn ashen. How was that possible? It couldn't be. She was clearly there to expose this woman's true identity, so why didn't His Highness the Crown Prince arrest Arbor instead of the three of them? Xiaoyingchuan's eyes widened in shock. Her mother, Madame Neily, was already trembling in fright. She hastily dragged Xiaoyingchen back and screamed, "No, no, don't." Madame Neily grabbed her children's arms tightly and shielded them behind her with all her might. "Don't imprison my children. If you want to imprison me." A week ago, their family of three finally arrived at the Mo Kingdom base after going through countless difficulties and dangers. They always thought that they would definitely have good days in the future, but they didn't expect that they would face the crisis of being imprisoned just because they came to collect rice. Xiaoyingchen and Xiao Tsung were also quite frightened. Their bodies trembled as they hid behind Madame Neily, and their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at Arbor. Arbor didn't even bother to look at them. She was already familiar with Madame Neily's family of three. The three of them were all brainless, so what was the point of bickering with a few brainless people? "Xiaoyingchen, I didn't expect you to only grow older but not wiser these few years. You're already so old, yet you're still so stupid. Arbor mocked expressionlessly. Looks like you're quite lucky to be able to survive in this chaotic world for so long. What did you say? Xianxia's face flushed with anger, but her mother tightly grabbed her wrist. Arbor coldly glanced at her, causing Xianxia to swallow back the words she had yet to utter. What are you still standing there for? Rules are rules. Anyone who dares to cause trouble during this rice distribution operation will be imprisoned, Mo Lian said indifferently. Imperial guards immediately strode over and surrounded Madame Nali and her children. Don't arrest me, don't arrest me. Xiao Tsong immediately cowered and shrieked in panic. It's that woman's fault for speaking nonsense. Arrest her, arrest her. Don't arrest me, I didn't say anything. You coward, what are you saying? Xiaoyingchen shrieked and stepped forward, wanting to kick Xiao Kong. However, she was held down by a few Imperial Army soldiers, and no matter how she struggled, she was unable to break free. Arbor coldly glanced at them and waved his small hand as if he was shooing away flies. The Imperial guards immediately responded with a yes and dragged the Qiao family's mother and sons out of the crowd. Arbor, Arbor, how could you treat old Qiao's relatives like this? Arbor. Arbor, I want to see your parents, Arbor. Ah. Ah. Madame Li seemed to have been slapped twice, so she could only obediently shut her mouth. Did you see that? There was an age limit for receiving grain today. Let me remind you again. Don't come here hoping that you'll get lucky. Once you're found to be an imposter, all of you will be imprisoned. Imperial Army Commander Hui Feng repeated the rules over and over again. Arbor swept a glance over the crowd and did a head count. The 500 grains today would probably be distributed by the afternoon. If there weren't a few people causing trouble in the queue, this distribution speed would still be acceptable. After Xiaoyingchuan's family of 3 was chased out, no one else dared to take the risk of receiving grain despite their age, so everything proceeded smoothly. At 5 in the afternoon, the long queue had already ended. Everyone hugged their grains and happily thanked them before leaving. Arbor stood up and said to the group of junior royal maids and eunuchs, "All right, pack up and let's go home." Everyone cheered in unison and swiftly packed up the tables, chairs, stools, rice buckets, and other items, moving them back into the food store. The food store's shopkeeper stood at the door with a grin with a group of waiters. He respectfully bowed in salute and was about to respectfully send off the crown prince and crown princess. Suddenly, an old woman with a lame leg walked over shakily with a crutch and a broken bowl in her hand. She hurriedly called out, wait a minute, I haven't received the rice yet." There was a large, half-rotten sore on the back of the granny's hand, and there was also a 7 to 8-year-old, dark-skinned and dignified child following behind her. His pair of black eyes were curiously looking at Xiao Mu and the others. "Apologies, Granny. Today's rice distribution has already ended. You came late." A tall and frivolous royal maid hastily walked up and blocked the grandmother and grandchild to prevent them from charging over and bumping into the nobles. When the old granny heard this, tears immediately dripped down her cheeks. I live at the old, dilapidated temple on East Street. When we heard the news, we hurried over, but we didn't expect to still be a step too late." When she thought of how sad she was, the old granny couldn't control her emotions and started bawling. The royal maid glanced at the old granny sympathetically and reflexively turned to look at the stoic-faced crown princess. The young crown princess glanced at the old granny and grandchild and said with a frown, "How much can this broken bowl hold?" The royal maid's expression lit up, and she hastily fished out a rice pouch and stuffed it into the granny's hands. "Granny, the crown princess wants you to go over and receive your rice." When the lame old granny heard this, she immediately cried and laughed at the same time. Many thanks, many thanks." She originally wanted to walk to Arbor's side, but when she saw Arbor and the others' bright and beautiful clothes, she was afraid that she would dirty the nobles' clothes and incur their disdain. She stopped after a few steps and looked awkwardly at the royal maid who spoke to her earlier. When the royal maid saw this, she immediately understood. All right, I'll go get it for you." Unexpectedly, as soon as she said that, she heard her stoic-faced young crown princess holler, "Come here." Everyone, the old granny was a bit startled and didn't have time to think. She quickly held her grandchild's hand and shakily walked over. When he heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle and turned to glance at the little fellow. Why was this scene so funny? Trembling, the old woman opened the bag that the palace maid had given her. Rice suddenly flowed out of the fairy-like little girl's sparkling and translucent jade-like hands and into her own bag. The little grandson at the side blinked his black eyes and hurriedly stretched his neck to take a look at the bag of rice. Wow! After the bag was filled to the brim with rice, the elderly woman emotionally wiped her tears and quickly tied the bag tightly. She repeatedly cupped her hands and thanked Xiaomu and company. Thank you, little Mississippi. Thank you, young sir. Eat of the nobles. Thank you, nobles. Thank you. Arbor flicked his finger, and a small jade bottle landed in the old granny's hand. He said expressionlessly, take the white pill orally and dissolve the red pill with warm water. Apply it externally to sores. You'll recover in 2 days. The old granny was startled, and her eyes immediately widened. But after that little girl finished speaking, she swaggered off with the noble young master beside her without even turning her head back. After the two of them returned to the Eastern Palace hand in hand, Arbor's heart stirred, and he called out for Sapling to drag them into Paradise Planet. Yesterday, I caught quite a few small animals from the palace's farm. Do you want to come over and take a look? Arbor pulled his hand in high spirits. With a thought, they came to Sapling's newly built farm. They saw a large open space in front of the magnetite mine, enclosed by a fence that was half a person's height. Inside, several kinds of animals were being raised, most of which were common animals like pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and so on. Sure enough, there were only 3 to 5 of each kind, and they were all alone inside. Arbor looked up at Mo Lian and said, Look. We don't have to worry about lacking meat and poultry in the future. Master. Do you want to come and take a look at the spiritual tea tree? Okay, Arbor pulled Mo Lian's hand, and the two of them teleported to the center of the entire paradise. This spiritual tea tree was planted in the center of the paradise. It was very open all around, without any shelter. The peach blossom trees were also transplanted to a slightly further place. At this time, this spiritual tea tree was still only a small seedling as thin as a bean sprout. The two of them squatted in front of the spiritual tea tree and carefully looked at it. Xiaomu blinked and asked, Chocho, this spiritual tea tree is still so small even after so long. When exactly will it grow up? Aya. Right now, Little Water and Little Earth are still in closed-door cultivation. After they come out, there will be sacred water to nourish the sacred soil to cultivate it, plus I'll pull the seedling to help it grow, accelerate its growth. In this way, it should be very fast. Arbor nodded his little head. Then when will they wake up? I think it's about time. At most, another 10 days to half a month. Arbor hurriedly nodded. Okay. Then this spiritual tea, will something happen to people in the profound realm when they drink it? Yes. They can't withstand this spiritual energy, and their bodies may explode. But Master's situation is different. In any case, you can use spiritual energy now. Then I can't give it to grandmother. Arbor tilted his head, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Mo Lian, come with me. Their figures flashed, and when they appeared again, they were already behind the peach blossom slope. The maple pavilion stood on the slope where peach blossoms fluttered in the wind. The longevity tree with its colorful, ball-shaped flowers was moved to the side of the maple pavilion. On the other side, there was an especially huge mutated peach tree. This peach tree was the one that had been nurtured by little soil. At this moment, it was like a towering tree that towered into the sky. It was covered in fruits, and each peach was as big as a wash basin. It was so big that it was a bit exaggerated. How about I give grandmother a pair of peaches for her birthday? Then, I'll use high-grade longevity grass to make 2 longevity pills for her. What do you think? Arbor muttered, it's a pity that the longevity tree hasn't borne fruit yet. Otherwise, I could make 2 longevity pills for grandmother. The effect of the longevity pill was naturally incomparable to the longevity pill. However, looking at the longevity tree's current state, who knew how long it would take for it to bear fruit? Baby, it's already very good. Mo Lian cupped her little face and praised, grandmother will be very happy. Arbor nodded. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he saw a small snake head poking out from between the leaves of the longevity tree. A pair of big, watery, cute eyes blinked as it looked at Arbor. Suddenly, it cried out Master Silver and slid over to her with tears in its eyes. Arbor stared blankly and subconsciously reached out her hand. The little white snake slid its body all the way to her palm and cried pitifully, Master, Master, Master. Hungry. Arbor's mouth twitched, while Mo Lian on the side smiled faintly. She reached out 2 fingers to pinch the snake's head and lifted it up. This crown prince is also quite hungry. Why don't we cook some snake soup? The little white snake shook its wriggling little body, bubbles in its eyes. It turned its head to look at its master and said, Master. Slap. Mo Lian unhappily slapped the snake's head. You idiot, why aren't you transforming into your human form? This summoned beast's body emitted the aura of a beginner sacred beast. It could transform into a human a long time ago, but it always turned into a cute little snake and acted spoiled and cute in front of his darling Xiao. What a headache, not only did she have to guard against humans, she also had to guard against beasts. Her heart felt so tired. She had to keep a close eye on it at all times. I won't. The cute little snake proudly raised its snake head. Its eyes were misty as it cutely looked at Arbor. If it had 2 little hands, it would definitely have a look of asking for a hug right now. Arbor couldn't help but be a little speechless. This human and snake could even fight, so what else could she say? She pulled Mo Lian's hand and held up the little white snake. She glanced at the coquettish snake rolling in her palm and couldn't help but shake her head. Let's make a pot of stew. It's simple and delicious. Mo Lian's lips curled into a smile. Her eyes were like knives as she poked that damn white snake and said with a smile, snake meat stew in a pot. It's very delicious, Jojo. This damned slandering man. The little white snake's 2 big round eyes angrily glared at Mo Lian. After a while, Mo Lian made a pot of mushroom meat stew. The 2 people, 1 snake, 1 ape, 1 chicken, 1 phoenix, and 1 squirrel sat in a circle and ate with relish. It could be said that they were all gathered together today. Other than sacred water and sacred earth who hadn't come out of seclusion, the other summoned beasts and contracted beasts were all present. That little white snake almost buried its head into the plate in front of it. Little snake, I'll give you a name. The moment Arbor said that, the little chick who was pecking at meat with its little mouth, choked on its own. It's here, it's a historical moment again. After the little master continued, the little snake. The little snakes, the master, the little, master, the snake, the master, the little, the snake, the little, the master, the master. The blazing blood fire phoenix, who had shrunk to the size of a blue swan, couldn't help but turn its head and roll its eyes at him. Are you sure? I've thought it through. The little white snake nodded its little head vigorously with an expression that said, please give me a name. Arbor tilted its head and thought for a moment. Then I'll call you Snaky from now on. The little white snake, Snaky? Master, are you sure this is a name you came up with after careful consideration? Arbor picked up a mushroom with his chopsticks. Or should I call you Softy? Pft. Cough. The Bloodfire Phoenix suddenly felt that the name, Xier, given to it by the scoundrel wasn't too bad. How about Xier? Mo Lian's mouth twitched as she calmly picked up a wineglass. Master, why you should just call me Snaky. The little white snake stuttered. Take a closer look, you're Snow White all over. How about I call you Whitey? No, master, look. This little fat squirrel is also covered in white fur. He's more suitable for this name. The little snake betrayed his teammate without a second word. Chirp. The little fat squirrel expressed that he didn't understand what they were saying at all, and his little furry face revealed a bit of foolishness. Don't bully Chirp. He's so small, and his comprehension is limited. Arbor said softly. After saying that, the phoenix, chicken, snake, and ape all swept a disdainful glance at the fat squirrel that was acting dumb. Jojo, high-level mystic beasts all have spiritual intelligence, not to mention the ones beside you. As long as they're divine beasts and above, they can all transform into human form. Mo Lian coughed lightly and said while pointing at the little fat squirrel, he should be a sacred beast. Otherwise, when the bloodfire phoenix egg entered your conscious pool back then, you would have kicked it away long ago, no? Arbor blinked. Aside from the ape and the divine bird Qing Yuan, in other words, the little white snake, the phoenix egg, and the little fat squirrel beside her were all sacred beasts, Mo Lian nodded vigorously. So don't be fooled by their adorable appearances. Who's adorable? The bloodfire phoenix was the first to cry out in defiance. This lord has never acted cute or foolishly. Don't compare me with those two idiots. If I'm not wrong, this little white snake that's acting dumb. It should be the ancient netherworld great void serpent. He has the power of the netherworld. Mo Lian swept a glance at the little white snake whose eyes flickered. Arbor picked up the small bowl and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. She looked at the little white snake with sparkling eyes. Then how about I call you Ming Ming from now on? When the little white snake heard that, compared to the unreliable snake, soft, thin, and white names, this Ming Ming sounded much more pleasing to the ear. It quickly nodded its head and agreed, worried that its little master would go back on her words. Egg. The bloodfire phoenix's mouth twitched. I'm no longer an egg. Oh, right. Last time I named you Fire. Arbor nodded. The day after tomorrow, I, your master, may go into seclusion for a few days and take that bone-forging pill. All of you better behave yourselves. Don't fight with each other, okay? All of them nodded their heads in unison. At first glance, they looked rather obedient. Master Silver, that immortal venerable is here. He has been pacing back and forth in your sleeping quarters. I think he doesn't know how to get in. Why hasn't he disappeared yet? Arbor looked at Mo Lian in shock. He's been here all this time? Yes. Mo Lian nodded slightly. These days, I've had Hidden Flower accompany him to drink and chat. Don't worry, he won't be too bored. Master, do you want to drag him in? Hey, what do you think? He should be an expert in the god realm. Wouldn't it be a problem if he didn't go back? Wouldn't the heavenly Tao find trouble with him? Or could it be that there was actually a freaking god-sending talisman, but she just didn't know how to draw it? Heh. Cho laughed. Master, you have a lot of god realm experts around you. Don't all of them rely on things like Dharma treasures to hide their auras and hide from the heavenly Tao search? Arbor was startled, and his gaze naturally shifted to Mo Lian. Cho chattered endlessly. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll just be dragged to the heavenly Tao's punishment realm for a walk. Cho, what did you say? Ah? Master, what did I say? Arbor's face was stoic as she said coldly, you did. You were talking about the realm of punishment. Cho, who had a quick tongue, immediately glanced guiltily at Mo Lian, who had an ugly expression on her face, and hurriedly stuffed mushrooms and meat slices into her mouth. No, Cho didn't say anything. Don't tell me you're hiding something from me. Arbor keenly sensed that something was amiss. Mo Lian hurriedly pulled her to her side and smiled reassuringly. It's fine, Jojo. Don't listen to Little Tree's nonsense. What does it know? It's just spouting nonsense all day long. Don't mind it. The sapling flattened its little mouth that was embedded in the tree trunk and snorted. It waved its arms and legs and shouted, Master, I'd better drag the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal in. He's still rummaging through your bedroom looking for you. Arbor, a moment later, a certain venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's eyes brightened as he discovered that he was in a place filled with flying peach blossoms. He looked up and saw that the little girl and her group were under a peach blossom tree not far in front of him. They were sitting in a circle and eating as if they were having a picnic. Wow, little fellow, this mystic domain of yours is probably tailor-made for me, right? Look at how beautiful the peach blossoms are. It's definitely the most suitable place for me to stay. Arbor was speechless. Don't you want to go back? I want to go back. But it's fine if I stay here for a few more days. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turned to glance at Arbor pitifully. You don't know where we are. We only know how to cultivate all day long. There's neither good food nor good wine. There's no joy at all. It's not easy for me to come back. I must eat my fill and drink to my heart's content before I leave. Arbor! Exclamation point. You glutton. In other words, you dared to provoke the heavenly Tao for the sake of eating and drinking. Won't there be any problems? There will. If the heavenly Tao finds out, it'll be terrible. A small punishment might be being struck by lightning. A big punishment might be being thrown into. Woo, woo woo woo. Before the venerable peach blossom immortal could finish speaking, little tree Cho-Cho pounced over and stuffed his mouth with a branch. F***CKU. The venerable immortal angrily pulled the little tree ant off his face and snorted. Then, he put on a smile and sniffed a few times. What are you eating? Come on. Add another pair of chopsticks. Hurry up. It's more fun to eat with more people. After the venerable peach blossom immortal forced his way into this small circle, the three of them gathered together with their beasts. They even brought a few bottles of wine and planned to have a drink. However, Arbor felt as if something was pressing down on her heart. She felt heavy. Occasionally, she would raise her head and see Mo Lian smiling innocently at her, which made her swallow the question she was about to ask. Sigh, forget it, forget it. Since they don't want to talk about it for the time being, then I won't ask. Arbor finished the rice in his bowl and wanted to scoop 2 spoonfuls of soup, but then he found, Where's the soup? There's no more soup. This pot of stew was enough for at least 7 or 8 people, but it was finished just like that. Everyone's appetite was really good. The next day, Mo Lian accompanied Arbor back to the Marquis of Jiayuan's residence. Knowing that the crown princess was returning home today, the main gate of the Marquis's residence opened wide early in the morning. Xiao Zhongbang and his family were all waiting expectantly. When they heard a servant come to report that the crown princess's carriage had already entered Minshan Avenue, they immediately rushed over. Xiao Zhongbang, second uncle Xiao, and the rest of the family all rushed toward the main gate and looked at the entrance excitedly. They saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman appear at the main gate hand in hand. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince, greetings. Everyone's eyes curved into crescents as they stepped forward to greet him. We're all family, no need to be so courteous. Older sister is back, older sister is back. Xiao Lin'er cheered and was about to pounce over to give her older sister, whom she hadn't seen for many days, a hug. Unexpectedly, a small figure was faster than her. He jumped in front of Arbor and hugged her leg, shouting, Benefactress, benefactress. Benefactress. Arbor couldn't help but find it funny. She bent down to pick up the little monk and knocked on his little head. You missed me? This little monk missed Benefactress very much. When Benefactress wasn't here, this little monk couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Woo-woo. The little monk sniffled and nodded. You heartless little one. Wei Ziqin was amused and annoyed at the same time. I wonder who's been cooking all kinds of vegetarian food for you recently to make you happy. Benefactress's mother. The little monk said in a childish voice. Arbor rubbed his little bald head in amusement. Mother, let's go in and talk. The group of people moved to the main hall and gathered together, laughing and chatting happily. When they talked about yesterday's trip to Shilua Street to distribute food, Xiao Lin'er pouted angrily and said, Why didn't big sister bring me to something so fun? Wei Ziqin hit her daughter in annoyance and reprimanded softly, You can play with anything. Father, mother, second uncle, second aunt, younger brother, younger sister, we brought you some small gifts. Take them and distribute them. Mo Lian had people move the things in and handed them out one by one. For mother and second aunt, there was a set of head ornaments and jewelry. For father and second uncle, there was a famous calligraphy and painting. For younger brother, there was a set of the 4 treasures of the study. For brother Xiao Hu, there was a famous sword. For Xiao Lin'er, there was a pair of golden brocade wristbands. Everyone couldn't help but hold their gifts, grinning from ear to ear. This is for eldest aunt and cousin Rulin. If mother visits them later, you can bring it over. Good, good, good. Wei Ziqin chuckled and nodded. The little monk sat on Arbor's lap and looked at the gift boxes in everyone's hands. He asked weakly, I don't have any? Arbor couldn't help but find it funny. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a pink and fluffy hat from his inner world and put it on the little monk's bald head. Nice. Yes, yes. Ha ha ha. Jolin was laughing so hard that he fell down. Did you see that? That lotus flower was embroidered by Big Sister. Do you like it? Arbor's eyes curved as he lowered his head and asked the small monk. The corners of Mo Lian's mouth twitched silently. He didn't know if he should praise his wife for her hobby of embroidering lotus flowers. The little monk reluctantly nodded his little head. She looks a little ugly. Pfft. Everyone hurriedly held back their laughter, pretended to cough, and each took a cup of tea to drink. Don't complain, I'll tell you. Arbor flicked his little head. Wear it when you go shopping in the future. Don't always show your bald head. But it's a little hot. Second Uncle Chow choked on his tea. It was going to be hot soon, and his little niece actually gave the little monk a fluffy hat. This was simply, did you do your morning ritual today? Arbor changed the topic. I finished it yesterday, the little monk muttered to himself, immediately forgetting his earlier protest. After eating lunch, Arbor followed Mo Lian back to the Eastern Palace. Since he didn't have anything to do in the afternoon, Arbor took out the bone-forging pill and glanced at it. Are you going to take it now? Mo Lian asked as she set down the scroll in her hand. Chocho said it would take 3 days, but I feel like it's a bit of a scam. It'll probably take 5 to 7 days. Okay, if you finish forging as soon as possible, there won't be any problems afterwards. Mo Lian wouldn't stop things that could increase her strength. On the contrary, she was very supportive. Arbor nodded. After forging my bones this time, I hope that my body won't be so weak when fighting against people below the spiritual realm. At the very least, I won't vomit blood after getting hit by 2 palms. Jojo, you will definitely succeed. Mo Lian nodded with a smile. Let's go, I'll bring you to the cultivation area in the back room of the bedchamber to enter closed-door cultivation. Arbor hummed an assent and stood up, allowing her to lead him to the secret room. After the stone wall on the wall shifted back to its original position, Mo Lian turned around and walked out of the secret room with a smile. Huifeng flipped in from outside the window and cupped his hands. Your Highness. How is the investigation going? Huifeng nodded. According to the information that the Hidden Night Pavilion has collected over the past few days, we have basically confirmed it. It was Commandery Princess Ian who arranged for a group of local ruffians to cause trouble on your highness's big day. A severe glint flashed past Mo Lian's eyes. As expected, it was the sick woman. She actually dared to ruin such an important day of his big day, simply abominable. Your Highness. Mo Lian ordered coldly, continue. But that day, when the Crown Princess was serving tea, the person who bribed the royal maid Kai Qin to poison Her Majesty the Queen Dowager was not Commandery Princess Ian. Huifeng said, but Her Majesty the Queen Dowager seems to be convinced that it was Commandery Princess Ian who poisoned her. Was it the vassal king of Annan's estate? Huifeng nodded. That's right. There is a maidservant in vassal King Consort Wu's estate, and she is the royal maid Xianxia's younger sister. After this person was captured, Princess Annam had been secretly instructing Kai Qin to do things. Mo Lian sneered. You don't have to tell me the truth. Let's just let grandmother think that this ingrate did it. This way, it would be easier for him to make his move and prevent his grandmother from being soft-hearted and obstructing him. Before evening, the crown prince went to the great king's imperial study and talked to his father about something. When night fell that night, an abrupt imperial edict was sent to the vassal king of Annan's estate. The edict praised the vassal prince of Annan both overtly and covertly, saying that since the vassal prince had reached the marriageable age, Commandery Princess Ian was to be his principal wife. This edict came out of nowhere and caught everyone off guard, but the vassal prince of Annan was rather happy. Previously, he was still looking forward to how he could get his father to ask the great king for an imperial edict. He didn't expect that the edict would come just as he was thinking about it. Although it came very suddenly, it didn't hinder him from achieving his goal. The vassal prince of Annan, Cho Fu, was very happy. He led his family members to kneel down and respectfully received the edict. On the other hand, the vassal king consort of Annan and the vassal king consort looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding why this edict was issued so strangely. When Huifeng reported this matter to the Crown Prince was taking a nap in the studies compartment, so he merely nodded when he heard this. He was the one who went to ask for the imperial edict, so he already knew about it. But why does the Crown Prince want to fulfill the vassal Prince of Annan's wish? Huifeng asked in puzzlement. It had to be known that the vassal Prince of Annan had always been interested in Commandery Princess En and had already expressed his desire to marry her. The Crown Prince scoffed. We are going to fulfill their wishes and let them die. A pair of scumbags and AB*TCH, what a joke. Of course, they couldn't do anything to the vassal king of Annan's family for no reason. After all, the vassal king of Annan's ancestors had fought alongside the former king. If they were to target a meritorious official for no reason, not to mention that the common people's spit would drown the Mo family, even the imperial censors would certainly remonstrate to death. However, the vassal king of Annan's estate had been constantly making moves recently. What was even more laughable was that they thought he was unaware as the crown prince. It was fine, let them continue to make trouble. By then, Ian would have already married into the family, so he could behead them all at once. This way, they would have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. At that time, not to mention that he was vicious and merciless, they had brought this upon themselves. Huifeng looked at Prince Mo's expression and quickly lowered his head. Your Highness, there is another matter. The several dozen burly men who caused a ruckus on South Shilua Street should have been hired by someone. Someone wanted to cause a large number of casualties, but they didn't expect Your Highness to arrive so quickly with the royal guards. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. Continue investigating and ferret out the mastermind. He had a premonition that the organization behind this wanted to make another move after failing to clean up the polluted water source. This time, perhaps they were targeting the Mo Kingdom base. After all, the Mo Kingdom base had the most human traffic and had the most complete defensive fortifications. As long as they wiped out the Mo Kingdom's defensive fortifications, it would be easy to dismantle the other fortifications. He keenly sensed an impending storm, and he closed the book in his hand. On the other side, when news of the betrothal reached Commandery Princess Anne's Anya Pavilion, she simply couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Say it again. The fine-toothed comb in Commandery Princess Anne's hand unwittingly fell to the ground with a clatter. She sat on a small stool with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were wide open, and her rosy face after bathing appeared as ghastly pale as a sheet of paper. Su-er immediately burst into tears. Miss, the great king's decree has already reached the vassal king of Annan's estate, and the vassal prince of Annan has already received it. The wedding date is set for 1 month from now. After the Queen Dowager's birthday banquet, it will be Mrs.'s turn to get married. Commandery Princess Anne's vision darkened, and she nearly toppled off the stool. Fortunately, Su-er saw that something was wrong with her and immediately rushed forward to support her. Miss, you have to hold on. You must not fall. What did the Empress Dowager say? The Queen Dowager also knows the great king's intention behind this marriage decree? Commandery Princess Anne shrieked. How can the great king make such a decision on his own? Without the Empress Dowager's permission, she personally arranged my marriage. Please be careful with your words, princess. On the side, the long-faced senior maidservant Ming Qian calmly said, the great king did not disgrace the Commandery Princess's reputation by betrothing you to the vassal prince of Annan. Even if the Queen Dowager finds out, she probably won't object. No, I won't marry him. I will not marry Chou Fu. I won't. Commandery Princess Anne stood up, losing control of her emotions. This was the first time she had revealed such a furious and agitated expression. I want to see the Queen Dowager. Su-er, follow me to see the Empress Dowager. Yes. Miss, please think thrice. Ming Qian hastily chased after her and shouted, in the current situation, the great king has already issued his royal edict. It is impossible for the Queen Dowager to disgrace the great king for the Commandery Princess's sake. Commandery Princess Anne instantly collapsed onto the small stool. However, before she could sit properly, she collapsed limply onto the ground. Su-er's heart ached when she saw this, and she called out repeatedly, Miss. Help me to the Queen Dowager. Help me over. Commandery Princess Ian pleaded with reddened eyes and tears. No matter what, she had to go and try. No matter how slim the hope was, she could not just casually entrust her future to a strange man like this. She couldn't accept it, she couldn't accept it. A summer rain abruptly arrived after dusk. The torrential downpour poured down like a hole in the sky. Thunder boomed. Two people were kneeling in the rain, their faces covered in mist, unable to open their eyes from the rain. Fenggu walked up to the two people while holding an oil-paper umbrella. She looked down at the two delicate women kneeling on the limestone floor and said with a shake of her head, "Commandery Princess, it's raining heavily outside. You had better return early." "Nanny Feng, I want to see the Queen Dowager." "Nanny Feng. The Queen Dowager has already rested." Fenggu gazed at her coldly before telling Su'er, "Why haven't you brought your master back yet?" "Nanny Feng, I want to see the Queen Dowager, I want to see the Queen Dowager, Nanny Feng." "Commandery Princess, don't be so unappreciative. What kind of person is Her Majesty the Queen Dowager? Is she someone you can meet whenever you want?" Fenggu swept her an indifferent glance and said, "Why haven't you withdrawn yet? Do you want me to order the royal guards to carry you back?" She said this extremely bluntly. Commandery Princess Ian collapsed to the ground in shock and fury. Under the rain and wind, she actually fainted in Su'er's arms. Miss. Su'er shrieked in shock. Fenggu scoffed inwardly with a mocking expression. She turned to instruct a junior royal maid behind her coldly, "The Commandery Princess is unwell. Go to the Royal Physician building and invite a royal physician over to take a look." "Yes." Su'er supported her young miss who had fainted and shouted at Fenggu's departing figure, "Nanny Feng, Nanny Feng." Su'er felt chills in her heart. It turned out that after losing the Queen Dowager's favor, the master and servant pair's days in the palace were actually so difficult. My Lotus's section break. Ever since Arbor consumed the bone-forging pill, he sunk into a wondrous realm. She activated her inner vision and could see that her bone marrow and meridians were being forged and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Naturally, this process was extremely unpleasant. However, after experiencing the pain of the secret realm fusing with the blood vessels in his dantian, all of this seemed to be nothing to Arbor. She calmed herself down and sat there cross-legged. Just like that, she stared at her own bone marrow meridians as they changed inch by inch under the forging of the bone-forging pill. At this moment, her bone marrow was gradually covered with a layer of white light from her thighs, sternum to her skull. It looked extremely holy and radiant. If there were any outsiders here, they would definitely be very surprised to see that the little crown princess was emitting strands of holy white light all over her body. When all of her bones turned into a lustrous white color, Arbor understood that this should be the metamorphosis that the sapling Chocho had mentioned, the transformation from a mortal skeleton to a mystic skeleton. At this time, the changes to her body were very obvious. Not only had her defensive endurance greatly expanded, but her attack power had also reached the point where she could send a mystic cultivator below level 15 flying with a heavy punch. It was hard to find a match below the spiritual realm. End of the night, see you tomorrow. No, she might even be able to disregard the attacks of some low-level soul realm cultivators as ineffective against her. Moreover, the changes to her bone marrow continued to change with the passage of time. With this change, Arbor truly felt the horror of having her broken bones reconstructed. It was the pain of having her bones broken inch by inch and being reconstructed anew. Even the bloodline in her body could not help but scream crazily. Pain. It was 2F** painful, however, she could not be afraid of this pain. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt. She could only overcome this psychological fear by facing it head-on. Miss Chiao simply blocked her 5 senses, concealing her spirit and qi, and entered a state of complete emptiness. However, the pain in her bone marrow did not mean that she could not feel it immediately after blocking her 5 senses. The pain that penetrated deep into her bone marrow still existed, but it was slightly better in comparison. Arbor suddenly opened her eyes. Within her inner vision, she discovered that her bone marrow had turned from glowing white to being covered with a layer of faint purple light. This faint purple light was still gradually turning into a faint pinkish-yellow color. However, cold sweat trickled down her head, and she felt that her bone marrow was about to go numb from the pain. Suddenly, a pink figure appeared beside her. With a flick of his sleeve, the little girl fell to the ground with a plop. A certain venerable immortal sighed. With another flick of his sleeve, he supported her body. The little tree Chocho's tree face was full of guilt. Dodo hopped out of the paradise. Master, master, master. So noisy. The venerable immortal brushed this noisy tree man aside in annoyance. You are too bold. You actually gave her a god-level bone-forging pill. If she can't take it, you know what will happen. Master, master, she won't be able to take it. The venerable peach blossom immortal glared fiercely at the tree man. She has already reached the half-step immortal bone realm. If she takes another half-step, what do you think will happen? Her mystic realm cultivation will not be able to take the violent transformation of her bones and blood. She will. No, no, no. The little tree man was sweating profusely as he spun around on the spot. Then, he wailed, I was wrong, I was wrong. Venerable immortal, please, please save her. She's fine. The venerable peach blossom immortal glared at the little tree. Haste makes waste. You'd better remember this. The little treant drooped its head listlessly. 5 days later, Arbor opened a pair of slightly dazed eyes and was shocked by a little treant that suddenly jumped in front of him and cried loudly. What exactly did little tree experience? The leaves on his head seemed to have been roasted by fire, and there were 2 panda eyes hanging on his head. He looked like he had been beaten up several times. Arbor was speechless. He touched the scorched leaves of the sapling and asked, What's wrong with you? Master. Just as the sapling was about to jump onto the bed, it was kicked to the corner by the little water baby who suddenly jumped up. The sapling held its head and counted mushrooms. Master. The water child's tears pitter-pattered down. With a flip of her hand, Xiaomu took out a jar from her inner world and adeptly collected the sacred water. The little water baby was speechless. Master, master, you worried us to death. A squarish lump of dirt suddenly popped out from behind the little water baby and said naively, You don't know. You've been unconscious for 4 to 5 days. You scared me to death. 844 Fooling around, are you even human? With a flick of her sleeve, Mo Lian brushed the little ones to the side. Sitting down by the bed, he raised his hand to touch Arbor's forehead. The man's eyes were slightly worried. Jojo, you're too much of a troublemaker. Arbor blinked, looking at him in confusion. She glanced at the little treant hiding beside the cabinet, and her heart skipped a beat. I thought you were going to forge your bones, and only forge your mortal bones into a mystic skeleton. I didn't expect you to take a god-tier pill. Arbor instantly glanced at the little treant hiding behind the cabinet, looking at her with a guilty expression. Needless to say, it must be this troublemaker's doing. She knew this little guy was unreliable. Sure enough, he wanted her to reach the heavens in a single bound, but she was only at the 14th level of the profound realm. If she couldn't reach the heavens, she would explode, but at this moment, she secretly looked inside herself, and could see that her bones were actually an extremely light yellow. I've forged my spirit bones? Not only that. Mo Lian shook her head. You've forged your half-step immortal bones. Mo Lian helplessly reached out to stroke her head. With your current body's defensive power, as long as you aren't surrounded by more than 10 great spirit masters at the same time, most spirit masters below the 10th level won't be able to do anything to you. Arbor's eyes brightened. Originally, her original goal was to not get injured in the hands of people below the 5th level of spirit masters. She didn't expect the forging of her bones to go so smoothly this time. Smooth, your head. Mo Lian raised her hand and lightly patted her forehead. She snappily grabbed her and gave her a hard bite on her little face. If I don't keep a close eye on you, you'll mess around. When you go into seclusion in the future, I'll watch over you from the side. Darling Chow immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. No, how can I calm down with you by my side? Hearing this, Mo Lian's phoenix eyes brightened. She raised her hand and pulled her into her embrace. Why? Are you panicking when you see me? Arbor was both amused and annoyed. He raised his hand and smacked him. Nonsense. How are you talking nonsense? Why don't you admit it? Mo Lian rubbed her head. How are you feeling now? how do you feel? Arbor tilted his head and suddenly reached out to pinch his face. I feel a little hungry. You haven't eaten for 4 or 5 days. Mo Lian held her hand and got off the bed. He turned his head and stared straight at her. Arbor looked down at himself. Why are you staring at me like that? Take a look. Mo Lian casually stuffed a bronze mirror into her hands. Xiaomu couldn't help but be taken aback after taking a look. As it turned out, after forging her bones, her skin had become even more delicate and translucent. On her tender little face, her almond-shaped eyes were glowing, and she looked extremely beautiful. So delicious. Mo Lian reached out and picked her up, then frowned. You've lost weight again. Someone, prepare the meal. Mo Lian carried her to the table while muttering softly, Jojo, you have to eat an extra bowl of rice every day. This way, you can quickly grow taller and fatter. She no longer had extravagant hopes for growing taller. After rolling his eyes at him, Arbor dragged a stool over to sit next to him. Nothing happened while I was in seclusion, right? No, everything was calm and peaceful. I was so idle that I had nothing to do every day. If you want to talk about something major, it might be the great king's betrothal between the vassal prince of Nan and commandery princessy N. Arbor, who was drinking soup, almost choked. You did it? Her expression was a bit odd. MHM. Mo Lian nodded vigorously, looking like he was asking for praise. He looked at his wife with a grin and said, Who told that Ian to always hover around us like a housefly? It's so annoying. The earlier we marry her off, the easier it'll be. What do you think of my handling of this matter? Not bad. Darling Chow also nodded in agreement. I don't know what's wrong with that person, but she always likes to deliberately get close to me. Do I look that stupid? How can I become good sisters with her just by letting her bluff me a bit? How can there be such a comical thing in this world? I don't like her. She's terribly scheming. Arbor scooped up a spoonful of rice and swallowed it. When she looked up, she saw Mo Lian, this guy, staring fixedly at her with his flickering phoenix eyes. You don't know why she got close to you? How would I know? Arbor scooped up another spoonful of rice and swept him a suspicious glance. Cough, then let me ask you something. Mo Lian coughed lightly and moved the stool closer to his wife. He asked cautiously, that day, we ran into Old Fourth, which is the fourth princess. Do you still remember? I remember this. She even ran to your father and fiercely complained about me, saying that I beat her up so badly that she couldn't go out to meet people. Arbor fumed whenever she recalled this matter. Why don't you tell me, when and where did I beat her up? The crown prince couldn't resist facepalming. My darling, you really don't remember? Arbor's hair would stand on end whenever she heard the words don't remember. After experiencing passive amnesia, she would often stubbornly say to other people that she remembered everything. How could I not remember? Mo Lian really wanted to laugh when she glanced over with her small gaze. Subsequently, he nodded repeatedly with an everything my wife says is right attitude. He quickly said, right, you remember everything. It was that time when you stepped in to save eldest Qin on the street. You beat up Old Fourth. Arbor was suddenly enlightened. Why didn't you say so back then? Mo Lian couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed that some people, no matter how many times his wife saw them at the palace banquet, would turn a blind eye to them. No wonder she looks familiar to me. Arbor muttered to himself as he ate a mouthful of food from his small bowl. But she still had the cheek to cry to your father. She's robbing people on the street. Is she in the right? Mo Lian, bow, she really wasn't here to rob us that day. She was here to capture eldest Qin. Mo Lian felt that it was necessary to talk to the little girl about the relationship between men and women, lest she was either cultivating or fighting all day long. Prince Mo thought to himself that if he chatted more, he would definitely be enlightened one day. Why? Arbor looked at Mo Lian curiously. Why? Mo Lian coughed lightly. You've heard that Mo Shuang wants to marry eldest Qin, right? It must be because Mo Shuang likes him that she wants to marry him. Arbor put down her bowl and chopsticks. But didn't eldest Qin reject her long ago? Yes, but there are so many infatuated men and resentful women in this world. It's not as if the other party can give up just because the other party rejects, right? Arbor instantly understood and nodded. Fourth princess is too persistent. Emolian, say, this little girl doesn't understand, but she immediately understands when you tell her. Say, she understands, but she always looks like she doesn't understand. How worrying. What you mean is that Commandery Princess Ian actually likes you and wants to marry you? That's why she's been trying to get close to me and become good sisters with me. Look, this little fellow was so perceptive and could infer many things from one instance. She could completely understand with just a little bit of explanation. It looked like there was still a lot of hope in enlightening her. He had to put it on the agenda as soon as possible, however, Arbor felt very uncomfortable on the inside. She didn't know why, but when she heard Emolian say that whatever Commandery Princess wanted to marry him wholeheartedly, it was like she had swallowed a fly. She felt very uncomfortable all over. When is she getting married? Wasn't this topic jumping a bit too quickly? Emolian couldn't resist replying, after the Queen Dowager's birthday banquet. You can't let her get married right away? Darling Xiao pulled a long face. Emolian couldn't resist sputtering with laughter. A vassal prince and a commandery princess getting married in a month is already considered a hasty wedding. Darling Xiao pursed her lips. All right then, I wish them a long and happy marriage. Look at how awkward she was and how proud she was as she said it. Emolian laughed out loud and pulled her onto her lap. Jojo, you're unhappy. I am unhappy. Arbor nodded honestly. I don't like her liking you. Emolian's eyes were bright as she looked down at her. Darling, do you know why? Arbor nodded and replied bluntly, because you are mine. I forbid her from liking you. Oh my god, this answer simply made Prince Emo burst with joy. Darling, what should I do? You're going to charm me to death. Sure enough, this fellow in front of her was so close to her, and her pair of beautiful eyes were glowing. Such a good-looking person indeed made her a bit flustered. Arbor coughed dryly and muttered good for nothing inwardly, her large eyes darting to the side in embarrassment. Do you know, Jojo? Emolian cupped her small face in his hands and gazed at her intently as he said seriously, my love for you is already indescribable with words. Arbor thought about it and nodded. Me too. Prince Emo held back his laughter and said seriously, my love for you is so deep that you can't even imagine it. Darling Xiao tilted her head and thought for a moment before nodding. Me too. Look, this little guy is interesting. She was a person who wouldn't act until she saw a rabbit. You have to take a big step first, then she will follow you and take a small step. She will follow in small steps, and one day she will be able to walk side by side with him. Prince Emo once again praised himself in his heart. How could he have been so wise and far-sighted back then? He really admired his own wit. Arbor reached out to rub his face. I just don't get it. Since fourth princess has already been clearly rejected, why can't she just switch paths? Why must she run headlong into an iron-headed tree like eldest Qin? Not everyone is as decisive as you. Prince Mo's heart stirred, and he hugged her tightly in his arms and stroked her hair. You can say that she doesn't understand love, but she can see things so clearly sometimes. Emolian lowered his head to kiss her face. Xiao Xiao, let me ask you something. Yesterday, I found a small booklet with both pictures and text in your official box. Was it for you to study? MHM. Emolian widened her almond-shaped eyes and looked innocently at Arbor, who had reached out to cover her mouth. The little guy spat at him, and her face flushed red as she immediately moved away from his lap and ran out. I'm going to eat first. Wait. After the eagle's cry, the well-built black-clothed youth stepped onto a huge rock and stretched out his left arm to catch the eagle that was flying straight down towards his face. The eagle's small, sparkling eyes looked back and forth as it let out several short cries. Congratulations, young lord. Congratulations, young lord. You have tamed the most ferocious eagle king of our western wilderness prairie. An earth-shattering roar came from behind the youth. The youth turned around, his wolfish eyes hidden in the messy hair in front of his forehead emitting an unruly and ruthless light. He raised the eagle on his left arm high up. In an instant, the several hundred personal attendants below erupted into thunderous roars of praise. Young lord, young lord, young lord. The youth was about 20 years old. He was tall, his skin was nearly the color of wheat, and his hair was combed into a small braid. His facial features were deep and handsome. His black tights wrapped around his perfectly streamlined body, and his entire person exuded a wild, unrestrained, and awe-inspiring domineering aura. Young lord didn't come out of seclusion for 3 years, but the moment he did, he intimidated everyone. The white-haired Aikido tribe patriarch Ahan, whose face was covered in wrinkles, said with a smile. Young lord is growing too quickly. In the blink of an eye, he has grown to the point where we are left in the dust, another clansman said with a smile. Patriarch, Lord Patriarch. In the distance, a young clansman riding a horse quickly arrived in front of Patriarch Ahan. He dismounted and respectfully handed over a letter. This is news from Northern Mo. Ahan frowned. He opened the letter and quickly skimmed through it. He couldn't help but be startled. I didn't expect that Northern Mo's royal crown prince has already gotten married. Father, what is the news? The youth ACI collected his gaze and quickly walked over to Ahan. It's news from Northern Mo. Take a look. Ahan handed the letter to him. ACI took the letter and gave it a cursory glance. His wolfish eyes glowed with a faint green light. Father, the letter says that Northern Mo's Queen Dowager's 70th birthday has been set on the 8th of June. I plan to personally lead a team. What? Ahan was taken aback. He then shook his head and said, that's inappropriate. With your status, why do you need to attend the birthday celebration of a mere Northern Mo Queen Dowager? The birthday celebration is just an excuse. The most important thing was that he finally had the qualifications and strength to meet this crown prince of Northern Mo. He was determined to get back at this person for all the humiliation he had suffered back then. Big brother. Ollie spread his legs and straightened his body. I'll go with you. Ollie, you're also causing trouble. Ahan glared at his son Ollie in disapproval. Young master. Ahan wanted to say something else. However, Yas raised his hand and stopped the latter half of his sentence. Yas turned around with a cold expression and fiercely flung the black cloak behind him. I've already made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Pass down the order. Bring some gifts. We will set off tomorrow. Yas stepped down from the hill and looked up at the clear blue sky. A dark light flitted across his deep eyes. Wait. Damned girl. I said I would come back for you. Wait. He muttered to himself as his tall figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Ollie originally wanted to chase after him but was stopped by his father, Ahan. Don't chase. Since young master has decided. Ollie, you will set off tomorrow to accompany young master to Northern Mo. Remember, at the crucial moment, use your life to protect our young master. Yes. Father. Chieftain. 2 clansmen carrying wooden bows on their backs rushed over excitedly. Chieftain, we've discovered the figures of the Alava tribe. Oh, these little rats are finally willing to come out of their holes to look for food. Go capture them all. Ahan raised his hand and roared. The roars of the vigorous clansmen instantly echoed in all directions. On the other side, after ACI left the slope, he headed toward the tent area next to the water source. There were many large and small tribes like this in the western wilderness. Each tribe would lead their clansmen to choose a place with abundant water and grass to set up camp and pass their days. However, in recent years, the ecological environment had worsened. The drama of fighting for territory occurred every day in the western wilderness, and people died everywhere. 3 days ago, a small tribe nearby had collectively turned into zombies overnight. Fortunately, he had already come out of seclusion and led his clansmen to quickly and appropriately clean up, preventing the crisis from spreading. ACI pursed his lips and pulled open the curtain of the large tent with a swish with a handsome face that didn't have a smile on it. A fiery and delicate body pressed against him and wriggled coyly on his body. She called out sweetly, Big brother ACI. ACI frowned and pulled off the woman clinging to him. He shoved her away. Go away. His disgust was evident in his words. Akir's small face stiffened. She had deliberately dressed up today to see her big brother ACI. With such stunning looks, no matter who saw her, they would be very attracted to her. However, only her big brother ACI was so disdainful of her from beginning to end. She was the peerless pearl of their Aikido tribe and the adopted daughter of the chieftain. She had been born proud and outstanding. Whether it was in terms of talent or beauty, she was one of the best among her peers. She was deeply loved by countless men in the Aikido tribe. But now, for this even more outstanding man in front of her, she didn't mind lowering her noble head. Big brother ACI, I also want to go to Northern Mo with you. I heard others say that Northern Mo's land is vast, with glazed tiles and gold everywhere. I want to see this kind of country. Big brother ACI. We're a large group of men. Why would a woman like you come with us? You won't be able to make it. Yasa's words were full of contempt for Akir. Akir immediately said indignantly, I'm a level 8 mystic cultivator. In the entire clan, I can be considered to be one of the top few. Big brother, you see, you underestimate me too much. Isn't it just traveling? How can I not keep up with your speed? Yas glanced at her coldly. Women should just stay in the tent obediently and wait on people. Don't come out and cause trouble. You don't need to be stronger than a man. Akir's eyes immediately reddened with grievance. She stomped her feet and said, I'll tell Daddy that I must go with you. You can't get rid of me. After saying this, he lifted the curtain and ran out, almost bumping into a bearded clansman. That clansman immediately laughed and said, Akir, what's wrong? Akir ran off without looking back. ACI coldly glanced at her back but didn't say anything. Young master. ACI looked up and said to the bearded man, prepare to set off tomorrow. Yes, Songka will solemnly obey young master's orders. The bearded man placed his hand across his chest and bowed respectfully. Today's weather was exceptionally good, so Arbor had someone bring out the food box and tea. She ate while flipping through medical books in the Eastern Palace's small garden. With a wave of her small hand, a royal maid immediately handed over a plate of cut oranges. The little fellow raised her head and glanced at this royal maid who had just been transferred to her side, Hai Tang. In reality, she could tell at a glance that this Hai Tang should be from the female hidden guard camp. Like Xiaoyao, she was skilled in martial arts. However, compared to the chattering Xiaoyao, this Hai Tang was much quieter. At such a young age, she was very steady and did things methodically. It was just that she was a bit wooden. Crown Princess, do you want to change the tea? Hai Tang suddenly asked. Alright, change it then. Arbor flipped through a page as she spoke indifferently. Crown Princess, then Hai Tang will change it for you. Arbor watched as she skillfully changed the tea and suddenly asked, what has the Crown Prince been busy with these past 2 days? Why is he nowhere to be seen all day? His Highness the Crown Prince has been busy receiving guests from various countries these past 2 days. There are still 2 days until Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. His Highness the Crown Prince will be very busy, oh. Hai Tang replied stiffly. Arbor pursed her lips. How many countries have come? Northern Wei will arrive at our Mo Kingdom capital today. In this way, all the northern countries, large and small, have basically all arrived. As for the south, the southern Bailey Kingdom and southern Shao Kingdom will come. Also. Oh, okay. Arbor was only casually asking. Her head hurt when she heard Hai Tang recite the names of the various countries as if they were her family treasures. It wasn't like she really wanted to get acquainted with them. If she had so much free time, she might as well go to sleep. Miss. Xiaoya ran over jubilantly, but before she could speak, Arbor teased her. Calm down, my sister-in-law. Xiaoyao's pretty face immediately flushed red. Embarrassed, she rolled her eyes and said, Miss, you're teasing me again. What joke? Your marriage is already on the agenda. Otherwise, the Crown Prince wouldn't have put Hai Tang by her side. This was to transfer Hai Tang, the female hidden guard, to a place where she could order her around. I don't want to talk to you about this. Xiaoyao stomped her feet. I almost forgot about my business because of you. I'm telling you, the princess of the southern Shao Kingdom is here. Arbor's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, where is it? We're almost at the city gate. Xiaoyao beamed with joy and said, Miss, do you want to go out of the palace and take a look? Today, the streets are even more lively than yesterday. Do I look like someone who likes to join in the fun? Arbor said expressionlessly. Xiaoyao was about to say no fawningly when she heard Haitong's stiff voice suddenly ring out. Yes. Xiaoyao, big sister, you can't be little master's personal guard like this. Seeing that the little stoic was about to flip out, Xiaoyao quickly said with a smile, Miss, of course you're not someone who likes to join in the fun. Unfortunately, your subordinates like us just like to join in the fun. As she said this, she tugged at Haitong's sleeve and repeatedly signaled her with her eyes. Haitong nodded dumbly. I like to join in the fun the most. Arbor's mouth twitched, and she found it funny on the inside. She waved her slender hand and summoned a huge Qingluan. Let's go. Let's go meet those old acquaintances. She didn't expect that something would go wrong at this moment. Black Monday, so tiring. I'm going to sleep tomorrow. The most important thing was to see Xiaomi, that fool. Arbor didn't care about the others at all. On the other side, Haitong was startled. She had only followed the crown princess for 2 or 3 days and had always heard her companions talk about how powerful the crown princess was. Today, she saw her summon a heavenly bird with her own eyes. The 3 of them jumped up and left the palace without any obstructions. The Imperial Guard commander guarding the gate, Hui Feng, only raised his eyelids before rolling his eyes and turning a blind eye. Hui Fan was a new official. He looked up at the sky and couldn't help but ask curiously, Big brother, isn't that the crown princess? Does the crown princess travel so casually? That's right. When you see this heavenly bird in the future, just ignore it. Hui Feng couldn't help but gulp when he thought of the young crown princess's savagery. If by any chance some idiot went crazy and stopped the young crown prince consort, then there was a 99% chance that he, the commander of the Imperial Guards, would be out of luck. All right, big brother. I'll listen to you. Hui Fan nodded. Arbor's party left the palace and flew to the north gate under Xiaoyao's directions. Miss, the streets around the north gate have been controlled these 2 days. You're wise. We flew all the way here, and no one can stop us. Xiaoyao giggled and pointed below. Let's go to the tea house opposite Rui Pavilion. Yes, that Fubei restaurant. People came and went on the streets, and the commoners all saw a large green bird flying towards the city gate. However, the large bird's flying speed was especially fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew to the entrance of Fubei restaurant. 3 slender figures flashed, and the large bird disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, Arbor's party had already stepped into the first floor of Fubei restaurant. The 3 of you, please come in, please come in. These few days, the imperial court had been welcoming guests from various countries at the North Gate, causing his small tea house's business to be unprecedentedly good. He couldn't stop smiling all day. On this end of North Street, his tea house was relatively high class. If some of the nobles wanted to come and watch the fun, they would definitely go to his tea house. Opposite Fubei Tower, a figure was leaning against the window of Rui Pavilion. His swollen eyes shone with a cold light. I didn't expect the crown princess to join in the fun. Second prince. A girl around 16 or 17 years old, who was wearing a thin red veil, walked out from the inner room. She leaned against the second prince and subconsciously sniffed the fragrance of the dragon's saliva on his body. Haha, Lily. The second prince raised his hand and patted the girl's head as if he was petting his pet. Have you picked out your jewelry? I have. Wei Mingli beamed with joy as she nodded and said, Thank you for your reward, second prince. Hey, you deserve it. As long as you do well in the future, these rewards will continue to come. Did Imperial Father think that he would starve to death by stopping his salary for 3 months? His second prince estate at least held some businesses, and this Rui Pavilion used to be considered a profitable business. It was impossible to make things difficult for him. A cold light flitted through second prince Mo Lu's eyes. How could he take it lying down after being toyed with like a drowning dog? Lily, are you ready? Mo Lu lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms with a lustful gaze. When he thought of having to send such a beautiful woman to that person's side, he felt waves of discomfort in his heart. Fortunately, he had already enjoyed her tenderness. A severe glint flitted across the girl called Lily's lowered eyes. She nodded and called out delicately, "MHM, I am ready to cooperate with you at any time, second prince." "Ha ha ha, good, good." The second prince, Mo Lu, laughed loudly as he pinched her soft buttocks. "I just knew that you were a smart person. You didn't waste the large amount of manpower and resources I spent to train you for the better part of a year. Lily will never forget second prince's great kindness to me." Miss Lily called out delicately again. She raised the man's chin with her slender finger and restlessly crawled over the man's protruding Adam's apple. Mo Lu's heart warmed slightly. When he thought about how he was going to give away such a stunner today, he might as well make the best use of his time. The second prince picked up Miss Lily and strode behind the screen. Miss Lily giggled delicately. Not long after, Miss Lily's light gasps of pleasure could be heard from inside. The screen was vaguely imprinted with two intertwined figures. The second prince had already lost himself in the passion and was completely intoxicated. However, Miss Lily abruptly turned her eyes away and shot a sharp gaze outside the window. She thought to herself, Wei Mingli, will definitely become outstanding and have boundless glory in this life. Whoever had humiliated her in the past would have to pay back 1,000 times the price in the future, including this second prince who treated her like a plaything. Miss Lily's slender fingers, which were painted red, slid across the back of the second prince's head, causing the man's entire body to tense up instantly. On the other side, Arbor and his servants were sitting in a private room by the window on the second floor. After ordering a pot of tea, they sent the waiter away. This year, a pot of good tea also cost a lot of mystic currency. There was no other reason than that ever since the tea trees were largely contaminated, the tea leaves would only become more and more expensive in the future. "Commandery Princess, please." A voice came from behind the curtain. Arbor turned to look and saw Commandery Princess Ian slowly walking in, accompanied by her maidservants Ming Qian and Su Er. After not seeing her for so many days, Ian looked haggard. Her palm-sized face was filled with worry, and she looked listless, her eyes very dim. It seemed that as the wedding day approached, her heart was also suffering. However, Arbor did not sympathize with her. She had heard the crown prince mention that this Commandery Princess Ian had invited many local ruffians to cause trouble for her on the day of her wedding. If she really got her way, wouldn't the crown prince lose face? In addition, the crown prince secretly suspected that the reason why Ding Yun was able to sneak into the palace that day was because someone had led the way. And this guide was most likely Commandery Princess Ian. Ian did not notice Arbor and his servants in the small cubicle by the window and headed straight for the private room after entering the tea house. Arbor ignored her and turned his head to look at the bustling scene outside the window. There were guests from various countries entering the Mo Kingdom capital every day these past few days. The people of the Ministry of Rites were very busy making arrangements for the guests' accommodations. At this moment, a commotion could be heard from the northern city gate. The commoners who were watching the commotion all stretched their necks to take a look. They saw a long procession entering the city gate, and the southern Xiao Kingdom's flag was mounted on the horse of the person leading the procession. Princess Mi's carriage rolled into the Mo Kingdom capital's northern city gate under the escort of the crowd. Arbor's eyes lit up, and he was about to fly down when Xiaoyao pressed down on his petite hand. "Miss." Xiaoyao couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Why was her young miss so strange? You suddenly jumped down in public. With so many guards from the southern Xiao Kingdom, it would be strange if they didn't think you were an assassin. I was bored and wanted to reminisce about the past. Arbor pointed at Princess Xiaomi, who was surrounded by a thin veil. Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. If you jump down now, the streets will definitely be in chaos. Arbor pursed his lips and leaned against the window with his chin propped up. His eyes flickered as he looked at Princess Mi's carriage. Xiaomi definitely didn't see me now. There are so many people below. Xiaoyao suddenly paused midway and frowned as she looked at the group of people barging into the city gate. Make way, make way. Make way. The carriages behind suddenly squeezed through the city gate and attacked the southern Xiao Kingdom's guards without any explanation. The southern Xiao Kingdom's guards naturally weren't fools and wouldn't passively take a beating. The two sides started pushing and shoving, and it quickly turned into a street brawl. The Assistant Minister of Rites, Huang Yi, was dumbfounded when he saw the situation. He hurriedly ordered his soldiers to go forward and stop the two sides. Everyone, please calm down, calm down. Who dares to attack our southern Xiao kingdom's people so rudely? Xiaomi angrily shouted. She lifted the thin veil curtain and jumped out. Her red dress sparkled under the sunlight, and Princess Mi's eyes revealed a trace of pride. Princess Mi, the assistant minister of rites, Huang Yi, quickly went forward and cupped his hands. Please calm down. Young lord, young lord. Young lord, young lord. Without waiting for Princess Mi to shout a few words in an awe-inspiring manner, the other party's voice, which was obviously more powerful than hers, immediately suppressed the voices of her and the group of weaklings from the southern Xiao kingdom. F***ck, Princess Mi's face was bursting with anger. Where did this fool come from? He just entered the city and already caused such a big commotion. Was he trying to show off his power to Bainhua? Yas was draped in a black cloak. He dismounted from his horse and strode toward Xiaomi. At first glance, Xiaomi felt that this person was somewhat familiar. When her line of sight shifted to the prideful faces of Ollie and Akir, she suddenly seemed to recall something. She slapped her thigh and said, Ollie, what's your name again? That guy from Aikido. Ollie's expression immediately turns furious. He glares at Xiaomi and says, Princess Mi, you dare to be disrespectful to my big brother? This is my big brother, the young chief of the Aikido tribe. You can call him young master ACI. Oh, yes, it's you. Xiaomi nodded heavily as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Yasi, it's me. You must be that idiot Yas. The one who was beaten up like a dog by my sister a few years ago. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after parting at Shuang City in the west, we would meet again today. Xiaomi's eyes suddenly widened as she stared at the fist that was suddenly thrown at her. For a moment, she even thought that she was hallucinating. What's going on? This person really dared to casually make a move in Northern Mo's territory. The fist was about to fly toward her face. Earth-shattering bear. Gong Sun Yang roared and immediately summoned the earth-shattering bear to charge forward and block in front of Princess Xiaomi standing motionlessly at the side. Gong Sun Lai couldn't help but twitch his mouth speechlessly. You deserve it. The princess deserves a beating. You said in front of young Master ACI that he was beaten like a dog previously. Who wouldn't beat you up on the spot? Arbor abruptly flew down from the window. At that time, Xiaoya didn't even have the time to grab her. She could only watch helplessly as her little mistress heroically jumped down. She and Haitang looked at each other in dismay. Bam! Arbor jumped in front of Xiaomi and patted her shoulder without waiting for her to return to her senses. Are you alright, Princess Mi? Little sister. Xiaomi was startled for a moment before excitedly grabbing her little hand. Oh my, you really scared this old lady to death just now. I didn't expect that temperamental fellow to be so shameless. He actually made a move on a beautiful girl like me in public. Arbor, why did she keep feeling that Princess Mi was innately hilarious? When she saw her, it was as if all her worries would disappear without a trace. Sometimes, this fellow was so naive that it was almost frightening. Alright, beautiful girl, I'll send you to the guest house. Arbor patted her hand. Xiaomi giggled in response. Sure. You don't know how travel-worn I was on the way here. I'm about to die from exhaustion. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Xiaomi wrinkled her nose as if she thought of something. She tugged at Arbor's sleeve and lowered her voice. Little sister, do you still recognize that person? Arbor coldly glanced at ACI. That gaze was as if she was looking at a stranger, causing Assie's heart to sink with a thump. How could this be? To think that the person he had been thinking about all this time did not even have the slightest impression of him when they met again. Therefore, he stopped her with a look of displeasure on his face. Arbor used her gaze to ask Xiaomi, who is this person? Back in the Mystic Beast Forest, Xiaomi already knew that this little sister of hers had long since forgotten someone like ACI. What was more unbearable than being completely forgotten by someone? Xiaomi shook her head and sighed. She quietly muttered to her, do you still remember Shuang City? Back then, you captured a medicine man. It's you. Arbor turned around to glare at ACI in astonishment. Yasa's eyes lit up, but he instantly noticed the displeasure in the little girl's eyes. Because Arbor recalled that it was this person in front of her who led the Falcon battle team to Shuang City's entrance and threw bamboo needles at her, Morong Sun, and the others. Attacking people without any explanation, this person was extremely detestable. Arbor glanced at him disdainfully and immediately pulled Xiaomi away. He didn't even bother to look at Yas now. Yasi exploded with anger. However, before he could say anything, Ollie had already jumped out and roared, "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? The likes of you want to keep me here?" The little stoic couldn't help but be enraged and abruptly stomped her foot. The Assistant Minister of Rights, Huang Yi, had a bad premonition. Sure enough, he saw layers of earth rolling up from under their feet, directly pouncing towards Ollie. "Ollie!" Akir cried out in alarm. Just as she was about to take a step away, she saw several palm-sized hands in the soil. They abruptly grabbed her dress and firmly fixed her in place. "Ah!" Akir shrieked in terror. It was too late to take care of things in the blink of an eye. ACI leaped to his younger brother Ali's side and pushed him aside. He then conjured a layer of earth with his palm, hastily suppressing the layers of earth waves that Xiao Mu had sent out. A thick earth defense rose from the ground in front of Ali, protecting him from any harm. When he looked up again, he saw that Arbor had already pulled Xiaomi far away. ACI couldn't figure out what he was thinking. He stood dazedly on the street like this with mixed feelings in the depths of his heart. However, Akir was already so angry that she couldn't choose her words carefully. How can this woman be so loathsome? She was already loathsome enough when they met in the Mystic Beast Forest, making people feel uncomfortable all over. He didn't expect to meet her again on the Emo Kingdom capital's North Main Street. This woman's loathsome level had clearly increased quite a bit compared to before. Assistant Minister of Rights Huang Yi's expression darkened, and he cupped his hands at Akir and said, "Miss, please be careful with your words. Do not be disrespectful to our Northern Prince Mo's consort. In other words, if you dare to be so disrespectful again, I won't be polite to you." Akir couldn't help but be taken aback, and then her heart relaxed slightly. She inwardly thought, that D*MN girl is already married. Marrying is good. Marrying is good. After marrying, she wouldn't fight with her for Big Brother Assie's favor anymore. She believed that as long as she stayed by Big Brother Assie's side, there would come a day when Big Brother ACI would understand her goodness. Akir smiled softly. Just as she was about to snuggle up to Yas, he unexpectedly shot her a cold glance. Her footsteps froze, and she froze on the spot. ACI was about to be annoyed to death by this woman. She followed him around all day with a courtship look and didn't even draw a basin of water to look at herself in the mirror. She looked like a vixen and wasn't the woman he liked at all. The woman he liked was definitely with. ACI was slightly taken aback and abruptly realized that when he thought of the woman he liked, the little stoic's face once again inexplicably surfaced in his heart. What was there to like about the little stoic, this unlikable D*MN girl? ACI irritably raised his hand and scratched his head. He turned around and mounted his horse. Without saying anything, he whipped his horse and galloped away at lightning speed. Miss Lily stroked the hair on her temples and walked out of the Rui Pavilion. When her sharp gaze swept over Arbor and Xiaomi's departing figures, she recognized Arbor almost immediately. It was her. That arrogant and insufferably arrogant B*TCH who used His Highness the Crown Prince's power to kick her, Wei Mingli, out the door. She would always remember that expressionless face of hers. Miss Lily's eyes narrowed as she grinned with a gloomy expression. Then, she walked gracefully towards a luxurious carriage parked in front of the Rui Pavilion. "Mingli? You are Mingli, right?" Suddenly, a dark and thin old woman stumbled through the crowd and rushed in front of her. She grabbed her wrist excitedly. Wei Mingli forcefully flung the old woman's hand away in disgust. "You've got the wrong person." "No, I'm not mistaken. You're Mingli. You're my Mingli," the tanned and skinny woman exclaimed. "Mingli, Mingli, I'm your grandmother, Mingli. Mingli. Grandmother had a hard time looking for you." A cold glint flitted across Wei Mingli's eyes and transformed into a sharp blood blade in an unseen place. "Pa!" A crisp slap suddenly landed on Granny Nyo's old face, startling her for a moment. "Old woman, have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? You still want to claim kinship? You should draw a basin of water and take a look at your wretched appearance. Can I, Lily, have such a poor and pedantic relative like you?" Wei Mingli pursed her lips and revealed a lofty expression. Granny Nyo was stupefied. She originally thought that as long as she cried in front of Wei Mingli would definitely take her in on account that she was her grandmother. Who would have thought? Wei Mingli actually slapped her in the middle of the street. Was this still how a granddaughter should behave? Granny Nyo immediately collapsed to the ground and acted shamelessly like a shrew. She wailed, "Granddaughter is unfilial. Granddaughter hit grandmother." Seeing that there was a show to watch, the onlookers immediately surrounded them and pointed at Wei Mingli and Granny Nyo while gossiping. Wei Mingli wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Granny Nyo on the ground with a sweet smile and said coldly, "Do you think that a dignified official's daughter like me would have such a country bumpkin for a grandmother? My father, Wei Zhong, is a second-rank imperial physician in the Imperial Physician Building. His medical skills are renowned far and wide. My grandmother is naturally enjoying life at home right now. Why would she be like this old woman, throwing a tantrum and rolling around on the streets?" Wei Mingli harumphed coldly and swept a disdainful glance at Granny Nyo. "Why aren't you dragging this ignorant thing away?" Two page boys immediately ran up from behind Wei Mingli and fiercely dragged the throwing tantrum Granny Nyo off the ground, about to drag her away. Granny Nyo hugged the carriage shaft tightly and screamed, "Murder! Murder! Granddaughter killed grandmother. Ah! Granny, Granny!" Madame Nebo, who had been hiding in the crowd for a long time, saw that the time was ripe and immediately rushed out to support her grandmother. She looked at Wei Mingli and scolded her, "Mingli, you shouldn't have done this. Even if you have a foster father now and have a meteoric rise, you can't forget that your biological grandmother is still living in an abyss of suffering." Wei Mingli chuckled. "Then what do you think I should do?" Of course it's. Before Madame Bo could say anything improper, she heard Wei Mingli's cold voice. "What are you all still standing there for? Hurry and chase these two village women away. Go, 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 go." Several page boys immediately walked out of Rui Pavilion and chased away Madame Nanyo and Madame Nebo, who were wailing and shouting at Wei Mingli. "Go. No, don't chase us away. Mingli! Mingli!" The cries grew further and further away. After Wei Mingli boarded the carriage, she immediately put down the curtain in her hand and waved her hand in annoyance. "Let's go. Proceed according to the original plan. Those two good-for-nothings deserve to die in the alley and be fed to the dogs." On the other side, Madame Nyo and Madame Bo, who had been chased away, were beaten up by the manservants. Not only did they not get any benefits, but their bodies also hurt from the beating. The two of them scolded Wei Mingli for being unfilial as they walked. When they thought of how their family had ended up like this, and how only the two of them were left, they couldn't help but look at each other in sorrow. "Granny, I think we should look for Mingli. There's only hope if you follow her." When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law saw the glamorous Wei Mingli just now, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. Ever since their entire family was chased out of the Marquise estate with old Madame Chiao, their luck had deteriorated day by day and their lives were not as good as before. Therefore, when they saw Wei Mingli, who had disappeared for almost half a year, suddenly become so rich, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. "Mingli is so ruthless. I think she won't acknowledge us anymore." Granny Nyo sighed. Then what should we do, Granny?" The two abruptly stopped in their tracks as they stared in horror at the dozen or so local ruffians surrounding them with clubs. Who are you people?" The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law hugged each other as they trembled, a bad premonition slipping through their hearts. When Wei Mingli left just now, they both noticed the hint of loathing and hatred she was suppressing in her eyes. Was it like this, but the two of them were at least her only remaining close relatives in this world. "Brothers, attack. Our employer said it. Beat them to death, ha 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 ha." A group of ferocious ruffians rushed forward and surrounded the two powerless women. They raised their clubs and gave them a good beating without any explanation. Soon, a personal guard appeared in Wei Mingli's carriage. Reporting to Miss, "Those two old women have already been beaten to death in the back alley by the local ruffians. Their corpses were fed to the wild dogs." Excitement flitted across Wei Mingli's eyes, and she nodded. Well done. She would repay these people who had tormented her in all sorts of ways and treated her terribly in the past bit by bit. Just wait, a shrewd glint flitted across Wei Mingli's eyes, and she lifted the curtain. she saw a carriage hurrying over on the official road across from them. Wei Mingli abruptly let go of the curtain and took a deep breath. Get ready. Mo Lian had received definite news the moment he came out of the town hall that his little crown princess had run off on Qingluan. Thus, he decided to head to the North City Gate to find his wifey and also welcome the late second prince of Southern Bailey Shi. However, the carriage had just stepped onto the official road of North Main Street and hadn't gone far when another carriage suddenly sped over. The accompanying guards' faces darkened, and they were just about to step forward and shout for these two bold carriages to stop and not disturb His Highness the Crown Prince's grand self. Unexpectedly, a startling change occurred in that instant. A wheel suddenly flew out of the oncoming carriage, and the entire carriage swerved and crashed straight into Prince Mo's carriage. If they were hit head-on, Prince Mo's carriage would also be knocked askew. Then should he still go and fetch his wife? Should he meet Bailey Shi? Mo Lian put down the bamboo tube in her hand and put back the information she had received from the other bases. As soon as she raised her head, she heard the coachman's terrified roar. The carriage immediately tilted to one side. Until there was a loud crash, Mo Lian suddenly saw darkness in front of his eyes, as if another carriage was pressing down on his carriage. Crown Prince Mo's carriage driver shrieked in fright, and he steered the carriage to adjust repeatedly. However, the other party's carriage was firmly pressed against their carriage like this, so no matter how he steered, the carriage still tilted in one direction. Boom! Prince Mo naturally wouldn't stay in the carriage like an idiot. After gathering all the information in the carriage into his inner world, he broke through the roof of the carriage and exited. At this moment, a slender figure also climbed out of her own window. She was about to stumble into the Crown Prince's arms. The group of guards running after the carriage shouted angrily, "Your Highness!" They saw His Highness valiantly kick away the woman who had fallen to his side. No one else could do this. Everyone thought, only their Crown Prince could do such an unreliable thing. Such a delicate girl, she must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They saw the person who flew out in a parabola. With a PIU, she flew far away and landed heavily on the ground. She would probably have a nosebleed from the fall. I'll be busy until Friday. I might have to move it to Saturday, depending on the situation. Goodbye. Wait. The guards swarmed forward to check on the woman who was sprawled on the ground and hadn't moved for a long time. A guard hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, she's fainted." What a joke. How many people in this world could withstand a flying kick from His Highness? Perhaps this unlucky woman still hadn't figured out how she had flown out. Miss. Who are you people? Why are you treating my miss like this? The coachman crawled over and cried out in a panic. Prince Mo glanced at him, then his gaze landed on the other party's hands. That coachman reflexively looked down. There was nothing else in his 2 chubby hands that were as white as radishes. Mo Lian curled her lips mockingly. She turned and leaped onto the horse that the guards had brought over and rushed toward North Main Street without looking back. Cough, cough, cough. When Wei Mingli woke up, she felt an excruciating pain in her chest. That man's flying kick just so happened to land right on her chest, making her feel as if her chest was about to collapse in that instant. My heavens, how could there be such an insensitive man in this world? When he saw a delicate beauty throwing herself into his arms, his first reaction wasn't to reach out and embrace her, but to kick her out. Where exactly did this weirdo come from? Wei Mingli coughed several times. She was about to struggle and ask the coachman to help her up when she suddenly saw a swarm of guards rush in front of them and press the 2 of them to kneel on the ground with long and short knives. Wei Mingli was so angry that her pretty face instantly flushed pink. The moment she spoke, she tossed aside the pretense of delicateness from before. What are you doing? What do you want to do? None of the guards paid any attention to her. They simply lifted the 2 of them up, tied them up, and threw them onto horses. Then, they yelled and shouted as they headed in the direction of the Ministry of Justice's prison. The moment Wei Mingli saw the words Ministry of Justice appear before her eyes, she was stupefied. She was so angry that her entire body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't fear. It was truly anger. That weirdo was actually so resolute in his actions. Not only did he kick her on the street, but he was also attempting to imprison her in the Ministry of Justice's prison. This forced her to lower her head and examine herself again. Wasn't she beautiful? In the past half a year, whether it was her temperament or her beauty, she had steadily improved by more than one level. Thus, even the second prince was mesmerized by her beauty. But now, Wei Mingli and the coachman were dragged into the Ministry of Justice's dungeon. Without another word, the prison guards tied the two of them to the two pillars used for interrogating prisoners in the dungeon lobby. A prison guard swung a whip soaked in chilly water and smiled fiercely at her and the coachman. Wei Mingli's hair stood on end. The whip lashed down, and the coachman let out a squeal like a pig. "Tsk tsk tsk." The guard commander stood at the side and watched, his eyes filled with disdain. "You've only been lashed once and you're already screaming like that. How many more lashes do you think you can take? Brother. No, don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm just a cart driver." Everything was instigated by Miss. It was the young miss who instigated it. As soon as that carriage driver finished speaking, Wei Mingli, who was tied to another pillar, was so angry that she couldn't stop kicking him. "You coward, what did you say? Hit her, hit her. It really has nothing to do with me. This lowly one is just a hired passerby, sob sob sob. Beat him." At the guard commander's command, the whip dipped in chilly water lashed the coachman's body again and again, until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It was only then that Wei Mingli felt scared. Her body, which was tied to the pillar, trembled nonstop against the pillar. She was truly scared, that day, when she saw His Highness the Crown Prince chase them out of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. She should have known that this Crown Prince was very cold-blooded and heartless. He wasn't someone to be trifled with at all. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Before she tried, she thought that she would definitely capture this man's heart with her beauty and figure. It was only after she tried that she realized how naive she and His Highness the Second Prince were. This mission that His Highness the Second Prince assigned was simply impossible to complete, because His Highness the Crown Prince was completely heartless and extremely cold. He wouldn't be moved by her, Wei Mingli, because she was a woman, and he definitely wouldn't be intoxicated by her beauty and be unable to extricate himself like other men. How terrifying. Wei Mingli shuddered all over and reflexively swallowed. At this time, the jailer had already knocked out the white, fat man next to her. He was in a rather wretched state. His perfectly fine white robes hung in strips on his body, and whip wounds covered his face, body, and the back of his hands. At this time, he was already breathing out more than he was breathing in. "Miss, it's your turn now. See, are you going to confess properly? Or are you going to be fiercely whipped like this man before confessing properly?" The jailer's eyes roamed over her voluptuous body as he spoke with a wicked smile. Wei Mingli only felt her body tense, and an unprecedented nervousness crept into her heart. Her eyes stared helplessly at the whip in the jailer's hand, and before he could raise it high, she shrieked, I'll confess everything. It'll be fine as long as you confess." The guard commander on the side put his hands on his hips and took the whip from the jailer's hand. He patted it in his hand and said, "Speak. Who sent you here to trick His Highness?" Wei Mingli shuddered and stammered, "I'll speak, why it's the Second Prince. I'm a songstress in the Second Prince's estate." The guard leader was stunned for a moment before he laughed. "Do you know where your biggest flaw is? A coachman who has been driving a carriage for many years. His entire body is white and fat. Not to mention that His Highness doesn't believe you, even with my eyesight, I can tell that something is wrong with you." Wei Mingli's face was ashen. The white fatty was a small steward in the Second Prince's residence. He was the brother of the Second Prince's favorite concubine and was usually trusted by the Second Prince. The mission of getting close to the Eastern Palace was very important, and Mo Lu still didn't quite trust her. Thus, she had originally planned to have this plump and fair steward follow her into the Eastern Palace. Under the guise of assisting her, he would actually monitor her and prevent her from forgetting her original mission once she was in the Eastern Palace. Unexpectedly, although the Second Prince's plan was good, the Crown Prince was too powerful and saw through it with a single glance. Wei Mingli didn't know what to think. What do you want?" Wei Mingli's heart was trembling. She didn't expect that not only would she not be able to get half a step closer to the Crown Prince, she would even be thrown into prison. Wei Mingli shuddered as she watched the guard commander bring people over to untie her and the white fatty. "Officials, this little girl knows her mistake. stop talking, let's go. The guard commander gave her a shove. Wei Mingli's nerves were taut as she staggered forward. She glanced to the side and saw that the fair fatty was like a dead pig. After he was put down from the pillar, his head drooped as he was dragged forward. What are you doing? Wei Mingli asked, trembling. The guard commander and his entourage didn't say anything else to her. They directly dragged the two people onto their horses and rode toward the second prince's estate while yelling. On the other end, Emolu smugly stepped into his house. His happiness lasted for less than an hour. He saw the steward run inside in a panic and shout, "Master, master! Something happened, the main entrance." The second prince's expression changed slightly, and he hastily followed the steward to the main entrance. As he walked, he anxiously asked, "What happened?" "Miss Lily has returned." "Lily?" The second prince's face instantly darkened. His first thought was, Lily actually failed, she really was a good-for-nothing. How long had it been, and she was already back? Did she not encounter his good sixth brother at all, or did she not manage to get close to anyone else at all? The second prince thought about how he had painstakingly groomed Wei Mingli for the better part of a year, but she was actually of no use at all at the crucial moment. Thus, he stomped out of the main entrance with a belly full of anger. He saw a junior commander dressed in royal guard attire standing at the bottom of the steps with a fake smile and saluting him from afar. Second prince. This lowly officer is here to deliver a gift in return on His Highness the Crown Prince's orders. Open it. At the junior commander's command, 3 to 4 royal guards immediately dragged the person down from the horse and directly threw her at the second prince's estate's entrance. The second prince looked down and saw Wei Mingli curling up and rolling on the ground. She scrambled up the steps with all her might as she wailed mournfully, "Your Highness." Then he looked at that fair and fat junior steward. He had actually been beaten to the point that there wasn't a single piece of unharmed flesh on his body. The second prince couldn't help but be stupefied when he saw this. This wasn't a failure at all? Rather, the crown prince had seen through her identity, right? How long had it been? He had painstakingly cultivated such a beauty for half a year. Originally, he wanted to use her as a delicate chess piece and secretly place her in the crown prince's residence. He had thought that in the future, this little chess piece would surely be able to take a stunning step forward, but he never expected that all his previous efforts would be wasted today. In less than 2 hours, Wei Mingli was exposed by the crown prince and thrown back to the second prince's estate. The second prince only felt that his face was unbearably painful. It was as if someone had smeared chili oil on his face, causing him to feel a burst of burning irritation. Could it be that Mo Lu's IQ was actually so much lower than sixth brother's? The second prince couldn't accept it no matter how hard he tried. He just stood there in a daze at the entrance of the second prince's residence. He didn't even know when the group of people who had come to deliver the gifts mounted their horses and left. His eyes were fixed on one spot, and his mind was completely blank. Other than the sound of Wei Mingli's cries filling his head, he felt as if countless ghostly hands were pulling at his brain and screaming. Show off. It was a blatant demonstration. The second prince choked on a mouthful of blood and rolled his eyes to the sky. Unable to withstand the stimulation, he fell backward and landed in front of the gate with a thud. Oh no, the second prince fainted from anger. Hurry and come. Hurry and go to the palace to summon the imperial physician to treat him. Your Highness, your Highness. The second prince's estate was instantly thrown into chaos. On the other side, His Highness the Crown Prince, who had just finished giving his second royal brother a big gift, finally felt a bit more at ease. This wondrous second prince simply disgusted him to death. He simply couldn't understand how his second royal brother's brain worked. How could he be this stupid? How did he think of secretly grooming a songstress, wanting to fish in troubled waters, and toss her into his eastern palace as a spy without anyone knowing? Did he think that everyone was as stupid as him? What kind of person did he think he was? A random chance encounter on the street was enough to make him willingly bring that woman back to the eastern palace. It was still the same question. What was his second royal brother thinking? This second royal brother was probably really a fool, so he thought that everyone was a fool. After being delayed by Wei Mingli, when Mo Lian rushed to North Street, darling Qiao had already pulled Princess Xiaomi back to the guest house to stay. Prince Mo hastily ran over to pick up his wifey, but instead of his wifey, he picked up the icy-faced Bailey Shi. I'm honored that Your Highness the Crown Prince personally came to welcome me. Bailey Shi cupped his hands towards His Highness and said expressionlessly. His Highness the Crown Prince, he inwardly criticized, don't flatter yourself, we didn't come to pick you up. On the surface, he raised a smile that was like a spring breeze. Second Prince Bailey, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. Bailey Shi nodded. Crown Prince praises me too much. Hey. You too, how long has it been since we last met? You keep calling me Your Highness the Crown Prince and Second Prince Bailey. Aren't you tired and annoying? A mocking laughter came from the side. Wei Nanfeng was like a monkey as he rolled down from a roof and arrived in front of the two with a grin. I heard that you were entering the city today, so I came to welcome you. How is it? I'm a good brother, right? Wei Nanfeng stepped forward and elbowed Bailey Shi's arm. Let's go. We haven't seen each other in a while, let's find a place to drink. At this time, Assistant Minister of Rights Huang Yi also rushed over after hearing the news. When he saw the Crown Prince, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. The Crown Prince swept a glance at Assistant Minister Huang and asked seemingly absent-mindedly, Have you seen the Crown Princess? Yes. Assistant Minister Huang nodded repeatedly. Hearing this, Mo Lian's eyes suddenly lit up. Where is she now? The Crown Princess accompanied the Princess of the Southern Shao Kingdom to the guest hotel. Hey! Wei Nanfeng's body flashed as he extended his hand to block Mo Lian's path. Mo Lian, you can't be serious. We brothers have only met for less than half an hour, and you want to leave? Prince Mo immediately waved his hand and said, I'll have tea with you some other day. What a joke. What was there to talk about with these two stinky men? Of course, finding his own wife was more important. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and left the two men behind without looking back. He mounted his horse and galloped towards the guest house in the capital. Bailey Shi and Wei Nanfeng were left behind. They looked at each other in dismay and shook their heads in unison. They sighed inwardly, Mo Lian, this guy, why did he become more clingy with the little stoic after not seeing him for so many years? But speaking of which, they hadn't seen that little stoic for a long time, so how about? The two of them exchanged a look, mounted their horses in unison, and followed after him. After Arbor saw that Princess Xiaomi had settled down, he chatted with her for a while before coming out of the guest house. Before she could board the carriage, she heard the clip-clop of horse hooves, and a familiar voice called out to her from afar, Jojo, Jojo. Arbor was exasperated as she watched Prince Mo gallop over on his horse. Just as he was about to reach her, that guy suddenly flew up and arrived beside her with a swish. He cried out pitifully, Jojo, Jojo, it's bad. Hubby was almost taken advantage of by a scoundrel. Hurry and comfort hubby's nearly injured body and mind. Arbor, she couldn't take it anymore. Ever since they got married, this guy's skin had become increasingly thicker, and she couldn't reverse it no matter what. Arbor reflexively hugged his waist and patted it with her small hand. What scoundrel? Mo Lian hastily recounted everything that happened just now from beginning to end to his wife. After he was done, he even took credit for it in front of his wife. Jojo, am I smart or not? Say, is this Mo Lu stupid or not? Where did he get the confidence to think that he could fool me with this kind of underhanded trick? Darling Qiao was a bit angry. Wasn't this Mo Lu punished by the Great King and grounded for 3 months? How come he can come out now? You know the old man. It's impossible for him to enforce orders and prohibitions. It's already good enough that he didn't change his orders constantly. When Mo Lian saw her serious expression, he quickly pinched her small face in amusement. Don't worry, hubby has always been careful and prudent. I absolutely won't be taken away by a scoundrel. Arbor pursed her small lips. Where are those two people? I sent people to throw them back to the second prince's estate. It's not like I can keep them for dinner. Apparently, second royal brother was so angry that he fainted. Serves him right. A cold glint flitted through Arbor's eyes. He got off easy. Of course I can't let him off easy like this. This guy is so good at jumping around, I'll find something for him to do. Oh, as expected, he forgets his brothers after getting a wife. Bailey, look, I guessed correctly. I knew this guy abandoned us and ran off. He must have come to see the little stoic. Meicham Bailey nodded expressionlessly. The two of them hadn't seen the little girl for a while, and they couldn't help but marvel in amazement when they saw her today. What an icy beauty with a face as bright as the moon and eyes as cold as the stars. After this little stoic grew up, she seemed to make people unable to take their eyes off her. What are you looking at? Mo Lian pettily hooked his hand and pulled his wifey into his arms. Xiao, ignore them. We're going home. Arbor nonchalantly nodded his head. His gaze only swept over Wei Nanfeng and Bailey Shi's faces before withdrawing. Too heartless. Wei Nanfeng let out a howl. Arbor turned a blind eye to him. He turned back to look at Bailey Shi and nodded. Thank you for the ebony pieces. It's no trouble at all. Bailey Shi nodded with an indifferent expression. This is for you. The little stoic waved her hand, and a brocade pouch landed in Bailey Shi's hand. I see that you're about to break through to level 13. There are 2 level 13 mystic breakthrough pills in the bottle, which should be able to help you break through smoothly. Although the little stoic was expressionless, her words seemed to stir up 1,000 ripples. Bailey Shi and Wei Nanfeng were both flabbergasted. Especially our dear Wei Nanfeng, who was originally waving the folding fan in his hand flirtatiously and confidently. He was so frightened by Arbor's words that his fan fell to the ground with a clatter. His entire person seemed to have been struck by lightning, and he was blown away by the wind. Princess Mi said that you two are about to get married, so this can be considered my wedding gift to you in advance. You're getting married? Wei Nanfeng and Mo Lian simultaneously turned to look at the stupefied Bailey Shi. Bailey Shi had yet to wake up from the ecstasy of receiving 2 level 13 mystic breakthrough pills when he instantly sunk into the stupefied state of getting married. How come he didn't know when he was actually getting married? The little stoic pattered forward at this time and patted Bailey Shi's shoulder forcefully. Xiaomi is pretty good. You're an ice cube and don't like to talk, while Xiaomi is chatty all day long. You won't be oppressed in the future, so the two of you just happen to complement each other. Treat her well. The 3 men present, Wei Nanfeng burst out laughing at an inappropriate time. The little stoic promptly swept him a disdainful glance. What would a person without a wife like you know? You still have the face to laugh at others, just be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Wei Nanfeng, ha 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 ha. Mo Lian truly couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. He flashed forward and pulled his wifey into his embrace. Jojo, my Jojo. Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but be speechless. Hey, brother, why don't you say something about your wife? Why is it that after so many years, she still doesn't like me? Look, she gave away 2 precious level 13 mystic breakthrough pills to Bailey Shi in one go. As for him, he wouldn't be hurt if he didn't make a comparison, but once he did, he would simply be infuriated to death. Not only did he not get the mystic breakthrough pills, but he was also dissed by the little stoic. So what if he got married? Alright, you guys should also get off the bed and rest early. Tomorrow, I'll have someone show you around the city. Grandmother will summon you the day after tomorrow. After Prince Mo finished speaking, he pulled his wifey's hand and galloped away on his horse with her in his arms. Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but be a bit envious when he saw the two of them glued to each other like glue and honey. He grumbled, if I knew earlier, I would have married a considerate wife as soon as possible. Then I wouldn't have been poked in the heart by the stoic today. Bailey Shi put away the brocade pouch containing the 2 level 13 mystic breakthrough pills and walked straight into the guest house. When Wei Nanfeng saw this, he couldn't help but shout angrily from behind. Hey, you Bailey Shi, don't you know how to comfort your brother? What an ungrateful fellow. One day later, the Empress Dowager's grand birthday banquet began in Jinshou Garden of the Longevity Palace. The officials of the 3rd rank and above had already brought their beautiful wives and daughters to the main hall of the Jinshou Garden in the Longevity Palace. The eunuch in charge shouted, Northern Wei's 3rd prince congratulates the Empress Dowager on her birthday. A pair of Wanghai pearls and a dendrobium of white jade pearls. Southern Bailey's 2nd Highness wishes the Empress Dowager a long life. Groups of guests from various countries walked into the hall with smiles on their faces and rosy cheeks. The Empress Dowager was sitting on the main seat at the top of the steps. She was dressed in bright red, smiling as she looked at the people from all walks of life who came to congratulate her. Fenggu stood next to the Empress Dowager and occasionally bent over to explain to the elderly lady which country's guests were standing in the main hall. Today was the joyous day of her 70th birthday. The Empress Dowager was in great spirits. She couldn't stop smiling as she looked at the hall full of children and grandchildren. The Aikido tribe's young chieftain wishes the Empress Dowager a happy birthday. Present, the Alava tribe's little princess congratulates the Empress Dowager on her birthday. Present. One after another, greetings and gifts were announced, one after another, and one after another, continuously. Everyone beamed from ear to ear as they looked at this prosperous scene. Arbor sat next to the crown prince and looked on indifferently. However, when he heard the eunuch announce the Alava tribe's name, his eyelids twitched slightly. Broken sleep. The Alava tribe. There was an indescribable sense of familiarity. Arbor was just thinking about how he had heard of this tribe's name before when he saw a red figure leading a dozen or so men and women of different tribes walk into the main hall. This red-clothed girl was about 18 years old. She wore a neat scarlet riding outfit and a pair of black riding boots. Her long hair was tied up, revealing a small, spotlessly white face that resembled a full moon. There was a small, extremely familiar dimple on her left cheek. Arbor's eyes bulged, and he stood up from his seat, almost out of control. The crown prince was taken aback, and he looked up at his wifey who suddenly stood up. At this time, the red-clothed girl also seemed to have noticed Arbor, who had abruptly stood up. When she clearly saw the girl's little stoic face, her eyes instantly turned round. However, before she could quickly walk up to meet Xiao Mu, a brawny man with an unshaven beard suddenly walked out from the Aikido tribe's team in front of her. He gave her a boorish smile before saying disdainfully, "Haha, the little rats of the Alava tribe actually have the courage to walk out of their tiny caves and come to Northern Mo's territory. How did you hide along the way?" The people of the Aikido tribe roared with laughter, completely disregarding whether they attracted the attention of the other guests as they publicly berated the red-clothed girl from the Alava tribe. The red-clothed girl unsheathed her sword and slapped it on the brawny man's chest, pushing him back with all her might. She said with an icy expression, "Today is Northern Mo's Queen Dowager's birthday, so this girl won't lower herself to your level." Scram. The Aikido tribe's brawny man with a stubble immediately jumped up and furiously swung his fist at the red-cloaked girl. His action incurred the displeasure of Northern Mo's officials, and they all looked at him coldly with suppressed anger in their eyes. However, because he was a guest, and the great king and the Queen Dowager had yet to speak, they naturally couldn't be the first to criticize him. Swish swish swish, smack. A crafty green vine drilled out of nowhere and directly transformed into the shadow of a whip, fiercely whipping the brawny man's elbow-sized fist. Ow ow. The brawny man held uncontrollably as a bloody mark appeared on his fist after being hit by this blow. Among the people present, some of the sects and family heads who were invited couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes again. This unlucky man could have made a move in front of anyone, but he actually dared to be so arrogant in front of the little crown princess. Although most people didn't know who did it, they were all secretly pleased. The people of the Aikido tribe actually disregarded their dignity and attacked another group of guests from Northern Moa at the Queen Dowager's banquet. They should indeed be taught what etiquette was. Who attacked me? Who? The bearded man angrily turned his head, his gaze searching the hall back and forth. Everyone was glaring at him with sullen faces. Even the Empress Dowager, who had been smiling all the time, suddenly darkened her face. Her somewhat angry gaze fell on the big man's face. The great king slammed the table and said angrily, "Who are you? How can you be so rude?" The bearded man was still somewhat respectful and fearful of the great king of Northern Moa. When he heard this, he hastily crossed his chest and bowed respectfully to the great king. "Honorable Northern Moa great king, this lowly one is the Chiliarch of the Aikido tribe, Kaisen. This lowly one has come with our young chief to offer birthday gifts to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager of Northern Moa. I was actually attacked for no reason at this time. As the great king of Northern Mo, shouldn't you give this lowly one an explanation? After all, this lowly one is a guest of Northern Mo, and your great Mo kingdom has a duty to protect me." Everyone couldn't help feeling indignant at Kaisen's rascally appearance. "Give you a boolsh *t explanation. You were the first to attack someone at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and you still have reason. Now that someone had secretly attacked you, you actually have the face to complain tearfully to the great king for an explanation. The people from the Aikido tribe standing to the side didn't make a sound. Instead, they watched all of this with interest. The Aikido tribe had always been the most powerful tribe in the Western Wastelands. Their people never needed to beg for mercy or shed tears. Whatever they encountered, they would directly face it by themselves. Kaizen was their Aikido tribe's Chiliarch and a valiant level 13 body cultivator. They believed that with Kaizen's ability, he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, they seemed to be overly confident. I'll give you an explanation. An icy voice came from the front of the main hall. A red figure flashed, and the person landed in front of Kaizen. There wasn't the slightest bit of expression on her snow-white face, and there was only a solemn and chilly air. Kaizen was taken aback, and a trace of amazement suddenly rose in his eyes. However, before he could tease her, an enormous force suddenly attached itself to his body. Kaizen was greatly shocked, completely not expecting that this little girl would actually attack as she pleased. Before he could say anything, he was lifted up by the enormous force and fell out of the main hall. Kaizen simply didn't know what was going on. However, everyone else in the main hall saw everything clearly, and without a shadow of a doubt, the young crown princess didn't allow any explanation as she sent a palm flying through the air. Dense mystic energy slapped Kaizen's body, sending him flying out. Just one move was enough to send a level 13 body cultivator flying like a little chick. The force behind that slap was probably at least 1,000 pounds. The expressionless little crown princess dashed out of the main hall in a single stride. Before the unlucky Kaizen could get up from the ground, a palm formed by the earth spirit firmly covered his body. At the same time, everyone in the main hall rushed out like a swarm of bees, to watch. Kaizen was slapped by an earth spirit's palm and sunk into a flower bed of various sizes, forming a rather ridiculous human-shaped pit. He spat out a mouthful of blood as nourishment for the flower bed. Cough, cough, cough. Kaizen looked at the little girl in shock. He had never imagined that he, a 13th level body cultivator, would be unable to withstand a single blow from this little girl. What was going on? Even if this little girl had started to absorb the heaven and earth profound energy in her mother's womb, she shouldn't have grown to this extent. Arbor took out an ice sword that glinted with awe-inspiring light. He looked at him coldly and said, "Today is grandmother's birthday. I'll spare your life. Don't provoke me. You won't be able to bear the consequences." The little stoic calmly threw down this sentence before turning around and walking towards the woman in red. Unexpectedly, the woman cried out in alarm, "Junior sister. Be careful. Kaizen. Stop right there." ACI bellowed angrily. Kaizen swept over from behind with a sinister and malicious glint in his eyes. He clenched his fists and hammered two enormous forces at the back of the young crown princess's head. "You're courting death." A cold glint flashed through Prince Mo's eyes, and he was about to fly to the little stoic's side. However, he saw the little stoic's figure abruptly vanish from the spot. Kaizen's two punches missed, and he staggered forward a few steps with a stupefied expression. At this time, the young chief of the Aikido tribe, ACI, had already arrived at his side and gave Kaizen a heavy slap across the face without allowing for an explanation. "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Who gave you the guts to kill her?" Kaizen clutched his swollen left cheek and shrunk his neck submissively. In the blink of an eye, they saw the little crown princess jump down from the main hall's roof. Everyone stared at her, stupefied. They looked at the place she disappeared from and the main hall's roof. F***ck, that was a huge distance away. They couldn't figure out how she could jump down from the roof. Mo Lian arrived beside her in a flash and grasped her small hand. He knew that this little fellow was holding back for grandmother's sake. Other people didn't know what was going on, but the discerning people present were very clear that the little crown princess had used a talisman. Arbor had precisely used a teleportation talisman to teleport away because she was worried that if this continued, she wouldn't be able to control herself and would slaughter the stinky man on the spot. A weakling actually dared to attack her from behind? This guy was full of flaws. One had to know that in that split second, Arbor had over a dozen ways to make him die on the spot, and he would die a very ugly death. However, she herself would feel extremely disgusted if someone died during grandmother's lively birthday banquet. Not to mention what grandmother would think. Kason didn't know that the Queen Dowager had imperceptibly saved his life. He didn't know what witchcraft the little crown princess had used to quickly teleport him to the roof. He only glanced at the little crown princess before his entire body trembled, and he retracted his gaze. He felt that the little girl's gaze was a bit too sharp and couldn't be looked straight at. Young Chief ACI, if you don't know how to manage your subordinates? This crown prince doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. Mo Lian glanced at Yasi. Without waiting for him to reply, she took Arbor's little hand and walked back into the hall. Arbor had too many questions that he wanted to ask the woman in red from the Alava tribe. However, celebrating his grandmother's birthday was more important, so he had to put everything on hold for now. It was just that its pair of big eyes would occasionally glance at the face of the red-clothed woman from the Alava tribe. The light in its eyes couldn't be suppressed, and everyone could see it. Situi nodded at the red-cloaked woman, fanning himself as he sat in his seat, occasionally exchanging a few words with others. I really didn't expect to see junior sister Doya well after so many years. Liang Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. Back then, when they went to Xianxia Valley for the competition, the group of girls from the Holy Water sect were all very familiar with each other. No wonder little junior sister is so happy. Situi stopped fanning and smiled faintly. Sitting at the head seat, the Queen Dowager looked at her grandson and granddaughter-in-law with a grin. She recovered her cheerful expression and nodded repeatedly at the guests who were entering the hall again. The third crown prince of the Eastern Kingdom, Ingfa, congratulates the Queen Dowager on her birthday. A pair of ceremonial blue spiritual sparrows, a piece of fish dragon mystic jade, 5 fluorescent spirits, Commandery Princess Ian has arrived. Following this announcement, Ian slowly walked in from outside the main hall in a gorgeous and dazzling robe with fluttering sleeves. She instantly attracted all the guests' gazes. As expected of the Commandery Princess who has always been by Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's side. Beautiful, generous, and lovely. Although the volume was not loud, Commandery Princess Ian enjoyed hearing the praises that came from all around her. They were all praising her with all their might. Sure enough, she was also excellent. She knew it. She was not inferior to that crown princess at all. It was just a pity that His Highness the Crown Prince kept a distance from her from beginning to end, unwilling to look her in the eye. Otherwise, she would definitely let him know how good she was. Commandery Princess Ian gracefully walked to the bottom of the steps with a graceful smile. She bowed docilely to the Queen Dowager and said softly, Ian wishes Her Majesty the Queen Dowager good fortune, longevity, and good health. Ian has specially prepared a small gift for the Queen Dowager to express Ian's filial piety. Su-er, who was bowing behind her, hastily raised a large red tray above her head. On top of it was a large red 100 lifespan painting, which was exquisitely and ostentatiously presented to everyone. Wow, the Commandery Princess personally embroidered a 100 lifespan painting for Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. As expected, her filial piety is commendable. Look at this 100 lifespan painting. It is about several meters long and exquisitely embroidered. It can be seen at a glance that she put in a lot of effort and time. That's right, that's right. HM? It seems like it's not just this 100 lifespan painting. There's also a porcelain bottle. When Ian heard everyone mention the porcelain bottle on the tray, she couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. Inside the porcelain bottle is a high-grade prolongation pill. I hope it will be useful to Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. Wow. The main hall was abuzz with discussion. Could it be that Commandery Princess Ian was the one who bought a prolongation pill at an astronomical price at the House of Treasures last time? Oh, I also heard about this. Everyone praised Commandery Princess Ian with smiles. Her filial piety moved the heavens and moved the earth. In order to increase Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's lifespan, she did not hesitate to spend an astronomical price to purchase a prolongation pill, with Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's level 14 phenomenal success cultivation as a mystic cultivator. Consuming a prolongation pill was actually not that effective. Although prolongation pills were high-grade pills, the higher the cultivator's cultivation, the less effective they were. Moreover, they heard that this prolongation pill that the House of Treasures was auctioning was only a middle-grade pill. Due to the different grades of medicinal pills, their medicinal effects would naturally differ greatly. If the Empress Dowager took this middle-grade prolonging life pill, it would at most increase her lifespan by 1 or 2 years. However, this was still a good amount of time. Cultivators, who didn't wish they could have a longer lifespan, so they could have more time to break through, the Queen Dowagers were the Queen Dowager's eyes to end, especially the heads of the aristocratic families who had been invited. Their shrewd old eyes shifted to the porcelain vase one after another. The Queen Dowagers is dowagers. And Dowager Douse eyes of her queens and her douse. The Queen Dowager's gaze flickered, and she glanced at Commandery Princessy and indifferently before nodding with a smile. I've troubled you. Dowagers was, but then. After the Empress Dowager took the prolonging life pill and reaped the benefits, she would naturally treat her as well as she did in the past. This estrangement was only temporary. Everyone seems to be curious about the prolongation pill. Since that's the case, then pass it around for everyone to peruse. Yes, Queen Dowager. The junior supervisor eunuch hastily walked down with the large red tray. Everyone was overjoyed, and they passed it around to look at the pill inside the porcelain bottle. The little stoic was startled. Someone turned around with a smile to look at the pill patrician family's patriarch and the 2 young sirs. Family head Qin, eldest young master, second young master, you 3 are pill experts. May I know how much lifespan this prolongation pill can extend for the Queen Dowager? The one who spoke was second master Wu of the Wu family. His old eyes fell on the small porcelain bottle, and he almost could not take his eyes off it. Qin Guilu smiled faintly and stood up solemnly. He cupped his hands at the Queen Dowager and said, the prolongation pill that the Commandery Princess purchased is a middle-grade advanced-level prolongation pill. According to its effects, if the Queen Dowager were to consume a middle-grade prolongation pill with her cultivation, perhaps, the lifespan it can extend will not exceed half a year at most. As soon as Qin Guilu finished speaking, there was an uproar below. Rumors had already spread outside that this middle-grade advanced-level prolongation pill that the House of Treasures had auctioned off had been sold for the astronomical price of 170,000 high-grade mystic currency. Wasn't it a bit of a loss for such an astronomical price to only extend the Queen Dowager's lifespan by half a year? Although everyone was criticizing her in their hearts, they were all flattering her on the surface. Omega Kotoko looked up slightly, and her gaze swept past the little stoic's face so quickly that it was almost undetectable. However, the little fellow was still keenly aware of the oppressive gaze. When she looked over, she only saw that everyone in the main hall was talking loudly about the life prolongation pill. She didn't notice any suspicious gazes at all. She only felt that she was overthinking things, so she lowered her eyes slightly. On the side, Prince Imo squeezed her small hand gently, and the two whispered into each other's ears. When Commandery Princess Ian saw their affectionate appearance, the discomfort in her heart abruptly expanded. Commandery Princess Ian's eyes flickered, and she suddenly smiled at the Queen Dowager. She said softly, Ian heard that the Crown Princess also prepared a big gift for Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. I really want to broaden my horizons. The crowd that was originally still chatting and laughing became absolutely silent all of a sudden. The main hall was so quiet that it was simply a bit frightening. Even the great king and the queen, who were sitting on the steps, had also put away their smiles, and their first glance reflexively landed on their daughter-in-law. It's over. The great king wailed in his heart, did Ian take the wrong medicine? Why did she suddenly attack the little crown princess, today, other than that idiotic Chiliarch of the Aikido tribe, who else would go against the crown princess for no reason? What a fool, Ian realized with a start that the crown prince's cold gaze had suddenly landed on her. His heart trembled slightly, and he paused for a moment. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The little stoic suddenly stood up expressionlessly and pattered to the center of the main hall. With a flip of her small hand, she took out a peach the size of a wash basin and held it up with both hands. For your grandmother. No matter how he looked at it, this scene was adorable. As the corners of everyone's mouth twitched, their eyes were filled with smiles. The Empress Dowager was grinning from ear to ear. Oh, my good granddaughter-in-law, where did you get such a big peach of immortality? Good. Quickly present it. The Queen Dowager nodded repeatedly with a grin. The junior managing eunuch instantly put on a beaming face as he pattered down the steps to take the big peach of immortality that the crown princess handed over. The little stoic expressionlessly took out another one. The junior managing eunuch quickly ran back and forth twice to present the peach of immortality, smelling the peach's fragrance with an intoxicated expression. D*MN, what kind of peach was this? Not only was it big, but it also emitted a spiritual energy, and its fragrance permeated the air. When the little crown princess took out those 2 peaches, everyone could smell the fragrance filling the hall, and they involuntarily swallowed their saliva. It was as if their eyes were glued to the peaches, and they couldn't shift their gazes away. The 12th prince even jumped up exaggeratedly. Eldest sister-in-law. This peach, it's such a big one. Mo Lian speechlessly facepalmed and shot the little 12th a glare. Shut up. The 12th prince pursed his lips aggrievedly and sat down pitifully, muttering softly, eldest sister-in-law, Yuer's birthday is also coming up soon. Everyone, the little stoic glanced at him before retracting her gaze and looking at the junior steward eunuch who was jogging toward her again. Arbor beckoned the junior eunuch over with his small hand. The junior eunuch quickly ran over while bowing and saying with a chuckle, Crown Princess. That little stoic expressionlessly flipped her small hand, and 2 white and clean small porcelain bottles and a small jar appeared in her hand. She tossed them all into the junior eunuch's hands. For grandmother. The old queen dowager was holding a large immortal peach and examining it carefully, grinning from ear to ear. When she heard this, she quickly looked up and looked at the 2 small porcelain bottles and the small jar that the junior eunuch had brought over. The queen dowager was moved, and she asked curiously with a smile, what are these, granddaughter-in-law? 3 prolongation pills. Everyone. 1 level 15 mystic breakthrough pill. Everyone, and a box of beautifying ointment. The entire main hall once again sank into a deathly silence. This time, no one really spoke anymore. Everyone sat there quietly, gazing at this stoic-faced little crown princess as if they were looking at a guest from another star domain. Impossible. Ian barely controlled her belly full of anger and looked up, but she still couldn't resist giving the crown princess a mocking look. Could it be that you want to tell everyone that you are a pill alchemist? Don't mention that beautifying ointment, I've never even heard of it. No one in the entire Seekong planet can refine something like a level 15 mystic breakthrough pill. Don't think that just because I don't know how to refine pills, I don't know about medicinal herbs. I heard that the fire spirit rhinoceros leaf, an essential medicinal ingredient for refining a level 15 mystic breakthrough pill, has long been extinct on Seekong planet. As she spoke, she once again glanced mockingly at the stoic face. Without the fire spirit rhinoceros leaf, what materials will you use to refine a level 15 mystic breakthrough pill? She wasn't the one who refined it, alright, that level 15 profound breakthrough pill was Long Chuyun's creation. She was merely using it to present Buddha with borrowed flowers. However, the little stoic, whose natural disposition was undisciplined and disinclined to explain, naturally wouldn't waste words with her. She cast her a glance before pattering back to the crown prince's side and sitting down. Everyone was speechless. Duan Yu was unbearably amused. He only heard Commandery Princessy and berating the crown princess with all her might, as though she wanted to expose something. The fire spirit rhinoceros leaf is the sole ingredient used to concoct the level 15 mystic breakthrough pill. It could be said that without this earth-grade medicinal ingredient, it was simply impossible to concoct a level 15 profound breakthrough pill. Empress Dowager, it's better to be cautious, so as to avoid. After that, she purposely stopped speaking, leaving room for other people to imagine. But who didn't know that her following words would definitely be so as to avoid accidentally consuming a fake pill, failing to break through and damaging her body instead. The little stoic creased her brows and suddenly pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from her inner world. Everyone looked at her in bewilderment. Sitting next to her, the crown prince saw everything clearly, and his mouth involuntarily twitched. See you tomorrow. Duan Yu swept a glance over and immediately saw what the crumpled, tattered paper in the little stoic's hand was. It was a list of gifts that had been presented along with the gifts. The little stoic remembered that there was definitely something called the fire rhinoceros leaf among them. She flipped through it and finally found that gift list that included the fire rhinoceros leaf with much difficulty. Pursing her small lips, the little stoic stood up and flung that gift list just like that. The gift list fluttered down to the ground. Written on it were the details of the gifts. There were all sorts of miraculous elixirs and rare treasures. Tap, tap, tap. The little stoic was afraid that Ian could not see clearly due to her poor eyesight, so she walked up to Commandery Princess Ian and abruptly slapped that gift list at her face. See for yourself. Father Chiao, who was sitting with the officials, face-bombed in exasperation. Qin Guilu wasn't too sure if other people had seen the details of this gift list, but family head Qin had seen this gift list clearly. There were all kinds of rare medicinal herbs, medicinal pills, and all kinds of defensive artifacts. This was simply unfilial son. Family head Qin glared fiercely at eldest young Sir Qin, who was facepalming. To be honest, the eldest young Sir had presented such a generous gift back then in order to disgust His Highness the Crown Prince. Who would have thought that the little stoic would pull such a stunt for him today and even let family head Qin discover it with heartache? He had presented so many gifts, cough, cough, cough. Although young Sir Omega Kotoku was expressionless, his gaze shifted to the eldest young Sir's face. Who would have thought? This guy had actually presented such a generous gift. Judging from the length of that gift list, there were probably 200 different gifts from beginning to end. TSK, he really was generous. Commandery Princess Ian stared dumbfoundedly at the large words imprinted in front of her eyes. The 4 words "Fire Rhinoceros Leaf" were clearly written on the gift list. Her face flushed red, and she simply wanted to cry but had no tears. Previously, she had told everyone present with a strong case that it was simply impossible for the Crown Princess to refine a level 15 mystic breakthrough pill because she did not have a soul herb like the Fire Rhinoceros Leaf as a catalyst. In the end, she had slapped the little stoic's face in a matter of minutes. Commandery Princess Ian only felt her face burning with pain. However, if she were to take a step back now, it would only make things worse. Every pair of eyes in the hall were staring at her. Most of them were waiting to watch a good show. How could she shrink back? Commandery Princess Ian took a deep breath before saying with a sneer, even if you have something like the Fire Rhinoceros Leaf, even if you are a pill alchemist, this still cannot prove that this level 15 mystic breakthrough pill has no problems. Princess, there's no point in saying that. Liang Qingqing interrupted her with a sullen face. Whether little junior sister is an alchemist or not, and what her alchemy skills are like, I believe that some of the people here know better than you. That's right. Wei Nanfeng said with a mischievous grin as he waved his fan, this whatever Commandery Princess, the little stoic really is a pretty good pill refiner. The day before yesterday, this little guy gave Bailey's Second Highness a level 13 mystic breakthrough pill. Look today, this person from the Bailey family is already a level 13 mystic cultivator. Wei Nanfeng's dunce words immediately caused a huge commotion, and everyone looked towards Bailey Shi. Sure enough, they discovered that this Second Highness had the energy fluctuations of a level 13 mystic cultivator from his body. The little stoic was disinclined to explain and put away that messy gift list before walking back to sit next to the Crown Prince woodenly. Meanwhile, Commandery Princess Ian was flustered and exasperated. What did she mean? She gave 1 prolongation pill, but this stoic face gave 3 to the Queen Dowager. Was he trying to step on her face to demonstrate his prowess? She had spent her entire fortune to buy a prolongation pill for Her Majesty the Queen Dowager with great difficulty, all for the sake of stunning everyone in the main hall today. But now, there was no harm if there was no comparison, but once there was a comparison, it was a critical hit. The stoic face was like a peerless nouveau riche, taking out 3 prolongation pills at the slightest disagreement. It was as though prolongation pills were as worthless as cabbages that could be found on the streets. How could she endure this? How could she endure this? Commandery Princess Ian pursed her stiff lips as she swept a cold glare at the expressionless stoic face. She really wanted to tear apart this expressionless face. She wanted everyone to see her true colors, hypocritical, vain. This little lady was not as carefree as she appeared on the surface, not caring about anything at all. Her objective today was to ruthlessly slap her, Ian's, face. Abominable, abominable, abominable. If the little stoic could hear Ian's mental activities, she would definitely turn her nose up at her. You must be crazy. Who would have the free time to tear you down and slap you in the face? Who told you to be so unlucky, giving out a gift that was more or less the same as mine? Who was to blame? She could only admit that she was unlucky. You said that your bottle contains 3 prolongation pills. Then do you dare to pour one out and let family head Qin, the elixir patrician family, appraise it? Family head Qin, who had gotten shot while lying down, looked at that commandery princess in astonishment. What was going on? Why did you drag this old man down with you? Can this old man say that he won't appraise it? Arbor didn't even bother to bat an eyelid and turned his face away, not wanting to talk to a fool. Prince Mo pinched her small hand in amusement before replying on her behalf, as you wish. However, this crown prince suggests that since commandery princess Yian's prolongation pill is to be appraised as well, then family head Qin should appraise it as well. Your Highness is right. The officials all nodded in agreement. Family head Qin, please. Since someone was so eager to embarrass herself, then she had no reason to refuse. Arbor glanced at commandery princess Yian indifferently but did not say anything. Qin Guilu had no choice but to stand up and say, since your highness has spoken, then this old man will appraise it. If there's anything wrong with what I said, please correct me. At this moment, the great king's interest was completely aroused. He hurriedly nodded and said, family head Qin, please. Qin Guilu first picked up commandery princess Yian's pill. I already said earlier. This was a middle-grade pill with blue veins. After the Empress Dowager takes it, her lifespan will increase by half a year. Blue-veined pills have their own pill fragrance. Everyone should be able to smell it. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Qin Guilu picked up the jade bottle that the little crown princess presented. As soon as he opened the lid of the jade bottle, everyone smelled a faint medicinal fragrance that refreshed the heart and mind, lingering in the main hall. It smells so good. Everyone took a deep breath in unison, as if they wanted to completely inhale the medicinal fragrance of the pill out of thin air. On the other hand, Qin Guilu was so excited that he almost jumped up. This is a high-grade purple vein life prolongation pill. If the Queen Dowager consumes it, she can extend her lifespan by 2 years. Right. This kind of high-grade life prolongation pill can only be consumed 3 times in 20 years at most. Wow, there was a commotion below. Everyone looked at the little crown princess in shock. Qin Guilu even cupped his hands in salute at the little crown princess. May I ask, was this pill refined by the crown princess? Impossible. Yian, who had originally wanted to expose the crown princess for using a fake pill to deceive the Queen Dowager, didn't expect that she would be the one to dig her own grave in the end. Commandery Princess Yian was so infuriated that her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs ached. She only felt that her face was unbearably hot. It was as if everyone was staring at her strangely as if they were looking at an idiot. She couldn't tolerate this, especially when that family head Qin actually said that this stoic face had personally refined such an impressive high-grade, advanced-level prolongation pill. So, how was this possible? Before the crown princess could speak, Commandery Princess Yian beat her to it with a high-pitched voice. She swept a glance at family head Qin and said in a mocking tone, the crown princess's cultivation is so high, so she must have spent a lot of time and energy on it. How could she have the spare time to become an advanced-level pill refinement master? In the entire Seacone planet, there are no more than 10 advanced-level pill refinement masters who can refine high-grade pills, and each one of them is an elderly man on the verge of death. The stoic face in front of you is merely 15 years old. Even if she started learning pill refinement in her mother's womb, there still wouldn't be enough time. Commandery Princess Yian indirectly called the crown princess stoic face in her desperation. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. This commandery princess used a condescending expression to analyze the truth in front of her. Afterwards, she swept a glance at family head Qin again before saying with a nonchalant shake of her head, family head Qin, your words are too laughable. Qin Guilu was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, if these 3 advanced-level prolongation pills were truly refined by the little crown princess, then she was really too amazing. Not only did she have great accomplishments in cultivation, but she also had such great accomplishments in pill refinement. This sounded too unrealistic. However, this conceited commandery princess's tone inevitably made people uncomfortable. Qin Guilu frowned and said rudely, only the crown princess knows best whether or not it is true. Commandery princess's words seem a bit arbitrary. The little crown princess sat there without saying a word. Only those who were close to her could see that the child was extremely impatient. This commandery princess Yian was unwilling to let go of her, which really made her feel gloomy. The little stoic stood up again and pattered to Chinguelu. She suddenly swiped her hand, and a large pile of porcelain bottles appeared in front of Chinguelu. Chinguelu glanced at her in shock, and his hand trembled as he opened one of them. Life extension pill. The second one was the life-prolonging pill. The third one was still a life-prolonging pill. The large pile of life prolongation pills made family head Chin's jaw drop. Was this mass production of life prolongation pills? He tapped on the bottles and inspected them. Then, he said in a trembling voice, 100 bottles of life-prolonging pills. Pills. Gulp. Family head Chin realized that he could hear himself swallowing his saliva. 5 pills per bottle. Wow. Gasps could be heard from the hall. Everyone looked at the little stoic in shock. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of courage it took to take out 500 prolongation pills all at once. Is it really okay for you to scare people like this? After a moment of silence, the hall suddenly erupted with shouts. Crown Princess, I'll buy it. I'll buy it, I'll buy it. Are these life prolongation pills for sale? Crown Princess, sell one to me. In an instant, the entire hall had turned into a wet market. Everyone was so excited that they wished for nothing more than to pounce on this pile of pills. Crown Princess, I'll pay 170,000 mystic currency to buy a prolongation pill. I'll also pay 170,000 mystic currency. Buy one, I'll buy one. Crown Princess, I'm begging you, sell the prolongation pill to me. Crown Princess, I'll pay 1 million mystic currency. Can you give me 6 prolongation pills at a cheaper price? Scram, you actually want 6 pills. The main hall was immediately filled with the sounds of people shouting prices and quarreling, turning the place into a chaotic mess. However, the little stoic swiftly put away the 100 bottles of prolongation pills and silently swept everyone a glance. That gaze was as disdainful as it could be, and it made everyone feel disgusted to death. Duanyu guffawed and waved the raven bone fan in his hand, saying with a grin, how could Jojo lack your bit of mystic currency? Everyone thought about it and realized that this was true. Mystic currency wasn't created by the imperial court, so the little crown princess could have as many mystic currency as she wanted with a stretch of her hand. Hence, everyone clamored again, then crown princess, how about this? How about I use a black rank medicinal herb to exchange for a prolongation pill? The little stoic turned to look at family head Chin, who spoke, and nodded reluctantly. What black rank medicinal herb will you use to exchange with me? 50 stalks of interlocking chain herb. This price was high enough, right? That was 50 stalks of black rank medicinal herbs for a high rank pill. No matter how one looked at it, the little stoic crown princess had a better chance of winning. Who would have expected that the little crown princess would shake her head? I already have this kind of black rank medicinal herb. What? Family head Chin widened his eyes and reflexively turned to look at eldest Xianxia Chin, who had turned his face to the side. Unfilial son. Completely disregarding the clan's interests and acting willfully and recklessly. If the clan head knew, he would definitely severely punish eldest Xianxia, right? Oh wait, the second Xianxia was also the one who gave the gift. The two Xianxias should be severely punished together. Family head Chin ground his teeth and then asked, wind throat flower? The little stoic shook her head again. After shaking his head several dozen times in a row, Chinguelu was so infuriated that he wished for nothing more than to immediately jump over and beat eldest Chin up. In the end, he finally reported a black rank material called earth date leaf. The little stoic's eyes brightened slightly, and she nodded, agreeing to family head Chin's request to exchange 50 earth date leaves for 1 prolongation pill. Family head Chin's heart ached, but it was not a loss to exchange for a high-grade life prolongation pill. The rest of the people swarmed over like a swarm of bees, wanting to exchange longevity pills with the little crown princess. However, he was stopped by the crown prince's gaze. Only then did he take a few steps back in embarrassment. Prince Mo led his little wife back to their seats and looked up at the crowd. Those who want to use precious herbs, magic treasures, and forging materials to exchange for longevity pills. When the banquet is over, register yourselves. When the crown princess finds it feasible, she will send someone to inform you to exchange. Only then did everyone excitedly return to their seats. In their hearts, they were all secretly calculating what precious items they should use to exchange for a life-prolonging pill from the Crown Princess. Commandery Princess Ian, who was standing in the center of the main hall, had been in a daze for a long time. This continued until the Queen Dowager couldn't stand it anymore and coughed lightly, saying, "Ian, if you don't have any questions, then go down and take a seat." Ian instantly felt her cheeks burning, and she quickly lowered her head. She quickly strode back to her seat. During the rest of the banquet, Commandery Princess Ian kept drinking silently with her head lowered, not making any more noise. She truly didn't have the face to make any more noise. When the Great King saw that the atmosphere was gradually improving, he revealed a smile again and gave Empress Zhao a look. Empress Zhao nodded and ordered for the dancers to perform a birthday dance. All the courtiers stood up in unison to congratulate the Queen Dowager on her birthday. After experiencing some minor twists and turns, the birthday banquet finally ended satisfactorily with both the host and the guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. After the banquet ended, everyone swarmed to the Eastern Palace's junior eunuch, Xiao 11Z, to register their purchase of the prolongation pill. However, Arbor had long impatiently skipped to the red-clothed girl's side. She bit her lips and reached out to her with an aggrieved expression. Doya hastily gave her a big hug and softly said with tears in her eyes, "Little junior sister, it's really great to see you." Arbor also felt that it was very great to see Doya. She originally thought that the entire holy water sect had been massacred to the point that there was no one left except for her. When she suddenly saw Doya, she recalled the red-clothed girl from another tribe she met on the first day she went to the holy water sect 8 years ago. "You're also here to participate in the holy water sect's entrance examination, right? Don't be afraid, just stay by my side. We're from the western region's Alava tribe. I'm called Doya, what about you? What's your name?" Some memories might seem distant, but when she thought about it now, it was as if they happened right before her eyes. They were so fresh that they could be touched. She thought that Doya had long died in that 6 prefectures massacre. She thought that her corpse had long dissipated from the world without a trace. That was because when she finally collected the sect's corpses alone in a daze, she only counted the corpses of 500 disciples. There were too many people who self-detonated in the sect that day, so the life lantern shadows in the ancestral hall were also incomplete. She hadn't seen everyone's life lantern shadows. The little stoic wasn't sure whether Doya was among the group of people who self-detonated. Arbor only felt sad and aggrieved at this moment, and some negative emotions firmly bound her. "Junior sister, don't be sad. If Martial Uncle's spirit is in heaven, she also wouldn't want to see you like this." Doya reached out and gently patted her back. "Come, let's talk outside." Seeing that some people in the main hall had finished registering and kept glancing at them, Doya pulled the little stoic's hand and led her outside. Actually, they didn't have any ill intentions. It was just that they couldn't help but take a few more curious glances at the stoic-faced crown princess. Prince Mo had been paying attention to his wife's movements, but he did not go over to disturb her reunion with Doya. "Your Highness," Ian just ran away with her tail between her legs. Huifeng appeared beside Mo Lian and reported with a grin. The good show just now was really a little exciting. Ian had been publicly slapped in the face by the crown princess several times in a row. Even he felt his face hurt for her. Mo Lian's gaze gradually chilled. "She and the vassal prince of Anan are getting married the day after tomorrow?" "That's right, the 10th of June. Mo Lian smirked. "Keep an eye on him. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Let the two of them get married smoothly." "Yes." Huifeng nodded vigorously. Doya pulled her little junior sister along and found a slightly more remote waterside pavilion in Brocade Garden, pulling her into the pavilion. At this time, it was already deep into the night, and the water surface swayed under the moonlight with a gentle breeze. The two of them sat on the bow-shaped bench while leaning against the railing. The Alava tribe's clansmen were all standing far away outside the waterside pavilion, and no one came to disturb the senior sister and junior sister. "Little junior sister." Doya tightly grasped her hands and said in a slightly choked voice, "I knew you would be fine." "Senior sister Doya, can you tell me what happened to you that day?" Doya nodded. "That day, after we bid farewell to you and left Xianxia Valley, Aunt Master instructed me to stay outside Xianxia Valley. Aunt Master had already guessed that you would follow us out at that time. She wanted me to keep you in Xianxia Valley no matter what method I used and not let you return to the sect. Doya's expression was pained as she recalled that day. I wasn't willing. I wanted to return to the sect with my master. But in the end, I was still kept behind. I waited for you outside Xianxia Valley for 3 days, but I didn't see you come out. I thought that Xianxia Valley's valley master must have blocked you somehow. So I planned to make a trip back to the sect. But on the way back, when I crossed the great swamp by myself, I was surrounded by perils and almost lost my life. Senior sister. The little stoic couldn't bear it anymore and threw herself into her arms with a wah. The two sisters hugged each other and wept bitterly, as if they wanted to vent all of their grievances, pain, and resentment in this lifetime. Thankfully, the summoning talisman you gave me came in handy at that time. I finally wasn't fighting by myself. With a summoned beast accompanying me, I finally ran out of the great swamp after more than 10 days. But when I returned to the sect, I only saw thistles and thorns everywhere, and there wasn't a single person in sight. There was nothing left. Doya's eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face. She pounded her chest and said, I don't know how I managed to hold on at that time. I searched everywhere on the ruined mountain. There wasn't a single survivor. I didn't even find a single one of their corpses. I'm too useless. When Doya said this, she covered her face with both hands. Arbor took out a handkerchief to wipe her face and shook her head. Senior sister, don't say that. Doya exhaled deeply and said, I wanted to seek revenge from the 6 prefectures, but I was alone and weak, and I didn't even know where to find them. My heart is filled with hatred, but I know that it's impossible for me to take revenge alone. So I returned to my tribe. I want to make my tribe stronger. But all these years, we've been in constant conflict with Aikido in the western wastelands. In order to preserve his strength, he had no choice but to hide and wait for an opportunity to become stronger. At this point, Doya's face was filled with dejection as she lowered her head. But the resources in the western wastelands are scarce, and the strength of our clansmen is far behind that of the Aikido tribe. Reality is just so frustrating. Doya turned her head and pulled out a bleak smile at Arbor. Even if you risk your life and want to climb the peak step by step, without that opportunity and resources, it's useless no matter what you say. During this time, I remembered that Master mentioned that your home is in Xianxia City. I was worried about you, so I thought of going to Xianxia City to look for you and try my luck. Maybe I'll really find you. At that time, we sisters won't be alone anymore. If there's anything, we can discuss it. Unfortunately, I didn't find you in Xianxia City. After that, the Aikido tribe kept pressing on. I was exhausted from running for my life, leading the people of our tribe to hide here and there. Junior sister, am I very useless? Arbor forcefully shook her head again and again. Doya looked at her and smiled again. During Northern Mo's Queen Dowager's birthday this time, I recalled your relationship with Mo Kingdom's crown prince. I only came here with the idea of seeing if I could meet you, but I didn't expect. Junior sister, I'm really happy. My decision this time was finally correct. These years, Aikido has always chased after us. On the way here, I was still thinking about what to do if we encountered those Aikido barbarians to minimize our tribe's losses. But I didn't expect that the entire journey would be so smooth and that we wouldn't encounter those Aikido lunatics. When Doya said this, a flowery smile blossomed on her face. She tightly grasped Arbor's small hand and said, I'm guessing that Aunt Master, and the others must be blessing me from the heavens, allowing us to reunite here. Arbor nodded vigorously. Doya smiled and rubbed her small head. For a moment, it was as if they had returned to the past. The sisters cried and laughed for a while before wiping away their tears and restraining their emotions. Doya suddenly gnashed her teeth and said, Junior sister, later, did you see that beast Ji Lingmin? Arbor shook her head. After that, I didn't see her at all. She actually disappeared without a trace after causing such a huge disaster. After the sect was massacred, she didn't even show up. If I meet her, I'll definitely kill her and clean up the sect. The little stoic didn't say anything and only lowered her small head listlessly. Junior sister, you mustn't sympathize with her. Although she's your third senior sister, she's also the main culprit behind the sect's destruction. Doya understood this little fellow too well. Although she had a cold face, her heart was warm, especially toward the sect. She had an unforgettable feeling. Think of eldest senior sister Su Shanshan, second senior sister Shui Xiao, eldest Aunt Master, and your two Aunt Masters. Who didn't leave innocently? Junior sister, we mustn't be soft-hearted toward this person. Because all of this was caused by Yi Lingmin. Even if us senior and junior sisters join hands to kill her, she only has herself to blame and can't blame anyone else. Doya gazed icily at the surface of the water before her before turning around to firmly grasp Xiaomu's small hand. Xiaomu subconsciously nodded her small head. Doya calmed her emotions and suddenly took out a letter from her inner world, placing it in the little stoic's hand. Junior sister, Aunt Master left you a letter before she left. This letter has been in my hands for 8 years. Today, I can finally give it to you. Xiaomu impatiently tore open the letter and read it line by line, word by word. The letter read, Disciple, let me guess. You are reading the letter while scolding me for being a big liar. Yes, Master is a liar. Master has indeed deceived you this time. If there was a 1 in a billion chance, Master would never abandon you. Every time I think of you being alone in the future, I feel as if a knife is being twisted in my heart. But disciple, you have to promise Master that even if you're the only one left in the sect, you have to live on well. During your most difficult time, Master feels guilty for not being able to stay by your side. But you have to believe that you have to face any obstacles by yourself and walk through them with large strides. On the path of cultivation, what we cultivate is both the body and the heart. Only with a strong heart can we face anything fearlessly in the future. If you must go to the 6 prefectures continent, then go to Shuntian Prefecture's lava mountain range first and enter a top-notch academy to study for a while. You only need to show the pine jade bracelet I gave you to the headmaster of the top-notch academy, and he will naturally take good care of you on my behalf. I know that with your personality, you definitely won't let the matter of the sect go. But my disciple, you must remember that before you become strong, you must not speak lightly of revenge. Also, don't act rashly without understanding the situation of the 6 prefectures. Only by preserving your strength will you have a future and hope. Everything about the Holy Water sect will be entrusted to you. The final signature was, Miss your Master, Murong Sun. The little stoic's gaze paused on the words, Miss your Master. Unwittingly, tears splashed onto the letter, nearly blurring the word Master. She hastily blinked and wiped away the moisture on the letter. She blew on it before folding the letter and putting it away. She muttered to herself, big liar. She originally thought she would never cry again, but she didn't expect her tears to come so abruptly when she saw Murong Sun's letter. Doya wrapped her arms around her shoulders and patted her comfortingly. Little junior sister, what did eldest Aunt Master say? The little stoic mentioned the top-notch academy that Murong Sun mentioned in her letter to Doya. Could the headmaster of this top-notch academy be eldest Aunt Master's old friend? Doya exclaimed in surprise. I don't know. Arbor shook his head. There's still a month before the normal passage between the 6 prefectures and the lower star domain opens. I plan to go up the passage and go to the 6 prefectures continent. When Arbor said this, he recalled how the prefecture lord of Shuntian Prefecture intended to control his life, and new and old grudges surged into his heart. I won't let a single one of those people off. Alright, I'll go with you. Doya looked down at herself. I only heard that to enter the passage, one must have sensed the power of the 5 spirits. Unfortunately, I still haven't, Arbor blinked. There's still a month's time. Senior sister Doya, don't worry. If you really can't, I'll bring you to the 6 prefectures continent first. It'll be much easier to sense the power of the 5 spirits there. After all, in the lower starfield, it was basically impossible to sense the origin energy of the 5 spirits. Currently, senior sister Doya's cultivation was a level 12 mystic cultivator, so she still had to raise it a bit more. The little stoic tilted her head and glanced at Doya before taking out several bottles of pills and a handful of talismans from her pocket and stuffing them all into Doya's hands. Senior sister, here are 2 bottles of energy-gathering pills and a level 13 mystic breakthrough pill. Try and see if you can raise your profound strength to the 13th level within this month. At that time, when we go to the 6 prefectures continent, you can also break through to the spirit realm in the shortest time possible. If I haven't reached the 13th level of cultivation, how can I go to the 6 prefectures continent? Doya muttered in confusion, and then she was overjoyed as she reached out and held up a pile of medicinal pills. So many talismans? After you activate the talisman with your blood, it will form a mystic guiding talisman array to help you cultivate. Alright. Junior sister, there's still a month left. I'll definitely work hard. My clansmen are. Don't worry, I'll get someone to take good care of him. Meicham Doya nodded with a smile. The two of them looked at each other and read a trace of determination and hope in each other's eyes. 6 prefectures, just you wait. After dismissing everyone, Mo Lian waited for his wifey in a corner of Brocade Garden. He knew that Jojo and his senior sister should have a lot to talk about after reuniting after a long time, so he was not in a hurry. However, he flung off a transparent chain on his wrist and sighed. Give me 1 more month. Yuer was a smart child. In these 2 months, he had continuously arranged all kinds of political affairs for him. Although he did not say anything, this child had probably already guessed his objective. He would leave, but not right now. However, this heavenly law was very annoying and wanted to drag him away from time to time. He reckoned that the seal inside his body would not last another month. Sigh, he had to continue holding on even if he couldn't. Mo Lian abruptly turned his head, and without even looking, he directly kicked out. Ah! After letting out a delicate cry of surprise, Commandery Princess Ian fell to the ground in resentment. The sharp pebbles on the ground had scratched out faint bloody marks on her hands. Your Highness. Commandery Princess Ian's tears came on a whim. Unfortunately, other than his wifey, any other woman's tears were worthless in the Crown Prince's eyes. Commandery Princess Ian was wearing a peach-pink chiffon that could barely conceal her beautiful figure. She knelt on the ground with a tear-stained face and resentful eyes. Why was that man still indifferent towards her even though she had lowered her status and pride to throw herself at him? She had no more time. She was going to marry into the vassal king of Annan's estate the day after tomorrow, but she was unwilling. She was also completely helpless, which was why she took the risk in desperation to get close to this man who was as handsome as a god. She wanted to become his, even if it was as a beloved concubine. Right now, her entire body was covered in that kind of drug. She wanted him to fiercely possess her. She had already thrown caution to the wind and was already shameless. She only wanted to become His Highness the Crown Prince's woman, but why? Why was His Highness the Crown Prince still so disdainful towards her even at a time like this? Could it be that she was not beautiful? If it was any other man present today, they would not be able to restrain themselves from pouncing on her after seeing her attire that was as beautiful as peaches and plums. But only His Highness, that heartless and callous His Highness. If she's so unbearably lonely, then I'll send her to consummate her marriage with the vassal prince of Annan in advance. The Crown Prince brushed off the white powder on his sleeves. After some thought, he tore off a piece of his sleeve and threw it on the ground. Yes, Your Highness. Huifeng immediately walked up nimbly and picked up Commandery Princess Ian. No. When Commandery Princess Ian heard the man's heartless words, her entire body started trembling. Her eyes contracted in horror as she shook her head repeatedly and screamed. She didn't want to become the vassal prince of Annan's woman. Although the vassal prince of Annan was considered handsome and the vassal prince of Annan's estate was considered influential, the vassal prince of Annan, Cho Fu, couldn't even compare to a single finger of His Highness the Crown Prince. She, Commandery Princess Ian, had sworn to become the most honorable woman in the world. She could not let the vassal prince of Annan ruin her like this. Don't. Commandery Princess Ian shrieked in horror, but Huifeng directly knocked her unconscious with a karate chop. After picking up this pretentious woman, Huifeng turned around and jumped onto the roof. By the time Arbor arrived, this farce had already completely ended. There was only a faint smell of aphrodisiac left in the air. What's that smelly smell? The little one puffed up her cheeks and grumbled unhappily. She bounced over to Crown Prince's side. The little Crown Princess wrapped her arms around his waist and burrowed her head into his embrace. The Crown Prince's heart was about to be melted by her. He hugged her back and cried out in grievance, Xiao, when you weren't here just now, a female scoundrel came over and wanted to drug me, but I kicked her away. Arbor looked up at him, her eyes round and bright. Where is she? She was going to kill her. She could tell that this drug wasn't anything good just by smelling it. With such strong effects, it wasn't good for the body. She hurriedly found her hands in front of Crown Prince to help him get rid of the smell of the drug. Does it hurt? It hurts. My whole body is burning up. Crown Prince took the opportunity to rub against the little one. What should I do, Jojo? Arbor rolled her eyes and pushed his handsome face away. Stop pretending. You have the drug in your body. Unless it's a neurotoxin like the devil's grass, all other drugs won't work on you. Burning up? Humph. Big Liar still wants to trick Jojo. Moreover, as his drug improves, neurotoxins like the devil's grass won't be able to do anything to him in a while. Sigh, my wife is too smart. I can't fool her. Mo Lian looked at her helplessly. Jojo, have you finished talking to your senior? Arbor looked at him with bright eyes. Mo Lian, there's something I need to tell you. Okay. Let's talk on the way. Crown Prince Mo grasped her soft, petite hand and pulled her onto the royal carriage, heading straight for the Eastern Palace. Arbor thought for a moment and said, Mo Lian, the normal passage between the 6 prefectures and the lower star sector will open at the beginning of July, right? Mo Lian was startled when he heard this, and then he nodded. Are you planning to go to the 6 prefectures continent? Arbor nodded her head vigorously. Whether it was for public or private reasons, she had to find the Shuntian prefecture's prefecture lord to settle accounts. She had to find him to settle the grudges between her past life and this one. All right. Mo Lian nodded without hesitation. Since the little one had already made her decision, he would support her unconditionally. Plus, with her talent of 3 out of 5, going to the 6 prefectures to cultivate would only be beneficial to her. If it's a normal passageway, as long as one's profound strength is at the 13th level or above, and is able to sense even a trace of the 5 spirits' power, they will be able to go up. Mo Lian said with a smile. You've already met the requirements, so it won't be difficult for you to go up. At that time, the normal passageway will open above our Mo Kingdom capital. The 3,000 steps that appeared were called the Stairway to Heaven. You just have to climb up. For someone like you who already possesses the power of the 5 spirits, this is not difficult at all. Arbor looked at him with bright eyes and shrank into his arms. Let's go together? Or do you need to take care of some matters before coming to find me? The tiny Northern Prince Mo couldn't keep Northern Prince Mo. With his cultivation, he definitely couldn't stay here for long. Rather than letting heavenly law drag him away, he might as well obediently go up himself. Prince Mo's breathing stopped slightly. He gazed at his little wife in his arms tenderly and said, Jojo, there's something I must tell you as well. Speak. I. Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, Prince Mo couldn't help but chuckle as he gazed at her large, bright, curious eyes. He lifted his arms and hugged her, saying, It's fine, I'll go with you. I'll accompany you wherever you go. There was still a 4th update at night, so it would probably be rather late. Boom. A white light flitted across the horizon, turning the dark night into day in a split second. Eh? Why is there thunder all of a sudden? Arbor looked up at the sky in bewilderment. Prince Mo looked up at the pitch-black night before lowering his gaze and squeezing Arbor's small hand silently. Jojo. I will always be by your side. Mo Lian patted her head. Okay. Arbor nodded. She hugged his arm and leaned against him, squinting her eyes as she gazed at the stars in the distance. In this lifetime, my life will no longer be controlled by others. Arbor muttered to herself as she hugged his arm. She tilted her head and rested her head on it, looking like she had fallen asleep as the carriage moved slowly. Mo Lian turned to look at her before simply pulling her into his arms and adjusting her into a comfortable sleeping position. It was a quiet night. Under the stillness of the night, the towering palace walls in the distance were dimly illuminated by the dusky palace lanterns. The carriage wheels rolled across the corridor paved with yellow marble, exiting splendid garden and heading for the Eastern Palace. The 2 people's figures drew out 2 oblique shadows on the ground. The starlight shone, stacking together in a sticky manner. Lord Author Section Break, the vassal king of Anan's estate. It was late at night. Inside Vassal Prince Chofu's room, it was currently the time of spring. Just now, someone had thrown Commandery Princess Ian inside from outside the window, giving Chofu a false alarm. When he chased after her, she had already disappeared without a trace. However, he saw that the beauty's clothes were half exposed under the lamplight. She was incomparably beautiful, and most importantly, she had even thrown herself into his arms. In a moment of impulsiveness, Chofu carried this woman, who would be marrying into the vassal king's estate the day after tomorrow, into the back room. In any case, she was the one who initiated it, and they were about to get married, so Chofu didn't care that much. Everything was fine at first, right? The two of them hugged each other and rolled around in bed. It was nothing much. Most importantly, that Commandery Princess Ian actually called out the words "Your Highness the Crown Prince" when the vassal prince of Nan was very pleased. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on young Master Chow's 80 feet tall fire. *CK, he had spent so much effort in the middle of the night, and this woman still thought that the person she had slept with was the crown prince. This was intolerable. No man would be able to tolerate this. There was *King green grassland above him, and the horses were galloping. Vassal Prince Cho immediately slapped the dazed Commandery Princess Ian awake. Unexpectedly, after the princess woke up, she was even worse off. When the princess discovered that her virginity, which she had preserved for 17 to 18 years and wanted to offer to the person she admired, had been ruined by this vassal prince of Nan. It was over. The princess let out a mournful shriek that was comparable to a nightingale's mournful wail, and it immediately jolted everyone in the vassal prince's courtyard awake from their sweet dreams. The princess immediately pounded the vassal prince of Nan's chest with her small fists as if she had gone mad. She even kicked him off the bed, throwing a tantrum. The vassal prince of Nan's flock of concubines even thought that a thief had broken into the vassal prince's room. When they barged in after knocking on the door, they saw this strange scene. The vassal prince had fallen naked on the ground, and he was currently curled up with his back arched. He was clutching his thing, and the veins on his forehead were bulging from the pain. Meanwhile, that naked whatever Commandery princess was currently kneeling on the bed. When she saw so many women rushing in, she immediately let out another hoarse shriek. Ah! This shrill scream immediately attracted a large number of royal guards from outside the courtyard. The vassal prince of Nan's face had turned green from anger. He pointed shakily at the door and shrieked, "Close the door, close the door." *slap. *The concubines quickly closed the door for the vassal prince. The vassal prince stood up stark naked. His entire body was trembling from the pain, and he was so angry that he had lost all face. He walked up to the Commandery princess and roared, "Ian!" Blurg! Commandery Princess Ian immediately spat out a mouthful of filth. It all landed on the vassal prince of Nan's face. The group of concubines looked at each other in bewilderment. Ian! The vassal prince of Nan was nearly disgusted to death. He wiped his face, but he still felt that his hands and body were emitting a foul stench. The vassal prince let out a furious roar and took out an ox whip from his inner world with a flip of his hand. He then swung it directly at Commandery Princess Ian's naked body. Ah! Ah! Commandery Princess Ian screamed as she dodged. She suddenly lunged forward like a madwoman and grabbed the vassal prince's head, biting at his chin. Ow! Ow! The vassal prince screamed in pain. Who the hell knew how miserable he was today? Did this Ian go crazy? She wasn't the one throwing herself at him. She was the one who took the initiative to invite him to roll in the sheets. Alright, what was wrong with her now? She was going back on her word after doing it. As the two people overlapped, the vassal prince lost his balance and fell backward, causing Ian to sit heavily on his abdomen. Subsequently, the vassal prince's expression changed. His eyebrows were crooked as he bared his teeth and screamed, "Ow!" It felt like that thing was about to be crushed. Go to hell. The naked Commandery Princess Ian abruptly punched the vassal prince's left eye heavily. The vassal prince fell backward in response, and the back of his head smashed heavily onto the floor tiles with a thump. Cough, cough. Arbor didn't even know when he returned to the Eastern Palace last night. When he woke up, Arbor lowered his head and looked at himself. He was nestled in the big bed made of agarwood, clean and tidy. Did little Mo secretly change her clothes yesterday? Miss, you're awake now. Peony smiled as she lifted the curtain and walked in. You slept well last night, didn't you? It's okay, Arbor said embarrassedly, looking around. Where's Emolien? His Highness has been teaching the 12th Prince how to handle government affairs these days. Both of them are probably still in the Great King's imperial study. Oh. Arbor nodded and stole a glance at Xiaoyao. He coughed softly and said, Xiaoyao, when did I come back yesterday? About 1 o'clock in the morning. Xiaoyao walked up with the clothes in her hands with a chuckle. However, before she could get close to the bed, the clothes in her hands had already been taken away. When she looked back, she saw that maid Haitang walking up methodically and reaching out to help her miss get up. Yet Xiaomu rolled over and sat up, jumping off the bed with a stomp of her legs and running to the side. Haitang quickly chased after her with the clothes and advised seriously, Crown Princess, you have to get used to Haitang's existence. In a few days, Xiaoyao will be going back to prepare for her wedding. His Highness the Crown Prince instructed Haitang to do everything personally in the future and not let the Crown Princess get involved if she can help it. Arbor, thank God I'm not a useless person, Xiaoyao was also behind him and she couldn't help but twitch her lips. His Highness must be out of his mind to actually send Haitang to the Crown Princess's side. Then you can just send Peony, Duan or Camellia and Osmanthus over, Crown Princess, you can't touch this. Haitang, come here. Crown Princess, don't touch that. Haitang, come here. Crown Princess, put it down. Crown Princess, don't. The young Crown Prince Consort pattered out the door and slammed the door of the Eastern Palace's bedchamber with a loud bang. With a deafening sound, Xiaoyao pursed her lips speechlessly. As soon as she turned around, she saw Haitang glaring at her with an honest and wooden expression. Big Sister Xiaoyao, His Highness has instructed you to take your leave starting in 3 days, right? Why aren't you leaving? Xiaoyao, Sister Xiaoyao, this is His Highness's order, oh. Can you not always add words like you and oh when you're talking? It made her subconsciously and inexplicably add these 2 words. Xiaoyao wiped her sweat and looked at her worriedly. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and said, His Highness didn't send you to the Crown Princess's side on purpose, did he? The Crown Prince couldn't be thinking of using the wooden and somewhat hilarious Haitang to amuse the Crown Princess every day, right? Xiaoyao's lips twitched speechlessly. The more she thought about it, the more likely it was. How would I know? Xiaoyao's outstretched hand hung down speechlessly. She really wanted to ask Haitang if she could stop adding suffixes at the end of every sentence. Someone told me that it's more cordial to talk like this. Xiaoyao's head was full of black lines. Arbor was annoyed to death by this Haitang. He walked all the way out of the door. She entered the small garden from outside the palace walls and strolled for a short while before she saw 2 plump eunuchs leading the Aikido tribe's young master ACI and his group. They were currently walking towards her. When Arbor saw this, he immediately turned around and left. She just came out to relax. There was no need for her to argue with a group of people. However, in ACI's eyes, her action of turning around and running away looked like she had a guilty conscience. He immediately shouted, Stop right there. Arbor didn't listen to his nonsense and ran away without a trace. Yas was so angry that smoke almost came out of his head. This little guy was simply too detestable. Big brother Yas, why did you call her? Akir couldn't hide the unbearable jealousy in her eyes. She wasn't stupid. She could see that there was an unusual flame leaping in Yas's eyes toward that little slut, and she especially wanted to extinguish these 2 flames that were slowly rising. Don't talk nonsense. ACI glared at her coldly. Then, his figure flashed and chased after Arbor. Akir angrily stomped her feet. Big brother Ollie, look at him. Ollie also had a displeased expression on his face. Big brother was too concerned about this northern prince consort mo. Arbor ran very far away in one breath before stopping. She reached out and took out a teleportation talisman. When she thought about it, this teleportation talisman wasn't reliable. Who knew where it would teleport her? Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Yes, that bull probably wouldn't shamelessly follow me with his manly tone. The little stoic withdrew her small feet and circled around to another garden, planning to stroll around casually. However, she saw 2 dejected little royal maids walking towards her. One of them was holding a pot of wilted begonia. Sigh, what a pity. Nanny Feng even summoned the famous gardeners among the people into the palace. But this jasper begonia still can't be saved. Sigh. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager is going to be in a bad mood. We should be more careful these few days. Nanny Feng told us to throw this pot of flowers far away. This place is far enough, right? Sigh, throw it away, throw it away. The two of them put down the pot of jasper begonia and walked away with their heads drooping and sighing. Arbor ran to the jasper begonia and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, she reached out a small, jade-white hand and covered the withered and curled leaves at the top of the begonia. In just a moment, the leaves seemed to have been reborn. They unfolded and turned from yellow to emerald green. Every tender leaf emerged from the stem of the flower. Suddenly, a flower bud emerged from under the emerald green leaves, followed by a second, a third. Several flower buds rolled into a ball and bloomed in unison. ACI, who followed behind, stared blankly at the small figure with her back facing him. At this moment, he only saw a patch of green blooming in front of his eyes. The light green begonia flowers intertwined with the dark green leaves, creating a visual feast. Arbor retracted her small hand and tilted her head to look at the jasper begonia that was blooming in high spirits. She reached out and hugged it in her arms. Send it back to grandmother, the little fellow made up her mind. She turned around and was about to head to the longevity palace when she almost bumped into ACI, who was walking quickly over. What are you doing? Darling Chow pursed her lips, looking like she didn't want to see him, and took a step back. Assie's pupils constricted slightly. He saw that the little girl was wearing a seaweed blue dress and holding a pot of blooming begonia flowers. However, her snow-white face was not inferior to the pot of begonia flowers she was holding. Are you deaf? I told you to stop, but the more I told you to, the faster you ran? ACI quickly averted his gaze and bellowed at Xiaomu in humiliation, you're purposely pretending that you didn't hear me calling you, right? Arbor threw him a cold look. Excuse me. You haven't answered my question. ACI reached out angrily, wanting to grab her wrist. However, Xiaomu stomped her leg over, ruthlessly kicking his black boot. Shut up. Who had the time to talk nonsense with this person? Yas laughed instead of getting angry. Do you really think that no one can control you? After saying that, he reached out to grab Arbor. Arbor only felt a strong and powerful force rushing towards him. He was slightly startled and dodged to the side, a trace of anger appearing in his eyes. Originally, she didn't want to argue with this person, but he insisted on finding trouble with her. Since that was the case, then, teach. Train him. Arbor simply reached out and stored the jasper begonia into his inner world. He summoned the feral from his conscious and leaped into the air to strike Yas's head. You woman! You're still coming? This scene evoked a strong sense of familiarity in Yas's heart. Bastard! ACI met the attack with a mystic energy palm strike, but it was instantly neutralized by the little stoic's feral. When the two mystic energies collided, considerable energy ripples rose and fell in the small garden. Arbor reached out to press down a defensive boundary, which protected the nearby plants from harm. A flame as thick as a wrist suddenly sprayed out from the feral and burned toward Assie's chest without warning. It's over, time to wake up. This was probably Arbor's smoothest usage of wood spirits to date. With a wave of her small hand, a dozen or so wooden vines shot out from her sleeves. They snaked forward like a dozen whips, lashing out at ACI at the same time. ACI had to dodge the fiery lines from the feral on one hand and evade the entanglement of the wooden vines on the other. This caused his movements to slow down a bit. Arbor took advantage of this opening and quickly summoned the startled swan dagger from her conscious. She suddenly aimed at Assie's chest and stabbed. Yas quickly dodged, barely avoiding the shockingly fast attack. However, the startled swan dagger was too fast. Even though he dodged quickly, the trace of mystic energy on the startled swan dagger had already cut open Assie's heavy clothes and left a faint cut on his chest. Yas glanced down. When he raised his head again, there was a trace of a sneer between his proud brows. What? You want to cut open my clothes and admire my body? If that's the case, you should have said so earlier. Arbor only thought that this person was sick, and quite sick at that. With a raise of her hand, a dozen or so vines shot out from her sleeves and wrapped around Assie's legs. ACI narrowed his eyes and suddenly stomped on the ground. The earth beneath his feet immediately roiled, erecting 3 earthen walls in the blink of an eye. He forced Arbor into the earthen walls and suddenly reached out to grab Arbor's shoulder. Arbor couldn't help but fly into a rage. She threw a backhanded punch at one of the earthen walls. This punch contained no less than 500 kilograms of force. It directly caused the earthen wall to crack a few times and the layer of earth to rustle and fall. It was at this moment that Assie's fingers were about to touch her wrist. Arbor kicked his hand away with a flying kick. She glared at him coldly, her almond eyes blazing with fire. She suddenly activated the teleportation talisman and her figure instantly disappeared from Assie's side. ACI was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly spread out his consciousness to sense where she was. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that the little fellow's figure had actually moved several hundred meters away. However, this short distance was not enough to stop him from quickly catching up. After Arbor threw out the 3 teleportation talismans, he discovered a fatal problem. If she was fighting with an enemy and the enemy's speed was extremely fast, then this teleportation talisman would only be able to solve the problem for a moment, and would not be able to completely get her out of danger. That was because the teleportation talisman only had a range of 1,000 meters. Although it could move infinitely, it had no sense of direction. There was no guarantee that it would move out and then move back. When Yas caught up again, he saw the little girl in blue standing along the towering palace wall, staring at him with cold, unblinking eyes. Assie's handsome face darkened as he sneered, "Run. Why aren't you running anymore? I thought you could run really fast." Crack. Yas suddenly felt a slight wind behind his head. His entire body tensed as he abruptly shifted to the side. However, it was too late. A metallic fist had already landed on his back as fast as the wind. ACI grunted and turned his head in a daze. He subconsciously met the golem's icy fist. Ah! After a hoarse eagle cry, a sharp eagle king swooped down from the sky and grabbed the golem's head. However, the golem didn't care about the eagle claw at all and directly threw a punch at ACI. Bang! Assie's body swayed slightly, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly that he had almost fallen into the hands of a golem again. That golem was too strange. Not only were its movements smooth, but it also seemed to have unparalleled thinking ability and could come up with a sneaky move from time to time to make him suffer. Arbor stood on the side and watched Big Treasure and Assie's exchange. His figure suddenly moved, and an icicle flew through the air toward Assie's handsome face. ACI, who was dealing with the golem, was slightly startled and couldn't help but be flustered. As he dodged, that icicle cut Assie's arm again. Arbor creased her brows, seemingly very dissatisfied that her all-out attack only left a bloody mark on Assie's arm. Compared to several years ago in Shuang City, this guy seemed to be much stronger. It was a bit inconceivable. Even if he ate tonics every day, he couldn't possibly advance this quickly. After all, when she fought with ACI in Shuang City, he was like a cripple and was completely suppressed and beaten up by her back then. There was something strange about this guy. However, she also had many fortuitous encounters these past few years, so it didn't mean that ACI couldn't have them too. Big Treasure, attack his lower body. At Xiaomu's command, the golem immediately swept its leg and kicked at Assie's legs. ACI sneered. When he turned his head, he saw that little stoic swiftly dashing over. With a wave of her sleeve, a white mist suddenly pelted his head and face. Not good, the D*MN girl was going to use a malicious move again. ACI hastily covered his mouth and nose and blocked his 5 senses, trying his best not to inhale that white mist. However, what was the meaning of that wound on his arm suddenly feeling so painful? Assie's expression changed, and he rushed to Arbor's side with a large stride. He raised his palm, and a copper bangle shot out. Arbor's small hand quickly retracted, but she couldn't stop the copper bangle's speed. Just as that copper bangle was about to wrap around her wrist, a peach-colored figure swayed and appeared next to Arbor. With a flick of her sleeve, a powerful force shook Assie's hand away. At the same time, that copper bangle was tossed into the air with a ding. Assie's eyes changed. He suddenly tore open the void and summoned, "Qi Yan, come out." The huge black shadow instantly filled the space. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at the huge shadow that had suddenly appeared in front of him. It had bull horns on its head and a body like a giant python. His expression changed slightly. Ancient python bull? Why would a sacred beast like the ancient python bull appear here? While he was distracted, he heard a whoosh sound. That copper cuff descended from above and abruptly wound around Xiao Mu's slender wrist, trapping her firmly in place at once. Young master! The golem arbor roared. Just as he was about to pounce forward, he saw Yas take a misstep and close in on Arbor's side. His hand suddenly pressed down on Arbor's left shoulder. Damned girl, you poisoned me again. Yas coughed twice, feeling as if the pain all over his body had multiplied countless times. Not only was the wound on his arm unbearably painful, even the cut on his chest was starting to hurt fiercely. ACI also had a copper bangle on his hand. His other hand moved to Arbor's neck and squeezed her slender neck. He sneered. You're certain that I won't kill you, right? Unfortunately, you're still trapped by my dual-star immortal spirit bangle, aren't you? Assie's lips curled into a cold sneer. Once the dual-star immortal spirit bracelets encircle you, all your strength will be sealed. How is it? Do you feel terrible without those sharp little claws and fangs? ACI couldn't help but glance at her smugly. Bam! At such a close distance, the little fellow directly raised her violent little fist and punched him in the eye. Ow! How the F***ck was this possible? The dual-star immortal spirit bracelets should have already sealed all the mystic energy aura on this D***MN girl. She shouldn't be able to use any strength, so why was her fist still so hard? It was practically like jade and directly smashed his eye until it was swollen. ACI reached out his left hand, and the hand encircled by the copper bracelets forcefully tugged at the little girl's right wrist. He saw Arbor staring at him expressionlessly with a stoic little face, but she didn't move at all. She had activated a Vajra talisman and a gravity talisman for herself, so it would be strange if ACI could drag her. Right after that, Arbor sent ACI flying with a flying kick. However, their wrists were locked together by the copper bracelets, so if she didn't run after ACI when he flew, her wrists would be pulled until they were close to breaking. The unbearable pain was unbearable. Undo it. Darling Qiao was furious, her left fist encircled with the Vajra talisman struck Assie's face like raindrops. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Hearing the commotion, Ollie and Akir, who had rushed over after hearing the news, ran over one after the other. Their eyes widened in horror as they pounced forward to separate the two people. Especially Akir, when she saw Darling Qiao squatting next to ACI and forcefully punching his face, she almost went crazy. She hugged Assie's body and pulled him back with all her might. ACI groaned in pain. His hand was about to break from being pulled by this stupid woman. Arbor was in even more unbearable pain. She was anxious, angry, hateful, and angry, and a ruthless glint appeared in her eyes. Her startled swan dagger swiftly flew out and stabbed straight at Akir's neck, communicating with her mind. Akir! Ollie cried out in alarm and pulled Akir over. The startled swan dagger brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a deep bloody gash with a swoosh. It could be seen how fast and cold this dagger was. The young crown princess wanted to take Akir's life directly. What kind of deep hatred is this? How could you be so ruthless to Akir? You vicious woman. Ollie was like a lion whose tail had been stepped on, roaring angrily. I want all of you to die. Arbor bellowed angrily. The little stoic's face was ablaze with viciousness, and the substantial killing intent in her eyes instantly shut Ollie's mouth. He was extremely alarmed. As it turned out, the little stoic wasn't an expressionless person. When she got angry, she was really quite terrifying. Kill them all. Arbor roared. An extremely thin white snake suddenly burrowed out of the paradise and transformed into a huge python, heading straight for Yas, who was sitting on the ground, to devour him. The gaping mouth caused the Yas siblings to feel fear in their hearts. No, don't. Akir screeched. Sensing that its master's life was in danger, the ancient python bull hastily retracted its tail, abandoning the venerable peach blossom immortal who was tangled with it. It roared angrily and swiftly slithered toward the little white snake. Little Mingming, quickly dodge. This ancient python bull had already entered the initial stage of growth, so its strength was naturally much higher than the little white snake that had just entered the holy beast level and was only at the initial stage of infant stage. If they fought it head-on, not only would both sides suffer, the little white snake might even lose its life. Even the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had to be careful when dealing with this ancient python bull, let alone an infant great void netherworld serpent. Fortunately, this ancient python bull had yet to reach the middle stage of its growth stage. Otherwise, even the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal would be in trouble. Compared to humans, sacred beasts' physical bodies and strength were incomparable. Roar. The ancient python bull's roar stunned everyone present. Even Xiaoqiu, Qing Luan, and the others who had just run out also stopped in their tracks and looked at it cautiously. Cough, cough. ACI half squatted on the ground and pushed the python bull's head away, preventing it from attacking Arbor. I'm fine. Arbor tugged at the bronze bracelet on his wrist. His eyes were red with anger. Suddenly, he shouted, "Let go, let go, let go. Let go, let go, let go." His voice became louder and louder. Arbor shook the bronze bracelet on his wrist in agitation, as if it was being grabbed by a ghost. He tried to break free with all his might. There were red marks where the bracelet connected to his wrist. On his snow-white hand, it was a ghastly sight. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal sensed that something was wrong with the little fellow's emotions. He quickly came to her side and grabbed her little hand. Jojo, be good. Don't panic. Jojo, there's a way. There's a way. Ya simply sat cross-legged behind the python bull and endured the pain all over his body. He coughed twice and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What can I do? Unless our minds are connected, there's no way to undo it. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turned his head and shot a cold gaze at ACI. Shut up. He stepped forward and kicked Assie's chest. This kick was so fast that the python bull could not stop it in time. When the kick landed on Assie's chest, he felt his blood churn and blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. Roar. The mountain-sized python bull straightened its body and glared at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal with its ferocious eyes. Disgusting. 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 Arbor's small face scrunched up. His eyes were red as he shook his wrist. Seeing that there was no way to take that thing away from her wrist, her expression turned serious. She suddenly recalled the startled swan dagger and cut it off her wrist. However, a spiritual item like the startled swan dagger had already gained sentience. How could it bear to cut off its young master's wrist? The dagger was about to touch her wrist when it paused. Shocked, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hurriedly grabbed her right hand, which was wearing the bronze bracelet, and exclaimed, "No. Jojo's dual-star immortal spirit bracelets are no ordinary profound armaments. They can be big or small. Even if you cut off your wrist, they can still fit on your upper arm." On the other hand, Yas, who was sitting on the ground with his wrist raised high, looked at the fierce and decisive little girl in front of him with a sour feeling in his heart. Just now, she actually wanted to break her own wrist without hesitation, just because she didn't want to be tied to him. Why was there a sharp pain in his heart? Where did this uncomfortable feeling come from? Did she hate him so much so that she was willing to harm herself just to leave him? Aha! Arbor screamed uncontrollably. At this moment, there was no one in front of her, ACI, Akir, or Ollie. She only saw herself tied to a stone bed, her hands and feet firmly bound to the stone bracelets. She only saw Fan Choha smiling gently at her. He raised the tool in his hand, cut open her body, and rummaged through her dantian for something. Aha! Arbor, who had lost control, stared straight ahead in horror. There, the person sitting there was no longer Yas. In Arbor's eyes, ACI was Fan Choha, Akir was also Fan Choha, and Ollie was still Fan Choha. Many Fan Choha were grinning maliciously at her in front of her. She frantically swung the bronze bracelet on her wrist and screamed, Fan Choha, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, Fan Choha. Aha! Jojo. Mo Lian, who had heard the news, couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he left the bedchamber in the morning, his baby was still fine. She was sleeping quietly and adorably while hugging the blanket. What was going on now? It was as if she had suddenly contracted bipolar disorder. She was mutilating her arms uncontrollably. If the venerable peach blossom immortal hadn't grabbed her and firmly held her trembling hands, the little fellow might have fractured her arms. Jojo. Mo Lian hurriedly rushed over and hugged her in his arms. He hurriedly comforted her. Jojo, it's okay, it's okay. Jojo, Jojo, look at me. Jojo, I'm Lian. Jojo? Jojo. Arbor's eyes were as deep as a vast expanse of smoke. They were so dark that it was as if she had fallen into an abyss. Mo Lian didn't say anything. He still hugged Arbor with one hand and raised a ball of purple flames with the other. He threw it directly at ACI. Whoosh! The rising purple flames condensed into a ball and pounced straight at Assie's head. What this attack wanted was his wretched life. Big brother! Ollie screamed. Without waiting for him to step forward and protect him with his life, the mountain-like boa lifted its head. Roar! The python bull swallowed the purple flame in one gulp. Then, its expression changed again and again. It roared a few times before opening its mouth and spitting out the flame. However, this ball of flame was no longer purple. Instead, it was suffused with traces of gold. With a paw sound, it landed at Mo Lian's feet and melted a blue stone brick on the ground. Ancient python bull. Mo Lian sneered and looked up at Yas. Did you bully my Jojo with this animal? Bah, who's bullying who? You'd better figure it out. Yas laughed instead of getting angry. At this moment, Arbor, who had been quiet for a while, began to fling his wrists as if he had gone crazy. His eyes trembled slightly as he muttered to himself, "Don't tie me up, don't tie me up, I'm going to kill you, kill you." Jojo, Jojo. Mo Lian reached out and grasped his wrists tightly. She stared at the large red marks on his wrists, and a trace of heartache flitted across his eyes. Jojo, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We'll definitely find a way to undo this, Jojo. Mo Lian impatiently comforted the little fellow in her arms. A black flame quietly lit up on her fingertips. A sudden clap of thunder flashed across the horizon. The venerable peach blossom immortal's eyelids twitched slightly. He hurriedly reached out and pressed down on Mo Lian's restless hand. Don't be rash. Don't attract the heavenly Tao, ah. Besides, burning this fellow to death is even more troublesome now. It's even more impossible to remove the twin star immortal spirit bracelets. I feel that what Jojo hates the most is not being tied up with this fellow, but the bracelets on his wrist. Was that really the case? The dejected Assie's ears twitched involuntarily when he heard the venerable peach blossom immortal's words. He suddenly looked up at them. However, the venerable peach blossom immortal and Mo Lian were not looking at him. Instead, they were staring at the copper bangles on their hands. The copper bangles looked very ordinary. Between the two copper bangles was a copper rope that was not too long. However, this pair of seemingly ordinary copper bangles was actually a spirit weapon. Mo Lian frowned as she pondered over a solution. Does the little fellow still have some inner demons? The venerable peach blossom immortal asked as he looked at Prince Mo thoughtfully. If that's the case, it's not good. If the inner demons are allowed to grow to a certain stage, it will greatly affect the speed of her cultivation in the future. It might even affect the refinement of her mental state. Mo Lian was silent for a moment before she said coldly, "No. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it." The venerable peach blossom immortal turned to look at Arbor. Take her back first. However, when Mo Lian picked up Arbor and saw the burden beside her, she wanted nothing more than to burn this person to ashes with her sacred fire. The group returned to the eastern palace in silence. Everyone in the palace knew about the huge commotion that had happened just now. After setting Xiaomu down on the brocade divan, Mo Lian hastily covered her wrists with a blanket to prevent her from staring. Assie's entire body was in pain. The little fellow had poisoned him with a poison that infinitely increased the pain in his nerves. Although he had a poison-repelling fruit in his body that could cure hundreds of poisons, this neurotoxin was not ordinary. Even if he wanted to neutralize it, it would take time. The process was excruciating and painful, but ACI did not make a sound. Only cold sweat kept breaking out on his head. The python ox, which had shrunk to the size of a chirp, knew that its master was in a bad situation. It circled around Assie's feet with a gloomy expression. ACI endured the pain all over his body. Just as he was about to sit down on the couch, Missouri Lien, who could not bear it any longer, kicked him, causing him to fall to the ground. Ayo! The python ox roared angrily. The copper rope wasn't long to begin with, so Arbor's little hand moved slightly. Seeing that he was about to pull on her wrist again, Mo Lien hurriedly dragged ACI a little closer. ACI felt like he was a tool that was being dragged around by that damned man. Jojo, don't be afraid. If worse comes to worst, I'll just reforge this spiritual weapon. Inject a trace of your aura into it and let it become your spiritual tool. That way, you will definitely be able to unlock it. Mo Lien pondered for a moment and felt that this was the fastest and most convenient way to unlock it. Arbor stared at the beam above his head with a pair of clear black and white eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. It was just that his silence made everyone feel a little stifled in their hearts. It was as if he had suddenly lost his vitality, making people feel very uncomfortable. Inner demons must be eliminated. This can't go on. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but say, "Do you know what inner demons are?" He fled to the middle 6 prefectures. Mo Lien's eyes flickered. But I think he's not the only one. What do you mean? The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal asked, stunned. You're right. Inner demons must be eliminated. No matter who it was, if they became Jojo's inner demon, only death awaited them. No matter how many people there are, they must all die. Xianxia suddenly woke up from her dream. Her demonic eyes widened as she stared blankly at the dark night sky outside the window. That dream just now was so terrifying. See you tomorrow. In the depths of Xianxia's eyes, a dim green light flashed. He hurriedly sat up and walked to the window. He pulled out a thin silk robe and looked at the night sky outside the window in a daze. What? It's already dark. Pushing open the door, he had just taken a step out when he saw a figure about his height appear in front of him. The figure flashed past his eyes and then passed by. Dark purple clothes, a tall figure, and that back view, at first glance, was exactly the same as his own figure. What's going on? Could it be the same as last time, that he was still in a dream and had not escaped? Omega Kotoku stared blankly and hurriedly chased after him. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia followed the person in front of him into an underground dark room. This dark room was divided into several sealed cells along the stone wall. At a glance, it was pitch black and seemed to have no end. When the person in front of him walked past, suddenly, an unkempt face covered in grease appeared at the small window of the iron door. He shouted hoarsely, "Let me out, let me out." The person in front of him walked past without looking sideways. Xianxia's footsteps paused. When he approached the window, he subconsciously looked back. His line of sight met with 2 broken eyes with their eyeballs dug out. Slightly startled, he hurriedly walked forward. But before he reached the last sealed cell, he saw the figure slowly walking over with something in his arms. Xianxia stared blankly and stood in the long, dark corridor. As the other person slowly walked closer, he saw his appearance clearly and his heart thumped. Sure enough. It's me. If that's the case, he should still be in a dream. What kind of dream is this? Why can he see it so clearly? It's like he's looking at his past self as a bystander. He saw that when the other him in the dream walked over with someone in his arms, he did not notice his existence at all. When he slowly passed by him, Xianxia could not help but subconsciously turn his head to take a look. With this look, he was stunned on the spot. What did he see? Although that little face was thin and sallow, and the eyes were sunken and lifeless due to hunger. But that pair of clear black and white eyes, and that skinny and lusterless little face, was clearly. Mu Xiaobao himself? No, it was Arbor. Why is Arbor here? At this moment, Xianxia's heart seemed to be gripped by something, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. He even wanted to shout out loud, as if that would release the pent-up frustration in his chest. However, the scene in front of him dissipated like water ripples, and he felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him shocked him. My Joe's section break, rumble. The wooden wheelchair was pushed to the shore and stopped. A woman in a light green casual robe with a long skirt that reached the ground touched the unique bun on her head and walked to the beach. She narrowed her eyes and looked at a large cargo ship coming from afar. She chuckled and said, "The ship is here." Arbor could only move her little head. The woman was standing against the light. She only felt that the 5-fortune jade hairpin inlaid with large pearls on her head was emitting a dazzling luster under the sun. Then she looked at her own tattered clothes and her dried-up hair drooping sparsely on her head. He was so envious of this beautiful lady. Why did she make her life so terrible? "Hey, the cargo ship is about to reach the shore. I'll send you up in a moment and let you leave this place as you wish, okay?" The woman giggled and turned around to look at her with a gentle and charming gaze. "Don't worry, I'll see this through to the end. I'll send an old nanny to take care of your food and lodging in the future." The woman smiled seductively and clapped her hands several times, allowing an old nanny in green with drooping eyebrows to come to her side. "As long as you obediently disappear from Xianxia's side, I'll promise you anything. I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future." The woman giggled and looked at the cargo ship slowly reaching the shore. She gave the old nanny in green with a look. The old nanny nodded knowingly and pushed Arbor's wheelchair toward the ferry. 2 boatmen came over to unload the goods. They bowed in front of the woman for a while before receiving a bulging money bag. They beamed with joy and said, "Young miss, you also know that women have heavy energy. We boatmen are most afraid of inauspiciousness and generally don't like to bring women along. Hey, you guys send him to Sichuan in a good way. You can ask for as much money as you want." After saying that, the woman took out another money pouch and threw it to the boatman. "All right, Miss Sure, we will definitely send that miss safely to Sichuan." Miss Sure touched the Rui hairpin on her head and nodded with a smile. She watched as the old nanny in green pushed Arbor onto the ship. When they reached the shore, she exhaled and said faintly, "I hope you never come back, little pet." The wheelchair scraped across the deck. Several crew members winked at each other and their gazes followed Arbor's wheelchair to the deck. Cough, cough, cough. The old nanny in green coughed a few times and stopped after pushing Arbor onto the deck. The cargo ship had already moved. This ship was 2 stories high and the deck alone was very spacious. Gusts of cold wind blew against her body. Arbor was wearing a thin and pockmarked spring garment. Her eyes were empty as she stared blankly at the sparkling surface of the sea. What a beautiful sea. She hadn't seen it for many years. Being able to die in this place is also pretty good, Xiaomu muttered to herself. The green-robed old woman was startled. "What did you say? How did you know?" "Madam, can you please throw me into the center of the sea? This way, my body shouldn't be washed up on the shore again." Arbor said faintly, his face unconsciously showing a trace of relief. "You?" The green-robed old woman couldn't help but be stunned. "You? Since you knew that our second miss tricked you onto the boat to take your life, why didn't you ask for help? Why didn't you beg for mercy? Why are you still willing to board the ship?" "Oh." Arbor uttered a meaningless monosyllabic word and didn't say anything. He closed his eyes as if he was tired and took a deep breath. How long had it been since he breathed in this fresh and slightly salty air? "Aren't you afraid of death?" The green-robed old woman was startled. She didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. In their China, a 20-year-old girl's life was just beginning. The average lifespan of a person in China could reach more than 200 years, even if they were ordinary trash. This 20-year-old girl in front of her was like a dry well. There was no trace of life in her eyes. "Apologies, second miss gave this old servant a death order." The blue-clothed elderly nanny clenched her fist and looked at Arbor with a bit of guilt in her eyes. I can't disobey." Arbor tilted her head and glanced at her. "You should be a servant of the Sher family, right? Although I don't know you, I'm very grateful. Don't hesitate. Come." The blue-clothed elderly nanny's heart inexplicably trembled. She didn't know what to say now. A young lady whose life had yet to blossom actually had such a heavy death wish. A powerful faint golden halo of power emerged from the blue-clothed elderly nanny's fist. It was just that this golden color was closer to a faint yellow and was very faint. Arbor closed her eyes and calmly waited for death to descend. She had finally waited for this day. She finally didn't need to struggle at death's door to survive in this world. She could go see little Sixth Xing, Huagu, Captain Gao, and the others. How wonderful. The blue-clothed elderly nanny silently apologized in her mind. Her palm swiftly struck out, and it looked like it was about to land on the back of Arbor's head. A streak of purple-red lightning suddenly enveloped this part of the world. It enveloped the entire cargo ship. What? Several boatmen quickly jumped up from the deck of the ship, gazing blankly at the distant sky. They saw a huge dragon rapidly moving and tumbling through the clouds. Enveloped in bursts of purple mist, it sped toward them at lightning speed. Arbor's expression abruptly changed, and she almost immediately urged, "Hurry, hurry and do it." The blue-clothed elderly nanny inwardly complained incessantly. Currently, her entire body was enveloped by an enormous pressure, so how could she still have the strength to do anything? Forget about doing anything, it was extremely difficult for her to even lift a finger right now. She was completely helpless. Whoosh! A purple figure landed on the deck at an astonishing speed. His entire body was emitting traces of chilling anger. Arbor's pupils contracted, and her body unconsciously tensed up in a defensive posture. "All of you must die." The purple-clothed man's cold gaze swept over the green-clothed old nanny and the crew. Suddenly, he flew over with a palm strike, directly sending 3 of the crew members flying, heavily crashing into the ship's mast. The man was like the Grim Reaper. With just a light step, he arrived in front of the other 2 startled crew members. Without waiting for them to kneel down, a pair of hands reached out and grabbed their necks. Like pinching the necks of chicks, with 2 cracking sounds, their necks were crushed at the same time. After he quickly circled around the ship, there were no longer any survivors among the crew. The 2 people on the deck, one standing and one sitting, looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. However, the old granny in green clothes did not understand. Why was there such panic and fear in this young lady's eyes? Shouldn't she be happy that someone finally came to save her? But her expression actually revealed a deep sense of despair. What was the meaning of this? The old woman knew that her life would end here. Young master. I. She knew that she could no longer explain anything for herself. That cold hand grabbed her head, and the old woman trembled all over. No, don't search my soul. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Young master, The purple-clothed man grabbed the old woman's head and searched through her memories. Then, he suddenly turned his head. Wait. He smiled at Arbor instead of getting angry. You want to die? Is that so? He bent down and approached her, reaching out to pinch her chin. His smile was very gentle, but it made Arbor's heart turn cold. Xiao, did I say you could leave? I already said that I'll take good care of you in the future. If I don't force you to call me master, what else do you want? The man's eyes surged with emotions as he stared at her in frustration. I won't marry the Sher family's second Mississippi, I've already promised you everything. What else do you want? Don't push your luck. Xiaomu abruptly opened her mouth and bit down hard on his slender finger. The force that burst forth from her teeth seemed to wish for nothing more than to bite his finger off. Roar! Seeing that its master was attacked, the purple heaven thunder dragon swooped down from the sky like a reflex. With a sweep of its tail, it directly pulled Arbor and her wheelchair out of the deck. No! Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he suddenly sat up from the bed. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, he looked at the dark night outside the window. He almost couldn't tell if he was still in a dream or had returned to reality. Damn it, he clenched his fists tightly. Thinking back to the moment when Arbor was pulled out of the ship by Zishao, he seemed to have seen a trace of relief in her eyes. She did it on purpose. She deliberately let Zishao attack her, deliberately seeking death. Why? Why didn't she want to live? Xianxia's mind was in a mess now. Some memories that were both familiar and unfamiliar to him kept popping up in his mind. They were abrupt and natural, as if they were his memories to begin with. He suddenly jumped off the bed, pushed open the door like a madman, and rushed into the night. He kept running until a faint light seemed to appear in front of him. If this dream wanted him to pick up the fragments of his memories piece by piece, Then the memory in front of him should also be a part of his memories. Bam. The door was kicked open, and Xianxia's expression changed. Didn't you say that you didn't have any improper thoughts about him? But why did he insist on bringing you back? Wouldn't it be fine if you just boarded the ship? Why did you come back? Why did you come back? A good-for-nothing like you, who can't even take care of yourself, what qualifications do you have to follow the young master? Ridiculous. Following the woman's questioning, the sound of a whip pierced through the air and lashed out at the frail little body. There was already a pool of blood on the ground. Arbor was curled up on the ground, waiting for the whip to fall. Why wasn't she dead yet? She was sent flying by the lightning dragon. Even with such a huge force, her body was actually not torn apart. Fan Choha was right. Her body was very strange. Hee. Xianxia rushed over, wanting to reach out and pick up the girl who was like a broken doll. But when his hands passed through the other's shoulders, he realized that he was still in a dream. He stared blankly at the girl who was curled up on the ground like an injured animal. Her eyes were deathly still. However, it was this deathly stillness that deeply burned his heart and even the depths of his soul. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting him. Xianxia subconsciously shouted at the woman holding the whip with all her might. Jojo? By the time Imo Lian realized that something was wrong, Jojo's body was already very cold to the touch. It was as if his entire body was covered in a layer of ice, and the touch of his skin was bone-chilling. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Jojo? Imo Lian's hand lit up with a wisp of fire spirit, and she injected it into Arbor's body to help her stabilize her chaotic breathing. Arbor was muttering, "You can't kill me, you can't kill me." Whip. Why does it hurt? If it hurts, why aren't you dead? Why aren't you dead yet? It hurts, whip, ugh. Arbor curled herself into a ball, half bent on the brocade couch like a small shrimp. Her delicate brows were deeply furrowed. Imo Lian panicked when she heard this. Jojo, who hit you? Who? She seems to have been possessed by a nightmare. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked disdainfully at the flustered Imo Lian. He directly used a knife to land on the back of Arbor's neck, causing her to pass out. You. Imo Lian wanted to flare up, but she realized that Jojo had suddenly stopped making a fuss. He no longer uttered those heart-wrenching murmurs. He calmed his heart, and with a flick of his sleeve, swept her wrinkled little face. He used a sleeping drug, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. A pair of sharp phoenix eyes abruptly shot toward ACI, who was sitting on the carpet beside the brocade couch. Assie's heart couldn't help but skip a beat at the murderous intent in that gaze. No, it's not like that. I really didn't do it on purpose. ACI couldn't help but mutter, sigh. I just saw her running all day long. When I wanted to talk to her, she ran away too. I really didn't know that her reaction would be so big. If I knew it would be like this from the start, I definitely wouldn't have done it. Sigh. There was no point in saying all this. Things had already happened. Right now, he regretted it more than anyone else, alright? How could he have known that Xiaomu's reaction would be so big? After he put that thing on her wrist, she felt like she was suffocating, and her entire person was delirious. What exactly triggered her? Imo Lian sent a palm strike over but was stopped by the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. If you beat him up, you'll drag Jojo down with you. Wait a minute, let's take off the dual star immortal spirit bracelets first. After saying that, he turned to look at Yas and pretended to kick him in the chest. ACI couldn't help but be startled and shrink his neck. Hurry up and tell me the truth. How do you want to undo it? Two people have to inject their spiritual power at the same time. Yas confessed honestly. But now, Jojo was unconscious. How could he inject spiritual energy into him? What kind of spiritual power? Earth spirit. Yas said listlessly. I'm at the 9th level of spiritual soil, so the other person has to be at least at the 9th level of spiritual soil. Otherwise, they won't be able to undo the dual star immortal spirit bracelets. When Xiao wakes up, you will immediately assist her and undo this damn thing. Yas was silent. Are you deaf? Alright. Stop arguing. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hurriedly pushed away Mo Lien, who couldn't wait to attack ACI. I think this fellow should have understood. It's fine, it's fine. Since there's a way, it can naturally be undone. When Jojo wakes up later, just don't provoke her. ACI couldn't help but want to look at the little person curled up on the brocade couch. Mo Lien's figure flashed and blocked his view. Get away. ACI couldn't help but feel a little angry. He lifted the copper bracelet on his wrist and glanced coldly at Mo Lien. For now, scram. Mo Lien couldn't help but feel exasperated. She really wanted to burn this bastard to ashes. This ridiculous man had caused his Jojo to be captured by a nightmare. She must have recalled that annoying nightmare again and been frightened by some of the things in the nightmare. Xiaomu really did sleep a bit deeply this time. It wasn't until dawn that she showed signs of waking up. When Mo Lien saw her little hand move, she hurriedly moved to the side of the brocade couch and looked at her. Jojo. Arbor fluttered her long eyelashes and opened her eyes. For a moment, she looked blankly at Mo Lien. Lien. She wanted to raise her hand for a hug, but when she moved her wrist, she heard the frightening sound of the chain clanking. Don't be afraid, Jojo. Don't worry, it's fine now. We've already found a way to undo the Twin Star Immortal Spirit bracelets. Seeing the little girl's expression change slightly and about to turn hostile, Mo Lien hurriedly went forward and hugged her, patting her back comfortingly. Alright, let's undo the Twin Star Immortal Spirit bracelets now. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal grabbed ACI, who was sitting on the floor, and pulled him to the little girl's side. Arbor glared at him angrily, then turned her head and shrunk into Mo Lien's embrace. ACI looked on unhappily. Suddenly, he pulled hard on the copper bracelet on his wrist. What are you doing? Mo Lien quickly grabbed the other end to prevent him from pulling hard and hurting Arbor's wrist again. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal kicked ACI in exasperation. Don't play tricks. Hurry up and undo it. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your clansmen. ACI looked coldly at the two of them, then turned to look at Arbor. I didn't do it on purpose. What's the point of saying all this now? It doesn't matter if you did it on purpose or not. You scared Jojo. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal rolled his eyes at ACI. Alright. Hurry up and undo it. Cut the crap. I didn't do it on purpose. Ya stiffened his neck and glared at Arbor solemnly. Arbor didn't even bother to look back at him. He hid in Mo Lien's arms with a displeased expression and didn't say a word. Yas only felt that his heart was suffocating. He wanted to say something else, but when he came into contact with North Prince Mo's cold and ruthless gaze, he couldn't help but be startled. We guarantee that if you continue to speak nonsense, those clansmen that came with you, including your sister-in-law, will all die within my Northern Mo's borders today. Are you trying to start a war with the Aikido tribe? So be it. The Crown Prince smiled disdainfully at him. A loser isn't worth mentioning. You lost to me once, so you will lose to me 100 or 1,000 times over. If the Crown Prince became willful, he was an existence that even Northern Mo's great king was afraid of. ACI shut his mouth and stood up to walk to Arbor's side. He raised his hand. Let's begin. 2 streams of pure wood spirit energy were injected into the copper rings from their respective bodies. With 2 clicks, the copper ring in Arbor's hand instantly sprang open and landed in Mo Lien's hand. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual weapon was instantly devoured by the black fire in his hand, turning into a pile of dust. ACI couldn't help but be slightly alarmed. He glanced at Mo Lien before turning to Arbor and saying, "Count it as my rashness this time." Fragmented consciousness. But you were in the wrong too. If you hadn't run off the moment you saw me, I wouldn't have. Arbor and Mo Lien turned to glare at him at the same time. ACI took a deep breath. Okay, it's my fault. To make it up to you, how about this? Don't you need a medicine man? I can be your medicine man. My body is strong anyway, I'm not afraid of you drugging me. ACI's eyes lit up as he suddenly spoke. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked at him as if he was an idiot. Bring it on. ACI closed his eyes and made up his mind. He made up his mind to let Arbor vent his anger. He wouldn't cry out in pain, Arbor couldn't be bothered with this person. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, then shrank back into Emolien's arms. Scram! Emolien kicked him in annoyance. She carried the little fellow and walked into the inner room. Hey, stinky girl? ACI frowned, extremely displeased. Why was she looking at him with disdain when he wanted to be a medicine man? Big brother. Ollie walked quickly to his side and said angrily, Big brother, you've been beaten up so badly by them. Are we just going to let this go? He looked at his big brother's handsome face, which was now bruised and swollen. There was even a bruise on his eye. Ollie was furious but had nowhere to vent it. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal sat on a round-backed chair at the side. He crossed his legs and glanced at him. What, do you want to continue? Master, don't talk to this person. The little python bull swam around Assie's legs and gave the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal a wary look. This person was clearly an immortal supremacy. Why would he appear in the lower star domain? He was different from a sacred beast that had been contracted by its master. It was too strange for an immortal supremacy to appear in such a place. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal sat there calmly and even asked the palace maids to brew a pot of tea for him. A certain immortal supremacy, who was holding a teacup and enjoying himself, chuckled and gave the little python bull a look. What, are you waiting for me to make you leave? Bah! The little python bull immediately swam around ACI. Master, let's go. This place did not welcome them, so why should they stay and provoke others? Yas hesitated for a moment and glanced at the inner chamber. Big bro, what are you looking at? Let's go. Ollie couldn't help but pull Yas back. Big brother Yas, since they've already chased us out, why are we still standing here? Akir asked in a neutral tone. What do you know? He hadn't reconciled with the little girl yet. He was worried that if he left like this, the next time they met, the little girl would be even colder to him. It's all that North Prince Mo's fault, he's such a busybody. No, there was also this celestial venerable in front of him. He was even more annoying. Yas reluctantly walked out of the Eastern Palace's bedchamber. He turned his head to take a look, his expression somewhat irritated. At this time, Arbor, who had been carried into the inner room by Emolien, was leaning on him with a sad expression, his little head drooping listlessly. Jojo. Emolien carefully applied the ointment on the red marks on her wrist. She lowered her head and asked softly, Are you feeling better? Does it still hurt? Arbor shook her little head and turned to look at him. He's sick. Emolien nodded. That's right. He's very sick. Although Emolien said that, he was deep in thought. Could it be that Yas had not forgotten his Jojo all these years? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Why did he meet such a fool? Jojo. Emolien placed the little fellow on his lap and looked at her seriously. Were you trapped by a nightmare? Arbor nodded and reached out to hug his neck. She rubbed against him like a small animal and said pitifully, Someone whipped me. It hurts. Emolien's eyes flashed with anger. Who? Arbor shook her head. I couldn't see her face clearly. But if I see her again, I'll definitely recognize her. Emolien patted her back twice and carried her to the bed. Don't think too much. We'll make them pay back what they owe us. You should sleep for a while more. At this moment, the little fellow looked dispirited and especially tired, which made Emolien's heart ache immensely. Jojo, I'll only be at ease if you're fine. Emolien murmured softly as he half laid her down on the bed with him. He reached out to stroke the furry back of her head. Sleep, I'll watch over you. Arbor tilted her head and laid on top of him. She reached out to hug his waist and snuggled into his arms. You don't have to go to court today. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here and accompany you. Emolien patted her lightly. All right, don't talk. Be a good girl and go to sleep. We'll talk when you're fully rested. Xiaomu mumbled a muffled MHM. She rested her head on his chest and heard his steady and powerful heartbeat. Soon, she drifted off to sleep. Emolien gently held her little hand. He wanted to use the medicine to treat the red marks on her wrist, but when he looked at it, he was stunned. Her little wrist was white and tender and there was no trace of the red marks. TSK, the little fellow's recovery ability was a bit shocking. Even if he had his own medicine, he might not be able to recover so quickly. Crown Prince Mo's thin lips lightly kissed her small, fair wrist before he shifted his body and slid out from under the little fellow's body. He then placed her properly on the bed and covered her small stomach with a thin blanket. Mo Lian flicked his finger and a defensive boundary appeared in the bedroom. He then quickly pushed open the door and left. Take care of this person on the way back. Mo Lian waved his hand indifferently, and the dozen or so hidden figures quickly left. Huifeng appeared next to the crown prince with his head lowered and said softly, Lightning's team knows they didn't protect you well, so they've already returned to Martial Mountain to receive their punishment. When he thought of Lightning's unlucky brothers, Huifeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Crown Prince Mo's gaze flickered, and he nodded apathetically. Got it. Aoyi and the others? Yes. Aoyi is still reliable, Your Highness. When Huifeng thought of that big brother Aoyi, he couldn't help but praise him. Humph. The Crown Prince said with dissatisfaction, have Mei lead the team and eliminate them. Just tell us what mystic weapons and spirit weapons you need. But what if young Master Assie's group doesn't return so quickly and they might have to stay in our Guanlon city for a while? Huifeng asked weakly. Then let them live for a few more days, the Crown Prince said with a cold expression. When the time comes, I'll have Little Seven accompany them to deal with that ancient python bull. Leave the rest to Mei Yi and the others. They must not leave a single one alive. Yes, Huifeng silently lit a candle for ACI in his heart. Good luck to you, young Master ACI. Hey, that kid isn't an ordinary person. You'll be in big trouble if you kill them so rashly. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal chuckled as he glanced at Mo Lian with a cup in his hand. You're so long-winded. Humph. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal rolled his eyes. I'm reminding you out of the goodness of my heart. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. After all, that kid has something like a poison-repelling fruit in his body. You should know very well that there's no such thing in this shabby minor starfield. That young Master ACI should be from the upper 3 continents, right? His identity is probably not simple. I just don't know if he's from the Divine Continent, the Tsung Continent, or the Underworld Continent. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal winked with a smile. By the way, how's my Jojo doing now? Who's your Jojo? How annoying. Mo Lian glared at him fiercely. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked aggrieved. She summoned me. I'm hers, and she's mine. If she's not mine, then whose? You. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more to this scoundrel. The truth was that Jojo was his wife. It was that simple. At the same time, in a dilapidated temple on Shilua Street. Hundreds of masked men in black had gathered here. Master has ordered that the operation will be brought forward. Everyone is to prepare for the operation in 3 days. The middle-aged man under the metal demon mask issued the latest order with a cold expression. Yes. The Rakshasa princess led a group of Rakshasa ghost sect disciples and stood respectfully at the very back. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to make a sound. Everyone, go back and rest for now. Wait for orders. After the man with the metal demon mask finished speaking, he vanished from the dilapidated temple like a wisp of smoke. The Rakshasa princess heaved a sigh of relief. The man's presence was too oppressive. She almost couldn't stand still just now. This was the difference between the great spiritual realm and the ordinary spiritual realm. However, the Rakshasa princess had just heaved a sigh of relief when she suddenly realized that the man with the metal demon mask had appeared beside her. Rakshasa. There was a hint of coldness in his voice, causing the Rakshasa princess to shiver inexplicably and nod repeatedly. If this operation fails again, I think there's no need for you to exist anymore. Princess Luasha's pupils constricted. She nodded and stuttered, I will not disappoint you, Hall Master. A cold light flashed through the eyes under the iron ghost mask. He nodded and said, Rakshasa, don't disappoint me again. Then, he disappeared from Princess Luasha's side. This time, he had left for real. However, even after he left, Princess Luosha still felt weak all over, unable to muster any strength. It was as if she had been drenched from head to toe by the rain. Her legs were so weak that she couldn't move at all. Hundreds and thousands of men in black disappeared from the ruined temple. Princess Luosha clenched her fists. Last time, the rice distribution incident didn't cause many casualties, which caused her master's plan to fail again. That Prince Mo was truly a troublesome opponent. He could see through her master's plans time and time again. She hoped that everything would go smoothly this time. Speaking of which, why didn't her master take care of such a strong opponent once and for all? This thought flashed through Princess Luosha's mind, but she didn't dare think about it anymore. How would she dare guess her master's thoughts? But the Raksha princess simply couldn't figure it out. At the very least, Master's underground village had been destroyed by Prince Mo's men several times in a row. It was impossible for Master not to resent such a great loss. Especially that time in the Mystic Beast Forest. In the end, such a large deployment was easily destroyed by the people Crown Prince Mo sent. Their organization's largest underground base on Seekong planet was subsequently disbanded. It had to be known that they had used the news of the Phoenix Egg with great difficulty to lure so many people to the Mystic Beast Forest, all for the sake of, Master had suffered at the hands of this Prince Mo 2 or 3 times in a row. With Master's personality, it was impossible for her to continue lying low. This time, she would certainly teach the Northern Prince Mo an unforgettable lesson. When she thought of this, the Raksha princess curled her lips into a gorgeous yet callous smile. Pop, 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 firecrackers rang out as the vassal prince of Nan and commandery Princess Anne's lively wedding ceremony proceeded rapidly in a strange atmosphere. Commandery Princess Anne was a young lady who had married out of the palace, and she was also the Queen Dowager's adopted granddaughter in name. As a result, her dowry was arranged according to the highest princess-like scale. Logically speaking, this should be a grand wedding. It was only slightly inferior to the crown prince's wedding. Not to mention most of the high-ranking officials in the court, even some members of the sex and patrician families also attended this grand wedding out of respect. Yet who knew, at this moment, the people attending the wedding ceremony all felt their scalps tingle. Not to mention the groom's seething malice, what was going on with him, which inexplicably made people feel a bit scared. Also, what was the meaning of this groom, that obvious row of teeth marks on his chin? The funniest thing was that his left eye was swollen and bruised, which made it very awkward. Not only did it affect the vassal prince's looks, but it also made him look a bit more comical. When the vassal prince led commandery Princess Anne into the vassal prince of Nan's estate while holding the other end of the red silk ribbon, everyone felt a seething killing intent. F***ck, wasn't this a grand wedding? Why did it look like a funeral? There was something wrong with the vassal prince's expression. The crown prince looked as if he had lost his parents. His face was taut and he did not smile from beginning to end. Was it really a good idea to hold a wedding like this? There was also that commandery Princess Anne, who was reluctantly tugging at the end of the red silk with small steps. She would pause twice after taking a step, causing the vassal prince to continuously turn around to glare at her. Cough, cough. This wedding ceremony was really the strangest one they had seen recently. Anne gripped the end of the red silk tightly as she asked Su-er, who was beside her, in a low voice, "Did the crown prince come over?" "No, I didn't." Su-er was about to cry. What happened the night before was like a nightmare. Her miss had not even entered the house, but she had already become a joke in the entire residence. Now, not to mention vassal Prince Yi, even the vassal king of Nan and the vassal king Consort also disliked her very, very much. D***MN lass, you didn't give the letter to Xiao 11Z? Ian grabbed Su-er's arm, her sharp nails nearly digging into her flesh. Su-er whimpered. "Miss, Su-er gave it to you." "I gave the letter to eunuch Xiao 11Z, woo-woo." "Then how come His Highness didn't come?" "Miss, I heard that the crown princess got a fright yesterday, so the crown prince didn't even attend morning court today. He stayed in the Eastern Palace to accompany the crown princess," Su-er said aggrievedly. "Impossible." Commandery Princess Anne simply could not accept this news. "He actually didn't even go to morning court for that little B***tch. She really is a bewitching little vixen." Commandery Princess Anne gripped Su-er's arm tightly and stopped walking forward. The red carpet from the patio to the main hall was only 200 steps away, but they had to stop and walk for more than half a cup of tea's time, and they still hadn't finished walking. the vassal prince of Anan tightened his grip on the red sash, causing the veins on the back of his hand to bulge. "Let's go!" he shouted. His shout almost scared the guests out of their wits. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. Commandery Princess Xian promptly flung the red sash in her hand in a fit of rage. She abruptly lifted the red veil and looked at the vassal prince of Anan frigidly. "Who do you think I am, one of those lowly concubines in your inner court? Yelling and shouting at me? Don't forget my identity." When Princess Anam Wuhongma saw that this daughter-in-law had no regard for her dignity and actually lifted the veil on her own before the wedding ceremony and criticized her son with disdain, she was instantly infuriated. She walked up with the help of someone and raised her sleeve to slap Commandery Princess Xian. "You wicked woman! You shameless B***tch! If it weren't for the great king's decree of marriage, do you think that our vassal prince's estate would still tolerate you as the vassal prince consort with your ruined body? You wouldn't even be able to become a maidservant, let alone a lowly concubine." Commandery Princess Xian was so angry that her face flushed red, and she kicked Wu Hongma's waist ruthlessly. "You are the ruined old woman. Wasn't it all thanks to her B***tch son that she became like this?" Every time she thought of how her virginity was snatched away by a man who was practically a stranger, Xian was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Wu Hongma didn't expect Commandery Princess Xian to be so bold and shrewd, daring to kick her mother-in-law as soon as she came up. This was completely inconsistent with her usual image. After Xian kicked Wu Hongma to the ground, the surrounding people started making a fuss about nothing. Vassal Prince Consort. King Consort. The vassal king of Anan was so angry that his face was flushed red, and his entire body was trembling. After their brainless princess consort's shout just now, everyone was looking at the vassal prince of Anan with sympathetic gazes, sympathizing with the lush greenery above his head. How pitiful. According to Princess Anam's meaning, the great king had appointed a withered woman to be the vassal prince of Anan's official wife. That was a little unkind. However, the great king had always been muddle-headed. He would do whatever he wanted to do. It wasn't the first time that he had randomly played matchmaker. However, among the mandarin ducks that he randomly selected, some were filled with happiness, like the crown princess and the crown prince, while some were in so much pain that they wished they were dead, like the pair in front of him. Cough. How should I put it? The great king's success rate was 50-50. He wasn't completely muddle-headed. At this time, the vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, who was clenching his fists, couldn't take it anymore and slapped Commandery Princess Xian's cheek. "Scram back to the palace. I'm going to divorce you." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. At the same time, it couldn't be, right? The wedding ceremony hadn't even F***king ended yet, alright? They were going to divorce just like that? These two people's actions seemed even more unkind. Would it infuriate the great king? Shut up. At least there was still a rational vassal prince of Anan among this bunch of irrational people. This slap stunned Commandery Princess Xian's entire being. A minute later, Commandery Princess Xian clutched her face and lunged forward, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws like a madwoman. She completely disregarded her dignity and pounced over to bite the vassal prince of Anan. "Seize her." The old vassal prince of Anan swiftly pointed at Commandery Princess Xian, and several robust maidservants immediately crawled over and pinned Commandery Princess Xian down tightly. They then pinned her hands behind her back and shoved her forward. Wu Hongma had just suffered a loss, so when she saw that this shrew had been subdued, she immediately rushed up and slapped her daughter-in-law with both hands. The old vassal prince of Anan glared hatefully at Princess Anam and felt his old face burning painfully. He had been humiliated by this brainless family. Just look at what day it was today that so many court officials were present. If this matter landed in the mouths of those people who were at odds with him, it would become a source of idle laughter. What's more, they might even use this to attack him. It was simply abominable. This marriage was personally decreed by the great king. Even if you two are 1,000 times unwilling, you have to restrain your hatred and carry out the wedding ceremony to the end. The old vassal prince of Anan declared with a sullen face. Afterwards, the newlyweds were tied up and brought into the wedding hall. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, simply at a loss for words. This? Wasn't this just like an old saying, don't force a cow to drink water? Seeing this newlyweds being pushed to their knees and forced to perform the 3 kowtows ceremony, everyone looked at each other again, feeling that this wedding ceremony was extremely laughable. Once the ceremony was over, the old vassal prince of Nan immediately ordered for Xian to be tied up and brought back to the bridal chamber. Only the vassal prince of Nan, whose face was bruised and swollen, was left behind. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the guests, he made up an excuse to leave. This wedding banquet was like a funeral banquet. Everyone was distressed and sullen, and after forcing themselves to drink 2 cups, they all made excuses to leave. After all the guests had left, Wu Hongma smashed an exquisite tea set on the spot and cursed indignantly, "Look at what kind of daughter-in-law this is. What sin did I, Wu Hongma, commit to have such a daughter-in-law? No, I want to enter the palace. Come back." The vassal king of Nan's face revealed a bit of viciousness. "What do you want to do by entering the palace? Do you want to find the great king and scold him? Do you still not understand? The great king is clearly trying to make our Qiu family the laughingstock of the whole world." The vassal king of Nan clenched his fists and snorted. He purposefully betrothed Ian to Fu Er. However, I will also make him understand that the vassal king of Nan's estate isn't that easy to bully. The old vassal king of Nan's eyes revealed a trace of ruthless fury as he tightly clenched his fists. Achoo! The great king, who didn't know that he had been tricked by his son and had infuriated the vassal king of Nan's estate by randomly choosing a marriage. At this moment, he was in the royal garden, accompanying his 16-year-old noble lady Ying to recite poems, compose couplets, and admire the flowers. Xiao Mu rubbed her eyes. When she woke up, she looked up slightly and met Crown Prince Mo's phoenix eyes, which were staring at her unwaveringly from up close. She quickly moved her small hands and tried to crawl up. The crown prince then helped her sit up in passing. "Have you slept enough?" Arbor nodded. "Seeing how grinning you are, could it be that you have something good to tell me?" The crown prince smiled. "Did you know, this scoundrel, has finally married into the vassal king of Nan's estate?" Arbor's eyes lit up, and he hooked his finger. "She didn't play any tricks?" "How could she not play any tricks?" The crown prince pursed his lips and said, "She even sent someone to deliver a letter to me yesterday." "Where is the letter?" "Burned it." Arbor looked at him in astonishment. "Didn't you see what she said?" "What could she say?" "It didn't matter what she said. She was going to be a dead person soon anyway." Arbor glanced at him speechlessly. "Perhaps, she wanted to tell you some secrets." "Secrets? Then let her bring it underground and tell it to the king of hell." The crown prince glanced at the little fellow in amusement. What lousy secrets could she have? "Don't worry." Arbor also thought that this was true. Ian was merely a girl raised in a boudoir. Even if she had some secrets, it probably didn't mean much to them. She kicked her short legs, and Prince Mo helped her up with a grin. There are still about 20 days before the Heaven Ascension stairway opens. Jojo, you should stay in the cultivation ground and cultivate properly for the next few days. Don't wander around, Arbor looked at him suspiciously. Is something special about to happen? What's so special about it? The crown prince stood up with a grin and walked to her side to hold her small hand. It's just that there have been too many mundane matters recently. Look at you, you've even fallen behind in your cultivation. Isn't that bad? MHM, it is bad. Arbor nodded. Your Highness. Xiao 11Z jogged in submissively and reported with a salute, Your Highness, Her Majesty the Queen has sent a verbal edict. She has invited a group of noble ladies from other kingdoms to June Mountain Jiting Court to admire the lotus flowers the day after tomorrow. She has invited the crown princess to accompany her. Mo Lian, what was going on? He had just instructed the little fellow to behave and stay at home, yet his mother had jumped out to mess things up again. Not going. The crown prince waved his hand impatiently and said, Go, and report to Muhu. Tell her that the crown princess hasn't been in good spirits these past 2 days and needs to recuperate. Arbor blinked but didn't say anything. Since she was married, she had to follow her husband's wishes. Seeing Haitang come in with a bowl of porridge and a few dishes, Arbor sat down and started eating. Yesterday, he had been busy for most of the night and hadn't eaten much. Now that he smelled the fragrance of the porridge, he was really hungry. Arbor was eating at the side with a spoon when he heard Xiao 11Z say bitterly, "That won't do, Your Highness. Her Majesty the Queen has already specified for the Crown Princess to accompany her. If we go back to Her Majesty now, wouldn't it be a little inappropriate?" Xiao 11Z cautiously consoled his capricious master. From time to time, he would glance at Arbor with his little eyes. "Crown Princess, say something." Arbor looked down at himself in astonishment, then continued to eat the porridge with a spoon. What could she say? She didn't want to go anyway, so it was just nice that her husband was blocking her, who had the time to admire flowers with a bunch of orioles and swallows. She might as well stay at home and cultivate. Xiao 11Z panicked when he saw this, and he stammered, Your Highness, Crown Prince Consort, TT. When Her Majesty the Queen sent a messenger, she even emphasized that the Crown Prince Consort must accompany them. Mo Lian frowned and walked outside. I'll go talk to Muhu. Forget it, Arbor pursed his lips and said, if you go talk to her, she'll misunderstand and think that I'm instigating you behind her back again. So be it, she wasn't afraid of anyone. Can you tell me now if something has happened? After Xiao 11Z left, Arbor looked towards Mo Lian with a spoon in her mouth. Mo Lian helplessly flicked her small forehead. What's the point of being so smart? He sat down beside her. I suspect that organization will make a move again in the near future. Arbor's expression turned solemn, and she put down the spoon in her hand. Right now, they're hiding in the dark, while we're out in the open. We have no idea when they're going to make a move or how they're going to make a move. Mo Lian nodded. If they want to make a move, your mother's trip to Mount Junjuting Court this time has provided them with a very good opportunity. Mo Lian nodded again. This little fellow understood immediately, so he didn't need to waste his breath explaining. It's not a good idea if we keep hiding. Arbor stood up and said, why don't we beat them at their own game and take the initiative to attack? Mo Lian sighed softly. He had originally wanted to take the initiative to attack, but the prerequisite was that this little fellow had to stay in the Eastern Palace and not go anywhere, so that he didn't have any worries. But now, I'll go talk with Royal Mother and have her cancel this trip. Since he knew there was danger, it wasn't his style to walk in the face of danger. Although Northern Mo Kingdom was powerful enough to look down on the other kingdoms, but if the noble ladies of the other kingdoms were all implicated by the mysterious organization during this trip to Mount June and innocently lost their lives, then it wouldn't be easy for Northern Mo's great king and the kings of the other kingdoms to account for it. Arbor grabbed his hand and shook her head. The queen must have already passed down the verbal order to everyone. It wouldn't be good to go back on our word now. Send more people to follow us. Arbor's eyes flashed. She swiped her left hand across the air and drew out a blue ebony storage talisman. Don't worry. If there's an emergency, I'll knock out all those orioles and swallows and throw them here. Mo Lian glanced curiously at the talisman in her hand. This storage talisman can store people now? Okay. Arbor was rather pleased with himself. He raised his small head and said, ever since I became a yellow-level Great Talisman Master, my storage talisman has also risen to a new level. Currently, a single yellow-grade ebony-blue talisman had a storage space of 50 cubic meters. You can even store living things. Mo Lian pulled her into his arms and kissed her hard. He praised, my Jojo is amazing. Arbor took out several upgraded storage talismans and stuffed them into Mo Lian's hands. I'll help you store your things. You can rest assured now. If there's any danger, I'll put them all in the talisman. Then, I'll hide in Paradise Planet. Who can do anything to me? Although what she said sounded very safe, Mo Lian still felt a little scared. She didn't want her to lure the snake out of its hole and put herself in danger. Jojo. Don't worry. Arbor raised her small head and cupped his handsome face. She suddenly smacked her lips against his. Lure them out. It'll be best if we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Arbor shook his small head. He increasingly felt that this method was excellent. Prepare well in secret. Once we're surrounded, bring Situ E, Duan Yu, and the others over to save us. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we coordinate from the inside and outside? Our dear Mo Lian didn't know whether it was wonderful or not. He only knew that his wife kissed him, kissed him, kissed him. He kissed him. Arbor still hadn't realized what was going on when he saw this fool's dazed expression. She poked his handsome face. What are you doing? Mo Lian cupped her small cheeks with one hand and kissed her small mouth with a squeak. Wife, you kissed me just now, kissed me, kissed me, kissed me again. Here. She wouldn't have felt anything if he hadn't said it, but the moment this fellow said it, the little girl's entire face turned red. What was going on? Wasn't it just because this fellow casually mentioned it? She felt a bit flustered and short of breath, as if she had a guilty conscience. Especially when he leaned over, looking like he was asking for a kiss, So what if she kissed him? Humph. If she wanted to kiss him, she would kiss him. In any case, he was hers, so she would kiss him. Humph humph. Smack. She gave him another peck on the face. She reached out her small hand and subconsciously fanned herself in front of him. Strange, her face felt so hot. Arbor picked up the spoon and continued to drink the porridge in all seriousness. He tried to find a topic to talk about. Today's porridge is pretty good. Really? Prince Mo blinked and leaned close to her with a grin. As long as you like it, wife. In the future, husband will cook it for you every day. How about it? Arbor. One day later, Northern Mo's queen and crown princess led a group of concubines, princesses, and commandery princesses to June Mountain's Yating court to entertain the noble ladies of other kingdoms. When the sky brightened, everyone arrived at the appointed location and met in front of Huazhong Gate. Huazhong Gate's main hall had a wide staircase that stretched up to 100 steps. At this time, many carriages and horses had already gathered at the bottom of the staircase. The noble ladies sat in the carriages, their faces red as they looked at the handsome young men across from them through the curtains. Today, the male guests would follow the great king and the crown prince to West Mountain to hunt, while the female guests would accompany Her Majesty the Queen to Yating Court to tour the lake and admire lotus flowers. Northern Mo Kingdom hadn't been so lively in a long time, so everyone was in a very good mood. Some of the girls who were on good terms with them had already gathered together and were chattering about the gentleman across from them. At this moment, a group of officials and sons of aristocratic families were also gathered together. However, they were not as bored as the noble ladies. They were gathered together and enthusiastically discussing the prizes of today's West Mountain hunting competition. The great king took out 3 profound armaments as the prize. Haha, young Master Su, I'll have to compete with you in today's hunt. Same here, same here. Let's just rely on our own abilities. But I say, it's useless for you to fight here. A young master winked at a certain place. Everyone turned to look and saw Northern Wei's Third Highness, Wei Nanfeng, Southern Bailey's Second Highness, Bailey Shi, standing together with the Duan family's 4th young master, Duan Yu, and Heavenly Dao Sect's young sect master, Situ Yi. From afar, they saw the Qin estate's Grand Duke Xianxia walking over with the 2 handsome young masters of the Dou clan and 6th young master Zheng's group. When they saw this, they immediately felt that it was hopeless. With so many powerful opponents here, their hunting trip in the West Mountain was most likely to be a mere accompaniment. Sigh. Why was it so vexing? These powerful young masters must have made an appointment to come here together. The great king and Her Majesty the Queen have arrived. Someone called out, and everyone looked up in awe. On the long steps, the great king and the crown prince led several princes and heir apparent down the steps. On the other side, Her Majesty the Queen was also walking down the steps with the support of the Green Mammy. Behind her were Consort Qing, Lu Fei, and a large group of womenfolk. The young crown prince consort looked as if she hadn't woken up yet as she followed them from a distance with her head drooped. Hai Ting followed beside her, wanting to reach out to support her from time to time. To tell the truth, she had originally thought that they would be setting out at noon. Who knew that Her Majesty the Queen would be in such a hurry, having everyone gather at the crack of dawn? Xiaomu inwardly yawned and sleepily raised her eyes. The moment she raised her eyes, he saw Ian glaring at him with animosity. She was crazy, the young crown princess glared back. Not to be outdone, this female scoundrel kept trying to seduce her husband. Humph, she would teach her a good lesson later. she would let this female scoundrel know why flowers were so red. She had to find a secluded place and teach her a good lesson. Looking at the sneaky foot that had appeared in front of her, the young crown princess directly stomped on it forcefully without a change in her expression. Only a gotcha sound was heard, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The group of young masters and noble ladies at the bottom of the stairs all turned around and looked up at a certain woman who was rolling down the stairs. Over 100 steps of stairs, this woman was truly in a sorry state as she rolled down. She had rolled all the way to the bottom and had almost bumped into a certain young master's thigh. Fortunately, that young master had dodged in time, evading her with a sidestep. As a result, that woman didn't manage to stop in time after rolling down, and she crashed into the carriage's wheel with a bang before coming to a stop. That horse was so startled that it raised its hooves and neighed. Just as that horse's hooves were about to land and break the woman's neck, Duanyi flicked his sleeve, and a pebble hit that horse's leg with a whoosh. The horse flipped over in pain and fell heavily to the ground, lying side by side with that unlucky woman. The woman and horse neighed continuously. Crown Prince Mo raised his phoenix eyes and glanced at her in amusement. Empress Zhao creased her brows as she quickly walked down the stairs with a group of royal concubines to the side of the carriage. Looking at that woman who was hugging her leg and rolling on the ground while wailing in a cold sweat, she couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Sister, sister. The Marquis of Placation's estate's fourth miss, Su Mingxin, turned pale with fright as she ran forward and hastily reached out to support Su Mingzhu. The woman who had just disgraced herself by rolling down the stairs was the third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate, Su Mingzhu. Su Mingzhu hugged her legs and rolled back and forth on the ground. When she saw Her Majesty the Queen walking over, she hastily rolled in front of her and cried out with a mournful expression, "Your Majesty, please judge clearly, Your Majesty. I beg you to uphold justice for this subject's daughter." Empress Zhao coldly glanced at her. So it's the Marquis of Placation's estate's third Mississippi. How could you be so careless? Someone, go to the Imperial Physician building and summon a bone-setting expert imperial physician to take a look at Miss Su's leg. Su Mingzhu shuddered. She knew that Empress Zhao was warning her not to talk nonsense. But she couldn't accept it. Su Mingzhu hardened her heart and gritted her teeth. She wailed, "Your Highness, Mingzhu wasn't careless. Someone pushed Mingzhu down. Someone wants Mingzhu's life." Empress Zhao couldn't help but fly into a rage. You better think carefully before you speak. Empress Zhao couldn't quite wipe away the embarrassment that this incident had happened before they even set out. She instantly didn't have a favorable impression of this third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate. Unexpectedly, the third miss was brainless. She didn't see through Empress Zhao's anger and even pointed in a direction as she shouted sternly, It's her. She pushed me. It's her. She pushed me." Su Mingzhu's eyes revealed a hint of smugness. Everyone turned to look and immediately saw the young crown prince consort looking all around. She then shifted her small feet to dodge to the side. Duanyu, Situ-yi, and the others involuntarily twitched their mouths. The direction Su Mingzhu's finger was pointing at was precisely the young crown princess's direction. However, that little fellow didn't seem to understand at all and even looked around in confusion. When she saw someone else pointing at her, she even innocently dodged to the side. Her "you're pointing at the wrong person" expression was simply infuriating. Su Mingzhu was furious, and she kowtowed to Empress Zhao while weeping pitifully, begging Your Majesty to uphold justice. "It's her, it's the crown princess pushed me." Woo-woo. This subject's lowly words carry little weight. Begging Your Majesty to uphold justice for this subject. I didn't push you. The young crown princess wasn't an idiot. How could she not speak up when someone else pointed at her like that? Besides, she naturally wouldn't admit to it since she didn't do it. You pushed me. How could this subject not know who pushed this subject? Su Mingzhu was inwardly resentful. This crown princess was actually someone who dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. Wasn't she very fearless? Why was she acting like a coward now? The young crown princess was angry, and a harsh glint flashed across her eyes. Who has the leisure to push you? You put your leg in front of me yourself, so who am I supposed to step on if not you? Haitang nodded repeatedly on the side and said with a straight face, that's right, this servant can testify for the crown princess. This miss doesn't even know how to walk properly and would stretch her leg in front of the crown princess after walking for a while. The crown prince consort is only stepping on her feet. Everyone, Su Mingzhu suddenly wailed and kowtowed repeatedly in front of Empress Zhao. Your Majesty is wise. The crown princess admitted to pushing me. She didn't step on me, she pushed me. Pushed me. Since when did I not walk properly? Of course, the servant by her side would speak up for her. Your Highness. Empress Zhao felt a headache coming on. She turned to look at the little crown princess and massaged her aching head. She felt a little regretful. Perhaps, he shouldn't have invited the crown princess to attend this event. She still remembered that when she mentioned to the concubines yesterday that they had called the young crown princess to accompany them on this trip to Mount June, everyone looked like they had eaten a fly. Even now, when she thought about it, the memory was still fresh in her mind. Consort Qing, Lu Fei, and other veteran concubines even repeatedly asked her to exempt the crown princess from this exhausting trip to Mount June. Now that she thought about it, the crown prince consort must have done something out of line in the past to intimidate all of them. What's the fuss about? Arbor's voice was cold as he glared daggers at Su Mingzhu. Those who were familiar with her immediately cursed inwardly. The little fellow was really angry this time. Prince Mo was just about to step forward to comfort his wife when he saw an afterimage glide past him with a whoosh. The crown prince's eyebrows immediately twitched. When everyone looked over, they saw the little crown princess carrying the screaming Su Mingzhu and climbing to the top of the steps in a matter of minutes. A bad premonition slid through everyone's hearts. The great king and Empress Zhao both looked over in shock at the same time, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Sure enough, the crown prince consort stretched out her leg and kicked Su Mingzhu's butt with a kick. Su Mingzhu's mouth instantly formed an O shape, but she didn't have time to scream before she rolled headfirst onto the steps. She cut an extremely sorry figure again and even rolled down even more ruthlessly. Everyone was flabbergasted and simply didn't know what to say. Empress Zhao reflexively shifted to the side and stared blankly as Su Mingzhu rolled down the steps. In the end, she even forcefully crashed into the wheel of the same carriage before abruptly coming to a stop. Su Mingzhu was completely stupefied from this fall, and she could only hear her useless fourth sister, Su Mingxin, screaming. Something soft seemed to flow out of her ears, and Su Mingzhu only felt like her head had been forcefully smashed by a large hammer. She was groggy and couldn't hear clearly at all. She had completely fainted, scaring Su Mingxin, who was kneeling on the side, so much so that she almost fainted as well. The crown princess's kick was too ruthless and directly knocked her unconscious. Arbor calmly floated down the steps and patted his small hands as he softly said, "Did you all see? As you all can see, this was indeed my kick." Duan Yu raised his fan to block his face. Situ Yi twitched his mouth and rolled his eyes at him. Don't think that no one can see you snickering just because you're blocking your face with a fan. Everyone, Xiaomi couldn't resist sniggering. She ran up and hooked her arm around Arbor's shoulder as she exclaimed, "Sis, I just like your personality. We're truly the same. What we did is what we did, and what we didn't do is what we didn't do. Since someone said that we kicked her down the stairs, then we might as well solidify this reputation of kicking people, ha 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 ha." Everyone looked at Princess Mi speechlessly. "You dunce, can you stop laughing?" Empress Zhao took a deep breath and inwardly warned herself, don't be angry, the daughter-in-law is our family's daughter-in-law, and our son has acknowledged her. Don't be angry. Ah, so angry. They hadn't F** King set out yet, but she already made such a scene. How shameless was she? Consort Qing glanced sympathetically at Empress Zhao before hastily stepping forward to help Empress Zhao up. She quietly said, "Your Highness, in my opinion, this third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate should be sent home to recuperate. Then fourth miss, let her accompany third miss back." What else could he do? Even if he had fainted from the fall, he couldn't be carried on the road. Empress Zhao glared at Arbor in annoyance. She allowed the green mammy to help her into the carriage and ordered people to send the two young misses of the Marquis of Placation's estate back. Nyang, calm down. Quickly drink some water first." Green mammy hurriedly handed her a cup of tea. Empress Zhao slammed her cup on the table. She was so angry. Along the way, Consort and the others felt uneasy. Actually, Consort didn't want to come today. Don't ask her why. Ever since the prayer event at the Honghai Temple's Nimbin Tower, Consort swore that she would never go out with the little crown princess in this lifetime. Going out with the little crown princess was simply too torturous, but this time, it was Her Majesty the Queen who had personally sent out the invitation. Fortunately, the person leading the group was Her Majesty the Queen, so the incident at the Nimbin Tower wouldn't happen again. That time, the young crown prince consort had really tormented their old bones to the point of choking them. Every time she thought about it, Consort couldn't help but shudder. Aya, quickly look. June Mountain Jiting Court is right in front. TSK, looking at it from afar, the scenery is delightful. It's really beautiful. Xiaomi fussed. See you tomorrow, June Mountain Jiting Court. From afar, one could see the continuous rise and fall of the mountains, which were steep and straight. In the center of the jade green courtyard, 3 sides were surrounded by water. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant. Once they arrived at their destination, Princess Mi impatiently hopped out of the carriage. She stretched out her arms and made a hugging gesture as she giggled. Good, no zombies or mutated beasts, and such a large jade green lake can be maintained. The trees provide shade, and the fragrance of flowers assails the nostrils. Ha, I like this place. Arbor lifted the curtain and expressionlessly crawled out of the carriage. Hearing Princess Mi's words, for some reason, she actually subconsciously looked back and forth. Haitang immediately assumed a defensive posture and vigilantly looked around before whispering, Crown Princess, as Princess Mi said, there are no mutated zombies or zombie beasts appearing. Xiaomi's mouth twitched, and she glanced at Arbor from the corner of her eyes. Cough, younger sister, your bodyguard is rather interesting. He also appears to be very skilled. At this time, the noble ladies of the other kingdoms and the young misses of the patrician families all crawled out of their accompanying carriages and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of them with pleasant surprise. Her Majesty the Queen's mood improved greatly, and she said to everyone with a smile, this place is the same as June Mountain's Wang family's hunting ground. There are people specially assigned to watch over this place. As expected of northernmost fortifications. Southern Bailey's 5th Princess Bailey Zhen couldn't help but sigh. To be able to plan such a large fortification in such an orderly manner, the entire fortification, from the building defense to the perfect protection mechanism and the deployment of personnel, could be seen from every aspect of it that it was extraordinary. June Mountain Jiting Court didn't seem to have changed much from the environment before the zombie outbreak. Previously, some mutated zombie beasts appeared in the lake here, but there weren't many of them, so they were promptly dealt with. Now, there are about 70 to 80% fewer aquatic animals in this body of water. Empress Zhao sighed. Everyone, don't worry. Let's board the ship first. Your Majesty, please. Everyone courteously let her go first. Docked at the shore was an exquisite and gorgeous 3-story pleasure boat. Under the sunlight, the top of the pleasure boat, which was outlined with glazed tiles, flickered with a very dazzling light. Under the lead of Empress Zhao, the group boarded the pleasure boat one by one. The boat slowly left the shore and headed towards the center of the lake. Jiting Court was located on a small island in the middle of the green water. From afar, it looked as if it was being embraced by a pool of clear water. The green leaves appeared to be full of vitality in people's eyes. That should be a world that hasn't been polluted, everyone thought excitedly. Arbor was also curious. It was her first time here. Unexpectedly, there was such a strange courtyard in the vicinity of Mount June. It existed independently in this world. Nyang, since this Jiting Court has not been contaminated by zombie beasts, why not move here? Jean Hongwan from Northern Wei's Jing Clan Fort was a straightforward girl. She couldn't help but be curious when she saw that the environment here was so beautiful and lush that it surpassed even the royal palace. Empress Zhao explained with a smile, previously, there were mutated beasts roaming about, but the imperial court had always sent people to take care of this place and many small operations teams to complete missions here. Look, there are almost no aquatic animals in this lake. Everyone lowered their heads to look at the awe-inspiring surface of the lake. Sure enough, the water was incomparably clear, and there weren't even many small fish in the water. This Jiting Court is only a small resort after all. How can it fit so many people from the palace? Consort continued with a smile. Jean Hongwan couldn't help but be taken aback before saying with a smile, it was Hongwan who didn't think things through. She only thought that it wasn't easy to have a pure land in this chaotic world, but she didn't consider that there were already several hundred concubines in northern Mo's great king's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, not to mention the many eunuchs, palace maids, and guards. Where could they fit people? A small Yating court could fit 3 palaces, but it couldn't fit 6 courtyards. Empress Zhao waved her hand with a smile, and the group followed the current to the front of the island. After reaching the shore, everyone went ashore in a single file and excitedly followed Empress Zhao into Yating court. Since this courtyard was used as the Wang family's leisure resort, it was naturally meticulously taken care of. Today, Her Majesty the Queen was bringing honored guests over, so early in the morning, the steward of the resort led a group of servants to wait in front of the courtyard. When he saw the Queen's group arrive, he hurriedly went forward to welcome them in with a fawning smile. The steward was a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears. It seemed that he lived quite freely in this Yating court. Your Majesty, honored guests, please follow this humble one. That steward cheerfully led everyone into the inner court. Will everyone be first assigned to a courtyard to stay in, or will this humble one first bring honored guests to tour Yating court? We didn't spend much time on this carriage journey, so we shouldn't be tired. Queen Zhao looked at everyone with a chuckle and said, Steward Hu, please lead us around this court for a while. All right. After you, Your Majesty, honored guests. Steward Hu smiled until his chubby white face squeezed out streaks of flesh. At this time, a pampered voice resounded, this princess heard that your Yating court has a type of bamboo shoot that is extremely delicious and delightful to eat. Moreover, after eating it, one would feel that their profound energy is much more abundant. Is this true? Steward Hu was a person with good eyesight. The moment he turned his head, he immediately realized that the one who was stirring up trouble was the 4th princess of the royal family, Mo Shuang, the famous unruly princess. He hurriedly nodded and smiled apologetically, 4th princess is right. However, the production of this spiritual bamboo shoot was extremely low throughout the year. Especially in the past 3 years, it had basically reached the point of extinction. The small amount of spiritual bamboo shoots produced every year are also presented to the Empress Dowager and the Great King. After saying that, he looked at 4th Princess Mo Shuang with a troubled expression, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. It was said that this 4th princess was a normal person and had nothing to do with a mystic cultivator. He didn't know why she suddenly thought of this. So what if spirit bamboo shoots can subtly raise one's profound strength? You, the 4th princess, don't even have a fart of profound strength, so eating it would just be a waste. Where is it? The young crown princess glanced curiously at Steward Hu. When Steward Hu saw this, he hurriedly cupped his hands towards the young crown princess, his expression clearly flattering. Crown princess, please follow this humble one. This humble one can bring honored guests over to take a look. It's just that we haven't picked any fresh spiritual bamboo shoots this year. As he spoke, he sighed and brought everyone to the bank of a stream. He pointed at the rows of bamboo on the bank of the stream and said, Your Majesty, honored guests, this place is called Xianxia. The spiritual bamboo shoots are over there. Qiamu pattered over to a thin bamboo that was more than a meter tall and flicked it with her finger. This bamboo was thin and short, and it didn't have any ornamental value. It was completely incomparable to the bamboo forest that the holy water sect's old sect master had raised back then. Master, these really are spiritual bamboo shoots. Qiuqiu's voice abruptly rang out. Then, without needing her to lift a finger, 2 thin and soft vines had already burrowed out of her sleeves and directly dug up the ground, dragging in a small section of bamboo shoot. Hee hee. Qiuqiu laughed happily. Master, you're in luck. Walk further in and we'll dig up more spiritual bamboo shoots. At that time, we can also plant a bamboo forest on Paradise Planet. How about it? The more Qiuqiu spoke, the more excited it became. In the future, our Paradise Planet will have flowers, bamboos, and trees. Ha ha ha, don't you feel especially perfect? MHM Arbor nodded and then asked, flowers? Jasper begonia. Qiuqiu smiled proudly and said, Master, I helped you plant a large sea of jasper begonia flowers. Do you like them? Come in and play if you have nothing to do. Arbor couldn't help but find it funny. She didn't expect that this little fellow would also steal the jasper begonia from her inner world into the paradise. Don't drop the original pot. We still have to return it to grandmother later, Arbor exhorted. Don't worry. Originally, there was a sumaru seed inside that jasper begonia that was wreaking havoc. Masta, I took out the sumaru seed and planted it in the 100 Poison Valley. Ah, is that so? Arbor couldn't help but feel astonished. This sumaru seed was a type of poisonous grass seed. Why would it fall into the jasper begonia and almost kill it? It really was a bit strange. As Arbor spoke with Chocho, she walked further into the clear stream and had Chocho display its bandit nature. It dug up all the spiritual bamboo shoots that could be picked and dragged them back to the paradise. Masta. With little earth and little water's help now, the spiritual tea will probably take a while to grow. However, this spirit bamboo shoot doesn't have that many requirements. I reckon that if we raise it in our paradise for a few days, we'll be able to eat it soon. I saw that you dug up a lot of spiritual bamboo shoots. How could this caretaker who say that there are no spiritual bamboo shoots? Is he being dishonest? That's obvious. Chocho chuckled. This guy doesn't speak the truth. There's an 80% chance he's hiding something. Arbor knew what was going on and purposely kicked away the soil beside the stream so that the only spiritual bamboo shoot that Chocho hadn't dug away could be seen. This bamboo shoot was simply too small and ugly, so Chocho didn't like it. Fourth Princess Emo Shuang's eyes were sharp, and she couldn't help but cry out when she saw it. Isn't that a spiritual bamboo shoot? Steward Hu, why did you say that you didn't find any spiritual bamboo shoots this year? Are you hiding something from Her Majesty the Queen? Oh my, in all honesty, how would I dare to deceive you all? Steward Hu's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat. Look at this little bamboo shoot. It's so crooked and wilted, in what way does it look like a spiritual bamboo shoot? Furthermore, if you all don't believe me, I can immediately have the servants cook this bamboo shoot for everyone to taste. This is definitely the most ordinary bamboo shoot and not a spiritual bamboo shoot. Haitang, where's the pot? The pot is here. Haitang took out a small black pot from her inner world and hugged it to her chest. She asked the Crown Princess with a serious expression, Crown Princess, should we cook it now? The little Crown Princess nodded vigorously. Cook it and taste it. Yes. Crown Princess. Seeing that everyone else was looking over dumbfoundedly, Haitang took out firewood and a rack from her inner world and placed the small black pot on top of it without another word. He casually took out a match and lit a fire. Then, he began to scrub the pot with the same method as before. After the water boiled, she threw the small bamboo shoots into the pot. The little Crown Princess also took out a handful of noodles from her inner world along with some ready-made shredded meat. Everyone looked at this master and servant pair dumbfoundedly. They were, doing what? Aya, younger sister, I suddenly realized that I'm so hungry after smelling the aroma. It turns out that it's almost time for lunch. Give me a bowl later too. Xiaomi took out a bowl and chopsticks from her inner world and squatted next to the pot, staring at it eagerly. Empress Zhao's mouth twitched as she gazed speechlessly at this daughter-in-law. Commandery Princess Ian, who was walking next to her, couldn't help but laugh. Is the Crown Princess cooking lunch? There's no share for you. Arbor gazed at her coldly before having Haitang scatter the noodles. It wasn't long before the pot of delicious and fragrant shredded meat and spiritual bamboo shoot noodles was finished. By this time, everyone had noticed that Manager who was standing on the side, had beads of cold sweat on his forehead, looking like he would faint at any moment. Empress Zhao's heart jolted, and she sent a look to the green mammy. Nanny Qing understood. With a wave of her hand, more than a dozen guards came out from the dark and formed a fan-shaped encirclement. They surrounded Steward who was covered in cold sweat. Arbor took out a stack of bowls and filled a small half-bowl for Empress Zhao, Mou, Xiaomi, and Bailey Zhen. He had people pass it to them, and he and Haitang also got half a bowl each. The remaining half of the pot was left there for everyone to use. When everyone saw Empress Zhao and the others drink the soup in one gulp, their eyes narrowed into slits, looking very pleased. He hurriedly rushed forward to snatch the remaining half-pot of noodle soup. There were no more noodles left, but there was still some soup to drink. Those who were quick in grabbing quickly poured themselves half a bowl of soup, while those who were slow in grabbing could only watch helplessly. Mo Shuang and Yang Fengyan almost fought over 2 mouthfuls of soup. In the end, Mo Shuang gave a look to the accompanying guards to subdue Yang Fengyan, and she poured the last 2 mouthfuls of soup into her mouth. Once she drank it, whether her profound strength rose or not, it had nothing to do with her. In any case, she was just an ordinary person without any profound strength. She only felt that her mouth was overflowing with a fresh fragrance, and the 2 mouthfuls of spirit bamboo shoot soup simply left a rich aftertaste. How dare you? How dare you deceive the Empress Dowager and the Great King? Empress Zhao's face instantly darkened. 2 guards immediately stepped forward and kicked caretaker who was sweating profusely, to his knees. Manager who hurriedly complained, "Your Majesty the Queen, please judge clearly. This lowly one doesn't dare to deceive the Great King and the Empress Dowager. This lowly one really didn't know that the spirit bamboo shoots had already sprouted. If this lowly one knew, this lowly one would naturally have sent people to dig them up and present them to Your Majesty the Empress Dowager. You're full of nonsense." Empress Zhao angrily rebuked, "Tie him up. Search his residence." Manager whose face was filled with terror. He didn't know how things had developed to this point. These spirit bamboo shoots were clearly buried deep underground, and it wasn't as easy to dig up as ordinary bamboo shoots. Even he, who was stationed in this shooting court all year round, accompanied by this bamboo forest, could only occasionally dig up 1 or 2 stalks of spirit bamboo shoots. Why was it that the crown princess could casually step on a stalk of spirit bamboo shoot, very quickly? The people who were searching manager whose residence ran back to report to Empress Zhao. "Your Highness, we found a large storeroom under manager whose room. There are many rations and supplies hidden inside, as well as large amounts of mystic currency and magnetite." Empress Zhao's expression instantly turned unsightly. She stared at manager who with a sharp gaze and said, "Good. All these years, these spirit bamboo shoots have become tools for you to amass wealth." Manager who couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly with a pale face, "Your Highness, spare my life, Your Highness, spare my life. You unruly servant, you actually have the face to ask this consort to spare your life?" Empress Zhao was so angry that she laughed instead. "What are you still standing there for? Drag him out and chop him up for this consort. This unruly servant didn't consecrate the spirit bamboo shoots to the Great King. Instead, he guarded this piece of land and became the Great King himself." "Good, good, good, truly very good." Empress Zhao's eyes emitted a cold light. With a wave of her hand, 2 guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the wailing manager who out. "No, you can't kill me. Your Highness the Queen." This time, manager who was truly anxious. He panicked and said, "This old servant was sent here by Her Highness Imperial Concubine Shu. You can't kill me. You can't kill me." Consort Cheng's expression changed as she immediately looked towards her daughter-in-law, Xu Quan. Xu Quan's expression also changed several times as she hurriedly rebuked, "Nonsense, how could you be sent here by Her Highness Imperial Concubine Shu? You're clearly trying to use Her Highness Imperial Concubine Shu's name to deceive Her Highness the Queen." "No, no." Manager who struggled with all his might and shouted with a pale face, "I'll confess, I'll confess, I'll confess everything. Your Highness the Queen, tell me, this servant is just a lowly manager. If there wasn't an order from above, how could I dare to embezzle the spirit bamboo shoots and sell them all these years? Besides, even if I were to sell these precious spirit bamboo shoots, I would still need a channel to successfully exchange them for the materials I need, right?" Empress Zhao pondered for a moment, then waved her hand to have the imperial bodyguards drag the steward back. She looked at him coldly and said, "You're right. I don't think you have the guts to embezzle it. Tell me who is above you and who told you to do this." Xu Quan's eyelids twitched violently. She forcefully suppressed her flustered and short-of-breath emotions, and with a cold expression, she put on airs and shouted, "Wicked slave, you're about to die and you still dare to talk nonsense. Great King's second consort, don't interrupt now." Empress Zhao glanced at her coldly, a name already appearing in her mind. "It's the Great King's son, it's all the Great King's son's orders." Steward who confessed everything in one go, and he continued to speak in one breath. In previous years, the great king's son even instructed this servant to present 1/5 of the spirit bamboo shoots to Her Highness the Empress Dowager and His Majesty the Great King in the palace. But this year, for some reason, the great king's son suddenly ran over to tell this servant that he's short on funds. It's not very convenient for him to do so, so he told this servant to keep all of the spirit bamboo shoots and not send a single one to the palace. You're speaking nonsense. Without waiting for the great king's second consort Xianxia to speak, Her Highness Consort Qing cried out first. She pointed at Steward who was kneeling on the ground, and was so angry that her entire body was trembling nonstop. You damned lowly slave, someone come. Drag this lowly slave away from me. Consort Qing, why are you in such a hurry? The matter hasn't even been discussed yet you're in such a hurry to have this servant die? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? Empress Zhao coldly glanced at Consort Qing and indifferently waved her hand to stop her. She then turned to look at manager who was kneeling on the ground. You wicked servant, you better think carefully before you speak. Who exactly instructed you to secretly hide the spiritual bamboo shoots and exchange them for private goods? It was His Highness the Great King. Manager who firmly believed that it was His Highness the Great King, as if he was biting onto a piece of fatty meat, refusing to let go even if he died. Consort Qing was so angry that her face and neck turned red. Suddenly, she almost lost control and ran forward. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to scratch manager who to death. Don't speak nonsense. You're slandering my son. When we return to the palace, I will personally explain this matter to the great king. Empress Zhao coldly smiled. When the time comes, I will also ask Consort Qing to be present and explain everything clearly. Don't blame this consort for not giving you a chance to refute. Your Highness, please listen to me. This matter has nothing to do with my Jiaoer. Your Highness. Consort Qing was sweating profusely and wanted to refute, but how could Empress Zhao be willing to listen to her? She waved her hand and said, this consort is tired. Green Mammy, you will temporarily take over all matters in this Yuting court. Yes, this servant obeys. Green Mammy slanted her mouth and disdainfully swept a glance at Consort Qing and the great king's second consort Xianxia. Like a rooster that had won a fight, she led everyone away and began to arrange everyone's food and lodging. After tossing and turning for the entire morning, Empress Zhao only drank a mouthful of broth and ate 2 chopsticks of noodles. Right now, she was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. She only wanted to rest as soon as possible. Arbor had a bountiful harvest, so she didn't care about how noisy this flock of orioles and swallows were and entered the court together with Princess Mi very quickly. The courtyard was allocated. Because this was only a private courtyard, with so many noble ladies arriving at once, it was naturally impossible for everyone to be assigned to a courtyard. Thus, they were randomly assigned to 2 or 3 people to a small courtyard. Little Crown Princess and Xiaomi were assigned to the same courtyard, and everyone was happy. However, Bai Lizhen was assigned to the same place as Mo Shuang. She was really unhappy. After returning to their own courtyard, Arbor asked Haitang to cook a pot of spirit bamboo shoot shredded pork noodles. This pot of noodles was shared between the 3 of them, so naturally, they were able to eat until they were full. Princess Mi ate to her heart's content. She reached out to rub her belly and said, "Younger sister, do you think that mother-in-law of yours really doesn't know, or is she pretending not to know and taking advantage of the situation to make a fuss?" What Princess Mi was talking about was naturally the matter of the spirit bamboo shoots. Qiaomu sighed. Say, why do you think she brought us to this June Mountain Yuting court for no reason? Is it really just to entertain you princesses and noble ladies of other countries? That was because Empress Zhao had gathered enough evidence to use the excuse of entertaining the noble ladies to directly tear into Her Highness Consort Qing. Princess Mi widened her eyes in shock. You? How did you know? I guessed. After Arbor finished the last mouthful of noodle soup, she threw the small bowl to Haitang to wash. Then, she walked towards the side room with her small hands folded. Eating and drinking to one's heart's content and having a nice afternoon nap, this is life. Who cares how much of a ruckus she caused outside? In any case, it was none of her business. Master, I have planted the spirit bamboo shoots. Qiuqiu's joyful voice sounded in her conscious. In the future, you will be a person with spirit bamboo shoots. Can spirit bamboo shoots still grow in that bamboo forest beside the clear stream? Arbor suddenly thought of a question. Qiuqiu stared blankly for a moment before saying weakly, the last spirit bamboo shoot was eaten by you guys when you were cooking noodles. That is to say, spirit bamboo shoots were really extinct in this shooting court. Heh, scammer. Alright then, in any case, the spiritual bamboo shoots that grew in this shooting court would eventually be taken away by a pig like Steward who. It would be better to let her keep it and cultivate the spiritual bamboo shoots on a large scale. Arbor kicked off his shoes and fell onto the bed to take an afternoon nap. On the other side, Consort Qing didn't even bother to bring over the lunch and kept pacing back and forth in the room while pinching her handkerchief. Other than Xu Quan, there were also two of the great king's concubines in the room, Concubine Zhang and Concubine Wu. Concubine Zhang had always been clumsy with words and wasn't very likable. When she saw Consort Qing getting angry, she also kept her mouth shut and lowered her head, not daring to even breathe loudly. Concubine Wu, on the other hand, was smooth and slick. When she saw Consort Qing like this, she hurriedly advised, Mother, don't be anxious. This is only Steward whose one-sided statement. It's very easy for us to deal with a mere servant. There's still a chance for us to make a comeback. When Xu Quan heard this, she sighed. She had long warned her husband that before doing anything, he had to use his brain first. Don't just look for trouble and act rashly. The crown prince's position was so secure. It wasn't something that her husband could easily fight for. If he had stood by the crown prince's side early on, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. It was a pity that her words carried little weight. Her mother-in-law and husband had their own plans and considerations. She was like a piece of duckweed, tossing back and forth on the sea with no end in sight. Xu Quan, why aren't you saying anything? Compared to these two concubines, Consort Qing trusted her daughter-in-law Xu Quan's brains more. However, Xu Quan didn't know what to say at this moment. When Consort Qing saw her daughter-in-law's appearance, she couldn't help but become anxious. Xu Quan, say something. Mother, I feel that if this matter isn't handled properly, the great king's son might not be able to make a comeback in the future. What did you say? Consort Qing immediately became anxious. It's not possible. Isn't it just a few lousy bamboo shoots? How could it possibly involve so many people? Xu Quan faintly glanced at Consort Qing. Imperial Mother, Lord Husband is moving the cultivation resources of Her Highness the Empress Dowager, the Great King, and even the princes and grandsons. Her husband had exchanged these cultivation resources for cultivation coins and resources. What did he need so many cultivation coins and resources for? Do you think the Great King will let him go this time? Consort Qing sat down on the stool stupidly. Xu Quan glanced at her coldly, shook her head, and walked out the door. Needless to say, on the surface, this matter was indeed the work of the Great King's son, but Consort Qing and the entire Xu family should have known about it. Perhaps the Xu family had also benefited from it. She laughed self-deprecatingly. So what if she was being cautious? With such a father, mother, mother-in-law, and husband, she could forget about living a good life. Xu Quan. You're the smartest, so you should quickly think of a way to smooth things over. Xu Quan. Xu? Consort Qing stared blankly as her daughter-in-law walked out without looking back. She angrily picked up a teacup and fiercely smashed it on the ground. This ingrate. Jiao respected her so much and asked her for advice on everything. In the end, at the most crucial moment, she was actually so heartless. Vice Consort Zhang was so frightened that she didn't dare say a word. Vice Consort Wu sneered and helped Consort Qing sit down. Imperial Mother, I think we can't count on elder sister. Right now, we can only think of a way ourselves and think of a countermeasure before we return to the palace. Arbor slept for more than 2 hours before getting up. She couldn't care less about how badly battered Consort Qing and the others were. The little fellow was sleeping quite soundly. There was no helping it. The battle was probably just around the corner. If she could sleep, she should hurry and sleep. Who knew what she would encounter tonight? Haitang brought in clean clothes. After washing up, Arbor was informed that the great king's first consort was currently in the small courtyard and had been sitting there waiting for her for almost an entire afternoon. Shu Quan? The great king's first consort's demure face appeared in front of Arbor's eyes. She nodded and said, "Invite her in." She didn't have much contact with Shu Quan normally, but after a few interactions, she felt that this great king's first consort was very decent and generous. Compared to her acerbic mother, she was much better. Shu Quan quickly walked in and immediately saw the little crown princess sitting by the table. Without another word, she lifted her skirt and was about to kneel. However, a strange force supported her knees and didn't allow her to kneel. "Eldest sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Arbor glanced at her indifferently and said, "If you have something to say, sit down and talk." Shu Quan pursed her lips and froze there stiffly. She didn't know whether to get up or kneel. On the other hand, Xier very cleverly helped her up and sent her to sit beside the little crown princess. Crown princess. Shu Quan knows that the crime of being greedy for the ink spirit bamboo shoots is very serious. Husband, the entire king's estate, and even the Shu family wouldn't be safe and sound. Shu Quan isn't afraid of death and is willing to die with her husband. However, I would like to ask the crown princess to grant Shu Quan a small request and let my 3 children live. Arbor glanced at her coldly. "Eldest sister-in-law, you should be begging the great king and the queen for this matter, not me." I know," Arbor raised his hand to stop her from continuing. "I'm sure you know what the great king is like. To put it bluntly, the great king is so indecisive and overcautious. Is he the kind of person who would kill his eldest son? You know very well in your heart that your husband will be fine. With the great king's way of doing things, he will at most ground your husband for 5 years. Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Shu Quan and Xier were flabbergasted when they heard these somewhat disrespectful words. As for your 3 sons and daughters, they are all the great king's grandsons. If he can't even bear to kill his own sons, how could he possibly implicate his own grandsons? Arbor had long seen through the nature of the great king. Arbor faintly swept a glance at Shu Quan and said, "Speak, what exactly are you planning? Since you're asking for my help, shouldn't you tell me the truth and be frank with me? Isn't that better?" Shu Quan didn't know why, but when she looked at the little crown princess with such a cold expression, her eyes unknowingly filled with tears, and they gushed out drop by drop. "Crown princess." Shu Quan abruptly stood up and knelt again. "Yes, I want to ask for your help. Just this once, not as the eldest sister-in-law, nor as the great king's consort. Purely as the mother of 3 children, I beg you to help me this once. I only want to be willful this once in my life." An hour later, Shu Quan solemnly bowed to the little crown princess. She stuffed a small medicine bottle under her sleeve and left quietly with the handkerchief in her hand tightly clenched. Other than the 4 people present, no one knew what had happened. Xier used the handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and followed Shu Quan with a resolute expression. Haiteng prepared a sumptuous dinner for the little crown princess. While she was serving the dishes, she asked with a dazed expression, "Crown princess, why are you helping the great king's first consort? If I want to help, I'll help. Why do you ask so many questions?" Arbor said indifferently. "Oh." Haiteng answered blankly. "This time, they'll definitely find a scapegoat for the spirit bamboo shoot incident. The great king doesn't want to watch his eldest son die, so old consort Shu and the Shu family will definitely be the scapegoats." Arbor drank a mouthful of the delicious fish soup and narrowed her eyes. She looked up at Haiteng and said, "Haiteng, have you practiced cooking before?" His Highness said that Haiteng must learn anything that the crown princess isn't good at. For example, cooking, needlework, farming. "That's enough." Arbor interrupted Haiteng's words with a dark expression. She freaking felt like there were so many things that she didn't know. Haiteng blinked. "Crown princess, don't worry. Just bring Haiteng with you wherever you go in the future. Haiteng knows how to kill people and steal their goods. Below, Haiteng knows how to cook. I know everything." Arbor turned to look at the dazed child and couldn't help but burst out in laughter. "Go away. This annoying fellow." Haiteng cleaned up the table and walked out obediently. When she reached the door, she couldn't help but look back at Arbor. "Crown princess, you should actually smile more." Arbor paused and shook her head helplessly. Their itinerary this time was to spend 3 happy days in Yating Court. But looking at the current situation, Her Majesty the Queen and the others weren't in a good mood. They would probably return to the palace tomorrow evening. After all, Empress Zhao was in a hurry to report the spirit bamboo shoot incident to the Great King, and Consort couldn't eat or sleep well, so she wasn't in the mood to play. The two at the top didn't get along well, so their emotions naturally affected the people below. Arbor's bed was newly made, and she had prepared her own bedding. Now, she could roll around on the fragrant mattress. Perfect. Before sleeping, Arbor solemnly pulled Chirps out of the paradise and patted its little head. When Master falls asleep later, remember to wake me up if anything happens in the middle of the night. The little fat squirrel hugged its belly and nodded. In the end, not only did she have a good night's sleep, but when Xiaomu opened her eyes, she saw that fat squirrel curled up on her pillow with its belly protruding, sleeping even more deeply than her. Xiaomu was truly speechless. Sure enough, these adorable little animals were each more unreliable than the other. She said she liked beasts. Crown Prince Consort, you're awake. Haitang walked in and curtsied. Her Majesty the Queen sent word just now. Today, all the princesses and young misses will be allowed to play in Yating Court. Return to the palace before sunset. Arbor nodded, thinking that it was more or less as she had predicted. Queen Zhao was impatient to return to the palace and report the spirit bamboo shoot incident to the Great King. It didn't have much to do with her. Since the first half of the day was free time, then she might as well, reluctantly wander around. After the master and servant pair brought along Princess Mi, the trio wandered around Yating Court for less than an hour before they started to wander around unhappily. It just so happened that there was a mountain-leaning pavilion up ahead, and the scenery looked pretty good. The trio walked over and paused when they got close. They saw Ian supporting Empress Zhao as they walked into the pavilion, chatting and laughing. The two people were followed by a dozen or so smiling royal servants. Some were holding umbrellas, some were carrying food boxes, and some were carrying teapots and teacups. It was obvious that they were going to the pavilion up ahead to have a private chat. Xiaomi blurted out, "Younger sister, why do I feel like that whatever commandery princess looks more like Her Majesty the Queen's daughter-in-law than you?" Arbor stared at commandery Princess Ian coldly, and the latter also saw her when she turned around. At an angle that Empress Zhao couldn't see, she pursed her lips at her and smiled provocatively at her with the posture of a victor. Arbor was very disdainful of this. This woman had clearly already married into the vassal king of Anan's estate, so why was she still so oblivious to her status? At this time, the queen also saw Arbor and said with a nod, "Crown Princess, Princess Mi. If you don't have anything else to do, then come over and have a chat with me." Xiaomi tugged at Arbor's sleeve, and Arbor nodded. He walked up with Xiaomi and saluted according to etiquette before sitting down in the pavilion leaning against the mountain. This pavilion was built against the mountain and looked down from above, with a circle of bow-shaped seats set up around it. At a glance, one could see several floating clouds beneath their feet. If it were the early morning, it would definitely be a spectacular sight. After Ian sat down, she instructed Su-er to bring over tea and pastries. She then eagerly boiled tea and laid out the pastries for Her Majesty the Queen. Sure enough, she acted more like a daughter-in-law than an actual daughter-in-law. Xiaomi pursed her lips and couldn't resist criticizing, "Oh, commandery Princess Ian, why do you have to do this servant's work? You're degrading your status. We, the sons and daughters of the Western Wastelands, aren't that particular. Just some plain water will do." Commandery Princess Ian was not angry at Xiaomi's sarcastic remark about her being a servant. Instead, she even smiled at her good-naturedly. It was as if the shrew commandery Princess Ian that everyone saw as a joke on her wedding day no longer existed. She had returned to that elegant, dignified, and beautiful commandery Princess Ian. However, Arbor could clearly see great hostility and resentment in the woman's eyes. What was she pretending for? Xiaomu swept her a glance before retracting her gaze. "Your Highness, please try this tea." A smile flitted across commandery Princess Ian's beautiful face, and she presented a plain-patterned teacup to the queen with both hands. Empress Zhao nodded and motioned for her to put it down. "Crown Princess, you." Empress Zhao's gaze fell on the little fellow's head. In addition to a unique phoenix hairpin, there was also a bright and glistening flower embedded in the hair. "It's the jasper begonia flower." Empress Zhao blurted out. This jasper begonia looked even bigger than the one the Empress Dowager had. It looked really nice on the little crown princess's head. Arbor thought that the queen had taken a fancy to the only phoenix hairpin on her head. She hurriedly raised her hand to touch it and said, I can't give this to you. Mo Lian made this for me, so it's mine. The queen, on the side, Green Mammy rolled her eyes and said with a pout, Crown Princess, Her Majesty the Queen doesn't lack jewelry. Then that's good. The little crown princess put down her small hand and said with a nod, even if you like it, I won't give it to you. It's mine. The queen, why did she suddenly want to kill this daughter-in-law so much? Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Her son had taken a fancy to her daughter-in-law, her son liked her, so she must be calm, calm. She couldn't get angry, she couldn't get angry. The queen took a deep breath and tried her best to put on an amiable expression, don't be angry, don't be angry. I can't anger my daughter-in-law to death. Crown Princess, this queen is very fond of the jasper begonia you are wearing on your head. This flower is even bigger and brighter than the jasper begonia that this queen saw at Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's place. Oh. Only then did the little crown princess realize that Her Majesty the Queen was looking at the flower on her head. Speaking of this flower, it was because she had casually removed a stalk of jasper begonia from the paradise when she was washing up in the morning. Hai Tang was so fond of it that she insisted on snatching it and trimming 3 to 4 flower ornaments out of it. How could the little crown princess be so happy to wear a flower on her head? She wasn't a plant, so why would she wear a flower? Yet after Hai Tang put it on her head, she thought that it looked pretty good, so she also wore it. The little crown princess thought that she couldn't waste the remaining flower ornaments, so she warmed them up with medicine and put them into separate boxes. Now that the queen mentioned it, she took out 2 boxes, handing one to the queen and the other to the impatient Xiaomi. If you like it, then wear it. I have soaked this flower in medicine, so it should be able to stay bright for 10 days to half a month. Empress Zhao opened the box to take a look. She couldn't help feeling delighted when she saw the 2 exquisite, jade-colored flower ornaments inside. Needless to say, Xiaomi was grinning from ear to ear. She put away the box into her inner world and cupped her hands at Xiao Mu. Younger sis, thank you so much. Before Empress Zhao could reply with a smile, Commandery Princess Ian widened her eyes in shock. She looked like she had been provoked, and she nearly jumped up from her stool. She rushed up to snatch the box in Empress Zhao's hands. Your Majesty the Queen, you mustn't. This flower is poisonous. Empress Zhao's eyelid jerked, and the box in her hands was nearly snatched away by Ian. What are you doing? Empress Zhao's face darkened in displeasure. Your Majesty, please believe Ian's words and immediately summon the royal physicians who came with you. If they can't detect that this flower is poisonous, then Ian is willing to eat this flower. Ridiculous. Queen Zhao rebuked angrily. Then, she turned to look at the young crown prince consort with some suspicion in her eyes. The young crown prince consort shrugged nonchalantly and said, then let's invite the royal physician to examine it. This queen believes the crown prince consort. Queen Zhao glanced at Ian coldly and said, Ian, you truly were too disrespectful today. At the start, Empress Zhao's to Empress Zhao, Empress, and the queen's, Empress. She saw that the jasper begonia on the crown princess's head was pretty, so the crown princess gifted her the remaining begonia flowers. How could she have planned this out in advance when this matter was so random? How could she have made the crown princess poison the begonia flowers in advance? She wasn't an idiot. Empress Zhao glared at Ian irritably. Alright, stop fooling around. Your Majesty, the crown princess herself said that she had soaked this flower in medicine. Arbor and Xiaomi both rolled their eyes. The little crown princess crossed her arms grumpily as she ordered Hai Tang, go invite the royal physicians over. If the test shows that there's nothing wrong with my flowers, Ian, you said it yourself, eat these 2 flowers. Empress Zhao twitched her mouth. She couldn't bear to eat flowers even if Ian wanted to. How could such precious jasper begonia flowers be eaten? Soon, 2 royal physicians were summoned to the mountain-leaning pavilion. After the 2 people went up to perform the greetings, they conducted a strict and repeated test for poison on the 2 jasper begonia flowers inside Empress Zhao's box. The results naturally made Ian feel terrible. These flowers were actually not poisonous. Not only that, but the two royal physicians were also praising them endlessly, saying that these begonia flowers were extraordinarily effective. She wondered which great medical master had used this medicine, but this medicine was only beneficial to the human body and did not harm at all. Ian was truly flabbergasted when she heard this. She felt that these two royal physicians were forced by the crown princess's status to say such flattering words. Eat! The little crown princess grumpily shouted at Ian. Yet Empress Zhao quickly stuffed the box into her inner world and waved her hand calmly, saying, "How can we let her eat such a good flower ornament? Let's just choose 2 other flowers for her to eat." Xiaomi, Ian turned to look at Empress Zhao in disbelief, simply not daring to believe her ears. Just now, what did Empress Zhao mean by that? That meant, even Empress Zhao was not standing by her side anymore, but she was merely worried about Her Majesty the Queen's health, worried that she would be deceived by the crown princess. Going back on your word. Big liar. She clearly said that she would eat flowers, but now she wasn't eating them? She was lying to Jojo. The young crown prince consort stood up in a huff. She didn't say anything as she strode out of the pavilion in a huff. Empress Zhao suddenly had a feeling that she had bullied a child. What was the meaning of this? Xiaomi twitched her mouth before standing up with a cough. Apologies, Your Majesty the Queen, I will be leaving first with the crown princess. When the little crown princess walked out of the pavilion, she suddenly turned around, her sharp gaze landing on Commandery Princess Ian. You were the one who put the sumaru seed in grandmother's jasper begonia, right? Commandery Princess Ian shuddered, and she reflexively shook her head and shouted, what sumaru? I don't know what you are talking about. The young crown princess merely swept her a cold glance. Since Ian had already explained everything with a guilty conscience, there was no need for her to continue asking. After all, in the entire Mo Kingdom capital, there was only one stalk of a precious flower like the jasper begonia in the hands of the Empress Dowager. Ian had mistakenly thought that her flowers were pruned from the jasper begonia potted plant that the Queen Dowager had discarded. This was also human nature. Only the person who had tampered with her grandmother's pot of jasper begonia could be sure that the jasper begonia was poisonous. Unfortunately, Ian did not know that there was currently a large sea of jasper crabapple flowers inside the little crown princess paradise. Arbor was so angry that she left. Xiaomi chased after her and said with a smile, all right, Jojo, don't worry. She won't eat flowers today, but I'll let her eat 10 liters of grass tomorrow to nourish her. Arbor's eyes lit up when he heard that. You want to dig up some smelly grass for her to eat? Okay. I'll have my subordinates specially go to the manure pit to find some thatch. Arbor mused that this was a good idea. This was the outcome of deceiving Jojo. Not long after the two left, they heard Commandery Princess Ian's exclamation from the mountain-leaning pavilion. Startled, Arbor turned around and saw 2 giant nightcaw birds swooping onto the island in the middle of the lake in broad daylight. At this time, they were currently grabbing at the people inside the mountain-leaning pavilion. The Queen. Arbor turned around and ran toward the mountain-leaning pavilion without even thinking. Xiaomi followed closely behind as she nervously pulled out a long sword. However, before Arbor could run 2 steps, she lost her grip on the sword and it fell to the ground with a clang. Arbor's mouth involuntarily twitched. Stay here and wait for me. After saying this, her figure flashed as she dashed off like a sharp arrow. Hey, Jojo. Xiaomi was anxious, and she quickly picked up her sword from the ground before chasing after her figure. By the time Arbor reached the mountain-leaning pavilion, he saw that a giant nightcaw bird had already pounced into the crowd and was currently being attacked by several royal maidservants. Fortunately, these royal maidservants also knew a bit of martial arts, so they would not be insta-killed by the nightcaw bird. Arbor swiftly sent that nightcaw bird flying with a burst of mystic energy. He had already arrived in front of the green mammy and asked coldly, "Where is the Queen?" Her Majesty left first along a small path with Commandery Princess Ian just now. The green mammy quickly replied, not daring to tarry. She was well aware of how powerful the crown princess was. If the crown princess could lend a helping hand, Her Majesty's side would be safer. As they spoke, a royal guard team also sprinted over and dealt with the nightcaw bird in midair in a well-trained manner. Arbor summoned Qingluan and the fat squirrel and had them stay here to help the royal guards deal with the nightcaw bird. This should be foolproof. Afterwards, he turned to tell Xiaomi, I'm going to find the queen. You stay here and don't leave. After saying this, he did not wait for Xiaomi to reply before swiftly dashing off in the direction that the queen and Ian had left in like a wisp of smoke. Meanwhile, Empress Zhao and Ian were sprinting up the long corridor under the protection of the royal maidservants. Previously, 2 night cowbirds had suddenly attacked the crowd, and they were very intelligent. One of them stayed behind to deal with the royal maidservants, while the other followed the queen and Ian closely. Fortunately, when the 2 people dashed down the short corridor, that night cowbird that was relentlessly pursuing them was scraped by the eaves of the corridor, and it was sent flying with a sharp cry. Empress Zhao hurriedly turned around and threw out a burst of Xian energy. In her haste, she missed the target and angered the night cowbird that was rolling on the ground. It got up and flapped its wings, viciously chasing after the 2 of them. Ian shrieked and turned into the corridor in a panic, running toward the small garden up ahead. At this moment, 4 or 5 shadow guards caught up, and the pressure on the queen's side was greatly reduced. The shadow guards surrounded and attacked the night cowbird. At the same time, they turned to Empress Zhao and called out, "Nyang Nyang, you go first." Empress Zhao nodded and said, "Be careful," before following Ian to the other end of the art gallery. There were many flowers and plants planted on both sides of the long corridor. Normally, they looked very pleasing to the eye, but when they were running for their lives, they were always tangled up by the branches and leaves, making them very unsightly. Ian ran to the end of the long corridor in a spurt of energy. Just as she was about to pass through the small arched door, a pair of rotting wings suddenly dropped down in front of her. She saw something that looked like a long-necked crane abruptly appear in front of Ian. It suddenly opened its monstrous mouth and bit at Ian's arm. "Ah!" Ian shrieked with a pale face as she covered her mouth with both hands. The queen rushed over with flying steps. Then, she picked up the spiritual dagger in her hand, and threw it over. The dagger carried a trace of flowing light, and pierced straight into the long-necked crane's head. It immediately fell to the ground. The queen quickly ran up and pulled out the short blade from the long-necked zombie crane's head. She wiped the blade carelessly with a handkerchief before pulling Ian along and saying, "Let's go quickly, what are you spacing out for?" Ian quivered and quickly nodded. She then passed through the small garden with Empress Zhao and ran toward the main entrance of Yating Court. Just as the 2 people passed through the garden path, they saw 4 to 5 long-necked zombie cranes swooping down from mid-air. Anxious, Queen Zhao stared at the spirit artifact dagger in her hand and subconsciously swung it. In a split second, the dagger suddenly expanded by a dozen or so inches and turned into a treasured sword. Without any explanation, it cut off the head of one of the corpse cranes. This spiritual weapon short blade was given to her by Arbor previously. Back then, it was the giant ape who seized it from Northern Wei's 5th Highness, Wei Nanshu. Arbor had given it to Empress Zhao as a present, so it had saved her life this time. While Empress Zhao was fighting the remaining zombie cranes, Ian had already found an opening to slip away first. When Empress Zhao finished dealing with those zombie cranes and looked back, she saw that Ian had already run to the pavilion on the other side, with one foot about to enter the pavilion. Empress Zhao also quickly ran over. Right now, she was already exhibiting an extraordinary speed, so she didn't care about her image when she was fleeing for her life. She dashed over in a disheveled manner, and just as she reached the bottom of the steps, she heard the stern cries of the zombie cranes in mid-air. At this time, she already appeared to be mentally and physically exhausted after a series of battles. As a result, she didn't even dare to look back as she quickly ran up the steps. Just as she was about to dash into the pavilion with Ian to take shelter temporarily, she saw the 2 iron doors abruptly slam shut in front of her. Empress Zhao stared at those 2 closed doors in shock. Unable to stop in time, she bumped into the tightly shut doors with a bang. She couldn't resist pounding on the doors as she shrieked, "Ian, Ian, hurry and open the door." Ian was scared to death, so how would she dare to open the door? She hastily braced her back against the door as she shook her head in fright. "No, I can't, Your Majesty. There are too many zombie cranes outside, so I can't open the door." "Ian!" The queen simply didn't dare to believe her ears. That commandery Princess Ian, who expressed her filial piety to her day in and day out, wishing that she could treat her as her own mother-in-law. Such a demure, elegant, and beautiful commandery Princess Ian would actually treat her like this at a critical moment. The queen turned around and saw a group of over 100 corpse cranes flying towards her. She had already dealt with a few corpse cranes earlier, so how could she have the strength to continue? He couldn't help but think to himself, my life is over. Empress Zhao's face turned snow-white in a split second. She turned around and patted the tightly shut iron door, unwilling to give up. Ian, let me in. On the other side of the door, Ian once again fixed the door sills on the door. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably, drenched in sweat, as though she had been fished out of the river. No way. She couldn't open the door. With her mediocre skills, if she opened the door, she would die together with Empress Zhao. She was still so young, only 17 years old. She couldn't die like this. In any case, Empress Zhao was also getting on in years, so she could just die by herself. Don't implicate her. Ah. Hearing Empress Zhao's screams outside the door, Ian's heart clenched tightly. She clutched the front of her clothes as she muttered to herself, I'm not being selfish. I just don't want to die. I don't want to die. She covered her ears with her hands as she hastily ran into the attic. She hid at the bottom of the stairs and hugged herself into a ball, not daring to make a sound while trembling. Queen Zhao was drenched in cold sweat as she fought against the flying corpse cranes in a life-and-death struggle. She really didn't expect that this trip to Yating Court would be the day of her death. Empress Zhao couldn't help but smile sadly. She didn't expect that after scheming, she would end up including her own life. However, she didn't regret it. Consort Qing and that restless son of hers had delusions of making a move against her crown prince. She naturally had to deal with them before they succeeded so as to avoid harming her son. After Empress Zhao killed another zombie crane, her right arm felt sore and limp, and it drooped down powerlessly. She chuckled self-mockingly as she looked at the flock of zombie cranes that kept pouncing toward her. It turned out that no one could remain calm in the face of death. Because this kind of death was so unacceptable. Roar. After the giant ape's furious roar, the earth trembled incessantly. The giant ape kicked aside two zombie cranes and ran toward her with a thud. Empress Zhao looked up in shock and saw a stoic-faced little lady jumping down from the giant ape's head. After glancing at her, she directly started cleaning up the surrounding zombie cranes without a second word. Countless vines squirmed out from her sleeves and whipped at the surrounding zombie cranes. Accompanied by several hundred ice blades piercing through the air, all the approaching zombie cranes were severely injured by her thunderous methods. Empress Zhao only felt her eyes heat up, and an indescribable emotion swelled up in her chest. Sure enough, it was still better to kiss a daughter-in-law, a coquettish B*tch like Ian really couldn't be trusted. No matter how critical she was of this little stoic daughter-in-law before, her daughter-in-law still ran over to save her without any hesitation for her son's sake when encountering such a crisis. However, Empress Zhao's heart contracted tightly. As she watched the little stoic plunging into the zombie crane flock, her palms involuntarily broke out in cold sweat. This was an encirclement of several hundred zombie cranes. However, Empress Zhao's state of mind soon relaxed slightly. Following the crown princess's appearance, several hundred hidden night pavilions guards also swarmed over. With everyone working together, it would only take minutes to clean up this flock of zombie cranes. Seeing that the situation was under control, the little crown princess quickly flashed to the queen. "Royal Mother, are you all right?" Empress Zhao shook her head with tears brimming in her eyes. She grasped her daughter-in-law's arm tightly. "I'm fine, Royal Mother is fine." This stoic-faced daughter-in-law of hers only looked colder than other people, but after interacting with her for a long time, one would discover that she was still very warm on the inside. "It's good that you're fine." The crown princess's speech, Empress Zhao's bang Wenzi's as a heavy blow. Ian's shriek erupted from inside, followed by the extremely sharp sound of fingernails crawling on the door. "SSSS Empress TSS." Xiaomu pushed the queen to the side and kicked open that iron door with a vigorous kick. That iron gate weighed 500 kilograms, but his daughter-in-law was truly valiant. With this kick, that gate collapsed inwards with a loud rumble. Empress Zhao was shocked and couldn't help but sigh ruefully. If this kick landed on a person's body, it would definitely be a kick that could take that person's life. Following the iron gate's collapse, Ian's disheveled figure rolled out from inside, followed by two squawking zombie cranes. Two rattan vines whipped at the zombie cranes, and with two bangs, the zombie cranes' heads exploded. These two zombie cranes had charged in from the second floor's fence and flew to the first floor's pavilion. They found Ian, who was hiding in the stairwell, before launching an attack on her. At this time Ian had lost all color in her face, and she was trembling all over. Meanwhile, Empress Zhao's expression had also turned very unsightly when she saw this woman. When she recalled how this woman had shut the iron gate tightly in front of her, selfishly not letting her in to hide, the fury in Empress Zhao's chest could not be soothed no matter what. Arbor drew an ice sword and aimed it at Commandery Princess Ian's chest. He asked with an icy expression, "You were caught?" Ian immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. She looked at the young crown princess in horror and screeched repeatedly, "No, no, no. I'm not injured, I'm not. Look, look." Ian hastily exposed her arms. Sure enough, there was not a single wound on her snow-white arms. I have a defensive mystic weapon. I won't be injured," Ian said hastily. Empress Zhao swept her a glance with a sneer before turning to leave with Arbor with a harumph. Ian's complexion turned ghastly pale at once. When she recalled what she had done to the queen, she couldn't help but beat her chest in regret. Great, now that the Queen Dowager did not like her, even Her Majesty the Queen would not like her after today. How could she maintain a foothold in the royal palace like this? Seeing Empress Zhao dragging her youngest daughter-in-law away without looking back, Ian was inwardly resentful. However, she had only taken a few steps down the steps with her head hung low. She suddenly paused when she felt a tingling itch near her navel. When she touched it with her hand, she actually felt several drops of blood. Ian was shocked and hurriedly lowered her head to look. With a pair of trembling snow-white hands, she slowly lifted up her torn clothes a little. Her pupils contracted. Sure enough, Ian saw that there was a small, shallow wound next to her navel, and there were even traces of blood seeping out. How was this possible? Ian's face instantly turned ghastly pale, and her leg swayed as if she was about to fall over. Could it be that when the two corpse cranes pounced on her just now, they were accidentally torn apart by their sharp claws? Ian's body swayed at once, and she looked like the sky was about to collapse. No, no, nothing will happen. Looking at her skin, it is still bleeding. Since it is bleeding, it means that there is no problem. If they were zombified, it was impossible for them to bleed. Yes, that must be it. Ian took a deep breath and kept consoling herself. When she looked up again, she saw that the little crown princess and Empress Zhao had gone far away. She didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly chased after them. Afraid that the little crown princess would discover the wound near her navel, Ian hastily moved her belt up to cover the wound. Fortunately, that wound was relatively shallow, and it stopped moving after a few drops of blood seeped out. As a result, no one would be able to tell that there was a small wound on her stomach. At this time, the stoic-faced little crown princess suddenly turned around and gazed at her suspiciously. Ian was startled, and she reflexively tensed up her body. She looked at her with slight trepidation. "Grand Crown Princess, I think we had better leave this place as soon as possible." "What are you panicking for?" Arbor gazed at her coldly. She had already received the news. The well-trained hidden guards had split up into teams to clean up the corpse cranes. Meanwhile, Consort Qing, Lu Fei, and the other royal concubines had only received a bit of shock, and they had already been brought to the main hall by the guards. After all, they had made ample preparations beforehand. As long as anyone dared to cause trouble in Yating Court, regardless of whether they were corpse cranes or nightcaw birds, they would not be able to escape the fate of being exterminated. However, the other party had caused such a huge commotion just to scare these weak imperial concubines. Arbor frowned slightly as she escorted Empress Zhao and the others to the main hall to meet up with Consort Qing, Lu Fei, and the others. Xiaomi quickly walked over. Seeing that she was fine, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. "How is it outside?" "There are still many corpse cranes outside. The guards have already formed teams to clear them out. Everyone, don't go out for now." Ao Yi, who was following behind the little crown princess, answered very naturally. "Stay here." Arbor turned and walked out. Empress Zhao hastily grabbed her small hand. "Where are you going?" "Stay here for now and wait for the commotion outside to calm down before going out." It's fine. Arbor calmly pulled Empress Zhao's hand away. I'll go out and take a look. I'll be right back. With that, her figure flashed and quickly disappeared out the door. Aoyi naturally followed closely behind. The Crown Prince had guessed correctly that the organization behind the scenes had made a move, but such a small-scale attack was unexpected. Arbor had originally thought that they would send hundreds or thousands of zombies to attack. Presumably, it was unrealistic to mobilize a large number of zombies within northernmost fortifications. Therefore, these corpse cranes that could fly became their best choice. Unfortunately, there were too few of them to achieve the desired effect. Arbor pursed her lips and quickly walked to the entrance of Yutine Court to take a look. Aoyi, did the Crown Prince say when he will be coming? Many corpse cranes were scattered at the entrance of Yutine Court. They must have been in a fierce battle with the Hidden Night Pavilion. After a while, Aoyi did not speak. Arbor's head slightly exploded. She abruptly turned her head and came face to face with a stiff face covered in rotten flesh. That zombie had grown a pair of incomplete wings on its back. It opened its mouth and moved very quickly to attack her. It opened its mouth so wide that it was almost as wide as its face. It opened to an incomprehensible extent, as if the only thing left on its face was that mouth. Crack! One of Arbor's ice blades was crushed by the undead hag's huge fangs. It chewed and swallowed the ice blade. Heh! Arbor sneered and quickly stuck a teleportation talisman on himself. With a flash of light, he was already several hundred meters behind the corpse puppet. A wood spirit flew up and instantly condensed into a giant man-eating flower. It opened its mouth and bit at the corpse puppet. The giant man-eating flower swallowed the corpse puppet in one gulp, and its mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth, began to chew. All of a sudden, the man-eating flower formed by the wood spirits began to tremble. It opened its mouth as if it had been choked and spat out the corpse puppet with red skin and green mucus. Roar! The undead hag seemed to be very sullen as it roared at Arbor. However, several dozen zombie cranes swooped towards Xiao Mu, each of them attacking her without regard for their lives. It seemed that this gargantuan corpse puppet had already evolved to a 5th-grade corpse puppet. Arbor's understanding of zombies was broken. After all, in her previous life, she had only encountered 5th-grade corpse puppets at the time of her death. She did not know that the corpse puppets she had encountered in the lower star domain could only be considered low-level corpse puppets at best. The one in front of her was clearly on the verge of evolving into a mid-level zombie. This zombie had grown a pair of wings on its back. Although the wings were still very weak right now, they were basically useless. There was no guarantee that they would become extremely powerful in the future. In addition, this zombie was beginning to have the ability to command. In the past, the low-level zombies only knew how to attack without thinking. But now, it was different. This zombie that was about to become a mid-level zombie could use its roars to command its subordinates to attack a single point. After Arbor used her vine to send a few corpse cranes flying, she leaped onto the giant ape's head. With a tap of her foot, she chased after the mid-level zombie that had retreated back into the flock of corpse cranes. Whoosh! 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 Arbor waved her hand, and countless ice crystals flew toward the zombie. At the same time, her slender figure had already arrived in front of the mid-level zombie. The startled swan dagger suddenly flew out of her conscious and directly attacked the zombie's head, flying over its head with a whoosh. The mid-level zombie tilted its head, dodging the startled swan dagger's attack. As if sensing the great danger of death, it suddenly roared like a madman, attracting even more corpse cranes. Suddenly, a shocking bolt of lightning and fire landed on the mid-level zombie with a boom. Without waiting for the zombie to struggle, it was roasted to cinders by the sudden bolt of lightning and fire. Arbor was slightly alarmed. She only felt that this person's attack was swift and fierce. His cultivation was probably on par with Mo Lian's. She quickly turned her head and first glanced at Aoyi, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up. When she saw that he was fine, she couldn't help but relax. Then, she looked up at the man who had suddenly floated in front of her. Arbor opened her mouth slightly, and her body inexplicably entered a state of alert in an instant. This was the first time she had met young Master Omega Kotoku face to face since leaving the Qin estate. Her heart trembled, and her small face turned slightly pale. The second young master in front of her was wearing a light purple robe. His flowing black hair was slightly scattered by the wind. It's this face, Xiaomu was startled, and she suddenly reached out to touch the defensive boundary that had encircled her. This sudden feeling of restraint almost suffocated Arbor. He kicked the transparent barrier of the defensive barrier and said coldly, "Let go. Let's talk." A complicated look flashed across the second young master's eyes. He suddenly reached out and subdued her. Without saying a word, he grabbed her wrist and disappeared into the air with her in a flash. After a large group of guards appeared, they looked to the left and right with a puzzled expression on their faces. Many crane corpses lay on the ground. Stay Up Late was lying on one side, unconscious. As for the crown princess, she was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? The guards anxiously shook Aoyi awake. Then, they started a carpet search around Yutine Court, looking for the crown princess everywhere. At this time, the young crown princess was no longer in Yutine Court. She had been brought by young master Omega Kotoku to an old residence on the outskirts of the Emo Kingdom capital. At this time, she was glaring at the man in front of her with icy eyes. "If you don't let go of me, I can guarantee that you will regret it later." The second young master sighed, his gaze firmly landing on her. "Jojo, I had a dream. A very, very long dream. In the dream, I saw you, and I saw myself. Bye-bye." In the main hall of Yutine Court, all the concubines and noble ladies waited anxiously. The main door was shut for a long time until a guard pushed it open and entered. "What's the situation outside? Where's the crown princess? Why hasn't the crown princess returned?" Xiaomi hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Princess, your majesty the queen. The crown princess, she." Bang! A loud sound interrupted the guard's words. Sensing that the sound came from above, the group of powerless concubines and noble ladies involuntarily cried out in alarm and looked up. Kacha! A small piece of tile was stepped down from the roof. Everyone saw a sharp corpse crane's claw reach in through the crack and couldn't help but huddle together in fright. "Aya, we can't be surrounded by a group of corpse cranes, right?" Fourth Princess Mo Shuang suddenly shrieked, startling her mother, Lu Fei, who was sitting beside her. Seeing the queen and consort Qin glaring angrily at her, Lu Fei hastily raised her hand to stop the noisy fourth princess. "Mo Shuang, shut up." "How can I shut up? Now that we're facing a great disaster, are you not even giving me the chance to speak the truth?" Mo Shuang jumped up from her stool and paced back and forth in front of everyone. "If this continues, we'll all be finished. Hurry and think of a way to charge out." Bailey Zhen withdrew the smile on her face and suddenly summoned a double-winged golden-striped leopard. She turned around and shouted at Qin Susu and Duan Siren, "Let's go, we'll kill our way out." "Everyone, wait a little longer. We've already notified His Highness Group. I believe they'll come to rescue us soon." Bang bang. The corpse crane's claw once again stepped down a few tiles on the roof. This time, the group of noble ladies looked up and saw half of the corpse crane's rotten face. "Ah!" Yang Fengyan jumped up in panic and grabbed Qin Susu beside her. "Susu, what do we do? Hurry and take me out of here, hurry and take me away from here." "Miss Biao, you stay here." Qin Susu brushed away Yang Fengyan's hand with a serious face. She got up and looked at Bai Liz Hen, who was sitting on the back of the double-winged golden-striped leopard. She nodded and rushed out the door with Duan Siren and the others. Qin Susu and Duan Siren both summoned their mystical beasts, the green-eyed spirit wolf and the fire-furred rabbit. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they saw more than 10 corpse cranes pouncing in their direction. The three of them worked together and shot their profound energy in all directions. Very quickly, they eliminated those corpse cranes that pounced in front of them. When he looked up, he saw 4 to 5 corpse cranes circling around the roof of the main hall. There weren't many of them, but these long-necked cranes had sharper claws and could tear the roof tiles apart in a few moves. In a flash, the three of them flew up to the roof at the same time. They were about to get rid of the corpse cranes. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. Qin Susu, Duan Siren, and Bai Liz Hen immediately felt their hair stand on end as they turned around. The three of them instantly formed a triangle, allowing them to see the situation from 3 different directions. Following the loud roar was a corpse puppet with a pair of incomplete wings on its back. It was extremely ugly. As it moved, the rotten flesh on its body fell off piece by piece. Duan Siren almost vomited her dinner from last night. This corpse puppet gave people a very bad feeling. It was as if the 3 of them were working together, but it was still somewhat strenuous to deal with it. Qin Susu's eyes suddenly flashed. She instantly attacked, thrusting her long sword towards the corpse puppet's neck. However, the instant the sword landed, it deviated slightly and did not hit the zombie. Instead, it completely infuriated it. The rotting zombie bellowed angrily, and several dozen long-necked zombie cranes descended from the sky and attacked the trio while flapping their wings. After Duan Siren and Beilijian chopped off the heads of 2 zombie cranes, they looked up and saw Qin Susu being kicked off the roof by a zombie and rolling all the way down. Roar! The zombie gathered all the zombie cranes and attacked the duo. Just as the dozen or so zombies were about to pounce on them, several whooshing sounds pierced through the air. The arrows flying over instantly shot into the zombie crane's head. The zombie roared angrily at the sky, but before it could leap forward, a purple flame landed on its body like a streak of light, roasting it into a chunk of charcoal that scattered on the ground. Duan Yu and Situ Yi flew to the roof in an instant and cleaned up the surrounding several dozen zombie cranes with a swing of their swords. Duan Siren gasped for breath and looked up at Duan Yu. She involuntarily called out with a wide grin, "Fourth brother." However, Duan Yu coldly swept her a glance and did not say anything. After exchanging a look with Situ Yi, the 2 of them flew down and landed on the steps in front of the main hall. When Empress Zhao and the others heard the sounds of rescue, they quickly opened the door and walked out one after another. The crown prince was dressed in a long black robe and had his hair bound by a jade crown, his back straight. With his back facing Empress Zhao and the others, he whispered to someone before waving his hand to have Yu Shou lead a group of dragon saliva guards to investigate the situation. On the other side, the royal guard commander Hui Feng and his younger brother Hui Fan also led a group of people over and were cleaning up the remaining zombie cranes along the way. When Empress Zhao saw that her son had arrived, her eyes couldn't help but heat up, and she quickly walked down the steps. Mo Lian saw her mother running over when she turned around, so she went up to support her mother. "Royal mother, you must have been frightened." Empress Zhao quickly shook her head. "It's nothing. Quickly bring more people to look for our daughter-in-law." "Our daughter-in-law asked us to stay in the main hall. She ran out alone and hasn't returned yet." Mo Lian was stunned. She turned around and frowned at Stay Up Late, who was running toward her. "What's going on?" "Your Highness, the Crown Prince Consort and this subordinate have arrived at the entrance of Yiting Court. Originally, this subordinate wanted to wait there to meet up with your Highness. Who knew that we would encounter an evolved corpse puppet with wings?" During the fight, this subordinate was suddenly hit by an unknown mystic energy and fainted on the spot. Stay Up Late knelt down and blamed himself. "I'm useless. I couldn't protect the Crown Princess. Please punish me, your Highness." Mo Lian wasn't in the mood to punish him. She turned around and headed straight for the entrance of Yiting Court. His little crown princess had disappeared at the entrance of Yiting Court. That could only mean one thing: someone had kidnapped his crown princess during the chaos. He suddenly felt a little apprehensive. Could it be that this farce in Yiting Court was actually aimed at kidnapping her? "Follow him," Liang Qingqing hurriedly called out. A group of sect disciples with excellent combat strength followed the crown prince to the entrance of Yiting Court. However, when the crown prince and the others arrived at the place that Stay Up Late had pointed out where the little crown princess had disappeared, they saw a middle-aged man wearing a metal ghost mask leading a group of more than 3,000 men in black. They suddenly jumped in from outside the wall and attacked the group without a word. After exchanging a look with Duan Yu, the crown prince abruptly turned and dashed toward the back of Yiting Court's garden. His speed was so fast that it was like a streak of light streaking across the horizon. The man in the Iron Demon mask was taken aback. Then, he waved his hand and led more than 3,000 subordinates in pursuit of the Crown Prince's group. "Hall Master, beware of trickery." The masked Raksha princess couldn't resist giving a reminder. Northern Prince Mo only brought 1,000 dragon saliva guards and 2,000 royal guardsmen on this trip. The man in the Iron Demon mask snorted. How could those good-for-nothings be our match? Chase. As soon as he said the word chase, the group of black-clothed men who were rapidly dashing after him all increased their speed, gliding past like cold stars. Under the dusk of the night, the crown prince, Duan Yu, Situ Yi, and a group of about 100 sect disciples were seen dashing to the back of the garden. The crown prince suddenly stopped. Duan Yu and the others also naturally stopped and turned to look at the group of black-clothed men who were rapidly chasing after them and surrounding them. Mo Lian's gaze swept up and down the black-clothed, iron-masked man's body before abruptly chuckling. "You coward, why don't you tear off your veil and let everyone see your true appearance?" The man in the iron demon mask cracked a smile, and his voice was a bit rough. "Does your highness the crown prince want to die knowing the truth? Unfortunately, you won't have this chance." Mo Lian chuckled. "Haven't I told you before that overly proud people will die very quickly?" With a wave of his hand, figures surged out from the surrounding trees and flowers. Under the leadership of Yu Xiao and Hui Feng, over 1,000 dragon saliva guards and imperial army guards swiftly surrounded these black-cloaked men, forming 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. As a result, the man in the iron demon mask and his group became sandwiched between enemies from both inside and outside. However, he smiled mockingly at Mo Lian. "You think these little guardsmen from the lower star domain can take us down?" TSK, Duan Yu couldn't resist shaking his head. "I don't know if you were born arrogant or stupid. Can't you tell even now? This is a trap set up for you. You're dead for sure today." "Heh, what's the point of talking nonsense with an idiot? Do it." Liang Qingqing shouted and suddenly pulled out a silk net as thin as a cicada's wing. At the same time, a transparent net also appeared in the hands of the 2 sect's disciples, including Duan Yu, Situ Yi, Bailey Shi, and Wei Nanfeng. The 100 people worked together and leaped into the air. They tore apart the net in their hands. An inescapable net covered the sky and covered the earth as it flew towards the black-clothed men. Mo Lian also leapt into the air, shooting out hundreds and thousands of purple flames from her fingers. Once this flame fell on the inescapable net, it immediately emitted a purple smoke, which formed a fire net in an instant. The black-clothed men who were caught in it were so frightened that they jumped up and resisted. Right now, they were like turtles caught in a jar. There was a net of fire above their heads, and if they retreated, they would be annihilated by the well-trained guards led by Yu Xiao and Hui Feng. If they advanced, they would be even more miserable. If they encountered the 2 sect's disciples, they would either be roasted to death or shaken to death by the mystic energy. Mo Lian swiftly threw down a dozen purple lotuses, which abruptly exploded in the midst of the black-clothed crowd, causing the crowd of black-clothed people to suffer greatly. Strangely enough, no matter how the purple flames wildly scuttled and wantonly swept through the crowd, the inescapable net above them would not be destroyed. After a period of panic, the man in the iron demon mask hastily shouted, "Don't push and shove each other. Gather your strength and tear apart the fire net above us first." It could be said that his action was very wise, but unfortunately, that web-like thing was actually very flexible. No matter how much firepower they gathered to blast open a corner, it was to no avail. The man in the iron demon mask couldn't help but feel terrified when he saw his black-clothed subordinates collapse one by one. There were already over 500 casualties. With a roar, everyone carried the fire net over their heads and quickly moved in the direction of the clear stream. However, his movement disrupted the formation instead, allowing Yu Xiao, Hui Feng, and the other royal guards to quickly pounce on him and swiftly kill over 200 people. The Raksha princess blended into the crowd and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She only felt that if this continued, their group would probably be wiped out by the crown prince and the others. "I'll leave it to you guys." Mo Lian was anxious to find his wifey, so how could he have the time to continue bickering with the man in the iron demon mask? Hence, he handed over command to Duan Yu and the others while he led a small group and swiftly left. When the man in the iron demon mask saw this, his lungs were about to explode from anger. Northern Prince Mo was completely disregarding his group. What did this mean? It meant that this lofty crown prince didn't treat them as opponents at all. "Kill." The man in the iron demon mask roared angrily and waved his hand to instruct his subordinates to protect him as they continued retreating toward the clear stream. There was a bamboo forest at the other end of the clear stream, so he expected that the fire net above them would be affected by the bamboo forest's obstacles after entering. However, he was truly too naive. 5 minutes later, when he discovered that his group was still trapped in the bamboo forest, he couldn't help but panic. He had already lost over 1,000 subordinates along the way, and there were less than 2,000 black-clothed subordinates left. If this were to continue, wouldn't they be tortured in this shooting court sooner or later? Duan Yu involuntarily snorted as he looked at the flustered demon-masked leader. What? Do you think my all-encompassing net is a joke? Like I said, all of you will die here today. Summon your mystic beasts to defend. With the ghost-masked man's command, all the mystic cultivators above level 10 in the group started to summon their mystic beasts. However, great mystic cultivators were still rare in the end. Among the 2,000 people, only 200 or so people could summon their mystic beasts, and a portion of them were support-type mystic beasts that didn't have much combat ability. It was a bloody battle, almost a one-sided slaughter. This made the eyes of the man with the iron ghost mask bloodshot. He suddenly took out a shining white bead from his pocket. Not good. Level 15 profound energy bead. Situi shouted loudly, reaching out his hand to block the crowd that was charging upwards. Everyone, retreat. Die. The man in the iron mask viciously glared and abruptly injected all the mystic energy in his hand into that bead. After a huge boom, countless people were sent flying by the mystic energy bead's power and crashed to the ground with a thud. End of chapter 1492. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.